Karl Marx. Grundrisse. Foundations of the Critique of Political Economy, Rough Draft. Contents. Grundrisse. Analytical Contents List. Introduction. The chapter on money. The chapter on capital. Bastiat and Carey. Note on the previous editions of the works of Marx and Engels. Chronology of the works of Marx and Engels. Index. Analytical Contents List 1. Introduction, Notebook M. 1. Production in general. 2. General relation between production, distribution, exchange, and consumption. 3. The method of political economy. 4. Means, forces, of production and relations of production and relations of circulation. The chapter on money, Notebooks I and II, pages 1 to 7. Derriman's theory of crises. Gold export and crises. Convertibility and note circulation. Value and price. Transformation of the commodity into exchange value, money contradictions in the money relation. 1. Contradiction between commodity as product and commodity as exchange value. 2. Contradiction between purchase and sale. 3. Contradiction between exchange for the sake of exchange and exchange for the sake of commodities. Aphorisms. 4. Contradiction between money as particular commodity and money as general commodity. The Economist and the Morning Star on money. Attempts to overcome the contradictions by the issue of time chits. Exchange value as mediation of private interests. Exchange value, money, as social bond. Social relations which create an undeveloped system of exchange. The product becomes a commodity, the commodity becomes exchange value, the exchange value of the commodity becomes money. Money as measure. Money as objectification of general labor time. Incidental remark on gold and silver. Distinction between particular labor time and general labor time. Distinction between planned distribution of labor time and measurement of exchange values by labor time. Strabo on money among the Albanians. The precious metals as subjects of the money relation. A. Gold and silver in relation to the other metals. B. Fluctuations in the value relations between the different metals. C. And D. Headings only sources of gold and silver, money as coin. Circulation of money and opposite circulation of commodities. General concept of circulation. A. Circulation circulates exchange values in the form of prices. Distinction between real money and accounting money. B. Money as the medium of exchange. What determines the quantity of money required for circulation? Comment on A. Commodity circulation requires appropriation through alienation. Circulation as an endlessly repeated process. The price as external to and independent of the commodity. Creation of general medium of exchange. Exchange as a special business. Double motion of circulation, CM, MC, and MC, CM. 3 contradictory functions of money. 1. Money as general material of contracts, as measuring unit of exchange values. 2. Money as medium of exchange and realizer of prices. Money, as representative of price, allows commodities to be exchanged at equivalent prices. An example of confusion between the contradictory functions of money. Money as particular commodity and money as general commodity. 3. Money, as material representative of wealth, accumulation of money. Dissolution of ancient communities through money. Money, unlike coin, has a universal character. Money in its third function is the negation, negative unity, of its character as medium of circulation and measure. Money in its metallic being, accumulation of gold and silver. Headings on money, to be elaborated later. The chapter on capital, Notebooks 2 pages 8 to 28, 3, 4, v. 6 and 7. The chapter on money as capital. Difficulty in grasping money in its fully developed character as money. Simple exchange, Relations between the exchangers. Critique of Socialists and Harmonizers, Bastiat, Proudhon. Section 1, The Production Process of Capital. Nothing is expressed when capital is characterized merely as a sum of values. Landed property and capital. Capital comes from circulation, its content is exchange value, merchant capital, and money interest. Circulation presupposes another process, motion between presupposed extremes. Transition from circulation to capitalist production. Capital is accumulated labor, etc. Capital is a sum of values used for the production of values. Circulation, and exchange value deriving from circulation, the presupposition of capital. Exchange value emerging from circulation, a presupposition of circulation, preserving and multiplying itself in it by means of labor. Product and capital. Value and capital. Proudhon. Capital and labor. Exchange value and use value for exchange value. Money and its use value, labor. In this relation capital self-multiplication of value is its only movement. Capital, as regards substance, objectified labor. Its antithesis, living, productive labor. Productive labor and labor as performance of a service. Productive and unproductive labor. A. Smith etc. The two different processes in the exchange of capital with labor. Capital and modern landed property. The market. Exchange between capital and labor. Piecework wages. Value of labor power. Share of the wage laborer in general wealth determined only quantitatively. Money is the worker's equivalent, he thus confronts capital as an equal. But the aim of his exchange is satisfaction of his need. Money for him is only medium of circulation. Savings, self-denial as means of the worker's enrichment. Valuelessness and devaluation of the worker a condition of capital. Labor power as capital. Wages not productive. The exchange between capital and labor belongs within simple circulation, does not enrich the worker. Separation of labor and property the precondition of this exchange. Labor as object absolute poverty, labor as subject general possibility of wealth. Labor without particular specificity confronts capital. Labor process absorbed into capital. Capital and capitalist. Production process as content of capital. The worker relates to his labor as exchange value, the capitalist as use value. The worker divests himself of labor as the wealth-producing power, capital appropriates it as such. Transformation of labor into capital. Realization process. Costs of production. Mere self-preservation, non-multiplication of value contradicts the essence of capital. Capital enters the cost of production as capital. Interest-bearing capital. Parenthesis on, original accumulation of capital, historic presuppositions of capital, production in general. Surplus value. Surplus labor time. Value of labor. How it is determined. Conditions for the self-realization of capital. Capital is productive as creator of surplus labor. But this is only a historical and transitory phenomenon. Theories of surplus value, Ricardo, The Physiocrats, Adam Smith, Ricardo again. Surplus value and productive force. Relation when these increase. Result, in proportion as necessary labor is already diminished, the realization of capital becomes more difficult. Concerning increases in the value of capital. Labor does not reproduce the value of material and instrument, but rather preserves it by relating to them in the labor process as to their objective conditions. Absolute surplus labor time. Relative. It is not the quantity of living labor, but rather its quality as labor which preserves the labor time already contained in the material. The change of form and substance in the direct production process. It is inherent in the simple production process that the previous stage of production is preserved through the subsequent one. Preservation of the old use value by new labor. The quantity of objectified labor is preserved because contact with living labor preserves its quality as use value for new labor. In the real production process, the separation of labor from its objective moments of existence is suspended. But in this process labor is already incorporated in capital. The capitalist obtains surplus labor free of charge together with the maintenance of the value of material and instrument. Through the appropriation of present labor, capital already possesses a claim to the appropriation of future labor. Confusion of profit and surplus value carries erroneous calculation. The capitalist, who does not pay the worker for the preservation of the old value, then demands remuneration for giving the worker permission to preserve the old capital. Surplus value and profit. Difference between consumption of the instrument and of wages. The former consumed in the production process, the latter outside it. Increase of surplus value and decrease in rate of profit. Multiplication of simultaneous working days. Machinery. Growth of the constant part of capital in relation to the variable part spent on wages equals growth of the productivity of labor. Proportion in which capital has to increase in order to employ the same number of workers if productivity rises. Percentage of total capital can express very different relations. Capital, like property in general, rests on the productivity of labor. Increase of surplus labor time. Increase of simultaneous working days. Population. Population can increase in proportion as necessary labor time becomes smaller. Transition from the process of the production of capital into the process of circulation. Section 2. The circulation process of capital. Devaluation of capital itself owing to increase of productive forces. Competition. Capital as unity and contradiction of the production process and the realization process. Capital as limit to production. Overproduction. Demand by the workers themselves. Barriers to capitalist production. Overproduction, prud'hon. Price of the commodity and labor time. The capitalist does not sell too dear, but still above what the thing costs him. Price can fall below value without damage to capital. Number and unit, measure, important in the multiplication of prices. Specific accumulation of capital. Transformation of surplus labor into capital. The determination of value and of prices. The general rate of profit. If the capitalist merely sells at his own cost of production, then it is a transfer to another capitalist. The worker gains almost nothing thereby. Barrier of capitalist production. Relation of surplus labor to necessary labor. Proportion of the surplus consumed by capital to that transformed into capital. Devaluation during crises. Capital coming out of the production process becomes money again. Parenthesis on capital in general. Surplus labor or surplus value becomes surplus capital. All the determinants of capitalist production now appear as the result of wage, labor itself. The realization process of labor at the same time its derealization process. Formation of surplus capital I. Surplus capital II. Inversion of the law of appropriation. Chief result of the production and realization process. Original accumulation of capital. Once developed historically, capital itself creates the conditions of its existence. Performance of personal services, as opposed to wage labor. Parenthesis on inversion of the law of property, real alien relation of the worker to his product, division of labor, machinery. Forms which precede capitalist production. Concerning the process which precedes the formation of the capital relation or of original accumulation. Exchange of labor for labor rests on the worker's property-lessness. Circulation of capital and circulation of money. Production process and circulation process moments of production. The productivity of the different capitals, branches of industry, determines that of the individual capital. Circulation period. Velocity of circulation substitutes for volume of capital. Mutual dependence of capitals in the velocity of their circulation. The four moments in the turnover of capital. Moment 2 to be considered here, transformation of the product into money, duration of this operation. Transport costs. Circulation costs. Means of communication and transport. Division of the branches of labor. Concentration of many workers, productive force of this concentration. General as distinct from particular conditions of production. Transport to market, spatial condition of circulation, belongs in the production process. Credit, the temporal moment of circulation. Capital is circulating capital. Influence of circulation on the determination of value, circulation time equals time of devaluation. Difference between the capitalist mode of production and all earlier ones, universality, propagandistic nature. Capital itself is the contradiction. Circulation and creation of value. Capital not a source of value creation. Continuity of production presupposes suspension of circulation time. Theories of surplus value. Ramsay's view that capital is its own source of profit. No surplus value according to Ricardo's law. Ricardo's theory of value. Wages and profit. Quincy. Ricardo. Wakefield. Conditions of capitalist production in colonies. Surplus value and profit. Example, Malthus. Difference between labor and labor capacity. Carey's theory of the cheapening of capital for the worker. Carey's theory of the decline of the rate of profit. Wakefield on the contradiction between Ricardo's theories of wage labor and of value. Bailey on dormant capital and increase of production without previous increase of capital. Wade's explanation of capital. Capital, collective force. Capital, civilization. Rossi. What is capital? Is raw material capital? Are wages necessary for it? Malthus. Theory of value and of wages. Aim of capitalist production: value, money, not commodity, use value, etc. Chalmers. Difference in return. Interruption of the production process. Total duration of the production process. Unequal periods of production. The concept of the free laborer contains the pauper. Population and overpopulation. Necessary labor. Surplus labor. Surplus population. Surplus capital. Adam Smith, work as sacrifice. Adam Smith, the origin of profit. Surplus labor. Profit. Wages. Immovable capital. Return of capital. Fixed capital. John Stuart Mill. Turnover of capital. Circulation process. Production process. Circulation costs. Circulation time. Capital's change of form and of substance, different forms of capital, circulating capital as general character of capital. Fixed, tied down, capital and circulating capital. Constant and variable capital. Competition. Surplus value. Production time. Circulation time. Turnover time. Competition, continued. Part of capital in production time, part in circulation time. Surplus value and production phase. Number of reproductions of capital equals number of turnovers. Change of form and of matter in the circulation of capital. CMC. MCM. Difference between production time and labor time. Formation of a mercantile estate, credit. Small-scale circulation. The process of exchange between capital and labor capacity generally. Threefold character, or mode, of circulation. Fixed capital and circulating capital. Influence of fixed capital on the total turnover time of capital. Fixed capital. Means of labor. Machine. Transposition of powers of labor into powers of capital both in fixed and in circulating capital. To what extent fixed capital, machine, creates value. Fixed capital and continuity of the production process. Machinery and living labor. Contradiction between the foundation of bourgeois production, value as measure, and its development. Significance of the development of fixed capital, for the development of capital generally. The chief role of capital is to create disposable time, contradictory form of this in capital. Durability of fixed capital. Real saving, economy, equals saving of labor time equals development of productive force. True conception of the process of social production. Owen's historical conception of industrial, capitalist, production. Capital and value of natural agencies. Scope of fixed capital indicates the level of capitalist production. Is money fixed capital or circulating capital? Turnover time of capital consisting of fixed capital and circulating capital. Reproduction time of fixed capital. The same commodity sometimes circulating capital, sometimes fixed capital. Every moment which is a presupposition of production is at the same time its result, in that it reproduces its own conditions. The counter value of circulating capital must be produced within the year. Not so for fixed capital. It engages the production of subsequent years. Maintenance costs of fixed capital. Revenue of fixed capital and circulating capital. Free labor equals latent pauperism. Eden. The smaller the value of fixed capital in relation to its product, the more useful. Movable and immovable, fixed and circulating. Connection of circulation and reproduction. Section 3, Capital as fructiferous. Transformation of surplus value into profit. Rate of profit. Fall of the rate of profit. Surplus value as profit always expresses a lesser proportion. Wakefield, Carey, and Bastiat on the rate of profit. Capital and revenue, profit. Production and distribution. Sismondi. Transformation of surplus value into profit. Laws of this transformation. Surplus value equals relation of surplus labor to necessary labor. Value of fixed capital and its productive power. Machinery and surplus labor. Recapitulation of the doctrine of surplus value generally. Relation between the objective conditions of production. Change in the proportion of the component parts of capital. Miscellaneous. Money and fixed capital, presupposes a certain amount of wealth. Relation of fixed capital and circulating capital. Economist. Slavery and wage labor, profit upon alienation, Stoyart. Stoyart, Montanari, and gouge on money. The wool industry in England since Elizabeth, silk manufacture, iron, cotton. Origin of free wage labor. Vagabondage. Tuckett. Blake on accumulation and rate of profit, dormant capital. Domestic agriculture at the beginning of the 16th century. Tuckett. Profit. Interest. Influence of machinery on the wage fund. Westminster Review. Money as measure of values and yardstick of prices. Critique of theories of the standard measure of money. Transformation of the medium of circulation into money. Formation of treasures. Means of payment. Prices of commodities and quantity of circulating money. Value of money. Capital, not labor, determines the value of money. Torrens. The minimum of wages. Cotton machinery and working men in 1826. Hodgkin. How the machine creates raw material. Economist. Machinery and surplus labor. Capital and profit. Relation of the worker to the conditions of labor in capitalist production. All parts of capital bring a profit. Tendency of the machine to prolong labor. Cotton factories in England. Example for machinery and surplus labor. Examples from Glasgow for the rate of profit. Alienation of the conditions of labor with the development of capital. Inversion. Merivale. Natural dependence of the worker in colonies to be replaced by artificial restrictions. How the machine saves material. Bread. Duro de la Malle. Development of money and interest. Productive consumption. Newman. Transformations of capital. Economic cycle. Dr. Price. Innate power of capital. Proudhon. Capital and simple exchange. Surplus. Necessity of the worker's propertylessness. Galliani. Theory of savings. Storch. McCulloch. Surplus. Profit. Arndt. Natural interest. Interest and profit. Carey. How merchant takes the place of master. Merchant wealth. Commerce with equivalence impossible. Opdyke. Principal and interest. Double standard. On money. James Mill's false theory of prices. Ricardo on currency. On money. Theory of foreign trade. Two nations may exchange according to the law of profit in such a way that both gain, but one is always defrauded. Money in its third role, as money. I value this section to be brought forward. Bastiat and Carey. Bastiat's economic harmonies. Bastiat on wages. Introduction. Late August, mid-September 1857. 1. Production, consumption, distribution, exchange, circulation. 1. Production. Independent individuals. 18th century ideas. The object before us, to begin with, material production. Individuals producing in society, hence socially determined individual production, is, of course, the point of departure. The individual and isolated hunter and fisherman, with whom Smith and Ricardo begin, belongs among the unimaginative conceits of the 18th century Robinsonades, one which in no way express merely a reaction against over-sophistication and a return to a misunderstood natural life, as cultural historians imagine. As little as Rousseau's Contrat social, which brings naturally independent, autonomous subjects into relation and connection by contract, rests on such naturalism. This is the semblance, the merely aesthetic semblance, of the Robinsonades, great and small. It is, rather, the anticipation of civil society, in preparation since the 16th century and making giant strides towards maturity in the 18th. In this society of free competition, the individual appears detached from the natural bonds etc. which in earlier historical periods make him the accessory of a definite and limited human conglomerate. Smith and Ricardo still stand with both feet on the shoulders of the 18th century prophets, in whose imaginations this 18th century individual, the product on one side of the dissolution of the feudal forms of society, on the other side of the new forces of production developed since the 16th century, appears as an ideal, whose existence they project into the past. Not as a historic result but as history's point of departure. As the natural individual appropriate to their notion of human nature, not arising historically, but posited by nature. This illusion has been common to each new epoch to this day. Stoyart too avoided the simple-mindedness because as an aristocrat, and in antithesis to the 18th century, he had in some respects a more historical footing. The more deeply we go back into history, the more does the individual, and hence also the producing individual, appear as dependent, as belonging to a greater whole, in a still quite natural way in the family and in the family expanded into the clan stam, then later in the various forms of communal society arising out of the antitheses and fusions of the clans. Only in the 18th century, in civil society, do the various forms of social connectedness confront the individual as a mere means towards his private purposes, as external necessity. But the epoch which produces this standpoint, that of the isolated individual, is also precisely that of the hitherto most developed social, from this standpoint, general, relations. The human being is in the most literal sense a three, not merely a gregarious animal, but an animal which can individuate itself only in the midst of society. Production by an isolated individual outside society, a rare exception which may well occur when a civilized person in whom the social forces are already dynamically present is cast by accident into the wilderness, is as much of an absurdity as is the development of language without individuals living together and talking to each other. There is no point in dwelling on this any longer. The point could go entirely unmentioned if this twaddle, which had sense and reason for the 18th century characters, had not been earnestly pulled back into the center of the most modern economics by Bastiat for Carey 5 Proudhon etc. Of course it is a convenience for Proudhon et al. To be able to give a historico-philosophic account of the source of an economic relation, of whose historic origins he is ignorant, by inventing the myth that Adam or Prometheus stumbled on the idea ready-made, and then it was adopted, etc. Nothing is more dry and boring than the fantasies of a locus communis. Point 6. Eternalization of historic relations of production. Production and distribution in general. Property. Whenever we speak of production, then, what is meant is always production at a definite stage of social development, production by social individuals. It might seem, therefore, that in order to talk about production at all we must either pursue the process of historic development through its different phases, or declare beforehand that we are dealing with a specific historic epoch such as e.g. modern bourgeois production, which is indeed our particular theme. However, all epochs of production have certain common traits, common characteristics. Production in general is an abstraction, but a rational abstraction insofar as it really brings out and fixes the common element and thus saves us repetition. Still, this general category, this common element sifted out by comparison, is itself segmented many times over and splits into different determinations. Some determinations belong to all epochs, others only to a few. Some determinations will be shared by the most modern epoch and the most ancient. No production will be thinkable without them, however, even though the most developed languages have laws and characteristics in common with the least developed, nevertheless, just those things which determine their development, i.e. the elements which are not general and common, must be separated out from the determinations valid for production as such, so that in their unity, which arises already from the identity of the subject, humanity, and of the object, nature, their essential difference is not forgotten. The whole profundity of those modern economists who demonstrate the eternity and harmoniousness of the existing social relations lies in this forgetting. For example, no production possible without an instrument of production, even if this instrument is only the hand. No production without stored up, past labor, even if it is only the facility gathered together and concentrated in the hand of the savage by repeated practice. Capital is, among other things, also an instrument of production, also objectified, past labor. Therefore capital is a general, eternal relation of nature, that is, if I leave out just the specific quality which alone makes instrument of production and stored up labor into capital. The entire history of production relations thus appears to carry, for example, as a malicious forgery perpetrated by governments. If there is no production in general, then there is also no general production. Production is always a particular branch of production, e.g. agriculture, cattle raising, manufactures etc. Or it is a totality. But political economy is not technology. The relation of the general characteristics of production at a given stage of social development to the particular forms of production to be developed elsewhere, later. Lastly, production also is not only a particular production. Rather, it is always a certain social body, a social subject, which is active in a greater or sparser totality of branches of production. Nor does the relationship between scientific presentation and the real movement belong here yet. Production in general. Particular branches of production. Totality of production. It is the fashion to preface a work of economics with a general part, and precisely this part figures under the title Production, see for example J. St. Mill, 7, treating of the general preconditions of all production. This general part consists or is alleged to consist of, 1. The conditions without which production is not possible. I.e. in fact, to indicate nothing more than the essential moments of all production. But, as we will see, this reduces itself in fact to a few very simple characteristics, which are hammered out into flat tautologies. 2. The conditions which promote production to a greater or lesser degree, such as e.g. Adam Smith's progressive and stagnant state of society. While this is of value in his work as an insight, to elevate it to scientific significance would require investigations into the periodization of degrees of productivity in the development of individual peoples, an investigation which lies outside the proper boundaries of the theme, but, insofar as it does belong there, must be brought in as part of the development of competition, accumulation etc. In the usual formulation, the answer amounts to the general statement that an industrial people reaches the peak of its production at the moment when it arrives at its historical peak generally. In fact, the industrial peak of a people when its main concern is not yet gain, but rather to gain. Thus the Yankees over the English. Or, also, that e.g. certain races, locations, climates, natural conditions such as harbors, soil fertility etc. are more advantageous to production than others. This too amounts to the tautology that wealth is more easily created where its elements are subjectively and objectively present to a greater degree. But none of all this is the economist's real concern in this general part. The aim is, rather, to present production, c.e.g. mill, as distinct from distribution etc., as encased in eternal natural laws independent of history, at which opportunity bourgeois relations are then quietly smuggled in as the inviolable natural laws on which society in the abstract is founded. This is the more or less conscious purpose of the whole proceeding. In distribution, by contrast, humanity has allegedly permitted itself to be considerably more arbitrary. Quite apart from this crude tearing apart of production and distribution and of their real relationship, it must be apparent from the outset that, no matter how differently distribution may have been arranged in different stages of social development, it must be possible here also, just as with production, to single out common characteristics, and just as possible to confound or to extinguish all historic differences under general human laws. For example, the slave, the serf, and the wage laborer all receive a quantity of food which makes it possible for them to exist as slaves, as serfs, as wage laborers. The conqueror who lives from tribute, or the official who lives from taxes, or the landed proprietor and his rent, or the monk and his alms, or the Levite and his tithe, all receive a quota of social production, which is determined by other laws than that of the slaves, etc. The two main points which all economists cite under this rubric are, 1. Property, 2. Its protection by courts, police, etc. To this a very short answer may be given. To 1. All production is appropriation of nature on the part of an individual within and through a specific form of society. In this sense it is a tautology to say that property, appropriation, is a precondition of production. But it is altogether ridiculous to leap from that to a specific form of property, e.g. private property, which further and equally presupposes an antithetical form, non-property. History rather shows common property, e.g. in India, among the Slavs, the early Celts, etc., to be the more original form, a form which long continues to play a significant role in the shape of communal property. The question whether wealth develops better in this or another form of property is still quite beside the point here. But that there can be no production and hence no society where some form of property does not exist is a tautology. An appropriation which does not make something into property is a contradictionary in subjecto. 2. Protection of acquisitions etc. When these trivialities are reduced to their real content, they tell more than their preachers know. Namely that every form of production creates its own legal relations, form of government, etc. In bringing things which are organically related into an accidental relation, into a merely reflective connection, they display their crudity and lack of conceptual understanding. All the bourgeois economists are aware of is that production can be carried on better under the modern police than e.g. on the principle of might makes right. They forget only that this principle is also a legal relation, and that the right of the stronger prevails in their constitutional republics as well, only in another form. When the social conditions corresponding to a specific stage of production are only just arising, or when they are already dying out, there are, naturally, disturbances in production, although to different degrees and with different effects. To summarize, There are characteristics which all stages of production have in common, and which are established as general ones by the mind, but the so-called general preconditions of all production are nothing more than these abstract moments with which no real historical stage of production can be grasped. 2. The general relation of production to distribution, exchange, consumption. Before going further in the analysis of production, it is necessary to focus on the various categories which the economists line up next to it. The obvious, trite notion: in production the members of society appropriate, create, shape, the products of nature in accord with human needs. Distribution determines the proportion in which the individual shares in the product. Exchange delivers the particular products into which the individual desires to convert the portion which distribution has assigned to him, and finally, in consumption, the products become objects of gratification, of individual appropriation. Production creates the objects which correspond to the given needs, distribution divides them up according to social laws, exchange further parcels out the already divided shares in accord with individual needs, and finally, in consumption, the product steps outside this social movement and becomes a direct object and servant of individual need, and satisfies it in being consumed. Thus production appears as the point of departure, consumption as the conclusion, distribution and exchange as the middle, which is however itself twofold, since distribution is determined by society and exchange by individuals. The person objectifies himself in production, the thing subjectifies itself in the person. 9. In distribution, society mediates between production and consumption in the form of general, dominant determinants. In exchange the two are mediated by the chance characteristics of the individual. Distribution determines the relation in which products fall to individuals, the amount. Exchange determines the production 10 in which the individual demands the portion allotted to him by distribution. Thus production, distribution, exchange, and consumption form a regular syllogism. Production is the generality, distribution and exchange the particularity, and consumption the singularity in which the whole is joined together. This is admittedly a coherence, but a shallow one. Production is determined by general natural laws, distribution by social accident, and the latter may therefore promote production to a greater or lesser extent. Exchange stands between the two as formal social movement, and the concluding act, consumption, which is conceived not only as a terminal point but also as an end in itself, actually belongs outside economics except in so far as it reacts in turn upon the point of departure and initiates the whole process anew. The opponents of the political economists, whether inside or outside its realm, who accuse them of barbarically tearing apart things which belong together, stand either on the same ground as they, or beneath them. Nothing is more common than the reproach that the political economists view production too much as an end in itself, that distribution is just as important. This accusation is based precisely on the economic notion that the spheres of distribution and of production are independent, autonomous neighbors. Or that these moments were not grasped in their unity. As if this rupture had made its way not from reality into the textbooks, but rather from the textbooks into reality, and as if the task were the dialectic balancing of concepts, and not the grasping of real relations. Consumption and production. 1. Production is also immediately consumption. Twofold consumption, subjective and objective. The individual not only develops his abilities in production, but also expends them, uses them up in the act of production, just as natural procreation is a consumption of life forces. Secondly, consumption of the means of production, which become worn out through use, and are partly, e.g. in combustion, dissolved into their elements again. Likewise, consumption of the raw material, which loses its natural form and composition by being used up. The act of production is therefore in all its moments also an act of consumption. But the economists admit this. Production as directly identical with consumption, and consumption as directly coincident with production, is termed by them productive consumption. This identity of production and consumption amounts to Spinoza's thesis, Determinatio est negatio. 11. But this definition of productive consumption is advanced only for the purpose of separating consumption as identical with production from consumption proper, which is conceived rather as the destructive antithesis to production. Let us therefore examine consumption proper. Consumption is also immediately production, just as in nature the consumption of the elements and chemical substances is the production of the plant. It is clear that in taking in food, for example, which is a form of consumption, the human being produces his own body. But this is also true of every kind of consumption which in one way or another produces human beings in some particular aspect. Consumptive production. But, says economics, this production which is identical with consumption is secondary, it is derived from the destruction of the prior product. In the former, the producer objectified himself, in the latter, the object he created personifies itself. Hence this consumptive production, even though it is an immediate unity of production and consumption, is essentially different from production proper. The immediate unity in which production coincides with consumption and consumption with production leaves their immediate duality intact. Production, then, is also immediately consumption, consumption is also immediately production. Each is immediately its opposite. But at the same time a mediating movement takes place between the two. Production mediates consumption, it creates the latter's material, without it, consumption would lack an object. But consumption also mediates production, in that it alone creates for the products the subject for whom they are products. The product only obtains its last finished 12 in consumption. A railway on which no trains run, hence which is not used up, not consumed, is a railway only, upsilon nu mu epsilon iota 13 and not in reality. Without production, no consumption, but also, without consumption, no production, since production would then be purposeless. Consumption produces production in a double way, 1, because a product becomes a real product only by being consumed. For example, a garment becomes a real garment only in the act of being worn, a house where no one lives is in fact not a real house, thus the product, unlike a mere natural object, proves itself to be, becomes, a product only through consumption. Only by decomposing the product does consumption give the product the finishing touch, for the product is production not as 14 objectified activity, but rather only as object for the active subject. 2. Because consumption creates the need for new production, that is, it creates the ideal, internally impelling cause for production, which is its presupposition. Consumption creates the motive for production, it also creates the object which is active in production as its determinant aim. If it is clear that production offers consumption its external object, it is therefore equally clear that consumption ideally posits the object of production as an internal image, as a need, as drive, and as purpose. It creates the objects of production in a still subjective form. No production without a need. But consumption reproduces the need. Production, for its part, correspondingly, 1, furnishes the material and the object for consumption. 15 Consumption without an object is not consumption, therefore, in this respect, production produces consumption. 2. But the object is not the only thing which production creates for consumption. Production also gives consumption its specificity, its character, its finish. Just as consumption gave the product its finish as product, so does production give finish to consumption. Firstly, the object is not an object in general, but a specific object which must be consumed in a specific manner, to be mediated in its turn by production itself. Hunger is hunger, but the hunger gratified by cooked meat eaten with a knife and fork is a different hunger from that which bolts down raw meat with the aid of hand, nail and tooth. Production thus produces not only the object but also the manner of consumption, not only objectively but also subjectively. Production thus creates the consumer. 3. Production not only supplies a material for the need, but it also supplies a need for the material. As soon as consumption emerges from its initial state of natural crudity and immediacy, and, if it remained at that stage, this would be because production itself had been arrested there, it becomes itself mediated as a drive by the object. The need which consumption feels for the object is created by the perception of it. The object of art, like every other product, creates a public which is sensitive to art and enjoys beauty. Production thus not only creates an object for the subject, but also a subject for the object. Thus production produces consumption, 1. By creating the material for it, 2. By determining the manner of consumption, and 3. By creating the products, initially posited by it as objects, in the form of a need felt by the consumer. It thus produces the object of consumption, the manner of consumption and the motive of consumption. Consumption likewise produces the producer's inclination by beckoning to him as an aim determining need. The identities between consumption and production thus appear threefold. 1. Immediate identity: production is consumption, consumption is production. Consumptive production. Productive consumption. The political economists call both productive consumption, but then make a further distinction. The first figures as reproduction, the second as productive consumption. All investigations into the first concern productive or unproductive labor, investigations into the second concern productive or non-productive consumption. 2. In the sense that one appears as a means for the other, is mediated by the other, this is expressed as their mutual dependence, a movement which relates them to one another, makes them appear indispensable to one another, but still leaves them external to each other. Production creates the material, as external object, for consumption, consumption creates the need, as internal object, as aim, for production. Without production no consumption, without consumption no production. This identity figures in economics in many different forms. 3. Not only is production immediately consumption and consumption immediately production, not only is production a means for consumption and consumption the aim of production, i.e. each supplies the other with its object, production supplying the external object of consumption, consumption the conceived object of production, but also, each of them, apart from being immediately the other, and apart from mediating the other, in addition to this creates the other in completing itself, and creates itself as the other. Consumption accomplishes the act of production only in completing the product as product by dissolving it, by consuming its independently material form, by raising the inclination developed in the first act of production, through the need for repetition, to its finished form. It is thus not only the concluding act in which the product becomes product, but also that in which the producer becomes producer. On the other side, production produces consumption by creating the specific manner of consumption, and, further, by creating the stimulus of consumption, the ability to consume, as a need. This last identity, as determined under 3, is frequently cited in economics in the relation of demand and supply of objects and needs, of socially created and natural needs. Thereupon, nothing simpler for a Hegelian than to posit production and consumption as identical. And this has been done not only by socialist belletrists but by prosaic economists themselves, e.g. say 16, in the form that when one looks at an entire people, its production is its consumption. Or, indeed, at humanity in the abstract. Storch 17 demonstrated Say's error, namely that e.g. a people does not consume its entire product, but also creates means of production, etc., fixed capital, etc. To regard society as one single subject is, in addition, to look at it wrongly, speculatively. With a single subject, production and consumption appear as moments of a single act. The important thing to emphasize here is only that, whether production and consumption are viewed as the activity of one or of many individuals, they appear in any case as moments of one process, in which production is the real point of departure and hence also the predominant moment. Consumption as urgency, as need, is itself an intrinsic moment of productive activity. But the latter is the point of departure for realization and hence also its predominant moment. It is the act through which the whole process again runs its course. The individual produces an object and, by consuming it, returns to himself, but returns as a productive and self-reproducing individual. Consumption thus appears as a moment of production. In society, however, the producer's relation to the product, once the latter is finished, is an external one, and its return to the subject depends on his relations to other individuals. He does not come into possession of it directly. Nor is its immediate appropriation his purpose when he produces in society. Distribution steps between the producers and the products, hence between production and consumption, to determine in accordance with social laws what the producer's share will be in the world of products. Now, does distribution stand at the side of and outside production as an autonomous sphere? Distribution and production. B1. When one examines the usual works of economics, it is immediately striking that everything in them is posited doubly. For example, ground rent, wages, interest, and profit figure under distribution, while land, labor and capital figure under production as agents of production. In the case of capital, now, it is evident from the outset that it is posited doubly, 1. As agent of production, 2. As source of income, as a determinant of specific forms of distribution. Interest and profit thus also figure as such in production, insofar as they are forms in which capital increases, grows, hence moments of its own production. Interest and profit as forms of distribution presuppose capital as agent of production. They are modes of distribution whose presupposition is capital as agent of production. They are, likewise, modes of reproduction of capital. The category of wages, similarly, is the same as that which is examined under a different heading as wage labor. The characteristic which labor here possesses as an agent of production appears as a characteristic of distribution. If labor were not specified as wage labor, then the manner in which it shares in the products would not appear as wages, as, for example, under slavery. Finally, to take at once the most developed form of distribution, ground rent, by means of which landed property shares in the product, presupposes large-scale landed property, actually, large-scale agriculture, as agent of production, and not merely land as such, just as wages do not merely presuppose labor as such. The relations and modes of distribution thus appear merely as the obverse of the agents of production. An individual who participates in production in the form of wage labor shares in the products, in the results of production, in the form of wages. The structure Gliederung of distribution is completely determined by the structure of production. Distribution is itself a product of production, not only in its object, in that only the results of production can be distributed, but also in its form, in that the specific kind of participation in production determines the specific forms of distribution, i.e. the pattern of participation in distribution. It is altogether an illusion to posit land in production, ground rent in distribution, etc. Thus, economists such as Ricardo, who are the most frequently accused of focusing on production alone, have defined distribution as the exclusive object of economics, because they instinctively conceive the forms of distribution as the most specific expression into which the agents of production of a given society are cast. To the single individual, of course, distribution appears as a social law which determines his position within the system of production within which he produces, and which therefore precedes production. The individual comes into the world possessing neither capital nor land. Social distribution assigns him at birth to wage labor. But this situation of being assigned is itself a consequence of the existence of capital and landed property as independent agents of production. As regards whole societies, distribution seems to precede production and to determine it in yet another respect, almost as if it were a pre-economic fact. A conquering people divides the land among the conquerors, thus imposes a certain distribution and form of property in land, and thus determines production. Or it enslaves the conquered and so makes slave labor the foundation of production. Or a people rises in revolution and smashes the great landed estates into small parcels, and hence, by this new distribution, gives production a new character. Or a system of laws assigns property in land to certain families in perpetuity, or distributes labor as a hereditary privilege and thus confines it within certain castes. In all these cases, and they are all historical, it seems that distribution is not structured and determined by production, but rather the opposite, production by distribution. In the shallowest conception, distribution appears as the distribution of products, and hence as further removed from and quasi-independent of production. But before distribution can be the distribution of products, it is, 1. The distribution of the instruments of production, and, 2. Which is a further specification of the same relation, the distribution of the members of the society among the different kinds of production. Subsumption of the individuals under specific relations of production. The distribution of products is evidently only a result of this distribution, which is comprised within the process of production itself and determines the structure of production. To examine production while disregarding this internal distribution within it is obviously an empty abstraction, while conversely, the distribution of products follows by itself from this distribution which forms an original moment of production. Ricardo, whose concern was to grasp the specific social structure of modern production, and who is the economist of production par excellence, declares for precisely that reason that not production but distribution is the proper study of modern economics. 18 This again shows the ineptitude of those economists who portray production as an eternal truth while banishing history to the realm of distribution. The question of the relation between this production determining distribution, and production, belongs evidently within production itself. If it is said that, since production must begin with a certain distribution of the instruments of production, it follows that distribution at least in this sense precedes and forms the presupposition of production, then the reply must be that production does indeed have its determinants and preconditions, which form its moments. At the very beginning these may appear as spontaneous, natural. But by the process of production itself they are transformed from natural into historic determinants, and if they appear to one epoch as natural presuppositions of production, they were its historic product for another. Within production itself they are constantly being changed. The application of machinery, for example, changed the distribution of instruments of production as well as of products. Modern large-scale landed property is itself the product of modern commerce and of modern industry, as well as of the application of the latter to agriculture. The questions raised above all reduce themselves in the last instance to the role played by general historical relations in production, and their relation to the movement of history generally. The question evidently belongs within the treatment and investigation of production itself. Still, in the trivial form in which they are raised above, they can be dealt with equally briefly. In all cases of conquest, three things are possible. The conquering people subjugates the conquered under its own mode of production, e.g. the English in Ireland in this century, and partly in India, or it leaves the old mode intact and contents itself with a tribute, e.g. Turks and Romans, or a reciprocal interaction takes place whereby something new, a synthesis, arises, the Germanic conquests, in part. In all cases, the mode of production, whether that of the conquering people, that of the conquered, or that emerging from the fusion of both, is decisive for the new distribution which arises. Although the latter appears as a presupposition of the new period of production, it is thus itself in turn a product of production, not only of historical production generally, but of the specific historic mode of production. The Mongols, with their devastations in Russia, example were acting in accordance with their production, cattle raising, for which vast uninhabited spaces are a chief precondition. The Germanic barbarians, who lived in isolation on the land and for whom agriculture with bondsmen was the traditional production, could impose these conditions on the Roman provinces all the more easily as the concentration of landed property which had taken place there had already entirely overthrown the earlier agricultural relations. It is a received opinion that in certain periods people lived from pillage alone. But, for pillage to be possible, there must be something to be pillaged, hence production. And the mode of pillage is itself in turn determined by the mode of production. A stock-jobbing nation, for example, cannot be pillaged in the same manner as a nation of cowherds. To steal a slave is to steal the instrument of production directly. but then the production of the country for which the slave is stolen must be structured to allow of slave labor, or, as in the southern part of America etc., a mode of production corresponding to the slave must be created. Laws may perpetuate an instrument of production, e.g. land, in certain families. These laws achieve economic significance only when large-scale landed property is in harmony with the society's production, as e.g. in England. In France, small-scale agriculture survived despite the great landed estates, hence the latter were smashed by the revolution. But can laws perpetuate the small-scale allotment? Despite these laws, ownership is again becoming concentrated. The influence of laws in stabilizing relations of distribution, and hence their effect on production, requires to be determined in each specific instance. C1, exchange, finally, and circulation. Exchange and production. Circulation itself is merely a specific moment of exchange, or it is also exchange regarded in its totality. Insofar as exchange is merely a moment mediating between production with its production-determined distribution on one side and consumption on the other, but insofar as the latter itself appears as a moment of production, to that extent is exchange obviously also included as a moment within the latter. It is clear, firstly, that the exchange of activities and abilities which takes place within production itself belongs directly to production and essentially constitutes it. The same holds, secondly, for the exchange of products, insofar as that exchange is the means of finishing the product and making it fit for direct consumption. To that extent, exchange is an act comprised within production itself. Thirdly, the so-called exchange between dealers and dealers is by its very organization entirely determined by production, as well as being itself a producing activity. Exchange appears as independent of and indifferent to production only in the final phase where the product is exchanged directly for consumption. But, 1. There is no exchange without division of labor, whether the latter is spontaneous, natural, or already a product of historic development. 2. Private exchange presupposes private production. 3. The intensity of exchange, as well as its extension and its manner, are determined by the development and structure of production. For example, exchange between town and country, exchange in the town etc. Exchange in all its moments thus appears as either directly comprised in production or determined by it. The conclusion we reach is not that production, distribution, exchange, and consumption are identical, but that they all form the members of a totality, distinctions within a unity. Production predominates not only over itself, in the antithetical definition of production, but over the other moments as well. The process always returns to production to begin anew. That exchange and consumption cannot be predominant is self-evident. Likewise, distribution as distribution of products, while as distribution of the agents of production it is itself a moment of production. A definite production thus determines a definite consumption, distribution, and exchange as well as definite relations between these different moments. Admittedly, however, in its one-sided form, production is itself determined by the other moments. For example, if the market, i.e. the sphere of exchange, expands, then production grows in quantity and the divisions between its different branches become deeper. A change in distribution changes production, e.g. concentration of capital, different distribution of the population between town and country, etc. Finally, the needs of consumption determine production. Mutual interaction takes place between the different moments. This the case with every organic whole. 3. The method of political economy. When we consider a given country politico-economically, we begin with its population, its distribution among classes, town, country, the coast, the different branches of production, export and import, annual production and consumption, commodity prices etc. It seems to be correct to begin with the real and the concrete, with the real precondition, thus to begin, in economics, with e.g. the population, which is the foundation and the subject of the entire social act of production. However, on closer examination this proves false. The population is an abstraction if I leave out, for example, the classes of which it is composed. These classes in turn are an empty phrase if I am not familiar with the elements on which they rest. E.g. wage labor, capital, etc. These latter in turn presuppose exchange, division of labor, prices, etc. For example, capital is nothing without wage labor, without value, money, price, etc. Thus, if I were to begin with the population, this would be a chaotic conception Vorstellung of the whole, and I would then, by means of further determination, move analytically towards ever more simple concepts Begriff, from the imagined concrete towards ever thinner abstractions until I had arrived at the simplest determinations. From there the journey would have to be retraced until I had finally arrived at the population again, but this time not as the chaotic conception of a whole, but as a rich totality of many determinations and relations. The former is the path historically followed by economics at the time of its origins. The economists of the 17th century, example, always begin with the living whole, with population, nation, state, several states, etc., but they always conclude by discovering through analysis a small number of determinate, abstract, general relations such as division of labor, money, value, etc. As soon as these individual moments had been more or less firmly established and abstracted, there began the economic systems, which ascended from the simple relations, such as labor, division of labor, need, exchange value, to the level of the state, exchange between nations and the world market. The latter is obviously the scientifically correct method. The concrete is concrete because it is the concentration of many determinations, hence unity of the diverse. It appears in the process of thinking, therefore, as a process of concentration, as a result, not as a point of departure, even though it is the point of departure in reality and hence also the point of departure for observation, Anschauung and conception. Along the first path the full conception was evaporated to yield an abstract determination, along the second, the abstract determinations lead towards a reproduction of the concrete by way of thought. In this way Hegel fell into the illusion of conceiving the real as the product of thought concentrating itself, probing its own depths, and unfolding itself out of itself, by itself, whereas the method of rising from the abstract to the concrete is only the way in which thought appropriates the concrete, reproduces it as the concrete in the mind. But this is by no means the process by which the concrete itself comes into being. For example, the simplest economic category, say e.g. exchange value, presupposes population, moreover a population producing in specific relations, as well as a certain kind of family or commune or state, etc. It can never exist other than as an abstract, one-sided relation within an already given, concrete, living whole. As a category, by contrast, exchange value leads an antediluvian existence. Therefore, to the kind of consciousness, and this is characteristic of the philosophical consciousness, for which conceptual thinking is the real human being, and for which the conceptual world as such is thus the only reality, the movement of the categories appears as the real act of production, which only, unfortunately, receives a jolt from the outside, whose product is the world, and, but this is again a tautology, this is correct in so far as the concrete totality is a totality of thoughts, concrete in thought, in fact a product of thinking and comprehending, but not in any way a product of the concept which thinks and generates itself outside or above observation and conception, a product, rather, of the working up of observation and conception into concepts. The totality as it appears in the head, as a totality of thoughts, is a product of a thinking head, which appropriates the world in the only way it can, a way different from the artistic, religious, practical, and mental appropriation of this world. The real subject retains its autonomous existence outside the head just as before, namely as long as the head's conduct is merely speculative, merely theoretical. Hence, in the theoretical method, too, the subject, society, must always be kept in mind as the presupposition. But do not these simpler categories also have an independent historical or natural existence predating the more concrete ones? That depends. Hegel, for example, correctly begins the philosophy of right with possession, this being the subject's simplest juridical relation. But there is no possession preceding the family or master-servant relations, which are far more concrete relations. However, it would be correct to say that there are families or clan groups which still merely possess, but have no property. The simple category therefore appears in relation to property as a relation of simple families or clan groups. In the higher society it appears as the simpler relation of a developed organization. But the concrete substratum of which possession is a relation is always presupposed. One can imagine an individual savage as possessing something. But in that case possession is not a juridical relation. It is incorrect that possession develops historically into the family. Possession, rather, always presupposes this more concrete juridical category. There would still always remain this much, however, namely that the simple categories are the expressions of relations within which the less developed concrete may have already realized itself before having posited the more many-sided connection or relation which is mentally expressed in the more concrete category, while the more developed concrete preserves the same category as a subordinate relation. Money may exist, and did exist historically, before capital existed, before banks existed, before wage labor existed, etc. Thus in this respect it may be said that the simpler category can express the dominant relations of a less developed whole, or else those subordinate relations of a more developed whole which already had a historic existence before this whole developed in the direction expressed by a more concrete category. To that extent the path of abstract thought, rising from the simple to the combined, would correspond to the real historical process. It may be said on the other hand that there are very developed but nevertheless historically less mature forms of society, in which the highest forms of economy, e.g. cooperation, a developed division of labor, etc., are found, even though there is no kind of money, e.g. Peru. Among the Slav communities also, money and the exchange which determines it play little or no role within the individual communities, but only on their boundaries, in traffic with others. It is simply wrong to place exchange at the center of communal society as the original, constituent element. It originally appears, rather, in the connection of the different communities with one another, not in the relations between the different members of a single community. Further, although money everywhere plays a role from very early on, it is nevertheless a predominant element, in antiquity, only within the confines of certain one-sidedly developed nations, trading nations. And even in the most advanced parts of the ancient world, among the Greeks and Romans, the full development of money, which is presupposed in modern bourgeois society, appears only in the period of their dissolution. This very simple category, then, makes a historic appearance in its full intensity only in the most developed conditions of society. By no means does it wade its way through all economic relations. For example, in the Roman Empire, at its highest point of development, the foundation remained taxes and payments in kind. The money system actually completely developed there only in the army. And it never took over the whole of labor. Thus, although the simpler category may have existed historically before the more concrete, it can achieve its full, intensive and extensive, development precisely in a combined form of society, while the more concrete category was more fully developed in a less developed form of society. Labor seems a quite simple category. The conception of labor in this general form, as labor as such, is also immeasurably old. Nevertheless, when it is economically conceived in this simplicity, labor is as modern a category as are the relations which create this simple abstraction. The monetary system 19, for example, still locates wealth altogether objectively, as an external thing, in money. Compared with this standpoint, the commercial, or manufacture, system took a great step forward by locating the source of wealth not in the object but in a subjective activity, in commercial and manufacturing activity, even though it still always conceives this activity within narrow boundaries, as money-making. In contrast to the system, that of the physiocrats posits a certain kind of labor, agriculture, as the creator of wealth, and the object itself no longer appears in a monetary disguise, but as the product in general, as the general result of labor. This product, as befits the narrowness of the activity, still always remains a naturally determined product, the product of agriculture, the product of the earth par excellence. It was an immense step forward for Adam Smith to throw out every limiting specification of wealth-creating activity, not only manufacturing, or commercial or agricultural labor, but one as well as the others, labor in general. With the abstract universality of wealth-creating activity we now have the universality of the object defined as wealth, the product as such, or again labor as such, but labor as past, objectified labor. How difficult and great was this transition may be seen from how Adam Smith himself from time to time still falls back into the physiocratic system. Now, it might seem that all that had been achieved thereby was to discover the abstract expression for the simplest and most ancient relation in which human beings, in whatever form of society, play the role of producers. This is correct in one respect. Not in another. Indifference towards any specific kind of labor presupposes a very developed totality of real kinds of labor, of which no single one is any longer predominant. As a rule, the most general abstractions arise only in the midst of the richest possible concrete development, where one thing appears as common to many, to all. Then it ceases to be thinkable in a particular form alone. On the other side, this abstraction of labor as such is not merely the mental product of a concrete totality of labors. Indifference towards specific labors corresponds to a form of society in which individuals can with ease transfer from one labor to another, and where the specific kind is a matter of chance for them, hence of indifference. Not only the category, labor, but labor in reality has here become the means of creating wealth in general, and has ceased to be organically linked with particular individuals in any specific form. Such a state of affairs is at its most developed in the most modern form of existence of bourgeois society, in the United States. Here, then, for the first time, the point of departure of modern economics, namely the abstraction of the category labor, labor as such, labor pure and simple, becomes true in practice. The simplest abstraction, then, which modern economics places at the head of its discussions, and which expresses an immeasurably ancient relation valid in all forms of society, nevertheless achieves practical truth as an abstraction only as a category of the most modern society. One could say that this indifference towards particular kinds of labor, which is a historic product in the United States, appears e.g. among the Russians as a spontaneous inclination. But there is a devil of a difference between barbarians who are fit by nature to be used for anything, and civilized people who apply themselves to everything. And then in practice the Russian indifference to the specific character of labor corresponds to being embedded by tradition within a very specific kind of labor, from which only external influences can jar them loose. This example of labor shows strikingly how even the most abstract categories, despite their validity, precisely because of their abstractness, for all epochs, are nevertheless, in the specific character of this abstraction, themselves likewise a product of historic relations, and possess their full validity only for and within these relations. Bourgeois society is the most developed and the most complex historic organization of production. The categories which express its relations, the comprehension of its structure, thereby also allows insights into the structure and the relations of production of all the vanished social formations out of whose ruins and elements it built itself up, whose partly still unconquered remnants are carried along within it, whose mere nuances have developed explicit significance within it, etc. Human anatomy contains a key to the anatomy of the ape. The intimations of higher development among the subordinate animal species, however, can be understood only after the higher development is already known. The bourgeois economy thus supplies the key to the ancient, etc. But not at all in the manner of those economists who smudge over all historical differences and see bourgeois relations in all forms of society. One can understand tribute, tithe, etc., if one is acquainted with ground rent. But one must not identify them. Further, since bourgeois society is itself only a contradictory form of development, relations derived from earlier forms will often be found within it only in an entirely stunted form, or even travestied. For example, communal property. Although it is true, therefore, that the categories of bourgeois economics possess a truth for all other forms of society, this is to be taken only with a grain of salt. They can contain them in a developed, or stunted, or caricatured form etc., but always with an essential difference. The so-called historical presentation of development is founded, as a rule, on the fact that the latest form regards the previous ones as steps leading up to itself, and, since it is only rarely and only under quite specific conditions able to criticize itself, leaving aside, of course, the historical periods which appear to themselves as times of decadence, it always conceives them one-sidedly. The Christian religion was able to be of assistance in reaching an objective understanding of earlier mythologies only when its own self-criticism had been accomplished to a certain degree, so to speak. Unu mu epsilon iota. 20 Likewise, bourgeois economics arrived at an understanding of feudal, ancient, Oriental economics only after the self-criticism of bourgeois society had begun. Insofar as the bourgeois economy did not mythologically identify itself altogether with the past, its critique of the previous economies, notably of feudalism, with which it was still engaged in direct struggle, resembled the critique which Christianity levelled against paganism, or also that of Protestantism against Catholicism. In the succession of the economic categories, as in any other historical, social science, it must not be forgotten that their subject, here, modern bourgeois society, is always what is given, in the head as well as in reality, and that these categories therefore express the forms of being, the characteristics of existence, and often only individual sides of this specific society, this subject, and that therefore this society by no means begins only at the point where one can speak of it as such. This holds for science as well. This is to be kept in mind because it will shortly be decisive for the order and sequence of the categories. For example, nothing seems more natural than to begin with ground rent, with landed property, since this is bound up with the earth, the source of all production and of all being, and with the first form of production of all more or less settled societies, agriculture. But nothing would be more erroneous. In all forms of society there is one specific kind of production which predominates over the rest, whose relations thus assign rank and influence to the others. It is a general illumination which bathes all the other colors and modifies their particularity. It is a particular ether which determines the specific gravity of every being which has materialized within it. For example, with pastoral peoples, mere hunting and fishing peoples lie outside the point where real development begins. Certain forms of tillage occur among them, sporadic ones. Landed property is determined by this. It is held in common, and retains this form to a greater or lesser degree according to the greater or lesser degree of attachment displayed by these peoples to their tradition, e.g. the communal property of the Slavs. Among peoples with a settled agriculture, this settling already a great step, where this predominates, as in antiquity and in the feudal order, even industry, together with its organization and the forms of property corresponding to it, has a more or less landed proprietary character, is either completely dependent on it, as among the earlier Romans, or, as in the Middle Ages, imitates, within the city and its relations, the organization of the land. In the Middle Ages, capital itself, apart from pure money capital, in the form of the traditional artisans' tools etc., has this landed proprietary character. In bourgeois society it is the opposite. Agriculture more and more becomes merely a branch of industry, and is entirely dominated by capital. Ground rent likewise. In all forms where landed property rules, the natural relation still predominant. In those where capital rules, the social, historically created element. Ground rent cannot be understood without capital. But capital can certainly be understood without ground rent. Capital is the all-dominating economic power of bourgeois society. It must form the starting point as well as the finishing point, and must be dealt with before landed property. After both have been examined in particular, their interrelation must be examined. It would therefore be unfeasible and wrong to let the economic categories follow one another in the same sequence as that in which they were historically decisive. Their sequence is determined, rather, by their relation to one another in modern bourgeois society, which is precisely the opposite of that which seems to be their natural order or which corresponds to historical development. The point is not the historic position of the economic relations in the succession of different forms of society. Even less is it their sequence in the idea, Proudhon, 21, a muddy notion of historic movement. Rather, their order within modern bourgeois society. The purity, abstract specificity, in which the trading peoples, Phoenicians, Carthaginians, appear in the Old World is determined precisely by the predominance of the agricultural peoples. Capital, as trading capital or as money capital, appears in this abstraction precisely where capital is not yet the predominant element of societies. Lombards, Jews take up the same position towards the agricultural societies of the Middle Ages. As a further example of the divergent positions which the same category can occupy in different social stages, one of the latest forms of bourgeois society, joint stock companies. These also appear, however, at its beginning, in the great, privileged monopoly trading companies. The concept of national wealth creeps into the work of the economists of the 17th century, continuing partly with those of the 18th, in the form of the notion that wealth is created only to enrich the state, and that its power is proportionate to this wealth. This was the still unconsciously hypocritical form in which wealth and the production of wealth proclaimed themselves as the purpose of modern states, and regarded these states henceforth only as means for the production of wealth. The order obviously has to be, 1. The general, abstract determinants which obtain in more or less all forms of society, but in the above explained sense. 2. The categories which make up the inner structure of bourgeois society and on which the fundamental classes rest. Capital, wage labor, landed property. Their interrelation. Town and country. The three great social classes. Exchange between them. Circulation. Credit system, private. 3. Concentration of bourgeois society in the form of the state. Viewed in relation to itself. The unproductive classes. Taxes. State debt. Public credit. The population. The colonies. Emigration. 4. The international relation of production. International division of labor. International exchange. Export and import. Rate of exchange. 5. The world market and crises. Point 22. 4. Production. Means of production and relations of production. Relations of production and relations of circulation. Forms of the state and forms of consciousness in relation to relations of production and circulation. Legal relations. Family relations. Nota bene in regard to points to be mentioned here and not to be forgotten. 1. War developed earlier than peace, the way in which certain economic relations such as wage labor, machinery etc. develop earlier, owing to war and in the armies etc., than in the interior of bourgeois society. The relation of productive force and relations of exchange also especially vivid in the army. 2. Relation of previous ideal historiography to the real. Namely of the so-called cultural histories, which are only histories of religions and of states. On that occasion something can also be said about the various kinds of previous historiography. The so-called objective, subjective, moral among others. The philosophical. 3. Secondary and tertiary matters, in general, derivative, inherited, not original relations of production. Influence here of international relations. 4. Accusations about the materialism of this conception. Relation to naturalistic materialism. 5. Dialectic of the concepts productive force, means of production, and relation of production, a dialectic whose boundaries are to be determined, and which does not suspend the real difference. 6. The uneven development of material production relative to e.g. artistic development. In general, the concept of progress not to be conceived in the usual abstractness. Modern art etc. This disproportion not as important or so difficult to grasp as within practical social relations themselves. E.g. the relation of education. Relation of the United States to Europe. But the really difficult point to discuss here is how relations of production develop unevenly as legal relations. Thus e.g. the relation of Roman private law, this less the case with criminal and public law, to modern production. 7. This conception appears as necessary development. But legitimation of chance. How? Of freedom also, among other things. Influence of means of communication. World history has not always existed, history as world history a result. 8. The point of departure obviously from the natural characteristic, subjectively and objectively. Tribes, races etc. 1. In the case of the arts, it is well known that certain periods of their flowering are out of all proportion to the general development of society, hence also to the material foundation, the skeletal structure as it were, of its organization. For example, the Greeks compared to the moderns or also Shakespeare. It is even recognized that certain forms of art, e.g. the epic, can no longer be produced in their world epoch-making, classical stature as soon as the production of art, as such, begins, that is, that certain significant forms within the realm of the arts are possible only at an undeveloped stage of artistic development. If this is the case with the relation between different kinds of art within the realm of the arts, it is already less puzzling that it is the case in the relation of the entire realm to the general development of society. The difficulty consists only in the general formulation of these contradictions. As soon as they have been specified, they are already clarified. Let us take e.g. the relation of Greek art and then of Shakespeare to the present time. It is well known that Greek mythology is not only the arsenal of Greek art but also its foundation. Is the view of nature and of social relations on which the Greek imagination and hence Greek mythology is based possible with self-acting mule spindles and railways and locomotives and electrical telegraphs? What chance has Vulcan against Roberts and Co., Jupiter against the lightning rod and Hermes against the credit mobilier? All mythology overcomes and dominates and shapes the forces of nature in the imagination, and by the imagination, it therefore vanishes with the advent of real mastery over them. What becomes of Fama alongside Printing House Square? Greek art presupposes Greek mythology, i.e. nature, and the social forms already reworked in an unconsciously artistic way by the popular imagination. This is its material. Not any mythology whatever, i.e. not an arbitrarily chosen unconsciously artistic reworking of nature, here meaning everything objective, hence including society. Egyptian mythology could never have been the foundation or the womb of Greek art. But, in any case, a mythology. Hence, in no way a social development which excludes all mythological, all mythologizing relations to nature, which therefore demands of the artist an imagination not dependent on mythology. From another side, is Achilles possible with powder and lead? Or the Iliad with the printing press, not to mention the printing machine? Do not the song and the saga and the muse necessarily come to an end with the printer's bar? Hence do not the necessary conditions of epic poetry vanish? But the difficulty lies not in understanding that the Greek arts and epic are bound up with certain forms of social development. The difficulty is that they still afford us artistic pleasure, and that in a certain respect they count as a norm and as an unattainable model. A man cannot become a child again, or he becomes childish. But does he not find joy in the child's naivete, and must he himself not strive to reproduce its truth at a higher stage? Does not the true character of each epoch come alive in the nature of its children? Why should not the historic childhood of humanity, its most beautiful unfolding, as a stage never to return, exercise an eternal charm? There are unruly children and precocious children. Many of the old peoples belong in this category. The Greeks were normal children. The charm of their art for us is not in contradiction to the undeveloped stage of society on which it grew. It is its result, rather, and is inextricably bound up, rather, with the fact that the unripe social conditions under which it arose, and could alone arise, can never return. Notebook I. October 1857. The chapter on money. Alfred Derriman, De la Réforme des Banques, Paris, 1856.1. The root of the evil is the predominance which opinion obstinately assigns to the role of the precious metals in circulation and exchange. Pages 1, 2, 2. Begins with the measures which the Banque de France adopted in October 1855 to stem the progressive diminution of its reserve. P2. Wants to give us a statistical tableau of the condition of this bank during the 6 months preceding its October measures. To this end, compares its bullion assets during these 3 months and the fluctuations du portefeuille, i.e. the quantity of discounts extended by the bank, commercial papers, bills of exchange in its portfolio. The figure which expresses the value of the securities held by the bank, represents, according to Derriman, the greater or lesser need felt by the public for its services, or, which amounts to the same thing, the requirements of circulation. P2. Amounts to the same thing? Not at all. If the mass of bills presented for discount were identical with the requirements of circulation, of monetary turnover in the proper sense, then the turnover of banknotes would have to be determined by the quantity of discounted bills of exchange. But this movement is on the average not only not parallel, but often an inverse one. The quantity of discounted bills and the fluctuations in this quantity express the requirements of credit, whereas the quantity of money in circulation is determined by quite different influences. In order to reach any conclusions about circulation at all, Derriman would above all have had to present a column showing the amount of notes in circulation next to the column on bullion assets and the column on discounted bills. In order to discuss the requirements of circulation, it did not require a very great mental leap to look first of all at the fluctuations in circulation proper. The omission of this necessary link in the equation immediately betrays the bungling of the dilettanti, and the intentional muddling together of the requirements of credit with those of monetary circulation, a confusion on which rests in fact the whole secret of prudentist wisdom. A mortality chart listing illnesses on one side and deaths on the other, but forgetting births. The two columns, CP3, given by Derriman, i.e. the bank's metallic assets from April to September on the one side, the movement of its portfolio on the other, express nothing but the tautological fact, which requires no display of statistical illustration, that the bank's portfolio filled up with bills of exchange and its vaults emptied of metal in proportion as bills of exchange were presented to it for the purpose of withdrawing metal. And the table which Derriman offers to prove this tautology does not even demonstrate it in a pure form. It shows, rather, that the metallic assets of the bank declined by about 144 million between April 12 and September 13, 1855, while its portfolio holdings increased by about 101 million. The decline in bullion thus exceeded the rise in discounted commercial papers by 43 million. The identity of both movements is wrecked against this net imbalance at the end of 6 months. A more detailed comparison of the figures shows us additional incongruities. Metal in bank. Paper discounted by bank. April 12, 432,614,799 fr. April 12, 322,904,313. May 10, 420,914,028. May 10, 310,744,925. In other words, between April 12 and May 10, the metal assets declined by 11,700,769, while the amount of securities increases by 12,159,388, i.e. the increase of securities exceeds the decline of metal by about 500,000, 458,619 fr. 3. The opposite finding, but on a far more surprising scale, appears when we compare the months of May and June. Metal in bank. Paper discounted by bank. May 10, 420,914,028. May 10, 310,744,925. June 14, 407,769,813. June 14, 310,369,439. That is, between May 10 and June 14 the metal assets of the bank declined by 13,144,225 Fr. Did its securities increase to the same degree? On the contrary, they fell during the same period by 375,486 Fr. Here, in other words, we no longer have a merely quantitative disproportion between the decline on one side and the rise on the other. Even the inverse relation of both movements has disappeared. An enormous decline on one side is accompanied by a relatively weak decline on the other. Metal in bank. Paper discounted by bank. June 14, 407,769,813. June 14, 310,369,439. July 12, 314,629,614. July 12, 381,699,256. Comparison of the months June and July shows a decline of metal assets by 93,140,199 and an increase of securities by 71,329,817, i.e. the decline in metal assets is 21,810,382 greater than the increase of the portfolio. Metal in bank. Paper discounted by bank. July 12, 314,629,614. July 12, 381,699,256. August 9, 338,784,444. August 9, 458,689,605. Here we see an increase on both sides, metal assets by 24,154,830, and on the portfolio side the much more significant 76,990,349. Metal in bank. Paper discounted by bank. August 9, 338,784,444. August 9, 458,689,605. 13 Sept. 288,645,333. 13 September, 431,390,562. The decline in metal assets of 50,139,111 Fr is here accompanied by a decline in securities of 27,299,043 Fr. Despite the restrictive measures adopted by the Banque de France, its reserves again declined by 24 million in December 1855. What sauce for the gander is sauce for the goose. The conclusions that emerge from a sequential comparison of the 6-month period have the same claim to validity as those which emerge from Mr. Derriman's comparison of the beginning of the series with its end. And what does the comparison show? Conclusions which reciprocally devour each other. Twice, the portfolio increases more rapidly than the metal assets decrease, April-May, June-July. Twice the metal assets and the portfolio both decline, but the former more rapidly than the latter, May-June, August-September. Finally, during one period both metal assets and the portfolio increase, but the latter more rapidly than the former. Decrease on one side, increase on the other, decrease on both sides, increase on both sides, in short, everything except a lawful regularity, above all no inverse correlation, not even an interaction, since a decline in portfolio cannot be the cause of a decline in metal assets, and an increase in portfolio cannot be the cause of an increase in metal assets. An inverse relation and an interaction are not even demonstrated by the isolated comparison which Derriman sets up between the first and last months. Since the increase in portfolio by 101 million does not cover the decrease in metal assets, 144 million, then the possibility remains open that there is no causal link whatever between the increase on one side and the decrease on the other. Instead of providing a solution, the statistical illustration threw up a quantity of intersecting questions, instead of one puzzle, a bushelful. These puzzles, it is true, would disappear the moment Mr. Derriman presented columns on circulation of banknotes and on deposits next to his columns on metal assets and portfolio, discounted paper. An increase in portfolio more rapid than a decrease in metal would then be explained by a simultaneous increase in metallic deposits or by the fact that a portion of the banknotes issued in exchange for discounted paper was not converted into metal but remained instead in circulation, or, finally, that the issued banknotes immediately returned in the form of deposits or in repayment of due bills, without entering into circulation. A decrease in metal assets accompanied by a lesser decrease in portfolio could be explained by the withdrawal of deposits from the bank or the presentation of banknotes for conversion into metal, thus adversely affecting the bank's discounts through the agency of the owners of the withdrawn deposits or of the metal list notes. Finally, a lesser decline in metal assets accompanied by a lesser decline in portfolio could be explained on the same grounds. We entirely leave out of consideration the possibility of an outflow of metal to replace silver currency inside the country, since Derriman does not bring it into the field of his observations. But a table whose columns would have explained one another reciprocally in this manner would have proved what was not supposed to be proved, namely that the fulfillment by the bank of increasing commercial needs does not necessarily entail an increase in the turnover of its notes, that the increase or decrease of this turnover does not correspond to the increase or decrease of its metallic assets, that the bank does not control the quantity of the means of circulation, etc. A lot of conclusions which did not fit in with Mr. Derriman's intent. In his hasty effort to present in the most lurid colors his preconceived opinion that the metal basis of the bank, represented by its metallic assets, stands in contradiction to the requirements of circulation, which, in his view, are represented by the bank's portfolio, he tears two columns of figures out of their necessary context with the result that this isolation deprives the figures of all meaning or, at the most, leads them to testify against him. We have dwelt on this fact in some detail in order to make clear with one example what the entire worth of the statistical and positive illustrations of the Proudhonists amounts to. Economic facts do not furnish them with the test of their theories, rather, they furnish the proof of their lack of mastery of the facts, in order to be able to play with them. Their manner of playing with the facts shows, rather, the genesis of their theoretical abstractions. Let us pursue Derriman further. When the Bank of France saw its metal assets diminished by 144 million and its portfolio increased by 101 million, it adopted, on 4 and October 18, 1855, a set of measures to defend its vaults against its portfolio. It raised its discount rates excessively from 4 to 5 and from 5 to 6% and reduced the time of payment of bills presented for discount from 90 to 75 days. In other words, it raised the terms on which it made its metal available to commerce. What does this demonstrate? That a bank, says Derriman, organized on present principles, i.e. on the rule of gold and silver, withdraws its services from the public precisely at the moment when the public most needs them. Did Mr. Derriman require his figures to prove that supply increases the cost of its services to the same degree as demand makes claims upon them, and exceeds them? And do not the gentlemen who represent the public vis-a-vis the bank follow the same agreeable customs of life? The philanthropic grain merchants who present their bills to the bank in order to receive notes, in order to exchange the notes for the bank's gold, in order to exchange the bank's gold for another country's grain, in order to exchange the grain of another country for the money of the French public, were they perhaps motivated by the idea that, since the public then had the greatest need of grain, it was therefore their duty to let them have grain on easier terms, or did they not rather rush to the bank in order to exploit the increase of grain prices, the misery of the public and the disproportion between its supply and its demand? And the bank should be made an exception to these general economic laws? Kelly Day. But perhaps the present organization of the banks has as its consequence that gold must be piled up in great quantity so that the means of purchase, which, in case of insufficient grain, could have the greatest utility for the nation, should be condemned to lie fallow, in short, so that capital, instead of passing through the necessary transformation of production, becomes the unproductive and lazy basis of circulation. In this case the problem would be, then, that the unproductive stock of metal still stands above its necessary minimum within the present system of bank organization, because hoarding of the gold and silver in circulation has not yet been restricted to its economic limits. It is a question of something more or something less, but on the same foundation. But then the question would have been deflated from the socialist heights down to the practical bourgeois plains where we find it promenading among the majority of the English bourgeois opponents of the Bank of England. What a come down! Or is the issue not a greater or lesser saving of metal by means of banknotes and other bank arrangements, but a departure from the metal basis altogether? But then the statistical fable is worthless again, as is its moral. If, for any reason whatever, the bank must send precious metals to other countries in case of need, then it must first accumulate them, and if the other country is to accept these metals in exchange for its commodities, then the predominance of the metals must first have been secured. The causes of the precious metals' flight from the bank, according to Derriman, were crop failures and the consequent need to import grain from abroad. He forgets the failure of the silk harvest and the need to purchase it in vast quantities from China. Derriman further cites the numerous great undertakings coinciding with the last months of the industrial exhibition in Paris. Again he forgets the great speculations and ventures abroad launched by the Credit Mobilier and its rivals for the purpose of showing, as Isaac Pereire foresays, that French capital is as distinguished among capitals by its cosmopolitan nature as is the French language among languages. Plus the unproductive expenditures entailed by the Crimean War, borrowings of 750 million. That is, on one side, a great and unexpected collapse in two of the most important branches of French production. On the other, an unusual employment of French capital in foreign markets for undertakings which by no means immediately paid their way and which in part will perhaps never cover their costs of production. In order to balance the decrease of domestic production by means of imports, on the one side, and the increase of industrial undertakings abroad on the other side, what would have been required were not symbols of circulation which facilitate the exchange of equivalents, but these equivalents themselves, not money but capital. The losses in French domestic production, in any case, were not an equivalent for the employment of French capital abroad. Now suppose that the Bank of France did not rest on a metallic base, and that other countries were willing to accept the French currency or its capital in any form, not only in the specific form of the precious metals. Would the bank not have been equally forced to raise the terms of its discounting precisely at the moment when its public clamored most eagerly for its services? The notes with which it discounts the bills of exchange of this public are at present nothing more than drafts on gold and silver. In our hypothetical case, they would be drafts on the nation's stock of products and on its directly employable labor force. The former is limited, the latter can be increased only within very positive limits and in certain amounts of time. The printing press, on the other hand, is inexhaustible and works like a stroke of magic. At the same time, while the crop failures in grain and silk enormously diminish the directly exchangeable wealth of the nation, the foreign railway and mining enterprises freeze the same exchangeable wealth in a form which creates no direct equivalent and therefore devours it, for the moment, without replacement. Thus, the directly exchangeable wealth of the nation, i.e. the wealth which can be circulated and is acceptable abroad, absolutely diminished. On the other side, an unlimited increase in bank drafts. Direct consequence, increase in the price of products, raw materials, and labor. On the other side, decrease in price of bank drafts. The bank would not have increased the wealth of the nation through a stroke of magic, but would merely have undertaken a very ordinary operation to devalue its own paper. With this devaluation, a sudden paralysis of production. But no, says the prudentist. Our new organization of the banks would not be satisfied with the negative accomplishment of abolishing the metal basis and leaving everything else the way it was. It would also create entirely new conditions of production and circulation, and hence its intervention would take place under entirely new preconditions. Did not the introduction of our present banks, in its day, revolutionize the conditions of production? Would large-scale modern industry have become possible without this new financial institution, without the concentration of credit which it created, without the state revenues which it created in antithesis to ground rent, without finance in antithesis to landed property, without the moneyed interest in antithesis to the landed interest, without these things could there have been stock companies etc., and the thousand forms of circulating paper which are as much the preconditions as the product of modern commerce and modern industry? We have here reached the fundamental question, which is no longer related to the point of departure. The general question would be this: can the existing relations of production and the relations of distribution which correspond to them be revolutionized by a change in the instrument of circulation, in the organization of circulation? Further question: can such a transformation of circulation be undertaken without touching the existing relations of production and the social relations which rest on them? If every such transformation of circulation presupposes changes in other conditions of production and social upheavals, there would naturally follow from this the collapse of the doctrine which proposes tricks of circulation as a way of, on the one hand, avoiding the violent character of these social changes, and, on the other, of making these changes appear to be not a presupposition but a gradual result of the transformations in circulation. An error in this fundamental premise would suffice to prove that a similar misunderstanding has occurred in relation to the interconnections between the relations of production, of distribution, and of circulation. The above-mentioned historical case cannot of course decide the matter, because modern credit institutions were as much in effect as a cause of the concentration of capital, since they only form a moment of the latter, and since concentration of wealth is accelerated by a scarcity of circulation, as in ancient Rome, as much as by an increase in the facility of circulation. It should further be examined, or rather it would be part of the general question, whether the different civilized forms of money, metallic, paper, credit money, labor money, the last named as the socialist form, can accomplish what is demanded of them without suspending the very relation of production which is expressed in the category money, and whether it is not a self-contradictory demand to wish to get around essential determinants of a relation by means of formal modifications. Various forms of money may correspond better to social production in various stages. One form may remedy evils against which another is powerless, but none of them, as long as they remain forms of money, and as long as money remains an essential relation of production, is capable of overcoming the contradictions inherent in the money relation, and can instead only hope to reproduce these contradictions in one or another form. One form of wage labor may correct the abuses of another, but no form of wage labor can correct the abuse of wage labor itself. One lever may overcome the inertia of an immobile object better than another. All of them require inertia to act at all as levers. This general question about the relation of circulation to the other relations of production can naturally be raised only at the end. But, from the outset, it is suspect that Proudhon and his associates never even raise the question in its pure form, but merely engage in occasional declamations about it. Whenever it is touched on, we shall pay close attention. This much is evident right at the beginning of Derriman, namely that he completely identifies monetary turnover with credit, which is economically wrong. The notion of credit gratuit, incidentally, is only a hypocritical, philistine, and anxiety-ridden form of the saying, property is theft. Instead of the workers taking the capitalists' capital, the capitalists are supposed to be compelled to give it to them. This too we shall have to return to. In the question under discussion now, Derriman got no further than the point that banks, which deal in credit, like merchants who deal in commodities or workers who deal in labor, sell at a higher price when demand rises in relation to supply, i.e. they make their services more difficult for the public to obtain at the very moment the public has the greatest need for them. We saw that the bank has to act in this way whether the notes it issues are convertible or inconvertible. The behavior of the Bank of France in October 1855 gave rise to an immense clamor, p4, and to a great debate between it and the spokesman of the public. Derriman summarizes, or pretends to summarize, this debate. We will follow him here only occasionally, since his synopsis displays the weak sides of both opponents, revealed in their constant desultory irrelevances. Groping about in extrinsic arguments. Each of the antagonists is at every moment dropping his weapon in order to search for another. Neither gets to the point of striking any actual blows, not only because they are constantly changing the weapons with which they are supposed to hit each other, but also because they hardly meet on one terrain before they take rapid flight to another. The discount rate in France had not been raised to 6% since 1806, for 50 years the time of payment for commercial bills of exchange had stood firm at 90 days. The weakness of the bank's defending arguments, as presented by Derriman, and his own misconceptions, emerge for example from the following passage in his fictitious dialogue. Says the bank's opponent, by virtue of your monopoly you are the dispenser and regulator of credit. When you take up an attitude of severity, the discounters not only imitate you but they further exaggerate your rigor. Your measures have brought business to a standstill. p5. The bank replies, and indeed humbly, what would you have me do? The bank humbly said. To defend myself against the foreigner, I have to defend myself against our citizens. Above all I must prevent the outflow of the currency, without which I am nothing and can do nothing. p5. The bank's script is ridiculous. It is made to sidetrack the question, to turn it into a rhetorical generality, in order to be able to answer it with a rhetorical generality. In this dialogue the bank is made to share Derriman's illusion that its monopoly really allows it to regulate credit. In fact the power of the bank begins only where the private discounters stop, hence at a moment when its power is already extraordinarily limited. Suppose that during easy conditions on the money market, when everybody else is discounting at 2½ the bank holds at 5%, instead of imitating it, the discounters will discount all its business away before its very eyes. Nowhere is this more vividly demonstrated than in the history of the Bank of England since the law of 1844, which made it into a real rival of the private bankers in the business of discounting, etc. In order to secure for itself a share, and a growing share, of the discount business during the periods of easiness on the money market, the Bank of England was constantly forced to reduce its rates not only to the level adopted by the private bankers but often below it. Its regulation of credit is thus to be taken with a grain of salt. Derriman, however, makes his superstitious faith in its absolute control of the money market and of credit into his point of departure. Instead of analyzing critically the determinants of the bank's real power over the money market, he immediately grabs onto the phrase that cash is everything for the bank and that it has to prevent its outflow from the country. A professor of the Collège de France, Chevalier, 5 replies, gold and silver are commodities like any other. The only purpose of the bank's metallic reserves is to make purchases abroad in moments of emergency. The bank rejoins, metallic money is not a commodity like any other, it is an instrument of exchange, and by virtue of this title it holds the privilege of prescribing laws for all the other commodities. Now Derriman leaps between the combatants, thus the privilege held by gold and silver, that of being the only authentic instrument of circulation and exchange, is responsible not only for the present crisis, but for the periodic commercial crises as well. In order to control all the undesirable features of crises it would be enough that gold and silver were made commodities like any other, or, precisely expressed, that all commodities were made instruments of exchange on an equal footing, au même titre, with gold and silver, that products were truly exchanged for products. Pages 5, 7. Shallowness with which the disputed question is presented here. If the bank issues drafts on money, notes, and promissory notes on capital repayable in gold, or silver, deposits, then it is self-evident that it can watch and endure the decrease of its metal reserves only up to a certain point without reacting. That has nothing to do with the theory of metallic money. We will return to Derriman's theory of crises later. In the chapter Short History of the Crises of Circulation, Mr. Derriman omits the English crisis of 1809-11 and confines himself to noting the appointment of the Bullion Committee in 1810, and for 1811 he again leaves out the crisis itself, which began in 1809, and merely mentions the adoption by the House of Commons of the resolution that the depreciation of notes relative to bullion stems not from a depreciation of paper money but from an increase in the price of bullion, together with Ricardo's pamphlet which maintains the opposite thesis, the conclusion of which is supposed to read, "A currency is in its most perfect state when it consists wholly of paper money." Pages 22, 23, 6. The crises of 1809 and 1811 were important here because the bank at that time issued inconvertible notes, meaning that the crises did not stem from the convertibility of notes into gold, metal, and hence could not be restrained by the abolition of convertibility. Like a nimble tailor, Derriman skips over these facts which contradict his theory of crises. He clutches onto Ricardo's aphorism, which had nothing to do with the real subject of discussion in the pamphlet, namely the depreciation of bank notes. He is unaware that Ricardo's theory of money is as completely refuted as its false assumptions that the bank controls the quantity of notes in circulation, and that the quantity of means of circulation determines prices, whereas on the contrary prices determine the quantity of means of circulation, etc. In Ricardo's time all detailed studies of the phenomena of monetary circulation were still lacking. This by the way. Gold and silver are commodities like the others. Gold and silver are not commodities like the others, as general instruments of exchange they are the privileged commodities and degrade the other commodities by virtue of this privilege. This is the last analysis to which Derriman reduces the antagonism. His final judgment is, abolish the privilege of gold and silver, degrade them to the rank of all other commodities. Then you no longer have the specific evils of gold and silver money, or of notes convertible into gold and silver. You abolish all evils. Or, better, elevate all commodities to the monopoly position now held by gold and silver. Let the Pope remain, but make everybody Pope. Abolish money by making every commodity money and by equipping it with the specific attributes of money. The question here arises whether this problem does not already pronounce its own nonsensicality, and whether the impossibility of the solution is not already contained in the premises of the question. Frequently the only possible answer is a critique of the question and the only solution is to negate the question. The real question is, does not the bourgeois system of exchange itself necessitate a specific instrument of exchange? Does it not necessarily create a specific equivalent for all values? One form of this instrument of exchange or of this equivalent may be handier, more fitting, may entail fewer inconveniences than another. But the inconveniences which arise from the existence of every specific instrument of exchange, of any specific but general equivalent, must necessarily reproduce themselves in every form, however differently. Derriman naturally skips over this question with enthusiasm. Abolish money and don't abolish money. Abolish the exclusive privilege possessed by gold and silver in virtue of their exclusive monetary role, but turn all commodities to money, i.e. give them all together equally a quality which no longer exists once its exclusiveness is gone. The bullion drains do in fact bring to the surface a contradiction which Derriman formulates superficially and distorts as well. It is evident that gold and silver are not commodities like the others, and that modern economics is horrified to see itself suddenly and temporarily thrown back again and again to the prejudices of the mercantile system. The English economists attempt to overcome the difficulty by means of a distinction. What is demanded in moments of such monetary crises, they say, is not gold and silver as money, not gold and silver as coin, but gold and silver as capital. They forget to add, yes, capital, but capital in the specific form of gold and silver. Why else is there an outflow of precisely these commodities, while most of the others depreciate owing to lack of outflow, if capital were exportable in every form? Let us take specific examples. Grain as a result of domestic harvest failures in a chief food crop, e.g. grain, crop failure abroad and hence increased prices in one of the main imported consumer goods, e.g. tea, grain because of a crop failure in decisive industrial raw materials, cotton, wool, silk, flax etc., grain because of excessive imports, caused by speculation, war etc. The replacement of a sudden or chronic shortage, grain, tea, cotton, flax, etc., in the case of a domestic crop failure deprives the nation doubly. A part of its invested capital or labor is not reproduced, real loss of production. A part of that capital which has been reproduced has to be shifted to fill this gap, and this part, moreover, does not stand in a simple arithmetical relation to the loss, because the deficient product rises and must rise on the world market as a result of the decreased supply and the increased demand. It is necessary to analyze precisely how such crises would look if money were disregarded, and what determinants money introduces into the given relations. Grain crop failures and excess imports the most important cases. The impact of war is self-evident, since economically it is exactly the same as if the nation were to drop a part of its capital into the ocean. Case of a grain crop failure, seen in comparison to other nations, it is clear that the nation's capital, not only its real wealth, has diminished, just as clear as that a peasant who burns his loaves and has to buy bread at the baker's is impoverished to the extent of the price of his purchase. In reference to the domestic situation, the rise in grain prices, as far as value enters into the question, seems to leave everything as it was. Except for the fact that the lesser quantity of grain multiplied by the increased price, in real crop failures, never equals the normal quantity multiplied by the lesser price. Suppose that the entire English wheat crop were 1 quarter, and that this 1 quarter fetched the same price as 30 million quarters previously. Then, leaving aside the fact that it lacks the means to reproduce either life or wheat, and if we postulate that the working day necessary to produce 1 quarter equals A, then the nation would exchange A x 30 million working days, cost of production, for 1 x A working days, product. The productive force of its capital would have diminished by millions and the sum of all values in the land would have diminished, since every working day would have depreciated by a factor of 30 million. Every unit of capital would then represent only 1/30,000,000 of its earlier value, of its equivalent in production costs, even though in this given case the nominal value of the nation's capital would not have diminished, apart from the depreciation of land and soil, since the decrease in value of all other products would have been exactly compensated by the increase in value of the 1 quarter of wheat. The increase in the wheat price by a factor of A x 30 million would be the expression of an equivalent depreciation of all other products. This distinction between domestic and foreign, incidentally, is altogether illusory. The relation between the nation which suffers a crop failure and another nation where the former makes purchases is like that between every individual of the nation and the farmer or grain merchant. The surplus sum which it must expend in purchasing grain is a direct subtraction from its capital, from its disposable means. So as not to obscure the question with unessential influences, it must be postulated that the nation has free trade in grain. Even if the imported grain were as cheap as the domestically produced grain, the nation would still be poorer to the amount of capital not reproduced by the farmers. However, on the above assumption of free trade, the nation always imports as much foreign grain as is possible at the normal price. The increase of imports thus presupposes a rise in the price. The rise in the grain price is equals to the fall in the price of all other commodities. The increased cost of production, represented by the price, at which the quarter of wheat is obtained is equals to the decreased productivity of capital in all other forms. The surplus used to purchase grain must correspond to a deficit in the purchase of all other products and hence already a decline in their prices. With or without metallic money, or money of any other kind, the nation would find itself in a crisis not confined to grain, but extending to all other branches of production, not only because their productivity would have positively diminished and the price of their production depreciated as compared to their value, which is determined by the normal cost of production, but also because all contracts, obligations etc. rest on the average prices of products. For example, X bushels of grain have to be supplied to service the state's indebtedness, but the cost of producing these X bushels has increased by a given factor. Quite apart from the role of money, the nation would thus find itself in a general crisis. If we abstract not only from money but from exchange value as well, then products would have depreciated and the nation's productivity diminished, while all its economic relations are based on the average productivity of its labor. A crisis caused by a failure in the grain crop is therefore not at all created by the drain of bullion, although it can be aggravated by obstacles set up to impede this drain. In any case, we cannot agree with Proudhon either when he says that the crisis stems from the fact that the precious metals alone possess an authentic value in contrast to the other commodities, for the rise in the grain price first of all means only that more gold and silver have to be given in exchange for a certain quantity of grain, i.e. that the price of gold and silver has declined relative to the price of grain. Thus gold and silver participate with all other commodities in the depreciation relative to grain, and no privilege protects them from this. The depreciation of gold and silver relative to grain is identical with the rise of the grain price, not quite correct. The quarter of grain rises from 50s to 100s, i.e. by 100%, but cotton goods fall by 80. Silver has declined by 50 relative to grain, cotton goods, owing to declining demand etc., have declined by 80% relative to it. That is to say, the prices of other commodities fall to a greater extent than those of grain rise. But the opposite also occurs. For example, in recent years, when grain temporarily rose by 100%, it never entered the heads of the industrial products to decline in the same proportion in which gold had declined relative to grain. This circumstance does not immediately affect the general thesis. Neither can it be said that gold possesses a privilege because its quantity is precisely and authentically defined in the coin form. 1 thaler, silver, remains under all circumstances 1 thaler. But a bushel of wheat is also always a bushel, and a yard of linen a yard. The depreciation of most commodities, labor included, and the resultant crisis, in the case of an important crop mishap, cannot therefore be crudely ascribed to the export of gold, because depreciation and crisis would equally take place if no gold whatever were exported and no grain imported. The crisis reduces itself simply to the law of supply and demand, which, as is known, acts far more sharply and energetically within the sphere of primary needs, seen on a national scale, than in all other spheres. Exports of gold are not the cause of the grain crisis, but the grain crisis is the cause of gold exports. Gold and silver in themselves can be said to intervene in the crisis and to aggravate its symptoms in only two ways: 1, when the export of gold is made more difficult by the metal reserve requirements to which the banks are bound, when the measures which the banks therefore undertake against the export of gold react disadvantageously on domestic circulation; 2, when the export of gold becomes necessary because foreign nations will accept capital only in the form of gold and not otherwise. Difficulty number 2 can remain even if difficulty number 1 is removed. The Bank of England experienced this precisely during the period when it was legally empowered to issue inconvertible notes. 7 These notes declined in relation to gold bullion, but the mint price of gold likewise declined in relation to its bullion price. In relation to the note, gold had become a special kind of commodity. It can be said that the note still remained dependent on gold only to the extent that it nominally represented a certain quantity of gold for which it could not in fact be exchanged. Gold remained its denomination, although it was no longer legally exchangeable for this quantity of gold at the bank. There can be hardly a doubt. This is to be examined later and does not directly belong with the subject under discussion, that as long as paper money retains its denomination in gold, i.e. so long as a £5 note for example is the paper representative of 5 sovereigns, the convertibility of the note into gold remains its economic law, whether this law also exists politically or not. The Bank of England's notes continued during the years 1799 to 1819 to state that they represented the value of a given quantity of gold. How can this assertion be put to the test other than by the fact that the note indeed commands so and so much bullion? From the moment when bullion to the value of 5 sovereigns could no longer be had for a £5 note, the note was depreciated even though it was inconvertible. The equivalence of the note with an amount of gold equal to its face value immediately entered into contradiction with the factual non-equivalence between banknotes and gold. The point in dispute among the English who want to keep gold as the denomination of notes is not in fact the convertibility of the note into gold, which is only the practical equivalence of what the face of the note expresses theoretically, but rather the question how this convertibility is to be secured, whether through limits imposed by law on the bank or whether the bank is to be left to its own devices. The advocates of the latter course assert that this convertibility is achieved on the average by a bank of issue which lends against bills of exchange and whose notes thus have an assured reflux, and charge that their opponents despite everything never achieved better than this average measure of security. The latter is a fact. The average, by the way, is not to be despised, and calculations on the basis of averages have to form the basis for banks just as well as for all insurance companies etc. In this regard the Scottish banks are above all, and rightly, held up as a model. The strict bullionists say for their part that they take convertibility as a serious matter, that the bank's obligation to convert notes keeps the notes convertible, that the necessity of this convertibility is given by the denomination of the notes themselves, that this forms a barrier against overissue, and that their opponents are pseudo-defenders of inconvertibility. Between these two sides, various shadings, a mass of little species. 8 The defenders of inconvertibility, finally, the determined anti-bullionists, are, without knowing it, just as much pseudo-defenders of convertibility as their opponents are of inconvertibility, because they retain the denomination of the note and hence make the practical equation between a note of a given denomination and a given quantity of gold the measure of their note's full value. Prussia has paper money of forced currency. A reflux is secured by the obligation to pay a portion of taxes in paper. These paper thalers are not drafts on silver, no bank will legally convert them. They are not issued by a commercial bank against bills of exchange but by the government to meet its expenses. But their denomination is that of silver. A paper thaler proclaims that it represents the same value as a silver thaler. If confidence in the government were to be thoroughly shaken, or if this paper money were issued in greater proportions than required by circulation, then the paper thaler would in practice cease to be equal to the silver thaler and would be depreciated because it had fallen beneath the value proclaimed on its face. It would even depreciate if neither of the above conditions obtained but if a special need for silver, e.g. for exports, gave silver a privileged position vis-a-vis the paper thaler. Convertibility into gold and silver is therefore the practical measure of the value of every paper currency denominated in gold or silver, whether this paper is legally convertible or not. Nominal value runs alongside its body as a mere shadow, whether the two balance can be shown only by actual convertibility, exchangeability. A fall of real value beneath nominal value is depreciation. Convertibility is when the two really run alongside each other and change places with each other. The convertibility of inconvertible notes shows itself not in the bank's stock of bullion but in the everyday exchange between paper and the metal whose denomination the paper carries. In practice, the convertibility of convertible notes is already endangered when this is no longer confirmed by everyday routine exchange in all parts of the country, but has to be established specifically by large-scale operations on the part of the bank. In the Scottish countryside paper money is even preferred to metal money. Before 1845, when the English law of 18,449 was forced upon it, Scotland naturally took part in all English social crises, and experienced some crises to a higher degree because the clearing of the land proceeded more ruthlessly there. Nevertheless, Scotland never experienced a real monetary crisis. The fact that a few banks, exceptions, collapsed because they had made careless loans is irrelevant here. no depreciation of notes, no complaints, and no inquiries into the sufficiency or insufficiency of the currency in circulation, etc. Scotland is important here because it shows on the one hand how the monetary system can be completely regulated on the present basis, all the evils Derriman bewails can be abolished, without departing from the present social basis, while at the same time its contradictions, its antagonisms, the class contradiction etc. have reached an even higher degree than in any other country in the world. It is characteristic that both Derriman and the patron who introduces his book, Émile Girardin, who complements his practical swindles with theoretical utopianism, do not find the antithesis of the monopoly banks of France and England in Scotland, but rather look for it in the United States, where the banking system, owing to the need to obtain a charter from the individual state, is only nominally free, where the prevailing system is not free competition among banks but a federation of monopoly banks. The Scottish banking and monetary system was indeed the most perilous reef for the illusions of the circulation artists. Gold or silver money, except where coins of both kinds are legal tender, are not said to depreciate no matter how often their value changes relative to other commodities. Why not? Because they form their own denomination, because their title is not a title to a value, i.e. they are not measured in a third commodity, but merely express fractional parts of their own substance. One sovereign equals so much gold of a given weight. Gold is therefore nominally undepreciable, not because it alone expresses an authentic value, but because as money it does not express value at all, but merely expresses a given quantity of its own substance, merely carries its own quantitative definition on its forehead. To be examined more closely later, whether this characteristic mark of gold and silver money is in the last analysis an intrinsic property of all money. Deceived by this nominal undepreciability of metallic money, Derriman and consorts see only the one aspect which surfaces during crises, the appreciation of gold and silver in relation to nearly all other commodities. They do not see the other side, the depreciation of gold and silver or of money in relation to all other commodities, labor perhaps, not always, excluded, in periods of so-called prosperity, periods of a temporary general rise of prices. Since this depreciation of metallic money, and of all kinds of money which rest on it, always precedes its appreciation, they ought to have formulated the problem the other way round, how to prevent the periodic depreciation of money, in their language, to abolish the privileges of commodities in relation to money. In this last formulation the problem would have reduced itself to, how to overcome the rise and fall of prices. The way to do this, abolish prices. And how? By doing away with exchange value. But this problem arises, exchange corresponds to the bourgeois organization of society. Hence one last problem, to revolutionize bourgeois society economically. It would then have been self-evident from the outset that the evil of bourgeois society is not to be remedied by transforming the banks or by founding a rational money system. Convertibility, therefore, legal or not, remains a requirement of every kind of money whose title makes it a value symbol, i.e. which equates it as a quantity with a third commodity. The equation already includes the antithesis, the possibility of non-equivalence. Convertibility includes its opposite, inconvertibility. Appreciation includes depreciation. 11 As Aristotle would say. Suppose for example that the sovereign were not only called a sovereign, which is a mere honorific for the xth fraction of an ounce of gold, a counting name, in the same way that a meter is the name for a certain length, but were called, say, x hours of labor time. Ounce of gold is in fact nothing more than hours of labor time materialized, objectified. But gold is labor time accumulated in the past, labor time defined. Its title would make a given quantity of labor as such into its standard. The pound of gold would have to be convertible into x hours of labor time, would have to be able to purchase it at any given moment. As soon as it could buy a greater or a lesser amount, it would be appreciated or depreciated. In the latter case its convertibility would have ceased. What determines value is not the amount of labor time incorporated in products, but rather the amount of labor time necessary at a given moment. Take the pound of gold itself, let it be the product of 20 hours labor time. Suppose that for some reason it later requires only 10 hours to produce a pound of gold. The pound of gold whose title advises that it equals 20 hours labor time would now merely equals 10 hours labor time, since 20 hours labor time equals 2 pounds of gold. 10 hours of labor are in practice exchanged for 1 pound of gold, hence 1 pound of gold cannot any longer be exchanged for 20 hours of labor time. Gold money with the plebeian title X hours of labor would be exposed to greater fluctuations than any other sort of money, and particularly more than the present gold money, because gold cannot rise or fall in relation to gold, it is equal to itself, while the labor time accumulated in a given quantity of gold, in contrast, must constantly rise or fall in relation to present, living labor time. In order to maintain its convertibility, the productivity of labor time would have to be kept stationary. Moreover, in view of the general economic law that the costs of production constantly decline, that living labor becomes constantly more productive, hence that the labor time objectified in products constantly depreciates, the inevitable fate of this golden labor money would be constant depreciation. In order to control this evil, it might be said that the title of labor time should go not to gold but, as Whiteling proposed, with Englishmen ahead of him and French after, Proudhon and co among them, to paper money, to a mere symbol of value. The labor time incorporated in the paper itself would then have as little relevance as the paper value of bank notes. The former would be merely the representation of hours of labor, as the latter is of gold or silver. If the hour of labor became more productive, then the chit of paper which represents it would rise in buying power, and vice versa, exactly as a £5 note at present buys more or less depending on whether the relative value of gold in comparison to other commodities rises or falls. According to the same law which would subject golden labor money to a constant depreciation, paper labor money would enjoy a constant appreciation. And that is precisely what we are after. The worker would reap the joys of the rising productivity of his labor, instead of creating proportionately more alien wealth and devaluing himself as at present. Thus the socialists. But, unfortunately, there arise some small scruples. First of all, if we once presuppose money, even if it is only time chits, then we must also presuppose the accumulation of this money, as well as contracts, obligations, fixed burdens etc., which are entered into in the form of this money. The accumulated chits would constantly appreciate together with the newly issued ones, and thus on the one hand the rising productivity of labor would go to the benefit of non-workers, and on the other hand the previously contracted burdens would keep step with the rising yield of labor. The rise and fall in the value of gold or silver would be quite irrelevant if the world could be started afresh at each new moment, and if, hence, previous obligations to pay a certain quantity of gold did not survive the fluctuations in the value of gold. The same holds, here, with the time chit and hourly productivity. The point to be examined here is the convertibility of the time chit. We reach the same goal if we make a detour. Although it is still too early, a few observations can be made about the delusions on which the time chit rests, which allow us an insight into the depths of the secret which links Proudhon's theory of circulation with his general theory, his theory of the determination of value. We find the same link e.g. in Bray 12 and Gray point 13. Whatever basis in truth it may happen to have will be examined later. 14, but first, incidentally, seen only as drafts on gold, banknotes should not be issued in amounts exceeding the quantity of gold which they pretend to replace, or they depreciate. 3 drafts of £15 which I issue to 3 different creditors on the same 15 in gold are in fact only drafts on 5 each. Each of these notes would have depreciated 2% from the outset. The value, the real exchange value, of all commodities, labor included, is determined by their cost of production, in other words by the labor time required to produce them. Their price is this exchange value of theirs, expressed in money. The replacement of metal money, and of paper or fiat money denominated in metal money, by labor money denominated in labor time would therefore equate the real value, exchange value, of commodities with their nominal value, price, money value. equation of real value and nominal value, of value and price. But such is by no means the case. The value of commodities as determined by labor time is only their average value. This average appears as an external abstraction if it is calculated out as the average figure of an epoch, e.g. 1 pound of coffee equals ones. If the average price of coffee is taken over 25 years, but it is very real if it is at the same time recognized as the driving force and the moving principle of the oscillations which commodity prices run through during a given epoch. This reality is not merely of theoretical importance, it forms the basis of mercantile speculation, whose calculus of probabilities depends both on the median price averages which figure as the center of oscillation, and on the average peaks and average troughs of oscillation above or below the center. The market value is always different, is always below or above this average value of a commodity. Market value equates itself with real value by means of its constant oscillations, never by means of an equation with real value as if the latter were a third party, but rather by means of constant non-equation of itself, as Hegel would say, not by way of abstract identity, but by constant negation of the negation, i.e. of itself as negation of real value. Point 15 In my pamphlet against Proudhon I showed that real value itself, independently of its rule over the oscillations of the market price, seen apart from its role as the law of these oscillations, in turn negates itself and constantly posits the real value of commodities in contradiction with its own character, that it constantly depreciates or appreciates the real value of already produced commodities. This is not the place to discuss it in greater detail. Point 16 Price therefore is distinguished from value not only as the nominal from the real, not only by way of the denomination in gold and silver, but because the latter appears as the law of the motions which the former runs through. But the two are constantly different and never balance out, or balance only coincidentally and exceptionally. The price of a commodity constantly stands above or below the value of the commodity, and the value of the commodity itself exists only in this up and down movement of commodity prices. Supply and demand constantly determine the prices of commodities, never balance, or only coincidentally, but the cost of production, for its part, determines the oscillations of supply and demand. The gold or silver in which the price of a commodity, its market value, is expressed is itself a certain quantity of accumulated labor, a certain measure of materialized labor time. On the assumption that the production costs of a commodity and the production costs of gold and silver remain constant, the rise or fall of its market price means nothing more than that a commodity, equals X labor time, constantly commands, or X labor time on the market, that it stands above or beneath its average value as determined by labor time. The first basic illusion of the time cheaters consists in this, that by annulling the nominal difference between real value and market value, between exchange value and price, that is, by expressing value in units of labor time itself instead of in a given objectification of labor time, say gold and silver, that in so doing they also remove the real difference and contradiction between price and value. Given this illusory assumption, it is self-evident that the mere introduction of the time chit does away with all crises, all faults of bourgeois production. The money price of commodities equals their real value, demand equals supply, production equals consumption, money is simultaneously abolished and preserved, the labor time of which the commodity is the product, which is materialized in the commodity, would need only to be measured in order to create a corresponding mirror image in the form of a value symbol, money, time chits. In this way every commodity would be directly transformed into money, and gold and silver, for their part, would be demoted to the rank of all other commodities. It is not necessary to elaborate that the contradiction between exchange value and price, the average price and the prices of which it is the average, that the difference between magnitudes and average magnitudes is not overcome merely by suppressing the difference in name, e.g. by saying, instead of, 1 pound bread costs 8d, 1 pound bread hours of labor. Inversely, if 8d hours of labor, and if the labor time which is materialized in 1 pound of bread is greater or less than hours of labor, then, because the measure of value would be at the same time the element in which the price is expressed, the difference between price and value, which is hidden in the gold price or silver price, would never be glaringly visible. An infinite equation would result. Hours of labor, as contained in 8d or represented by a chit, then hours of labor, as contained in the pound of bread. The time chit, representing average labor time, would never correspond to or be convertible into actual labor time, i.e. the amount of labor time objectified in a commodity would never command a quantity of labor time equal to itself, and vice versa, but would command, rather, either more or less, just as at present every oscillation of market values expresses itself in a rise or fall of the gold or silver prices of commodities. The constant depreciation of commodities, over longer periods, in relation to time chits, which we mentioned earlier, arises out of the law of the rising productivity of labor time, out of the disturbances within relative value itself which are created by its own inherent principle, namely labor time. This inconvertibility of the time chits which we are now discussing is nothing more than another expression for the inconvertibility between real value and market value, between exchange value and price. In contrast to all other commodities, the time chit would represent an ideal labor time which would be exchanged sometimes against more and sometimes against less of the actual variety, and which would achieve a separate existence of its own in the time chit, an existence corresponding to this non-equivalence. The general equivalent, medium of circulation and measure of commodities would again confront the commodities in an individual form, following its own laws, alienated, i.e. equipped with all the properties of money as it exists at present but unable to perform the same services. The medium with which commodities, these objectified quantities of labor time, are compared would not be a third commodity but would be rather their own measure of value, labor time itself. As a result, the confusion would reach a new height altogether. Commodity A, the objectification of 3 hours labor time, is equals 2 labor hour chits. Commodity B, the objectification, similarly, of 3 hours labor, is equals 4 labor hour chits. This contradiction is in practice expressed in money prices, but in a veiled form. The difference between price and value, between the commodity measured by the labor time whose product it is, and the product of the labor time against which it is exchanged, this difference calls for a third commodity to act as a measure in which the real exchange value of commodities is expressed. Because price is not equal to value, therefore the value-determining element, labor time, cannot be the element in which prices are expressed, because labor time would then have to express itself simultaneously as the determining and the non-determining element, as the equivalent and non-equivalent of itself. Because labor time as the measure of value exists only as an ideal, it cannot serve as the matter of price comparisons. Here at the same time it becomes clear how and why the value relation obtains a separate material existence in the form of money. This to be developed further. The difference between price and value calls for values to be measured as prices on a different standard from their own. Price as distinct from value is necessarily money price. It can here be seen that the nominal difference between price and value is conditioned by their real difference. Commodity A equals 1s, i.e. silver, commodity B equals 2s, i.e. silver. Hence commodity B equals double the value of commodity A. The value relation between A and B is expressed by means of the proportion in which they are exchanged for a quantity of a third commodity, namely silver. They are not exchanged for a value relation. Every commodity, product or instrument of production, is equals the objectification of a given amount of labor time. Their value, the relation in which they are exchanged against other commodities, or other commodities against them, is equals to the quantity of labor time realized in them. If a commodity e.g. equals 1 hour of labor time, then it exchanges with all other commodities which are the product of 1 hour of labor time. This whole reasoning on the presupposition that exchange value equals market value, real value equals price. The value of the commodity is different from the commodity itself. The commodity is a value, exchange value, only within exchange, real or imagined. Value is not only the exchangeability of the commodity in general, but its specific exchangeability. Value is at the same time the exponent of the relation in which the commodity is exchanged with other commodities, as well as the exponent of the relation in which it has already been exchanged with other commodities, materialized labor time. In production, it is their quantitatively determined exchangeability. Two commodities, e.g. a yard of cotton and a measure of oil, considered as cotton and as oil, are different by nature, have different properties, are measured by different measures, are incommensurable. Considered as values, all commodities are qualitatively equal and differ only quantitatively, hence can be measured against each other and substituted for one another, are mutually exchangeable, mutually convertible, in certain quantitative relations. Value is their social relation, their economic quality. A book which possesses a certain value and a loaf of bread possessing the same value are exchanged for one another, are the same value but in a different material. As a value, a commodity is an equivalent for all other commodities in a given relation. As a value, the commodity is an equivalent. As an equivalent, all its natural properties are extinguished, it no longer takes up a special, qualitative relationship towards the other commodities, but is rather the general measure as well as the general representative, the general medium of exchange of all other commodities. As value, it is money. But because the commodity, or rather the product or the instrument of production, is different from its value, its existence as value is different from its existence as product. Its property of being a value not only can but must achieve an existence different from its natural one. Why? Because commodities as values are different from one another only quantitatively, therefore each commodity must be qualitatively different from its own value. Its value must therefore have an existence which is qualitatively distinguishable from it, and in actual exchange the separability must become a real separation, because the natural distinctness of commodities must come into contradiction with their economic equivalents, and because both can exist together only if the commodity achieves a double existence, not only a natural but also a purely economic existence, in which latter it is a mere symbol, a cipher for a relation of production, a mere symbol for its own value. As a value, every commodity is equally divisible. In its natural existence this is not the case. As a value it remains the same no matter how many metamorphoses and forms of existence it goes through. In reality, commodities are exchanged only because they are not the same and correspond to different systems of needs. As a value, the commodity is general, as a real commodity it is particular. As a value it is always exchangeable, in real exchange it is exchangeable only if it fulfills particular conditions. As a value, the measure of its exchangeability is determined by itself. Exchange value expresses precisely the relation in which it replaces other commodities. In real exchange it is exchangeable only in quantities which are linked with its natural properties and which correspond to the needs of the participants in exchange. In short, all properties which may be cited as the special qualities of money are properties of the commodity as exchange value, of the product as value as distinct from the value as product. The exchange value of a commodity, as a separate form of existence accompanying the commodity itself, is money, the form in which all commodities equate, compare, measure themselves, into which all commodities dissolve themselves, that which dissolves itself into all commodities, the universal equivalent. Every moment, in calculating, accounting etc., that we transform commodities into value symbols, we fix them as mere exchange values, making abstraction from the matter they are composed of and all their natural qualities. On paper, in the head, this metamorphosis proceeds by means of mere abstraction, but in the real exchange process a real mediation is required, a means to accomplish this abstraction. In its natural existence, with its natural properties, in natural identity with itself, the commodity is neither constantly exchangeable nor exchangeable against every other commodity. This it is only as something different from itself, something distinct from itself, as exchange value. We must first transpose the commodity into itself as exchange value in order then to be able to compare this exchange value with other exchange values and to exchange it. In the crudest barter, when two commodities are exchanged for one another, Each is first equated with a symbol which expresses their exchange value, e.g. among certain Negroes on the West African coast, equals X bars. One commodity is equals 1 bar, the other equals 2 bars. They are exchanged in this relation. The commodities are first transformed into bars in the head and in speech before they are exchanged for one another. They are appraised before being exchanged, and in order to appraise them they must be brought into a given numerical relation to one another. In order to bring them into such a numerical relation, in order to make them commensurable, they must obtain the same denomination, unit. The bar has a merely imaginary existence, just as, in general, a relation can obtain a particular embodiment and become individualized only by means of abstraction. In order to cover the excess of one value over another in exchange, in order to liquidate the balance, the crudest barter, just as with international trade today, requires payment in money. Products, or activities, are exchanged only as commodities. Commodities in exchange exist only as values are they comparable. In order to determine what amount of bread I need in order to exchange it for a yard of linen, I first equate the yard of linen with its exchange value, i.e. hours of labor time. Similarly, I equate the pound of bread with its exchange value, or etc. hours of labor time. I equate each of the commodities XX with a third, i.e. not with themselves. This third, which differs from them both, exists initially only in the head, as a conception, since it expresses a relation, just as, in general, relations can be established as existing only by being thought, as distinct from the subjects which are in these relations with each other. In becoming an exchange value, a product, or activity, is not only transformed into a definite quantitative relation, a relative number, that is, a number which expresses the quantity of other commodities which equal it, which are its equivalent, or the relation in which it is their equivalent, but it must also at the same time be transformed qualitatively, be transposed into another element, so that both commodities become magnitudes of the same kind, of the same unit, i.e. commensurable. The commodity first has to be transposed into labor time, into something qualitatively different from itself, qualitatively different, 1, because it is not labor time as labor time, but materialized labor time not in the form of motion, but at rest, not in the form of the process, but of the result, 2, because it is not the objectification of labor time in general, which exists only as a conception, it is only a conception of labor separated from its quality, subject merely to quantitative variations, but rather the specific result of a naturally specified, kind of labor which differs qualitatively from other kinds, in order then to be compared as a specific amount of labor time, as a certain magnitude of labor, with other amounts of labor time, other magnitudes of labor. For the purpose of merely making a comparison, an appraisal of products, of determining their value ideally, it suffices to make this transformation in the head, a transformation in which the product exists merely as the expression of quantitative relations of production. This abstraction will do for comparing commodities, but in actual exchange this abstraction in turn must be objectified, must be symbolized, realized in a symbol. This necessity enters into force for the following reasons. 1. As we have already said, both the commodities to be exchanged are transformed in the head into common relations of magnitude, into exchange values, and are thus reciprocally compared. But if they are then to be exchanged in reality, their natural properties enter into contradiction with their character as exchange values and as mere denominated numbers. They are not divisible at will, etc. 2. In the real exchange process, particular commodities are always exchanged against particular commodities, and the exchangeability of commodities, as well as the relation in which they are exchangeable, depends on conditions of place and time, etc. But the transformation of the commodity into exchange value does not equate it to any other particular commodity, but expresses it as equivalent, expresses its exchangeability relation, vis-a-vis all other commodities. This comparison, which the head accomplishes in one stroke, can be achieved in reality only in a delimited sphere determined by needs, and only in successive steps. For example, I exchange an income of 100 thalers as my needs would have it one after another against a whole range of commodities whose sum equals the exchange value of 100 thalers. Thus, in order to realize the commodity as exchange value in one stroke, and in order to give it the general influence of an exchange value, it is not enough to exchange it for one particular commodity. It must be exchanged against a third thing which is not in turn itself a particular commodity, but is the symbol of the commodity as commodity, of the commodity's exchange value itself, which thus represents, say, labor time as such, say a piece of paper or of leather, which represents a fractional part of labor time. Such a symbol presupposes general recognition, it can only be a social symbol, it expresses, indeed, nothing more than a social relation. This symbol represents the fractional parts of labor time, it represents exchange value in such fractional parts as are capable of expressing all relations between exchange values by means of simple arithmetical combination. This symbol, this material sign of exchange value, is a product of exchange itself, and not the execution of an idea conceived a priori. In fact, the commodity which is required as medium of exchange becomes transformed into money, into a symbol, only little by little. As soon as this has happened, it can in turn be replaced by a symbol of itself. It then becomes the conscious sign of exchange value. The process, then, is simply this: the product becomes a commodity, i.e. a mere moment of exchange. The commodity is transformed into exchange value. In order to equate it with itself as an exchange value, it is exchanged for a symbol which represents it as exchange value as such. As such a symbolized exchange value, it can then in turn be exchanged in definite relations for every other commodity. Because the product becomes a commodity, and the commodity becomes an exchange value, it obtains, at first only in the head, a double existence. This doubling in the idea proceeds, and must proceed, to the point where the commodity appears double in real exchange, as a natural product on one side, as exchange value on the other. I.e., the commodity's exchange value obtains a material existence separate from the commodity. The definition of a product as exchange value thus necessarily implies that exchange value obtains a separate existence, in isolation from the product. The exchange value which is separated from commodities and exists alongside them as itself a commodity, this is money. In the form of money, all properties of the commodity as exchange value appear as an object distinct from it, as a form of social existence separated from the natural existence of the commodity. This to be further shown by enumerating the usual properties of money. The material in which the symbol is expressed is by no means a matter of indifference, even though it manifests itself in many different historical forms. In the development of society, not only the symbol but likewise the material corresponding to the symbol are worked out, a material from which society later tries to disentangle itself. If a symbol is not to be arbitrary, certain conditions are demanded of the material in which it is represented. The symbols for words, for example the alphabet etc., have an analogous history. Thus, the exchange value of a product creates money alongside the product. Now, just as it is impossible to suspend the complications and contradictions which arise from the existence of money alongside the particular commodities merely by altering the form of money, although difficulties characteristic of a lower form of money may be avoided by moving to a higher form, so also is it impossible to abolish money itself as long as exchange value remains the social form of products. It is necessary to see this clearly in order to avoid setting impossible tasks, and in order to know the limits within which monetary reforms and transformations of circulation are able to give a new shape to the relations of production and to the social relations which rest on the latter. The properties of money as 1. Measure of commodity exchange, 2. Medium of exchange, 3. Representative of commodities, hence object of contracts, 4. General commodity alongside the particular commodities, all simply follow from its character as exchange value separated from commodities themselves and objectified. By virtue of its property as the general commodity in relation to all others, as the embodiment of the exchange value of the other commodities, money at the same time becomes the realized and always realizable form of capital, the form of capital's appearance which is always valid, a property which emerges in bullion drains. Hence capital appears in history initially only in the money form. This explains, finally, the link between money and the rate of interest, and its influence on the latter. To the degree that production is shaped in such a way that every producer becomes dependent on the exchange value of his commodity, i.e. as the product increasingly becomes an exchange value in reality, and exchange value becomes the immediate object of production, to the same degree must money relations develop, together with the contradictions immanent in the money relation, in the relation of the product to itself as money. The need for exchange and for the transformation of the product into a pure exchange value progresses in step with the division of labor, i.e. with the increasingly social character of production. But as the latter grows, so grows the power of money, i.e. the exchange relation establishes itself as a power external to and independent of the producers. What originally appeared as a means to promote production becomes a relation alien to the producers. As the producers become more dependent on exchange, exchange appears to become more independent of them, and the gap between the product as product and the product as exchange value appears to widen. Money does not create these antitheses and contradictions, it is, rather, the development of these contradictions and antitheses which creates the seemingly transcendental power of money. To be further developed, the influence of the transformation of all relations into money relations, taxes in kind into money taxes, rent in kind into money rent, military service into mercenary troops, all personal services in general into money services, of patriarchal, slave, serf and guild labor into pure wage labor. The product becomes a commodity, the commodity becomes exchange value, the exchange value of the commodity is its immanent money property. This, its money property, separates itself from it in the form of money, and achieves a general social existence separated from all particular commodities and their natural mode of existence. The relation of the product to itself as exchange value becomes its relation to money, existing alongside it, or, becomes the relation of all products to money, external to them all. Just as the real exchange of products creates their exchange value, so does their exchange value create money. The next question to confront us is this: are there not contradictions, inherent in this relation itself, which are wrapped up in the existence of money alongside commodities? Firstly, the simple fact that the commodity exists doubly, in one aspect as a specific product whose natural form of existence ideally contains, latently contains, its exchange value, and in the other aspect as manifest exchange value, money, in which all connection with the natural form of the product is stripped away again, this double, differentiated existence must develop into a difference, and the difference into antithesis and contradiction. The same contradiction between the particular nature of the commodity as product and its general nature as exchange value, which created the necessity of positing it doubly, as this particular commodity on one side and as money on the other, this contradiction between the commodity's particular natural qualities and its general social qualities contains from the beginning the possibility that these two separated forms in which the commodity exists are not convertible into one another. The exchangeability of the commodity exists as a thing beside it, as money, as something different from the commodity, something no longer directly identical with it. As soon as money has become an external thing alongside the commodity, the exchangeability of the commodity for money becomes bound up with external conditions which may or may not be present, it is abandoned to the mercy of external conditions. The commodity is demanded in exchange because of its natural properties, because of the needs for which it is the desired object. Money, by contrast, is demanded only because of its exchange value, as exchange value. Hence, whether or not the commodity is transposable into money, whether or not it can be exchanged for money, whether its exchange value can be posited for it, this depends on circumstances which initially have nothing to do with it as exchange value and are independent of that. The transposability of the commodity depends on the natural properties of the product. That of money coincides with its existence as symbolized exchange value. There thus arises the possibility that the commodity, in its specific form as product, can no longer be exchanged for, equated with, its general form as money. By existing outside the commodity as money, the exchangeability of the commodity has become something different from and alien to the commodity, with which it first has to be brought into equation, to which it is therefore at the beginning unequal, while the equation itself becomes dependent on external conditions, hence a matter of chance. Secondly, just as the exchange value of the commodity leads a double existence, as the particular commodity and as money, so does the act of exchange split into two mutually independent acts: exchange of commodities for money, exchange of money for commodities, purchase and sale. Since these have now achieved a spatially and temporally separate and mutually indifferent form of existence, their immediate identity ceases. They may correspond or not, they may balance or not, they may enter into disproportion with one another. They will of course always attempt to equalize one another, but in the place of the earlier immediate equality there now stands the constant movement of equalization, which evidently presupposes constant non-equivalence. It is now entirely possible that consonance may be reached only by passing through the most extreme dissonance. Thirdly, with the separation of purchase and sale, with the splitting of exchange into two spatially and temporally independent acts, there further emerges another, new relation. Just as exchange itself splits apart into two mutually independent acts, so does the overall movement of exchange itself become separate from the exchangers, the producers of commodities. Exchange for the sake of exchange separates off from exchange for the sake of commodities. A mercantile estate 17 steps between the producers, an estate which only buys in order to sell and only sells so as to buy again, and whose aim in this operation is not the possession of commodities as products but merely the obtaining of exchange values as such, of money. A mercantile estate can take shape even with mere barter. But since only the overflow of production on both sides is at its disposal, its influence on production, and its importance as a whole, remain completely secondary. The rise of exchange, commerce, as an independent function torn away from the exchangers corresponds to the rise of exchange value as an independent entity, as money, torn away from products. Exchange value was the measure of commodity exchange, but its aim was the direct possession of the exchanged commodity, its consumption, regardless of whether this consumption consists of serving to satisfy needs directly, i.e. serving as product, or of serving in turn as a tool of production. The purpose of commerce is not consumption, directly, but the gaining of money, of exchange values. This doubling of exchange, exchange for the sake of consumption and exchange for exchange, gives rise to a new disproportion. In his exchange, the merchant is guided merely by the difference between the purchase and sale of commodities, but the consumer who buys a commodity must replace its exchange value once and for all. Circulation, i.e. exchange within the mercantile estate, and the point at which circulation ends, i.e. exchange between the mercantile estate and the consumers, as much as they must ultimately condition one another, are determined by quite different laws and motives, and can enter into the most acute contradiction with one another. The possibility of commercial crises is already contained in this separation. But since production works directly for commerce and only indirectly for consumption, it must not only create but also and equally be seized by this incongruency between commerce and exchange for consumption. The relations of demand and supply become entirely inverted. The money business then in turn separates from commerce proper. Aphorisms. All commodities are perishable money, money is the imperishable commodity. With the development of the division of labor, the immediate product ceases to be a medium of exchange. The need arises for a general medium of exchange, i.e. a medium of exchange independent of the specific production of each individual. Money implies the separation between the value of things and their substance. Money is originally the representative of all values. In practice this situation is inverted, and all real products and labors become the representatives of money. In direct barter, every article cannot be exchanged for every other, a specific activity can be exchanged only for certain specific products. Money can overcome the difficulties inherent in barter only by generalizing them, making them universal. It is absolutely necessary that forcibly separated elements which essentially belong together manifest themselves by way of forcible eruption as the separation of things which belong together in essence. The unity is brought about by force. As soon as the antagonistic split leads to eruptions, the economists point to the essential unity and abstract from the alienation. Their apologetic wisdom consists in forgetting their own definitions at every decisive moment. The product as direct medium of exchange is, 1. Still directly bound to its natural quality, hence limited in every way by the latter. It can, for example, deteriorate etc. 2. Connected with the immediate need which another may have or not have at the time, or which he may have for his own product. When the product becomes subordinated to labor and labor to exchange, then a moment enters in which both are separated from their owner. Whether, after this separation, they return to him again in another shape becomes a matter of chance. When money enters into exchange, I am forced to exchange my product for exchange value in general or for the general capacity to exchange, hence my product becomes dependent on the state of general commerce and is torn out of its local, natural, and individual boundaries. For exactly that reason it can cease to be a product. Fourthly, just as exchange value, in the form of money, takes its place as the general commodity alongside all particular commodities, so does exchange value as money therefore at the same time take its place as a particular commodity, since it has a particular existence, alongside all other commodities. An incongruency arises not only because money, which exists only in exchange, confronts the particular exchangeability of commodities as their general exchangeability, and directly extinguishes it, while, nevertheless, the two are supposed to be always convertible into one another, but also because money comes into contradiction with itself and with its characteristic by virtue of being itself a particular commodity, even if only a symbol, and of being subject, therefore, to particular conditions of exchange in its exchange with other commodities, conditions which contradict its general unconditional exchangeability. Not to speak of money as fixed in the substance of a particular product, etc. Besides its existence in the commodity, exchange value achieved an existence of its own in money, was separated from its substance exactly because the natural characteristic of the substance contradicted its general characteristic as exchange value. Every commodity is equal, and comparable, to every other as exchange value, qualitatively. Each now merely represents a quantitative plus or minus of exchange value. For that reason, this equality, this unity of the commodity is distinct from its natural differentiation, and appears in money therefore as their common element as well as a third thing which confronts them both. But on one side, exchange value naturally remains at the same time an inherent quality of commodities while it simultaneously exists outside them. On the other side, when money no longer exists as a property of commodities, as a common element within them, but as an individual entity apart from them, then money itself becomes a particular commodity alongside the other commodities. Determinable by demand and supply, splits into different kinds of money, etc. It becomes a commodity like other commodities, and at the same time it is not a commodity like other commodities. Despite its general character, it is one exchangeable entity among other exchangeable entities. It is not only the general exchange value, but at the same time a particular exchange value alongside other particular exchange values. Here a new source of contradictions which make themselves felt in practice. The particular nature of money emerges again in the separation of the money business from commerce proper. We see, then, how it is an inherent property of money to fulfill its purposes by simultaneously negating them, to achieve independence from commodities, to be a means which becomes an end, to realize the exchange value of commodities by separating them from it, to facilitate exchange by splitting it, to overcome the difficulties of the direct exchange of commodities by generalizing them, to make exchange independent of the producers in the same measure as the producers become dependent on Exchange. It will be necessary later, before this question is dropped, to correct the idealist manner of the presentation, which makes it seem as if it were merely a matter of conceptual determinations and of the dialectic of these concepts. Above all, in the case of the phrase, product, or activity, becomes commodity, commodity, exchange value, money. Economist, January 24, 1857. The following passage to be borne in mind on the subject of banks. So far as the mercantile classes share, which they now do very generally, in the profits of banks, and may to a still greater extent by the wider diffusion of joint stock banks, the abolition of all corporate privileges, and the extension of perfect freedom to the business of banking, they have been enriched by the increased rates of money. In truth, the mercantile classes, by the extent of their deposits, are virtually their own bankers, and so far as that is the case, the rate of discount must be to them of little importance. All banking and other reserves must of course be the results of continual industry, and of savings laid by out of profits, and consequently, taking the mercantile and industrious classes as a whole, they must be their own bankers, and it requires only that the principles of free trade should be extended to all businesses, to equalize or naturalize for them the advantages and disadvantages of all the fluctuations in the money market. All contradictions of the monetary system and of the exchange of products under the monetary system are the development of the relation of products as exchange values, of their definition as exchange value or as value pure and simple. Morning Star, February 12, 1857. The pressure of money during last year, and the high rate of discount which was adopted in consequence, has been very beneficial to the profit account of the Bank of France. Its dividend has gone on increasing, 118 Fr in 1852, 154 Fr in 1853, 194 Fr in 1854, 200 Fr in 1855, 272 Fr in 1856. Also to be noted, the following passage: the English silver coins issued at a price higher than the value of the silver they contain. A pound silver of an intrinsic value of 60 to 62s. 3 pounds on an average in gold, was coined into 60 SIXS. The mint pays the market price of the day, from 5s to 5s 2d the ounce, and issues at the rate of 5/6d the ounce. There are two reasons which prevent any practical inconvenience resulting from this arrangement, of silver tokens, not of intrinsic value. First, the coin can only be procured at the mint, and at that price, as home circulation. Then, it cannot be depreciated, and it cannot be sent abroad because it circulates here for more than its intrinsic value, and secondly, as it is a legal tender only up to 40s, it never interferes with the gold coins, nor affects their value. Gives France the advice to do the same, to issue subordinate coins of silver tokens, not of intrinsic value, and limiting the amount to which they should be a legal tender. But at the same time, in fixing the quality of the coin, to take a larger margin between the intrinsic and the nominal value than we have in England, because the increasing value of silver in relation to gold may very probably, before long, rise up to our present mint price, when we may be obliged again to alter it. Our silver coin is now little more than 5% below the intrinsic value, a short time since it was 10%. Economist, 24 January 1857. Now, it might be thought that the issue of time chits overcomes all these difficulties. The existence of the time chit naturally already presupposes conditions which are not directly given in the examination of the relations of exchange value and money, and which can and do exist without the time chit, public credit, bank, etc., but all this not to be touched on further here, since the time chit men of course regard it as the ultimate product of the series, which, even if it corresponds most to the pure concept of money, appears last in reality. To begin with, if the preconditions under which the price of commodities equals their exchange value are fulfilled and given, balance of demand and supply, balance of production and consumption, and what this amounts to in the last analysis, proportionate production, the so-called relations of distribution are themselves relations of production, then the money question becomes entirely secondary, in particular the question whether the tickets should be blue or green, paper or tin, or whatever other form social accounting should take. In that case it is totally meaningless to keep up the pretense that an investigation is being made of the real relations of money. The bank, any bank, issues the time chits. 18 A commodity, A equals the exchange value X, i.e. equals X hours of labor time, is exchanged for a quantity of money representing X labor time. The bank would at the same time have to purchase the commodity, i.e. exchange it for its representative in monetary form, just as e.g. the Bank of England today has to give notes for gold. The commodity, the substantial and therefore accidental existence of exchange value, is exchanged for the symbolic existence of exchange value as exchange value. There is then no difficulty in transposing it from the form of the commodity into the form of money. The labor time contained in it only needs to be authentically verified, which, by the way, is not as easy as assaying the purity and weight of gold and silver, and thereby immediately creates its counter value, its monetary existence. No matter how we may turn and twist the matter, in the last instance it amounts to this: the bank which issues the time chits buys commodities at their costs of production, buys all commodities, and moreover this purchase costs the bank nothing more than the production of snippets of paper, and the bank gives the seller, in place of the exchange value which he possesses in a definite and substantial form, the symbolic exchange value of the commodity, in other words a draft on all other commodities to the amount of the same exchange value. Exchange value as such can of course exist only symbolically, although in order for it to be employed as a thing and not merely as a formal notion, this symbol must possess an objective existence. It is not merely an ideal notion, but is actually presented to the mind in an objective mode. A measure can be held in the hand, exchange value measures, but it exchanges only when the measure passes from one hand to the other. So the bank gives money for the commodity, money which is an exact draft on the exchange value of the commodity, i.e. of all commodities of the same value, the bank buys. The bank is the general buyer, the buyer of not only this or that commodity, but all commodities. For its purpose is to bring about the transposition of every commodity into its symbolic existence as exchange value. But if it is the general buyer, then it also has to be the general seller, not only the dock where all wares are deposited, not only the general warehouse, but also the owner of the commodities, in the same sense as every merchant. I have exchanged my commodity A for the time chit B, which represents the commodity's exchange value, but I have done this only so that I can then further metamorphose this B into any real commodity C, D, E etc., as it suits me. Now, can this money circulate outside the bank? Can it take any other route than that between the owner of the chit and the bank? How is the convertibility of this chit secured? Only two cases are possible. Either all owners of commodities, be these products or labor, desire to sell their commodities at their exchange value, or some want to and some do not. If they all want to sell at their exchange value, then they will not await the chance arrival or non-arrival of a buyer, but go immediately to the bank, unload their commodities onto it, and obtain their exchange value symbol, money, for them. They redeem them for its money. In this case the bank is simultaneously the general buyer and the general seller in one person. Or the opposite takes place. In this case, the bank chit is mere paper which claims to be the generally recognized symbol of exchange value, but has in fact no value. For this symbol has to have the property of not merely representing, but being, exchange value in actual exchange. In the latter case the bank chit would not be money, or it would be money only by convention between the bank and its clients, but not on the open market. It would be the same as a meal ticket good for a dozen meals which I obtain from a restaurant, or a theater pass good for a dozen evenings, both of which represent money, but only in this particular restaurant or this particular theater. The bank chit would have ceased to meet the qualifications of money, since it would not circulate among the general public, but only between the bank and its clients. We thus have to drop the latter supposition. The bank would thus be the general buyer and seller. Instead of notes it could also issue checks, and instead of that it could also keep simple bank accounts. Depending on the sum of commodity values which X had deposited with the bank, X would have that sum in the form of other commodities to his credit. A second attribute of the bank would be necessary. It would need the power to establish the exchange value of all commodities, i.e. the labor time materialized in them, in an authentic manner. But its functions could not end there. It would have to determine the labor time in which commodities could be produced, with the average means of production available in a given industry, i.e. the time in which they would have to be produced. But that also would not be sufficient. It would not only have to determine the time in which a certain quantity of products had to be produced, and place the producers in conditions which made their labor equally productive, i.e. it would have to balance and to arrange the distribution of the means of labor, but it would also have to determine the amounts of labor time to be employed in the different branches of production. The latter would be necessary because, in order to realize exchange value and make the bank's currency really convertible, social production in general would have to be stabilized and arranged so that the needs of the partners in exchange were always satisfied. Nor is this all. The biggest exchange process is not that between commodities, but that between commodities and labor. More on this presently. The workers would not be selling their labor to the bank, but they would receive the exchange value for the entire product of their labor, etc. Precisely seen, then, the bank would be not only the general buyer and seller, but also the general producer. In fact, either it would be a despotic ruler of production and trustee of distribution, or it would indeed be nothing more than a board which keeps the books and accounts for a society producing in common. The common ownership of the means of production is presupposed, etc., etc. The Saint Simonians made their bank into the papacy of production. The dissolution of all products and activities into exchange values presupposes the dissolution of all fixed personal, historic, relations of dependence in production, as well as the all-sided dependence of the producers on one another. Each individual's production is dependent on the production of all others, and the transformation of his product into the necessaries of his own life is similarly dependent on the consumption of all others. Prices are old, exchange also, but the increasing determination of the former by costs of production, as well as the increasing dominance of the latter over all relations of production, only develop fully, and continue to develop ever more completely, in bourgeois society, the society of free competition. What Adam Smith, in the true 18th century manner, puts in the prehistoric period, the period preceding history, is rather a product of history. This reciprocal dependence is expressed in the constant necessity for exchange, and in exchange value as the all-sided mediation. The economists express this as follows: each pursues his private interest and only his private interest, and thereby serves the private interests of all, the general interest, without willing or knowing it. The real point is not that each individual's pursuit of his private interest promotes the totality of private interests, the general interest. One could just as well deduce from this abstract phrase that each individual reciprocally blocks the assertion of the other's interests, so that, instead of a general affirmation, this war of all against all produces a general negation. The point is rather that private interest is itself already a socially determined interest, which can be achieved only within the conditions laid down by society and with the means provided by society, hence it is bound to the reproduction of these conditions and means. It is the interest of private persons, but its content, as well as the form and means of its realization, is given by social conditions independent of all. The reciprocal and all-sided dependence of individuals who are indifferent to one another forms their social connection. This social bond is expressed in exchange value, by means of which alone each individual's own activity or his product becomes an activity and a product for him. He must produce a general product, exchange value, or, the latter isolated for itself and individualized, money. On the other side, the power which each individual exercises over the activity of others or over social wealth exists in him as the owner of exchange values, of money. The individual carries his social power, as well as his bond with society, in his pocket. Activity, regardless of its individual manifestation, and the product of activity, regardless of its particular makeup, are always exchange value, and exchange value is a generality, in which all individuality and peculiarity are negated and extinguished. This indeed is a condition very different from that in which the individual or the individual member of a family or clan, later, community, directly and naturally reproduces himself, or in which his productive activity and his share in production are bound to a specific form of labor and of product, which determine his relation to others in just that specific way. The social character of activity, as well as the social form of the product, and the share of individuals in production here appear as something alien and objective, confronting the individuals, not as their relation to one another, but as their subordination to relations which subsist independently of them and which arise out of collisions between mutually indifferent individuals. The general exchange of activities and products, which has become a vital condition for each individual, their mutual interconnection, here appears as something alien to them, autonomous, as a thing. In exchange value, the social connection between persons is transformed into a social relation between things, personal capacity into objective wealth. The less social power the medium of exchange possesses, and at this stage it is still closely bound to the nature of the direct product of labor and the direct needs of the partners in exchange, the greater must be the power of the community which binds the individuals together, the patriarchal relation, the community of antiquity, feudalism, and the guild system. See my notebook 12, 34b, 19. Each individual possesses social power in the form of a thing. Rob the thing of this social power and you must give it to persons to exercise over persons. Relations of personal dependence, entirely spontaneous at the outset, are the first social forms, in which human productive capacity develops only to a slight extent and at isolated points. Personal independence founded on objective Sachlicher dependence is the second great form, in which a system of general social metabolism, of universal relations, of all-round needs and universal capacities is formed for the first time. Free individuality, based on the universal development of individuals and on their subordination of their communal, social productivity as their social wealth, is the third stage. The second stage creates the conditions for the third. Patriarchal as well as ancient conditions, feudal, also, thus disintegrate with the development of commerce, of luxury, of money, of exchange value, while modern society arises and grows in the same measure. Exchange and division of labor reciprocally condition one another. Since everyone works for himself but his product is nothing for him, each must of course exchange, not only in order to take part in the general productive capacity but also in order to transform his own product into his own subsistence. See my remarks on economics, PV, 13, 14, 20. Exchange, when mediated by exchange value and money, presupposes the all-round dependence of the producers on one another, together with the total isolation of their private interests from one another, as well as a division of social labor whose unity and mutual complementarity exist in the form of a natural relation, as it were, external to the individuals and independent of them. The pressure of general demand and supply on one another mediates the connection of mutually indifferent persons. The very necessity of first transforming individual products or activities into exchange value, into money, so that they obtain and demonstrate their social power in this objective Sachlichen form, proves two things: 1. That individuals now produce only for society and in society; 2. That production is not directly social, is not the offspring of association, which distributes labor internally. Individuals are subsumed under social production exists outside them as their fate, but social production is not subsumed under individuals, manageable by them as their commonwealth. There can therefore be nothing more erroneous and absurd than to postulate the control by the united individuals of their total production, on the basis of exchange value, of money, as was done above in the case of the Time-Chit Bank. The private exchange of all products of labor, all activities, and all wealth stands in antithesis not only to a distribution based on a natural or political super and subordination of individuals to one another, to which exchange proper only runs parallel or, by and large, does not so much take a grip on the life of entire communities as, rather, insert itself between different communities. It by no means exercises general domination over all relations of production and distribution. Regardless of the character of the super and subordination, patriarchal, ancient, or feudal, but also to free exchange among individuals who are associated on the basis of common appropriation and control of the means of production. The latter form of association is not arbitrary, it presupposes the development of material and cultural conditions which are not to be examined any further at this point. Just as the division of labor creates agglomeration, combination, cooperation, the antithesis of private interests, class interests, competition, concentration of capital, monopoly, stock companies, so many antithetical forms of the unity which itself brings the antithesis to the fore, so does private exchange create world trade. Private independence creates complete dependence on the so-called world market, and the fragmented acts of exchange create a banking and credit system whose books at least keep a record of the balance between debit and credit in private exchange. Although the private interests within each nation divide it into as many nations as it has full-grown individuals, and although the interests of exporters and of importers are antithetical here, etc., national trade does obtain the semblance of existence in the form of the rate of exchange. Nobody will take this as a ground for believing that a reform of the money market can abolish the foundations of internal or external private trade. But within bourgeois society, the society that rests on exchange value, there arise relations of circulation as well as of production which are so many mines to explode it. A mass of antithetical forms of the social unity, whose antithetical character can never be abolished through quiet metamorphosis. On the other hand, if we did not find concealed in society as it is the material conditions of production and the corresponding relations of exchange prerequisite for a classless society, then all attempts to explode it would be quixotic. We have seen that, although exchange value is equals to the relative labor time materialized in products, money, for its part, is equals to the exchange value of commodities, separated from their substance, and that in this exchange value or money relation are contained the contradictions between commodities and their exchange value, between commodities as exchange values and money. We saw that a bank which directly creates the mirror image of the commodity in the form of labor money is a utopia. Thus, although money owes its existence only to the tendency of exchange value to separate itself from the substance of commodities and to take on a pure form, nevertheless commodities cannot be directly transformed into money, i.e. the authentic certificate of the amount of labor time realized in the commodity cannot serve the commodity as its price in the world of exchange values. How is this? In one of the forms of money, insofar as it is medium of exchange, not measure of exchange value, it is clear to the economists that the existence of money presupposes the objectification Versailles of the social bond, insofar, that is, as money appears in the form of collateral which one individual must leave with another in order to obtain a commodity from him. Here the economists themselves say that people place in a thing, money, the faith which they do not place in each other. But why do they have faith in the thing? Obviously only because that thing is an objectified relation between persons, because it is objectified exchange value, and exchange value is nothing more than a mutual relation between people's productive activities. Every other collateral may serve the holder directly in that function, money serves him only as the dead pledge of society 21, but it serves as such only because of its social, symbolic, property, and it can have a social property only because individuals have alienated their own social relationship from themselves so that it takes the form of a thing. In the lists of current prices, where all values are measured in money, it seems as though this independence from persons of the social character of things is, by the activity of commerce, on this basis of alienation where the relations of production and distribution stand opposed to the individual, to all individuals, at the same time subordinated to the individual again. Since, if you please, the autonomization of the world market, in which the activity of each individual is included, increases with the development of monetary relations, exchange value, and vice versa, since the general bond and all-round interdependence in production and consumption increase together with the independence and indifference of the consumers and producers to one another, since this contradiction leads to crises, etc., hence, together with the development of this alienation. And on the same basis, efforts are made to overcome it, institutions emerge whereby each individual can acquire information about the activity of all others and attempt to adjust his own accordingly, e.g. lists of current prices, rates of exchange, interconnections between those active in commerce through the mails, telegraphs, etc. The means of communication of course grow at the same time. This means that, although the total supply and demand are independent of the actions of each individual, everyone attempts to inform himself about them, and this knowledge then reacts back in practice on the total supply and demand. Although on the given standpoint, alienation is not overcome by these means, nevertheless relations and connections are introduced thereby which include the possibility of suspending the old standpoint, the possibility of general statistics, etc. This is to be developed, incidentally, under the categories prices, demand, and supply. To be further noted here only that a comprehensive view over the whole of commerce and production insofar as lists of current prices in fact provided, furnishes indeed the best proof of the way in which their own exchange and their own production confront individuals as an objective relation which is independent of them. In the case of the world market, the connection of the individual with all, but at the same time also the independence of this connection from the individual, have developed to such a high level that the formation of the world market already at the same time contains the conditions for going beyond it. Comparison in place of real communality and generality. It has been said and may be said that this is precisely the beauty and the greatness of it, this spontaneous interconnection, this material and mental metabolism which is independent of the knowing and willing of individuals, and which presupposes their reciprocal independence and indifference. And, certainly, this objective connection is preferable to the lack of any connection, or to a merely local connection resting on blood ties, or on primeval, natural, or master-servant relations. Equally certain is it that individuals cannot gain mastery over their own social interconnections before they have created them. But it is an insipid notion to conceive of this merely objective bond as a spontaneous, natural attribute inherent in individuals and inseparable from their nature, in antithesis to their conscious knowing and willing. This bond is their product. It is a historic product. It belongs to a specific phase of their development. The alien and independent character in which it presently exists vis-a-vis individuals proves only that the latter are still engaged in the creation of the conditions of their social life, and that they have not yet begun, on the basis of these conditions, to live it. It is the bond natural to individuals within specific and limited relations of production. Universally developed individuals, whose social relations, as their own communal gemeinschaftliche relations, are hence also subordinated to their own communal control, are no product of nature, but of history. The degree and the universality of the development of wealth where this individuality becomes possible supposes production on the basis of exchange values as a prior condition, whose universality produces not only the alienation of the individual from himself and from others, but also the universality and the comprehensiveness of his relations and capacities. In earlier stages of development the single individual seems to be developed more fully, because he has not yet worked out his relationships in their fullness, or erected them as independent social powers and relations opposite himself. It is as ridiculous to yearn for a return to that original fullness 22 as it is to believe that with this complete emptiness history has come to a standstill. The bourgeois viewpoint has never advanced beyond this antithesis between itself and this romantic viewpoint, and therefore the latter will accompany it as legitimate antithesis up to its blessed end. The relation of the individual to science may be taken as an example here. To compare money with blood, the term circulation gave occasion for this, is about as correct as Menenius Agrippa's comparison between the patricians and the stomach. 23. To compare money with language is not less erroneous. Language does not transform ideas, so that the peculiarity of ideas is dissolved and their social character runs alongside them as a separate entity, like prices alongside commodities. Ideas do not exist separately from language. Ideas which have first to be translated out of their mother tongue into a foreign language in order to circulate, in order to become exchangeable, offer a somewhat better analogy, but the analogy then lies not in language, but in the foreignness of language. The exchangeability of all products, activities, and relations with a third, objective entity which can be re-exchanged for everything without distinction, that is, the development of exchange values, and of money relations, is identical with universal venality, corruption. Universal prostitution appears as a necessary phase in the development of the social character of personal talents, capacities, abilities, activities. More politely expressed, the universal relation of utility and use. The equation of the incompatible, as Shakespeare nicely defined money 24 greed as such impossible without money, all other kinds of accumulation and of mania for accumulation appear as primitive, restricted by needs on the one hand and by the restricted nature of products on the other, Sacra Orifames 25. The development of the money system obviously presupposes other, prior developments. When we look at social relations which create an undeveloped system of exchange values and of money, or which correspond to an undeveloped degree of these, then it is clear from the outset that the individuals in such a society, although their relations appear to be more personal, enter into connection with one another only as individuals imprisoned within a certain definition, as feudal lord and vassal, landlord and serf, etc., or as members of a caste, etc., or as members of an estate, etc. In the money relation, in the developed system of exchange, and this semblance seduces the democrats, the ties of personal dependence, of distinctions of blood, education, etc. are in fact exploded, ripped up, at least, personal ties all appear as personal relations, and individuals seem independent. This is an independence which is at bottom merely an illusion, and it is more correctly called indifference, free to collide with one another and to engage in exchange within this freedom, but they appear thus only for someone who abstracts from the conditions of existence within which these individuals enter into contact, and these conditions, in turn, are independent of the individuals and, although created by society, appear as if they were natural conditions, not controllable by individuals. The definedness of individuals, which in the former case appears as a personal restriction of the individual by another, appears in the latter case as developed into an objective restriction of the individual by relations independent of him and sufficient unto themselves. Since the single individual cannot strip away his personal definition, but may very well overcome and master external relations, his freedom seems to be greater in case 2. A closer examination of these external relations, these conditions, shows, however, that it is impossible for the individuals of a class etc. to overcome them en masse without destroying them. A particular individual may by chance get on top of these relations, but the mass of those under their rule cannot, since their mere existence expresses subordination, the necessary subordination of the mass of individuals. These external relations are very far from being an abolition of relations of dependence, they are rather the dissolution of these relations into a general form, they are merely the elaboration and emergence of the general foundation of the relations of personal dependence. Here also individuals come into connection with one another only in determined ways. These objective dependency relations also appear, in antithesis to those of personal dependence. The objective dependency relation is nothing more than social relations which have become independent and now enter into opposition to the seemingly independent individuals, i.e. the reciprocal relations of production separated from and autonomous of individuals, in such a way that individuals are now ruled by abstractions, whereas earlier they depended on one another. The abstraction, or idea, however, is nothing more than the theoretical expression of those material relations which are their lord and master. Relations can be expressed, of course, only in ideas, and thus philosophers have determined the reign of ideas to be the peculiarity of the new age, and have identified the creation of free individuality with the overthrow of this reign. This error was all the more easily committed, from the ideological standpoint, as this reign exercised by the relations, This objective dependency, which, incidentally, turns into certain definite relations of personal dependency, but stripped of all illusions, appears within the consciousness of individuals as the reign of ideas, and because the belief in the permanence of these ideas, i.e. of these objective relations of dependency, is of course consolidated, nourished, and inculcated by the ruling classes by all means available. As regards the illusion of the purely personal relations in feudal times, etc., it is of course not to be forgotten for a moment, 1. That these relations, in a certain phase, also took on an objective character within their own sphere, as for example the development of landed proprietorship out of purely military relations of subordination, but, 2. The objective relation on which they founder has still a limited, primitive character and therefore seems personal, while, in the modern world, personal relations flow purely out of relations of production and exchange. The product becomes a commodity. The commodity becomes exchange value. The exchange value of the commodity acquires an existence of its own alongside the commodity, i.e. the commodity, in the form in which, 1. It is exchangeable with all other commodities, 2. It has hence become a commodity in general, and its natural specificity is extinguished, and, 3. The measure of its exchangeability, i.e. the given relation within which it is equivalent to other commodities, has been determined. This commodity is the commodity as money, and, to be precise, not as money in general, but as a certain definite sum of money, for, in order to represent exchange value in all its variety, money has to be countable, quantitatively divisible. Money, the common form into which all commodities as exchange values are transformed, i.e. the universal commodity, must itself exist as a particular commodity alongside the others, since what is required is not only that they can be measured against it in the head, but that they can be changed and exchanged for it in the actual exchange process. The contradiction which thereby enters, to be developed elsewhere. Money does not arise by convention, any more than the state does. It arises out of exchange, and arises naturally out of exchange. It is a product of the same. At the beginning, that commodity will serve as money, i.e. it will be exchanged not for the purpose of satisfying a need, not for consumption, but in order to be re-exchanged for other commodities, which is most frequently exchanged and circulated as an object of consumption, and which is therefore most certain to be exchangeable again for other commodities, i.e. which represents within the given social organization wealth 26 which is the object of the most general demand and supply, and which possesses a particular use value. Thus salt, hides, cattle, slaves. In practice such a commodity corresponds more closely to itself as exchange value than do other commodities, a pity that the difference between denry and merchandise cannot be neatly reproduced in German. It is the particular usefulness of the commodity, whether as a particular object of consumption, hides, or as a direct instrument of production, slaves, which stamps it as money in these cases. In the course of further development precisely the opposite will occur, i.e. that commodity which has the least utility as an object of consumption or instrument of production will best serve the needs of exchange as such. In the former case, the commodity becomes money because of its particular use value, in the latter case it acquires its particular use value from its serviceability as money. The precious metals last, they do not alter, they can be divided and then combined together again, they can be transported relatively easily owing to the compression of great exchange value in little space. For all these reasons they are especially suitable in the latter stage. At the same time, they form the natural transition from the first form of money. At somewhat higher levels of production and exchange, the instrument of production takes precedence over products, and the metals, prior to that, stones, are the first and most indispensable instruments of production. Both are still combined in the case of copper, which played so large a role as money in antiquity. Here is the particular use value as an instrument of production together with other attributes which do not flow out of the use value of the commodity but correspond to its function as exchange value, including medium of exchange. The precious metals then split off from the remainder by virtue of being inoxidizable, of standard quality etc., and they correspond better, then, to the higher stage, in that their direct utility for consumption and production recedes while, because of their rarity, they better represent value purely based on exchange. From the outset they represent superfluity, the form in which wealth originates. Also, metals preferably exchanged for metals rather than for other commodities. The first form of money corresponds to a low stage of exchange and of barter, in which money still appears more in its quality of measure rather than as a real instrument of exchange. At this stage, the measure can still be purely imaginary, although the bar in use among Negroes includes iron, seashells etc., however, correspond more to the series of which gold and silver form the culmination. From the fact that the commodity develops into general exchange value, it follows that exchange value becomes a specific commodity. It can do so only because a specific commodity obtains the privilege of representing, symbolizing, the exchange value of all other commodities, i.e. of becoming money. It arises from the essence of exchange value itself that a specific commodity appears as the money subject, despite the monetary properties possessed by every commodity. In the course of development, the exchange value of money can again exist separately from its matter, its substance, as in the case of paper money, without therefore giving up the privilege of this specific commodity, because the separated form of existence of exchange value must necessarily continue to take its denomination from the specific commodity. It is because the commodity is exchange value that it is exchangeable for money, is posited equals to money. The proportion of its equivalence with money, i.e. the specificity of its exchange value, is presupposed before its transposition into money. The proportion in which a particular commodity is exchanged for money, i.e. the quantity of money into which a given quantity of a commodity is transposable, is determined by the amount of labor time objectified in the commodity. The commodity is an exchange value because it is the realization of a specific amount of labor time. Money not only measures the amount of labor time which the commodity represents, but also contains its general, conceptually adequate, exchangeable form. Money is the physical medium into which exchange values are dipped, and in which they obtain the form corresponding to their general character. Adam Smith says that labor time, is the original money with which all commodities are purchased. 27 As regards the act of production, this always remains true, as well as in the determination of relative values. In production, every commodity is continuously exchanged for labor time. The necessity of a money other than labor time arises precisely because the quantity of labor time must not be expressed in its immediate, particular product, but in a mediated, general product, in its particular product, as a product equal to and convertible into all other products of an equal labor time, of the labor time not in a particular commodity, but in all commodities at once, and hence in a particular commodity which represents all the others. Labor time cannot directly be money, a demand which is the same, in other words, as demanding that every commodity should simply be its own money, precisely because in fact labor time always exists only in the form of particular commodities. As an object being a general object, it can exist only symbolically, and hence only as a particular commodity which plays the role of money. Labor time does not exist in the form of a general object of exchange which is independent of and separate, in isolation, from the particular natural characteristics of commodities. But it would have to exist in that form if it were directly to fulfill the demands placed on money. The objectification of the general, social character of labor, and hence of the labor time contained in exchange value, is precisely what makes the product of labor time into exchange value. This is what gives the commodity the attributes of money, which, however, in turn imply the existence of an independent and external money subject. A particular expenditure of labor time becomes objectified in a definite, particular commodity with particular properties and a particular relationship to needs, but, in the form of exchange value, labor time is required to become objectified in a commodity which expresses no more than its quota or quantity, which is indifferent to its own natural properties, and which can therefore be metamorphosed into, i.e. exchanged for, every other commodity which objectifies the same labor time. The object should have this character of generality, which contradicts its natural particularity. This contradiction can be overcome only by objectifying it, i.e. by positing the commodity in a double form, first in its natural, immediate form, then in its mediated form, as money. The latter is possible only because a particular commodity becomes, as it were, the general substance of exchange values, or because the exchange values of commodities become identified with a particular commodity different from all others. That is, because the commodity first has to be exchanged for this general commodity, this symbolic general product or general objectification of labor time, before it can function as exchange value and be exchanged for, metamorphosed into, any other commodities at will and regardless of their material properties. Money is labor time in the form of a general object, or the objectification of general labor time as a general commodity. Thus, it may seem a very simple matter that labor time should be able to serve directly as money, i.e. be able to furnish the element in which exchange values are realized as such, because it regulates exchange values and indeed is not only the inherent measure of exchange values but their substance as well, for, as exchange values, commodities have no other substance, no natural attributes. However, this appearance of simplicity is deceptive. The truth is that the exchange value relation, of commodities as mutually equal and equivalent objectifications of labor time, comprises contradictions which find their objective expression in a money which is distinct from labor time. In Adam Smith this contradiction still appears as a set of parallels. Along with the particular product of labor time as a particular object, the worker also has to produce a quantity of the general commodity, of labor time as general object. The two determinants of exchange value appear to Smith as existing externally, alongside one another. The interior of the commodity as a whole does not yet appear as having been seized and penetrated by contradiction. This corresponds to the stage of production which Smith found in existence at that time, in which the worker still directly owned a portion of his subsistence in the form of the product, where neither his entire activity nor his entire product had become dependent on exchange, i.e. where subsistence agriculture, or something similar, as Stoyart calls it, 28 still predominated to a great extent, together with patriarchal industry, hand-weaving, domestic spinning, linked closely with agriculture. Still it was only the excess which was exchanged within a large area of the nation. Exchange value and determination by labor time not yet fully developed on a national scale. Incidental remark, it is less true of gold and silver than of any other commodities that their consumption can grow only in inverse proportion to their costs of production. Their consumption grows, rather, in proportion with the growth of general wealth, since their use specifically represents wealth, excess, luxury, because they themselves represent wealth in general. Apart from their use as money, silver and gold are consumed more in proportion as wealth in general increases. When, therefore, their supply suddenly increases, even if their costs of production or their value does not proportionately decrease, they find a rapidly expanding market which retards their depreciation. A number of problems which appear inexplicable to the economists, who generally make consumption of gold and silver dependent solely on the decrease in their costs of production, in regard to the California, Australia case 29 where they go around in circles, are thereby clarified. This is precisely linked with their property as money, as representation of wealth. The contrast between gold and silver, as eternal commodities, and the others, which are not, is to be found in Petty 30 but is already present in Xenophon, on revenues, in reference to marble and silver, etc. Namely marble, 31, important to note that exchange between different tribes or peoples and this, not private exchange, is its first form begins when an uncivilized tribe sells, or is cheated out of, an excess product which is not the product of its labor, but the natural product of the ground and of the area which it occupies. Develop the ordinary economic contradictions arising from the fact that money has to be symbolized in a particular commodity, and then develop those that arise from this commodity itself, gold, etc. This No. 2.32 then determine the relation between the quantity of gold and silver and commodity prices, and whether the exchange takes place in reality or only in the mind, since all commodities have to be exchanged for money in order to be determined as prices. This No. 3.33 It is clear that, merely measured in gold or silver, the quantity of these metals has no influence on the prices of commodities. The difficulty enters with actual exchange, where the metals actually serve as instruments of exchange, the relations of demand and supply etc. But it is obviously as a measure that its value as an instrument of circulation is affected. Labor time itself exists as such only subjectively, only in the form of activity. In so far as it is exchangeable, itself a commodity, as such, it is defined and differentiated not only quantitatively but also qualitatively, and is by no means general, self-equivalent labor time. Rather, labor time as subject corresponds as little to the general labor time which determines exchange values as the particular commodities and products correspond to it as object. A. Smith's thesis, that the worker has to produce a general commodity alongside his particular commodity, in other words that he has to give a part of his products the form of money, more generally that he has to convert into money all that part of his commodity which is to serve not as use value for himself but as exchange value. This statement means, subjectively expressed, nothing more than that the worker's particular labor time cannot be directly exchanged for every other particular labor time, but rather that this, its general exchangeability, has first to be mediated, that it has first to take on an objective form, a form different from itself, in order to attain this general exchangeability. The labor of the individual looked at in the act of production itself, is the money with which he directly buys the product, the object of his particular activity, but it is a particular money, which buys precisely only this specific product. In order to be general money directly, it would have to be not a particular, but general labor from the outset, i.e. it would have to be posited from the outset as a link in general production. But on this presupposition it would not be exchange which gave labor its general character, but rather its presupposed communal character would determine the distribution of products. The communal character of production would make the product into a communal, general product from the outset. The exchange which originally takes place in production, which would not be an exchange of exchange values but of activities, determined by communal needs and communal purposes, would from the outset include the participation of the individual in the communal world of products. On the basis of exchange values, labor is posited as general only through exchange. But on this foundation it would be posited as such before exchange, i.e. the exchange of products would in no way be the medium by which the participation of the individual in general production is mediated. Mediation must, of course, take place. In the first case, which proceeds from the independent production of individuals, no matter how much these independent productions determine and modify each other post festum through their interrelations, mediation takes place through the exchange of commodities, through exchange value and through money. All these are expressions of one and the same relation. In the second case, the presupposition is itself mediated, i.e. a communal production, communality, is presupposed as the basis of production. The labor of the individual is posited from the outset as social labor. Thus, whatever the particular material form of the product he creates or helps to create, what he has bought with his labor is not a specific and particular product, but rather a specific share of the communal production. He therefore has no particular product to exchange. His product is not an exchange value. The product does not first have to be transposed into a particular form in order to attain a general character for the individual. Instead of a division of labor, such as is necessarily created with the exchange of exchange values, there would take place an organization of labor whose consequence would be the participation of the individual in communal consumption. In the first case the social character of production is posited only post festum with the elevation of products to exchange values and the exchange of these exchange values. In the second case the social character of production is presupposed, and participation in the world of products, in consumption, is not mediated by the exchange of mutually independent labors or products of labor. It is mediated, rather, by the social conditions of production within which the individual is active. Those who want to make the labor of the individual directly into money, i.e. his product as well, into realized exchange value, want therefore to determine that labor directly as general labor, i.e. to negate precisely the conditions under which it must be made into money and exchange values, and under which it depends on private exchange. This demand can be satisfied only under conditions where it can no longer be raised. Labor on the basis of exchange values presupposes, precisely, that neither the labor of the individual nor his product are directly general, that the product attains this form only by passing through an objective mediation, by means of a form of money distinct from itself. On the basis of communal production, the determination of time remains, of course, essential. The less time the society requires to produce wheat, cattle, etc., the more time it wins for other production, material or mental. Just as in the case of an individual, the multiplicity of its development, its enjoyment, and its activity depends on economization of time. Economy of time, to this all economy ultimately reduces itself. Society likewise has to distribute its time in a purposeful way, in order to achieve a production adequate to its overall needs, just as the individual has to distribute his time correctly in order to achieve knowledge in proper proportions or in order to satisfy the various demands on his activity. Thus, economy of time, along with the planned distribution of labor time among the various branches of production, remains the first economic law on the basis of communal production. It becomes law, there, to an even higher degree. However, this is essentially different from a measurement of exchange values, labor or products, by labor time. The labor of individuals in the same branch of work, and the various kinds of work, are different from one another not only quantitatively but also qualitatively. What does a solely quantitative difference between things presuppose? The identity of their qualities. Hence, the quantitative measure of labors presupposes the equivalence, the identity of their quality. Strabo, Book 11 on the Albanians of the Caucasus, it says there further, 34. Money appears as measure, in Homer, e.g. oxen, earlier than as medium of exchange, because in barter each commodity is still its own medium of exchange. But it cannot be its own measure or its own standard of comparison. 2. 35 This much proceeds from what has been developed so far. A particular product, commodity, material, must become the subject of money, which exists as the attribute of every exchange value. The subject in which the symbol is represented is not a matter of indifference, since the demands placed on the representing subject are contained in the conditions, conceptual determinations, characteristic relations, of that which is to be represented. The study of the precious metals as subjects of the money relations, as incarnations of the latter, is therefore by no means a matter lying outside the realm of political economy, as Proudhon believes, any more than the physical composition of paint, and of marble, lie outside the realm of painting and sculpture. The attributes possessed by the commodity as exchange value, attributes for which its natural qualities are not adequate, express the demands made upon those commodities which 36 are the material of money. These demands, at the level to which we have up to now confined ourselves, are most completely satisfied by the precious metals. Metals as such enjoy preference over other commodities as instruments of production, and among the metals the one which is first found in its physical fullness and purity, gold, then copper, then silver and iron. The precious metals take preference over others in realizing metal, as Hegel would say. 37. The precious metals uniform in their physical qualities, so that equal quantities of them should be so far identical as to present no ground for preferring this one to the others. Not the case, for example, with equal numbers of cattle and equal quantities of grain. A. Gold and silver in relation to the other metals. The other metals oxidize when exposed to air. The precious metals, mercury, silver, gold, platinum, are unaffected by the air. Aurum, O. Specific gravity equals 19.5, melting point, 1200 degrees Celsius. Glittering gold is the most magnificent of all metals, and was therefore referred to in antiquity as the sun or the king of metals. Widely distributed, never in great quantities, and is hence also more precious than the other metals. Found generally in pure metallic state, partly in larger pieces, partly in the form of smaller granules fused with other minerals. As the latter decompose, there arises gold-bearing sand, carried by many rivers, from which gold, owing to its greater specific gravity, can be washed out. Enormous malleability of gold, 1 grain can be drawn to make a 500-foot-long wire, and can be hammered into leaves barely 1/200,000 of an inch thick. Gold resists all acids, only chlorine in a free state dissolves it, aqua regia, a mixture of nitric and hydrochloric acids. To gild. Argentum, Ag. Specific gravity equals 10. Melting point equals 1,000 degree C. Bright appearance, the friendliest of metals, very white and malleable, can be beautifully worked up and drawn in very thin wires. Silver found as unalloyed solid, frequently also combined with lead in silvery lead ores. So much for chemical properties of gold and silver. Divisibility and fusibility, uniformity of pure gold and silver etc. well known. Mineralogical. Gold. It is surely noteworthy that the more precious the metals are, the more isolated is their occurrence, they are found separately from the more commonly prevalent bodies, they are higher natures far from the common herd. Thus we find gold, as a rule, in unalloyed metallic state, as a crystal in various die-shaped forms, or in the greatest variety of shapes, irregular pieces and nuggets, sand and dust, in which form it is found fused into many kinds of stone, e.g. granite, and it finds its way into the sand of rivers and the gravel of floodlands as a result of the disintegration of this stone. Since the specific gravity of gold in this state goes up to 19.4, even the tiniest pieces can be extracted by stirring gold-bearing sand in water. The heavier, metallic elements settle first and can thus, as the saying goes, be washed out. Most frequently found in the company of gold is silver, and one encounters natural combinations of both metals, containing from 0.16 to 38.7% silver, which naturally entails differences in color and weight. Silver, with the great variety of its minerals, appears as one of the more prevalent metals, both as unalloyed metal and combined with other metals or with arsenic and sulfur. Silver chloride, silver bromide, carbonic silver oxide, bismuth, silver ore, sternbergite, polybasite, etc. The chief chemical properties are, all precious metals, do not oxidize on contact with air, of gold, and platinum are not dissolved by acids, except in chlorine. Do not oxidize, thus remain pure, free of rust, they present themselves as that which they are. Resistance to oxygen, imperishability, so highly lauded by the gold and silver fanatics of antiquity. Physical properties, specific gravity, i.e. a great deal of weight in a small space, especially important for means of circulation. Gold 19.5, silver 10. Brilliance. Gleam of gold, whiteness of silver, magnificence, malleability, hence so serviceable for jewelry, ornamentation, and for the addition of splendor to other objects. The white shade of silver, which reflects all light rays in their original composition, red-yellow of gold, which absorbs all colors of a mixed beam and reflects back only the red. Difficult to melt. Geological properties, found, gold especially, as an unalloyed solid, separate from other bodies, isolated, individualized. Individual presentation, independent of the elemental. About the two other precious metals, 1. Platinum lacks the color, gray on gray, soot of metals, 2. Rare, unknown in antiquity, discovered only after the discovery of America, also discovered in the Urals in the 19th century, soluble only in chlorine, always solid, specific gravity equals 21, the strongest fire does not melt it, more of scientific value. 2. Mercury, found in liquid form, evaporates, vapors poisonous, can be combined with other liquids, amalgams. Specific gravity equals 13.5, boiling point equals 360 degrees C. Thus neither platinum, nor much less mercury, are suitable as money. One of the geological properties is common to all the precious metals, rarity. Rarity, apart from supply and demand, is an element of value only in so far as its opposite, the non-rare as such, the negation of rarity, the elemental, has no value because it does not appear as the result of production. In the original definition of value, that which is most independent of conscious, voluntary production is the most valuable, assuming the existence of demand. Common pebbles have no value, relatively speaking, because they are to be had without production, even if the latter consists only of searching. For something to become an object of exchange, to have exchange value, it must not be available to everyone without the mediation of exchange, it must not appear in such an elemental form as to be common property. To this extent, rarity is an element of exchange value, and hence this property of the precious metal is of importance, even apart from its further relation to supply and demand. When we look at the advantages of the metals as such as instruments of production, then gold has to its credit that it is at bottom the first metal to be discovered as metal. For a double reason. First, because more than the others, it presents itself in nature as the most metallic, the most distinct and distinguishable metal. Second, because in its preparation nature has done the work otherwise left to artifice, and for its first discovery only rough labor is necessary, but neither science nor developed instruments of production. Certain it is that gold must take its place as the earliest metal known, and in the first record of man's progress it is indicated as a standard of man's position, because in the form of excess, the first form in which wealth appears. The first form of value is use value, the everyday quality that expresses the relation of the individual to nature. The second, exchange value alongside use value, its command over other people's use values, its social connectedness. Exchange value is itself originally a value for use on Sundays only, going beyond immediate physical necessity. Very early discovery of gold by man, gold differs remarkably from the other metals, with a very few exceptions, in the fact that it is found in nature in its metallic state. Iron and copper, tin, lead and silver are ordinarily discovered in chemical combinations with oxygen, sulfur, arsenic, or carbon, and the few exceptional occurrences of these metals in an uncombined, or, as it was formerly called, virgin state, are to be cited rather as mineralogical curiosities than as common productions. Gold is, however, always found native or metallic. Therefore, as a metallic mass, curious by its yellow color, it would attract the eye of the most uneducated man, whereas the other substances likely to lie in his path would offer no features of attraction to his scarcely awakened powers of observation. Again, gold, from the circumstance of its having been formed in those rocks which are most exposed to atmospheric action, is found in the debris of the mountains. By the disintegrating influences of the atmosphere, of changes of temperature, of the action of water, and particularly by the effects of ice, fragments of rock are continually broken off. These are borne by floods into the valleys and rolled into pebbles by the constant action of flowing water. Amongst these, pebbles, or particles, of gold are discovered. The summer heats, by drying up the waters, rendered those beds which had formed river channels and the courses of winter torrents paths for the journeys of migratory man, and here we can imagine the early discovery of gold. Gold most frequently occurs pure, or, at all events, so nearly so that its metallic nature can be at once recognized, in rivers as well as in quartz veins. The specific gravity of quartz, and of most other heavy compact rocks is about 2½ whilst the specific gravity of gold is 18 or 19. Gold, therefore, is somewhere about 7 times as heavy as any rock or stone with which it is likely to be associated. A current of water accordingly having sufficient strength to bear along sand or pebbles of quartz or any other rock, might not be able to move the fragments of gold associated with them. Moving water, therefore, has done for the auriferous rocks formerly, just what the miner would do now, break it, namely, up, into fragments, sweep away the lighter particles, and leave the gold behind it. Rivers are, indeed, great natural cradles, sweeping off all the lighter and finer particles at once, the heavier ones either sticking against natural impediments, or being left whenever the current slackens its force or velocity. See Gold, Lectures on London, 1852. Pages 12 and 13, 38. In all probability, from tradition and early history, the discovery of gold in the sand and gravel of streams would appear to have been the first step in the recognition of metals, and in almost all, perhaps in all, the countries of Europe, Africa, and Asia, greater or smaller quantities of gold have from very early times been washed by simple contrivances from auriferous deposits. Occasionally, the success of gold streams has been great enough to produce a pulse of excitement which has vibrated for a while through a district, but has been hushed down again. In 760 the poor people turned out in numbers to wash gold from the river sands south of Prague, and 3 men were able in the day to extract a mark, half a pound, of gold, and so great was the consequent rush to the diggings that in the next year the country was visited by famine. We read of a recurrence of similar events several times within the next few centuries, although here, as elsewhere, the general attraction to surface spread riches has subsided into regular and systematic mining. 2 classes of deposits in which gold is found, the lodes or veins, which intersect the solid rock in a direction more or less perpendicular to the horizon, and the drift beds or streams, in which the gold mingled with gravel, sand, or clay, has been deposited by the mechanical action of water, upon the surface of those rocks, which are penetrated to unknown depths by the lodes. To the former class belongs more specially the art of mining, to the latter the simple operations of digging. Gold mining, properly so called, is, like other mining, an art requiring the employment of capital, and of a skill only to be acquired by years of experience. There is no art practiced by civilized men which requires for its full development the application of so many sciences and collateral arts. But although so essential to the miner, scarcely any of these are necessary to the gold washer or streamer, who must trust chiefly to the strength of his arm, or the buoyancy of his health. The apparatus which he employs must necessarily be simple, so as to be conveyed from place to place, to be easily repaired if injured, and not to require any of those niceties of manipulation which would cause him to lose time in the acquiring of small quantities. Difference between the drift deposits of gold, best exemplified at the present day in Siberia, California, and Australia, and the fine sands annually brought down by rivers, some of which are also found to contain gold in workable quantities. The latter are of course found literally at the surface, the former may be met with under a cover of from 1 to 70 feet in thickness, consisting of soil, peat, sand, gravel, etc. The modes of working the two must be identical in principle. For the stream worker nature has pulled down the highest, proudest, and richest parts of the lodes, and so triturated and washed up the materials, that the streamer has the heaviest part of the work already done for him, whilst the miner, who attacks the poorer, but more lasting, deep-going lodes, must aid himself with all the resources of the nicest art. Gold has justly been considered the noblest of metals from various physical and chemical properties. It is unchangeable in air and does not rust. Its unchangeability consists precisely in its resistance against the oxygen in the atmosphere. Of a bright reddish-yellow color when in a coherent state, and very dense. Highly malleable. Requires a strong heat to melt it. Specific gravity. Thus 3 modes of its production: 1. In the river sand. Simple finding on the surface. Washing. 2. In river beds and floodlands. Digging. 3. Mining. Its production requires, hence, no development of the productive forces. Nature does most of the work in that regard. The roots of the words for gold, silver, etc. See Grimm, 39. Here we find a number of general concepts of brilliance, soon to be transferred to the words, proximate to color. Silver white, gold yellow, brass and gold, brass and iron exchange names. Among the Germans, bronze in use before iron. Direct affinity between AES, bronze, and aurum, gold. Copper, brass, bronze, tin and copper, and gold in use before silver and iron. Gold in use long before silver, because it is found pure or only lightly admixed with silver, obtained by simple washing. Silver is found in general in veins threaded through the hardest rocks in primitive terrain. Its extraction requires complicated labor and machines. In Southern America, veins of gold are not exploited, only gold in the form of dust and nuggets in alluvial terrain. In Herodotus's time, similarly. The most ancient monuments of Greece, Asia, Northern Europe, and the New World prove that the use of gold for utensils and for ornamentation is possible in a semi-barbarian condition, while the use of silver for the same purposes by itself already denotes a fairly advanced state of society. See Duro de la Malle, Notebook 2, 40. Copper as main instrument of war and peace, Ibid 2, as money in Italy Ibid. B. Fluctuations in the value relation between the different metals. If the use of metals as the substance of money, as well as their comparative uses, their earlier or later appearance, are to be examined at all, then it is necessary to look also at the fluctuations in their relative value. Letrone, Bach, Jacob, 41, that part of the question which is linked to the question of the mass of circulating metals as such, and its relation to prices, is to be looked at later, as a historical appendix to the chapter on the relation between money and prices. The successive fluctuations between gold, silver, and copper in various epochs had to depend first of all on the nature of the sites where they are found, and on their greater or lesser purity. Then, on political changes, such as the invasion of Asia and of a part of Africa by the Persians and the Macedonians, later the conquest of parts of 3 continents by the Romans, Orbis Romanus, etc. Dependent, therefore, on their relative purity and their location. The value relation between the different metals can be determined without recourse to prices, by means of the simple quantitative ratio in which one exchanges for the other. We can employ this form, in general, when we are comparing only a few commodities which have the same measure, e.g. so many quarters of rye, barley, oats for so many quarters of wheat. This method employed in barter, where little of anything is exchanged and where even fewer commodities enter the traffic, and where, hence, no money is required. Among an Arab people neighboring on Sabia, according to Strabo, pure gold was so abundant that 10 pounds of it were given for 1 pound of iron, and 2 pounds were given for 1 pound silver. A wealth of gold in the Bactrian region, Bactria, etc., in short, Turkestan, and in the part of Asia situated between the Peloponnesus, Hindu Kush, and the Amos, Mistak Mountains, i.e. in the Desertum Arenosum Oro Abundans 42, Desert of Kobe, according to Duro de la Malle it is probable, therefore, that from the 15th to the 6th century BC the ratio of gold to silver was 6:1 or 8:1, the same which existed in China and Japan until the beginning of the 19th century. Herodotus puts it at 13:1 for Persia under Darius Hystaspes. According to the Code of Manu, written between 1300 and 600 BC, gold to silver equals 2½ :1. Silver mines must nearly always be established in primitive terrain, that is where the deposits lie, and only lesser veins are found in easier ground. Instead of in alluvial sand and gravel, silver is ordinarily embedded in the most compact and hard rocks, such as quartz, etc. This metal is more common in regions which are cold, either from latitude or from elevation, while gold generally frequents warm countries. In contrast to gold, silver is only very rarely found in a pure state, usually combined with arsenic or sulfur, muriatic acid, nitric saltpetre. As far as the quantity of deposits is concerned, Prior to the discovery of Australia and California, Humboldt in 1811 estimates the proportion of gold to silver in America at 146, and in Europe, including Asiatic Russia, at 140. The mineralogists of the Académie des Sciences estimate in our time, 1842, that the ratio is 152, despite that, the pound of gold is only worth 15 pounds of silver, thus their value relation equals 15:1. Copper. Specific gravity equals 8.9. Beautiful dawn red color, fairly hard, requires very high temperatures to melt. Not infrequently encountered pure, frequently combined with oxygen or sulfur. Deposits found in primordial, ancient terrain. However, found more frequently close to the surface, at no great depth, agglomerated in masses of pure metal, sometimes of a considerable weight. Used in peace and war before iron. Gold relates to silver as the substance of money in the same way as copper to iron as instrument of labor in historical development. Circulates in great quantity in Italy under the Romans during the 1st to the 5th centuries. One can determine a priori a people's degree of civilization if one knows no more than the metal, gold, copper, silver, or iron, which it uses for weapons, tools, or ornamentation. Hesiod, in his poem on agriculture, point 43. Lucretius, et prior eris erat quam feri cognitus usus 44 Jacob cites ancient copper mines in Nubia and Siberia, see Duro I, 58, Herodotus says that the Massagethians had only bronze, but no iron. To judge by the collection known as the Oxford Marbles, iron unknown before 1431 BC. In Homer, iron rare, however, very common use of bronze, an alloy of copper, zinc, and tin, which Greek and Roman society used for a very long period, even for the fabrication of axes and razors. Italy fairly wealthy in native copper, thus copper money formed, if not the only currency, at least the normal currency, the monetary unit of central Italy, up to 247 BC. The Greek colonies in southern Italy received silver directly from Greece and Asia, or via Tyre and Carthage, and used it for money starting in the 5th and 6th centuries. The Romans, it seems, possessed silver money prior to the expulsion of the kings, but, Pliny says, interdictum id vetera consulto Patrum, Italii Parsi, I.e. the silver mines, Jubentium 45 they feared the consequences of a convenient means of circulation, opulence, increase of slaves, accumulation, concentration of land ownership. Among the Etruscans, too, copper money before gold. Garni is wrong when he says, see Notebook 3, p. 28, the material destined for accumulation was naturally sought for and selected from the realm of the minerals. 46 On the contrary, accumulation began after metal money was found, whether as money proper or only as preferred medium of exchange by weight. This point to be discussed especially in regard to gold. Riedemeyer is right, see Notebook 3, p. 34 Gold, silver, and copper were used by the ancients as implements for hacking and breaking, despite their relative softness, before the advent of iron and before they were used as money. 47. Improvement of implements when men learned to temper copper and thus make it hard enough to defy solid rock. A very much hardened copper was used to make the chisels and hammers used for mastering rock. Finally, iron was discovered. Jacob says, in patriarchal times, see Notebook 4, p. 3, when the metals used for making weapons, such as 1. brass and 2. iron, were rare and enormously expensive compared with the common food and clothing then used, then, although coined money made of the precious metals was still unknown, yet gold and silver had acquired the faculty of being more easily and conveniently exchanged for the other metals than corn and cattle. 48. Besides, in order to obtain the pure or nearly pure gold found in the immense alluvial lands situated between the Hindu Kush chains and the Himalaya, only a simple washing operation was required. In those times the population in these countries of Asia was abundant, and hence labor was cheap. Silver was relatively more expensive owing to the technical difficulties of obtaining it. The opposite tendency set in Asia and in Greece after the death of Alexander. The gold-bearing sands became exhausted, the price of slaves and of manpower rose, and, since mechanics and geometry had made immense progress from Euclid to Archimedes, it was possible to exploit with profit the rich veins of silver mined in Asia, in Thrace and in Spain, and, silver being 52 times more abundant than gold, the value ratio between them necessarily changed, so that the lever of gold, which at the time of Xenophon, 350 BC, was exchanged for 10 levers of silver, came to be worth 18 levers of the latter metal in the year AD 422. 49. Thus, it rose from 10:1 to 18:1. At the end of the 5th century AD, an extraordinary diminution in the quantity of precious metals, a halt in mining. In the Middle Ages up to the end of the 15th century, a relatively significant portion of money in gold coins. The diminution affected, most of all, silver, which had previously circulated most widely. Ratio in the 15th century equals 10:1, in the 18th century 14:1 on the continent, in England equals 15:1. In most of Asia, silver more as a commodity in trade, especially in China, where copper money, tian, a composition of copper, zinc, and lead, coin of the realm, in China, gold and silver, by weight as a commodity to balance foreign trade. Large fluctuations in Rome between the value of copper and silver, in coins. Up to Servius, metal in bullion form, AES rude, for trade. The monetary unit, the copper as equals 1 pound of copper. In the time of Servius, silver to copper equals 279, 1, until the beginning of the Punic War equals 400:1, during the First Punic War equals 140:1, Second Punic War equals 112:1. Gold very expensive in Rome at first, whereas silver from Carthage, and Spain, gold used only in ingots until 547. Gold to silver in trade equals 13.71:1, in coins equals 17.4:1, under Caesar equals 12:1, at the outbreak of the Civil War, after the plunder of the Aerarium 50 by Caesar, only 8:1, under Honorius and Arcadius, 397, fixed at equals 14.4:1, under Honorius and Theodosius the Younger, 422, equals 18:1. First silver coin in Rome minted 485, first gold coin, 547. As soon as, after the Second Punic War, the as was reduced to 1 ounce, it became small change, the sesterce, silver, the monetary unit, and all large payments made in silver. In everyday commerce copper, later iron, remained the chief metal. Under the emperors of the Orient and Occident, the solidus, aureus, i.e. gold, was the monetary standard. Thus, in antiquity, taking the average. First, relative increase in value of silver as compared with gold. Apart from special phenomena, Arabs, where gold cheaper than silver and still cheaper than iron, in Asia from the 15th to the 6th centuries BC, gold to silver equals 6:1 or 8:1, the latter ratio in China and Japan until the beginning of the 19th century. In the Minoan code itself equals 2:1/2:1. This lower ratio arises from the same causes which promote the discovery of gold as the first metal. Gold in those days chiefly from Asia and Egypt. This period corresponds to that of copper money in Italian history. In general, copper as main instrument of peace and war corresponds to the preeminence of gold among the precious metals. Even in Xenophon's time, gold to silver equals 10:1. Secondly, after the death of Alexander, relative rise in the value of gold compared to silver, with the exhaustion of the gold-bearing sand, progress in technology and civilization, and hence establishment of silver mines, now the influence of the quantitatively greater prevalence of silver over gold in the earth's crust. But especially the Carthaginians, the exploitation of Spain, which necessarily had to revolutionize the relation of silver to gold in somewhat the same way as the discovery of American silver at the end of the 15th century. Ratio in Caesar's time equals 17:1, later 14:1, finally, after AD 422 equals 18:1. The decline of gold under Caesar for accidental reasons. The decline of silver relative to gold corresponds to iron being the chief instrument of production in war and peace. While in the first period, influx of gold from the east, in the second, influx of silver from the cooler west. Thirdly, in the Middle Ages, again the ratio as in the time of Xenophon, 10:1. In some places equals 12:1. Fourthly, after the discovery of America, again about the ratio as in the time of Honorius and Arcadius, 397, 14 to 15:1. Although since about 1815 to 44 an increase in the production of gold was at a premium, e.g. in France. It is probable that the discovery of California and Australia, fifthly, will reintroduce the ratio of the Roman Imperium, 18:1, if not greater. The relative depreciation of silver due to progress in the production of precious metals, in antiquity as well as after, proceeds from east to west until California and Australia reverse this. In the short run, great fluctuations, but when one looks at the main differences, these repeat themselves in a remarkable fashion. In antiquity, copper 3 or 4 times as expensive as today. Gamier. C. Now to be examined, the sources of gold and silver and their connection with historical development. D. Money as coin. Briefly, the historical aspect of coins. Depreciation and appreciation, etc. Circulation, or the turnover of money, corresponds to an opposite circulation, or turnover, of commodities. A commodity possessed by A passes into the hands of B, while B's money passes into the hands of A, etc. The circulation of money, like that of commodities, begins at an infinity of different points, and to an infinity of different points it returns. Departures from a single center to the different points on the periphery and the return from all points of the periphery to a single center do not take place in the circulatory process at the stage here being examined, i.e. its direct stage. They belong, rather, in a circulatory system mediated by a banking system. This first, spontaneous and natural circulation does consist, however, of a mass of turnovers. Circulation proper, nevertheless, begins only where gold and silver cease to be commodities. Between countries which export precious metals and those which import them, no circulation in this sense takes place, but mere simple exchange, since gold and silver function here not as money but as commodities. Where money plays the role of mediating the exchange of commodities, that means here their circulation, and is hence a means of exchange. It is an instrument of circulation, a vehicle of circulation, but wherever, in this process, it is itself circulated, where it changes hands along its own lines of motion, there it itself has a circulation, monetary turnover. The aim is to find out to what extent this circulation is determined by particular laws. This much is clear from the outset: if money is a vehicle of circulation for the commodity, then the commodity is likewise a vehicle for the circulation of money. If money circulates commodities, then commodities circulate money. The circulation of commodities and the circulation of money thus determine one another. As regards monetary turnover, 3 things merit attention: 1. The form of the movement itself, the line which it describes, its concept; 2. The quantity of money circulating; 3. The rate at which it completes its motion, its velocity of circulation. This can happen only in connection with the circulation of commodities. This much is clear from the outset, that there are moments in the circulation of commodities which are entirely independent of the circulation of money, and which either directly determine the latter, or which are determined along with monetary circulation by a third factor, as in the case of, example, the velocity. The overall character of the mode of production will determine them both, and will determine the circulation of commodities more directly. The mass of persons engaged in exchange, population, their distribution between the town and the country, the absolute quantity of commodities, of products and agencies of production, the relative mass of commodities which enter into circulation, the development of the means of communication and transport, in the double sense of determining not only the sphere of those who are in exchange, in contact, but also the speed with which the raw material reaches the producer and the product the consumer. Finally, the development of industry, which concentrates different branches of production, e.g. spinning, weaving, dyeing, etc., and hence makes superfluous a series of intermediate exchanges. The circulation of commodities is the original precondition of the circulation of money. To what extent the latter then reacts back on the circulation of commodities remains to be seen. The first task is firmly to establish the general concept of circulation or of turnover. But first let us note that what is circulated by money is exchange value, hence prices. Hence, as regards the circulation of commodities, it is not only their mass but, equally, their prices which must be considered. A large quantity of commodities at a low exchange value, price, obviously requires less money for its circulation than a smaller quantity at double the price. Thus, actually, the concept of price has to be developed before that of circulation. Circulation is the positing of prices, it is the process in which commodities are transformed into prices, their realization as prices. Money has a dual character, it is, 1. Measure, or element in which the commodity is realized as exchange value, and, 2. Means of exchange, instrument of circulation, and in each of these aspects it acts in quite opposite directions. Money only circulates commodities which have already been ideally transformed into money, not only in the head of the individual but in the conception held by society, directly, the conception held by the participants in the process of buying and selling. This ideal transformation into money is by no means determined by the same laws as the real transformation. Their interrelation is to be examined. A. An essential characteristic of circulation is that it circulates exchange values, products or labor, and, in particular, exchange values in the form of prices. Thus, not every form of commodity exchange, e.g. barter, payment in kind, feudal services, etc., constitutes circulation. To get circulation, two things are required above all: firstly, the precondition that commodities are prices; secondly, not isolated acts of exchange, but a circle of exchange, a totality of the same, in constant flux, proceeding more or less over the entire surface of society, a system of acts of exchange. The commodity is specified as an exchange value. As an exchange value, it functions in a given proportion, relative to the labor time contained in it, as equivalent for all other values, commodities, but it does not directly correspond to this, its function. As an exchange value it differs from itself as a natural, material thing. A mediation is required to posit it as an exchange value. Money presents the exchange value of the commodity to the commodity as something different from itself. The commodity which is posited as money is, at the outset, the commodity as pure exchange value, or, the commodity as pure exchange value is money. But at the same time, money now exists outside and alongside the commodity, its exchange value, the exchange value of all commodities, has achieved an existence independent of the commodity, an existence based in an autonomous material of its own, in a particular commodity. The exchange value of the commodity expresses the totality of the quantitative relations in which all other commodities can be exchanged for it, determined by the unequal quantities of the same which can be produced in the same labor time. Money then exists as the exchange value of all commodities alongside and outside them. It is the universal material into which they must be dipped, in which they become gilded and silver-plated, in order to win their independent existence as exchange values. They must be translated into money, expressed in money. Money becomes the general denomination of exchange values, of commodities as exchange values. Exchange value expressed as money, i.e. equated with money, is price. After money has been posited as independent in relation to exchange values, then the exchange values are posited in their particularity in relation to their subject, money. But every exchange value is a particular quantity, a quantitatively specific exchange value. As such, it is equals a particular quantity of money. This particularity is given, in the general law, by the amount of labor time contained in a given exchange value. Thus an exchange value which is the product of, say, 1 day is expressed in a quantity of gold or silver which equals 1 day of labor time, which is the product of 1 day of labor. The general measure of exchange values now becomes the measure which exists between each exchange value and the money to which it is equated. Gold and silver are determined, in the first place, by their cost of production in the country of production. In the mining countries all prices ultimately depend on the costs of production of the precious metals. The remuneration paid to the miner affords the scale, on which the remuneration of all other producers is calculated. The gold value and silver value of all commodities exempt from monopoly depends in a country without mines on the gold and silver which can be obtained by exporting the result of a given quantity of labor, the current rate of profit, and, in each individual case, the amount of wages, which have been paid, and the time for which they have been advanced. Senior, 51. In other words, on the quantity of gold and silver which is directly or indirectly obtained from the mining countries in exchange for a given quantity of labor, exportable products. Money is in the first instance that which expresses the relation of equality between all exchange values. In money, they all have the same name. Exchange value, posited in the character of money, is price. Exchange value is expressed in price as a specific quantity of money. Money as price shows first of all the identity of all exchange values, secondly, it shows the unit of which they all contain a given number, so that the equation with money expresses the quantitative specificity of exchange values, their quantitative relation to one another. Money is here posited, thus, as the measure of exchange values, and prices as exchange values measured in money. The fact that money is the measure of prices, and hence that exchange values are compared with one another on this standard, is an aspect of the situation which is self-evident. But what is more important for the analysis is that in price, exchange value is compared with money. After money has been posited as independent exchange value, separated from commodities, then the individual commodity, the particular exchange value, is again equated to money, i.e. it is posited as equal to a given quantity of money, expressed as money, translated into money. By being equated to money, they again become related to one another as they were, conceptually, as exchange values, they balance and equate themselves with one another in given proportions. The particular exchange value, the commodity, becomes expressed as, subsumed under, posited in the character of the independent exchange value, of money. How this happens, i.e. how the quantitative relation between the quantitatively defined exchange value and a given quantity of money is found, above. But, since money has an independent existence apart from commodities, the price of the commodity appears as an external relation of exchange values or commodities to money. The commodity is not price, in the way in which its social substance stamped it as exchange value. This quality is not immediately coextensive with it, but is mediated by the commodity's comparison with money. The commodity is exchange value, but it has a price. Exchange value was in immediate identity with it, it was its immediate quality, from which it just as immediately split, so that on one side we found the commodity, on the other, as money, its exchange value, but now, as price, the commodity relates to money on one side as something existing outside itself, and secondly, it is ideally posited as money itself, since money has a reality different from it. The price is a property of the commodity, a quality in which it is presented as money. It is no longer an immediate but a reflected quality of it. Alongside real money, there now exists the commodity as ideally posited money. This next characteristic, a characteristic of money as measure as well as of the commodity as price, is most easily shown by means of the distinction between real money and accounting money. As measure, money always serves as accounting money, and, as price, the commodity is always transformed only ideally into money. The appraisal of the commodity by the seller, the offer made by the buyer, the calculations, obligations, rents, inventories, etc., in short, everything which leads up to and precedes the material act of payment, must be expressed in accounting money. Real money intervenes only in order to realize payments and to balance, liquidate, the accounts. If I must pay 24 livres 12 sous, then accounting money presents 24 units of one sort and 12 of another, while in reality I shall pay in the form of two material pieces, a gold coin worth 24 livres and a silver coin worth 12 sous. The total mass of real money has necessary limits in the requirements of circulation. Accounting money is an ideal measure, which has no limits other than those of the imagination. Employed to express every sort of wealth if considered from the aspect of its exchange value alone, thus, national wealth, the income of the state and of individuals, the accounting values, regardless of the form in which these values may exist, regulated in one and the same form, so that there is not a single article in the mass of consumable objects which is not several times transformed into money by the mind, while, compared to this mass, the total sum of effective money is, at the most equals. 1:10, Garney, 52, this last ratio is poor 1, many millions is more correct. But this entirely unmeasurable. Thus, just as originally money expressed exchange value, so does the commodity as price, as ideally posited, mentally realized exchange value, now express a sum of money, money in a definite proportion. As prices, all commodities in their different forms are representatives of money, whereas earlier it was money, as the independent form of exchange value, which was the representative of all commodities. After money is posited as a commodity in reality, the commodity is posited as money in the mind. It is clear so far, then, that in this ideal transformation of commodities into money, or in the positing of commodities as prices, the quantity of really available money is altogether a matter of indifference, for two reasons. Firstly, the ideal transformation of commodities into money is prima facie independent of and unrestricted by the mass of real money. Not a single piece of money is required in this process, just as little as a measuring rod, say, a yardstick, really needs to be employed before, for example, the ideal quantity of yards can be expressed. If, for example, the entire national wealth of England is appraised in terms of money, i.e. expressed as a price, everyone knows that there is not enough money in the world to realize this price. Money is needed here only as a category, as a mental relation. Secondly, because money functions as a unit, that is, the commodity is expressed in such a way that it contains a definite sum of equal parts of money, is measured by it, it follows that the measure between both is the general measure of exchange values, costs of production or labor time. Thus if 1/3 of an ounce of gold is the product of 1 working day, and the commodity X is the product of 3 working days, then the commodity X equals 1 ounce or 3 pounds 17. 4d. With the measurement of money and of the commodity, the original measure of exchange values enters again. Instead of being expressed in 3 working days, the commodity is expressed in the quantity of gold or silver which is the product of 3 working days. The quantity of really available money obviously has no bearing on this proportion. Error by James Mill overlooks that their cost of production and not their quantity determines the value of the precious metals, as well as the prices of commodities measured in metallic value. 53. Commodities in exchange are their own reciprocal measure. But this process would require as many reference points as there are commodities in circulation. If a commodity were exchanged only for one, and not for 2 commodities, then it would not serve as term of comparison. Hence the necessity of a common term of comparison. This term can be purely ideal. The determination of measure is fundamental, more important than that of wages. In the trade between Russia and China, silver is used to evaluate all commodities, but nevertheless this commerce is done by means of barter. Storch, 54. The operation of measuring with money is similar to the employment of weights in the comparison of material quantities. The same name for the two units whose function is to count the weight as well as the value of each thing. Measures of weight and measures of value the same names. An etalon of invariable weight was easily found. In the case of money, the question was again the value of a pound of silver, which equals its cost of production. Sismondi, 55. Not only the same names. Gold and silver were originally measured by weight. Thus, the as equals 1 pound of copper among the Romans. Sheep and oxen, not gold and silver, money in Homer and Hesiod, as measure of value. Barter on the Trojan battlefield. Jacob. Similarly, slaves in the Middle Ages. Ibid, 56. Money can be posited in the character of measure and in that of the general element of exchange values, without being realized in its further qualities, hence also before it has taken on the form of metal money. In simple barter, however, presupposed in that case that little exchange of any kind takes place, that commodities are not developed as exchange values and hence not as prices. A common standard in the price of anything presupposes its frequent and familiar alienation. This not the case in simple states of society. In non-industrial countries many things without definite price. Sale alone can determine prices, and frequent sale alone can fix a standard. The frequent sale of articles of first necessity depends on the relation between town and country, etc. 57. A developed determination of prices presupposes that the individual does not directly produce his means of subsistence, but that his direct product is an exchange value, and hence must first be mediated by a social process, in order to become the means of life for the individual. Between the full development of this foundation of industrial society and the patriarchal condition, many intermediate stages, endless nuances. This much appears from a. If the cost of production of the precious metals rises, then all commodity prices fall. If the cost of production of the precious metals falls, then all commodity prices rise. This is the general law, which, as we shall see, is modified in particular cases. b. If exchange values are ideally transformed into money by means of prices, then, in the act of exchange, in purchase and sale, they are really transformed into money, exchanged for money, in order then to be again exchanged as money for a commodity. A particular exchange value must first be exchanged for exchange value in general before it can then be in turn exchanged for particulars. The commodity is realized as an exchange value only through this mediating movement, in which money plays the part of middleman. Money thus circulates in the opposite direction from commodities. It appears as the middleman in commodity exchange, as the medium of exchange. It is the will of circulation, the instrument of circulation for the turnover of commodities, but, as such, it also has a circulation of its own, monetary turnover, monetary circulation. The price of the commodity is realized only when it is exchanged for real money, or in its real exchange for money. This is what emerges from the foregoing. Commodities are really exchanged for money, transformed into real money, after they have been ideally transformed into money beforehand, i.e. have obtained the attribute of price as prices. Prices, therefore, are the precondition of monetary circulation, regardless of how much their realization appears to be a result of the latter. The circumstances which make the prices of commodities rise above or fall below their average value because their exchange value does so are to be developed in the section on exchange value, and precede the process of the actual realization of the prices of commodities through money. They thus appear, at first, as completely independent of it. The relations of numbers to one another obviously remain the same when I change them into decimal fractions. This is only giving them another name. In order really to circulate commodities, what is required is instruments of transport, and transport cannot be performed by money. If I have bought 1,000 pounds of iron for the amount of pound X, then the ownership of the iron has passed into my hand. My pound X have done their duty as means of exchange and have circulated, along with the title of ownership. The seller, inversely, has realized the price of iron as exchange value. But in order then to bring the iron from him to me, money itself is useless, that requires wagons, horses, roads, etc. The real circulation of commodities through time and space is not accomplished by money. Money only realizes their price and thereby transfers the title to the commodity into the hands of the buyer, to him who has proffered means of exchange. What money circulates is not commodities but their titles of ownership, and what is realized in the opposite direction in this circulation, whether by purchase or sale, is again not the commodities, but their prices. The quantity of money which is, then, required for circulation is determined initially by the level of the prices of the commodities thrown into circulation. The sum total of these prices, however, is determined firstly, by the prices of the individual commodities, secondly, by the quantity of commodities at given prices which enter into circulation. For example, in order to circulate a quarter of wheat at 60 s, twice as many s are required as would be to circulate it at 30s. And if 5,000 of these quarters at 60s are to be circulated, then 300,000 s are required, while in order to circulate 200 such quarters only 12,000 are needed. Thus, the amount of money required is dependent on the level of commodity prices and on the quantity of commodities at specified prices. Thirdly, however, the quantity of money required for circulation depends not only on the sum total of prices to be realized, but on the rapidity with which money circulates, completes the task of this realization. If one thaler in 1 hour makes 10 purchases at 1 thaler each, if it is exchanged 10 times, then it performs quite the same task that 10 thalers would do if they made only 1 purchase per hour. Velocity is the negative moment, it substitutes for quantity, by its means, a single coin is multiplied. The circumstances which determine the mass of commodity prices to be realized, on the one hand, and the velocity of circulation of money, on the other hand, are to be examined later. This much is clear, that prices are not high or low because much or little money circulates, but that much or little money circulates because prices are high or low, and, further, that the velocity of the circulating money does not depend on its quantity, but that the quantity of the circulating medium depends on its velocity. Heavy payments are not counted but weighed, through this the time necessary is shortened. Still, as already mentioned, the circulation of money does not begin from a single center, nor does it return to a single center from all points of the periphery, as with the banks of issue and partly with state issues, but from an infinite number of points, and returns to an infinite number, this return itself, and the time required to achieve it, a matter of chance. The velocity of the circulating medium can therefore substitute for the quantity of the circulating medium only up to a certain point. Manufacturers and farmers pay, for example, the worker, he pays the grocer, etc., from there the money returns to the manufacturers and farmers. The same quantity of money can effectuate a series of payments only successively, regardless of the speed. But a certain mass of payments must be made simultaneously. Circulation takes its point of departure at one and the same time from many points. A definite quantity of money is therefore necessary for circulation, a sum which will always be engaged in circulation, and which is determined by the sum total which starts from the simultaneous points of departure in circulation, and by the velocity with which it runs its course, returns. No matter how many ebbs and floods this quantity of the circulating medium is exposed to, an average level nevertheless comes into existence, since the permanent changes are always very gradual, take place only over longer periods, and are constantly paralysed by a mass of secondary circumstances, as we shall see. 2. A measure, used as attribute of money, means indicator of value. Ridiculous, that prices must fall, because commodities are judged as being worth so many ounces of gold, and the amount of gold is diminished in this country. The efficiency of gold as an indicator of value is unaffected by its quantity being greater or smaller in any particular country. If the employment of banking expedients were to succeed in reducing the paper and metal circulation in this country by half, the relative value of money and commodities would remain the same. Example of Peru in the 16th century and transmission from France to England. Hubbard, 8, 45. 58. On the African coast neither gold nor silver the measure of value, instead of them, an ideal standard, an imaginary bar. Jacob, v. 15. 59. In its quality of being a measure, money is indifferent to its quantity, or, the existing quantity of money makes no difference. Its quantity is measured in its quality as medium of exchange, as instrument of circulation. Whether these two qualities of money can enter into contradiction with one another, to be looked at later. The concept of forced, involuntary circulation, see Stoyart, 60 does not belong here yet. To have circulation, what is essential is that exchange appear as a process, a fluid whole of purchases and sales. Its first presupposition is the circulation of commodities themselves, as a natural, many-sided circulation of those commodities. The precondition of commodity circulation is that they be produced as exchange values, not as immediate use values, but as mediated through exchange value. Appropriation through and by means of divestiture in Tauserung and alienation Verauserung is the fundamental condition. Circulation as the realization of exchange values implies, 1. That my product is a product only insofar as it is for others, hence suspended singularity, generality. 2. That it is a product for me only insofar as it has been alienated, become for others. 3. That it is for the other only insofar as he himself alienates his product, which already implies, 4. That production is not an end in itself for me, but a means. Circulation is the movement in which the general alienation appears as general appropriation and general appropriation as general alienation. As much, then, as the whole of this movement appears as a social process, and as much as the individual moments of this movement arise from the conscious will and particular purposes of individuals, so much does the totality of the process appear as an objective interrelation, which arises spontaneously from nature, arising, it is true, from the mutual influence of conscious individuals on one another, but neither located in their consciousness, nor subsumed under them as a whole. Their own collisions with one another produce an alien social power standing above them, produce their mutual interaction as a process and power independent of them. Circulation, because a totality of the social process, is also the first form in which the social relation appears as something independent of the individuals, but not only as, say, in a coin or in exchange value, but extending to the whole of the social movement itself. The social relation of individuals to one another as a power over the individuals which has become autonomous, whether conceived as a natural force, as chance, or in whatever other form, is a necessary result of the fact that the point of departure is not the free social individual. Circulation as the first totality among the economic categories is well suited to bring this to light. At first sight, circulation appears as a simply infinite process. 61 The commodity is exchanged for money, money is exchanged for the commodity, and this is repeated endlessly. This constant renewal of the same process does indeed form an important moment of circulation. But, viewed more precisely, it reveals other phenomena as well, the phenomena of completion, or, the return of the point of departure into itself. The commodity is exchanged for money, money is exchanged for the commodity. In this way, commodity is exchanged for commodity, except that this exchange is a mediated one. The purchaser becomes a seller again and the seller becomes purchaser again. In this way, each is posited in the double and the antithetical aspect, and hence in the living unity of both aspects. It is entirely wrong, therefore, to do as the economists do, namely, as soon as the contradictions in the monetary system emerge into view, to focus only on the end results without the process which mediates them, only on the unity without the distinction, the affirmation without the negation. the commodity is exchanged in circulation for a commodity, at the same time, and equally, it is not exchanged for a commodity, inasmuch as it is exchanged for money. The acts of purchase and sale, in other words, appear as two mutually indifferent acts, separated in time and place. When it is said that he who sells also buys inasmuch as he buys money, and that he who buys also sells inasmuch as he sells money, then it is precisely the distinction which is overlooked, the specific distinction between commodity and money. After the economists have most splendidly shown that barter, in which both acts coincide, does not suffice for a more developed form of society and mode of production, they then suddenly look at the kind of barter which is mediated by money as if it were not so mediated, and overlook the specific character of this transaction. After they have shown us that money is necessary in addition to and distinct from commodities, they assert all at once that there is no distinction between money and commodities. They take refuge in this abstraction because in the real development of money there are contradictions which are unpleasant for the apologetics of bourgeois common sense, and must hence be covered up. In so far as purchase and sale, the two essential moments of circulation, are indifferent to one another and separated in place and time, they by no means need to coincide. Their indifference can develop into the fortification and apparent independence of the one against the other. But in so far as they are both essential moments of a single whole, there must come a moment when the independent form is violently broken and when the inner unity is established externally through a violent explosion. Thus already in the quality of money as a medium, in the splitting of exchange into two acts, there lies the germ of crises, or at least their possibility, which cannot be realized, except where the fundamental preconditions of classically developed, conceptually adequate circulation are present. It has further been seen that, in circulation, money only realizes prices. The price appears at first as an ideal aspect of the commodity, but the sum of money exchanged for a commodity is its realized price, its real price. The price appears therefore as external to and independent of the commodity, as well as existing in it ideally. If the commodity cannot be realized in money, it ceases to be capable of circulating, and its price becomes merely imaginary, just as originally the product which has become transformed into exchange value, if it is not really exchanged, ceases to be a product. The rise and fall of price is not the question here. From viewpoint A, price appeared as an aspect of the commodity, but from B, money appears as the price outside the commodity. The commodity requires not simply demand, but demand which can pay in money. Thus, if its price cannot be realized, if it cannot be transformed into money, the commodity appears as devalued, depriced. The exchange value expressed in its price must be sacrificed as soon as this specific transformation into money is necessary. Hence the complaints by Bois-Guilbert 62 e.g. that money is the hangman of all things, the Moloch to whom everything must be sacrificed, the despot of commodities. In the period of the rising absolute monarchy with its transformation of all taxes into money taxes, money indeed appears as the Moloch to whom real wealth is sacrificed. Thus it appears also in every monetary panic. From having been a servant of commerce, says Bois-Guilbert, money became its despot. 63 But, in fact, already the determination of prices in themselves contains what is counterposed to money in exchange, that money no longer represents the commodity, but the commodity, money. Lamentations about commerce in money as illegitimate commerce are to be found among several writers, who form the transition from the feudal to the modern period, the same later among socialists. A. The further the division of labor develops, the more does the product cease to be a medium of exchange. The necessity of a general medium of exchange arises, a medium independent of the specific production of each and every one. When production is oriented towards immediate subsistence, not every article can be exchanged for every other one, and a specific activity can be exchanged only for specific products. The more specialized, manifold and interdependent the products become, the greater the necessity for a general medium of exchange. At the beginning, the product of labor, or labor itself, is the general medium of exchange. But this ceases more and more to be general medium of exchange as it becomes more specialized. A fairly developed division of labor presupposes that the needs of each person have become very many-sided and his product has become very one-sided. The need for exchange and the unmediated medium of exchange develop in inverse proportion. Hence the necessity for a general medium of exchange, where the specific product and the specific labor must be exchanged for exchangeability. The exchange value of a thing is nothing other than the quantitatively specific expression of its capacity for serving as medium of exchange. In money the medium of exchange becomes a thing, or, the exchange value of the thing achieves an independent existence apart from the thing. Since the commodity is a medium of exchange of limited potency compared with money, it can cease to be a medium of exchange as against money. Beta, the splitting of exchange into purchase and sale makes it possible for me to buy without selling, stockpiling of commodities, or to sell without buying, accumulation of money. It makes speculation possible. It turns exchange into a special business, i.e. it founds the merchant estate. 64 The separation of the two elements has made possible a mass of transactions in between the definitive exchange of commodities, and it enables a mass of persons to exploit this divorce. It has made possible a mass of pseudo-transactions. Sometimes it becomes evident that what appeared to be an essentially divided act is in reality an essentially unified one, then again, sometimes, that what was thought to be an essentially unified act is in reality essentially divided. At moments when purchasing and selling assert themselves as essentially different acts, a general depreciation of all commodities takes place. At moments where it turns out that money is only a medium of exchange, a depreciation of money comes about. General fall or rise of prices. Money provides the possibility of an absolute division of labor, because of independence of labor from its specific product, from the immediate use value of its product for it. The general rise of prices in times of speculation cannot be ascribed to a general rise in its exchange value or its cost of production, for if the exchange value or the cost of production of gold were to rise in step with that of all other commodities, then their exchange values expressed in money, i.e. their prices, would remain the same. Nor can it be ascribed to a decline in the production price of gold. Credit is not yet on the agenda here. But since money is not only a general commodity, but also a particular, and since, as a particular, it comes under the laws of supply and demand, it follows that the general demand for particular commodities as against money must bring it down. We see that it is in the nature of money to solve the contradictions of direct barter as well as of exchange value only by positing them as general contradictions. Whether or not a particular medium of exchange was exchanged for another particular was a matter of coincidence. Now, however, the commodity must be exchanged for the general medium of exchange, against which its particularity stands in a still greater contradiction. In order to secure the exchangeability of the commodity, exchangeability itself is set up in opposition to it as an independent commodity. It was a means, becomes an end. The question was, whether a particular commodity encounters another particular one. But money suspends the act of exchange itself in two mutually indifferent acts. Before the questions regarding circulation, its strength, weakness, etc., and notably the disputed point regarding the quantity of money in circulation and prices, are further developed, money should be looked at from the point of view of its third characteristic. 65. One moment of circulation is that the commodity exchanges itself through money for another commodity. But there is, equally, the other moment, not only that commodity exchanges for money and money for commodity, but equally that money exchanges for commodity and commodity for money, hence that money is mediated with itself by the commodity, and appears as the unity which joins itself with itself in its circular course. Then it appears no longer as the medium, but as the aim of circulation, as e.g. with the merchant estate, in commerce generally. If circulation is looked at not as a constant alternation, but as a series of circular motions which it describes within itself, then this circular path appears as a double one, commodity, money, commodity, and in the other direction money, commodity, money, i.e. if I sell in order to buy, then I can also buy in order to sell. In the former case money only a means to obtain the commodity, and the commodity the aim. In the second case the commodity only a means to obtain money, and money the aim. This is the simple result when the moments of circulation are brought together. Looking at it as mere circulation, the point at which I intervene in order to declare it the point of departure has to be a matter of indifference. Now, a specific distinction does enter between a commodity in circulation and money in circulation. The commodity is thrown out of circulation at a certain point and fulfills its definitive function only when it is definitively withdrawn from circulation, consumed, whether in the act of production or in consumption proper. The function of money, by contrast, is to remain in circulation as its vehicle, to resume its circular course always anew like a perpetuum mobile. Nevertheless, this second function is also a part of circulation, equally with the first. Now one can say, to exchange commodity for commodity makes sense, since commodities, although they are equivalent as prices, are qualitatively different, and their exchange ultimately satisfies qualitatively different needs. By contrast, exchanging money for money makes no sense, unless, that is, a quantitative difference arises, less money is exchanged for more, sold at a higher price than purchased, and with the category of profit we have as yet nothing to do. The circle money, commodity, money, which we drew from the analysis of circulation, would then appear to be merely an arbitrary and senseless abstraction, roughly as if one wanted to describe the life cycle as death, life, death, although even in the latter case it could not be denied that the constant decomposition of what has been individualized back into the elemental is just as much a moment of the process of nature as the constant individualization of the elemental. Similarly in the act of circulation, the constant monetarization of commodities, just as much as the constant transformation of money into commodities. In the real process of buying in order to sell, admittedly, the motive is the profit made thereby, and the ultimate aim is to exchange less money, by way of the commodity, for more money. Since there is no qualitative difference, here we disregard special kinds of metal money as well as special kinds of coins, between money and money. All that given, it cannot be denied that the operation may come to grief and that hence the exchange of money for money without quantitative difference frequently takes place in reality and, hence, can take place. But before this process, on which commerce rests and which therefore, owing to its extension, forms a chief phenomenon of circulation, is possible at all, the circular path money, commodity, money must be recognized as a particular form of circulation. This form is specifically different from that in which money appears as a mere medium of exchange for commodities, as the middle term, as a minor premise of the syllogism. Along with its quantitative aspect, visible in commerce, it must be separated out in its purely qualitative form, in its specific movement. Secondly, it already implies that money functions neither only as measure, nor only as medium of exchange, nor only as both, but has yet a third quality. It appears here firstly as an end in itself, whose sole realization is served by commodity trade and exchange. Secondly, since the cycle concludes with it at that point, it steps outside it, just as the commodity, having been exchanged for its equivalent through money, is thrown out of circulation. It is very true that money, in so far as it serves only as an agent of circulation, constantly remains enclosed in its cycle. But it appears here, also, that it is still something more than this instrument of circulation, that it also has an independent existence outside circulation, and that in this new character it can be withdrawn from circulation just as the commodity must constantly be definitively withdrawn. We must then observe money in its third quality, in which both of the former are included, i.e. that of serving as measure as well as the general medium of exchange and hence the realization of commodity prices. C. Money as material representative of wealth, accumulation of money, before that, money as the general material of contracts, etc. It is in the nature of circulation that every point appears simultaneously as a starting point and as a conclusion, and, more precisely, that it appears to be the one insofar as it appears to be the other. The specific form m, c, c, m therefore just as correct as the other, which appears the more original, c, m, c. The difficulty is that the other commodity is qualitatively different, not so the other money. It can differ only quantitatively. Regarded as measure, the material substance of money is essential, although its availability and even more its quantity, the amount of the portion of gold or silver which serves as unit, are entirely irrelevant for it in this quality, and it is employed in general only as an imaginary, non-existent unit. In this quality it is needed as a unit and not as an amount. If I say a pound of cotton is worth 8d, then I am saying that 1 pound of cotton ounce of gold, the ounce at 3 pounds 17.7d. 931d. This expresses at the same time its particularity as exchange value as against all other commodities, as equivalent of all other commodities, which contain the ounce of gold this or that many times, since they are all in the same way compared to the ounce of gold. This original relation of the pound of cotton with gold, by means of which the quantity of gold contained in an ounce of cotton is determined, is fixed by the quantity of labor time realized in one and the other, the real common substance of exchange values. This is to be presupposed from the chapter dealing with exchange value as such. The difficulty of finding this equation is not as great as it may appear. For example, labor which directly produces gold directly reveals a certain quantity of gold to be the product of, say, one working day. Competition equates the other working days with that one, modificandis modificatus. Directly or indirectly. In a word, in the direct production of gold, a definite quantity of gold directly appears as product and hence as the value, the equivalent, of a definite amount of labor time. One has therefore only to determine the amount of labor time realized in the various commodities, and to equate them to the labor time which directly produces gold, in order to state how much gold is contained in a given commodity. The determination of all commodities as prices, as measured exchange values, is a process which takes place only gradually, which presupposes frequent exchange and hence frequent comparison of commodities as exchange values. But as soon as the existence of commodities as prices has become a precondition which is itself a product of the social process, a result of the process of social production, then the determination of new prices appears simple, since the elements of production cost are themselves already present in the form of prices, and are hence simply to be added. Frequent alienation, sale, frequent sale, stoi art. 66 rather, all this must have continuity so that prices achieve a certain regularity. However, the point we wanted to get at here is this: insofar as gold is to be established as the unit of measurement, the relation of gold to commodities is determined by barter, direct, unmediated exchange, like the relation of all other commodities to one another. With barter, however, the product is exchange value only in itself, it is its first phenomenal form, but the product is not yet posited as exchange value. Firstly, this character does not yet dominate production as a whole, but concerns only its superfluity and is hence itself more or less superfluous, like exchange itself, an accidental enlargement of the sphere of satisfactions, enjoyments, relations to new objects. It therefore takes place at only a few points, originally at the borders of the natural communities, in their contact with strangers, is restricted to a narrow sphere, and forms something which passes production by, is auxiliary to it, dies out just as much by chance as it arises. The form of barter in which the overflow of one's own production is exchanged by chance for that of others is only the first occurrence of the product as exchange value in general, and is determined by accidental needs, whims, etc. But if it should happen to continue, to become a continuing act which contains within itself the means of its renewal, then little by little, from the outside and likewise by chance, regulation of reciprocal exchange arises by means of regulation of reciprocal production, and the costs of production, which ultimately resolve into labor time, would thus become the measure of exchange. This shows how exchange comes about, and the exchange value of the commodity. but the circumstances under which a relation occurs for the first time by no means show us that relation either in its purity or in its totality. A product posited as exchange value is in its essence no longer a simple thing, it is posited in a quality differing from its natural quality, it is posited as a relation, more precisely as a relation in general, not to one commodity but to every commodity, to every possible product. It expresses, therefore, a general relation, the product which relates to itself as the realization of a specific quantity of labor in general, of social labor time, and is therefore the equivalent of every other product in the proportion expressed in its exchange value. Exchange value presupposes social labor as the substance of all products, quite apart from their natural makeup. Nothing can express a relation without relating to one particular thing, and there can be no general relation unless it relates to a general thing. Since labor is motion, time is its natural measure. Barter in its crudest form presupposes labor as substance and labor time as measure of commodities. This then emerges as soon as it becomes regularized, continuous, as soon as it contains within itself the reciprocal requirements for its renewal. A commodity is exchange value only if it is expressed in another, i.e. as a relation. A bushel of wheat is worth so many bushels of rye. In this case wheat is exchange value in as much as it is expressed in rye, and rye is exchange value in as much as it is expressed in wheat. If each of the two is related only to itself, it is not exchange value. Now, in the relation in which money appears as measure, it itself is not expressed as a relation, not as exchange value, but as a natural quantity of a certain material, a natural weight fraction of gold or silver. In general, the commodity in which the exchange value of another is expressed, is never expressed as exchange value, never as relation, but rather as a definite quantity of its natural makeup. If 1 bushel of wheat is worth 3 bushels of rye, then only the bushel of wheat is expressed as a value, not the bushel of rye. Of course, the other is also posited in itself, the 1 bushel of rye is then equals 1/3 bushel of wheat, but this is not posited, but merely a second relation, which is admittedly directly present in the first. If one commodity is expressed in another, then it is posited as a relation, and the other as simple quantity of a certain material. 3 bushels of rye are in themselves no value, rather, rye filling up a certain volume, measured by a standard of volume. The same is true of money as measure, as the unit in which the exchange values of other commodities are measured. It is a specific weight of the natural substance by which it is represented, gold, silver, etc. If 1 bushel of wheat has the price of 77.70, then it is expressed as something else, to which it is equal, as 1 ounce of gold, as relation, as exchange value. But 1 ounce of gold is in itself no exchange value, it is not expressed as exchange value, but as a specific quantity of itself, of its natural substance, gold. If 1 bushel of wheat has the price of 77.70 or of 1 ounce of gold, then this can be a greater or lesser value, since 1 ounce of gold will rise or fall in relation to the quantity of labor required for its production. But for the determination of its price as such, this is irrelevant, for its price of 77.70 exactly expresses the relation in which it is equivalent to all other commodities, in which it can buy them. The specificity of price determination, whether the bushel is 77 or 1,780s, is a different matter altogether from the determination of price as such, i.e. the positing of wheat as price. It has a price, regardless of whether it costs 100 or ones. The price expresses its exchange value only in a unit common to all commodities, presupposes therefore that this exchange value is already regulated by other relations. To be sure, the fact that 1 bushel of wheat has the price of 1 ounce of gold, since gold and wheat as natural objects have no relation with one another, are as such not a measure for one another, are irrelevant to one another. This fact is found out by bringing the ounce of gold itself into relation with the amount of labor time necessary for its production, and thus bringing both wheat and gold in relation to a third entity, labor, and equating them through this relation, by comparing them. both, therefore, as exchange values. But this shows us only how the price of wheat is found, the quantity of gold to which it is equal. In this relation itself, where gold appears as the price of wheat, it is itself not in turn posited as a relation, as exchange value, but as a certain quantity of a natural material. In exchange value, commodities, products, are posited as relations to their social substance, to labor, but as prices, they are expressed as quantities of other products of various natural make ups. Now, it can admittedly be said that the price of money is also posited as 1 bushel of wheat, 3 bushels of rye and all the other quantities of different commodities, whose price is 1 ounce of gold. But then, in order to express the price of money, the whole sphere of commodities would have to be listed, each in the quantity which equals 1 ounce of gold. Money would then have as many prices as there are commodities whose price it itself expresses. The chief quality of price, unity, would disappear. No commodity expresses the price of money, because none expresses its relation to all other commodities, its general exchange value. But it is the specific characteristic of price that exchange value must be expressed in its generality and at the same time in a specific commodity. But even this is irrelevant. In so far as money appears as a material in which the price of all commodities is expressed and measured, to that extent is money itself posited as a particular amount of gold, silver, etc., in short, of its natural matter, a simple amount of a certain material, not itself as exchange value, as relation. In the same way, every commodity which expresses the price of another is itself not posited as exchange value, but as a simple amount of itself. In its quality as unit of exchange value, as their measure, their common point of comparison, money is essentially a natural material, gold, silver, since, as the price of the commodity, it is not an exchange value, not a relation, but a certain weight of gold, silver, e.g. a pound with its subdivisions, and thus money appears originally as pound, aes grave. This is precisely what distinguishes price from exchange value, and we have seen that exchange value necessarily drives towards price formation. Hence the nonsensicality of those who want to make labor time as such into money, i.e. who want to posit and then not posit the distinction between price and exchange value. Money as measure, as element of price determination, as measuring unit of exchange values thus presents the following phenomena. 1. It is required only as an imagined unit once the exchange value of an ounce of gold compared to any one commodity has been determined, its actual presence is superfluous, along with, even more so, its available quantity, as an indicator of value, the amount in which it exists in a country is irrelevant, required only as a counting unit. 2. While it thus only needs to be posited ideally, and, indeed, in the form of the price of a commodity is only ideally posited in it, at the same time, as a simple amount of the natural substance in which it is represented, as a given weight of gold, silver, etc. which is accepted as unit, it also yields the point of comparison, the unit, the measure. Exchange values, commodities, are transformed by the mind into certain weights of gold or silver, and are ideally posited as being equals to this imagined quantity of gold etc., as expressing it. But when we now go over to the second quality of money, money as medium of exchange and realizer of prices, then we have found that in this case it must be present in a certain quantity, that the given weight of gold and silver which has been posited as a unit is required in a given quantity in order to be adequate to this function. If the sum of prices to be realized, which depends on the price of a particular commodity multiplied by its quantity, is given on one side, and the velocity of monetary circulation on the other, then a certain quantity of the circulating medium is required. When we now examine the original form more closely, the direct form in which circulation presents itself, C, M, C, then we see that money appears here as a pure medium of exchange. The commodity is exchanged for a commodity, and money appears merely as the medium of this exchange. The price of the first commodity is realized with money, in order to realize the price of the second commodity with the money, and thus to obtain it in exchange for the first. After the price of the first commodity is realized, the aim of the person who now has its price in money is not to obtain the price of the second commodity, but rather to pay its price in order to obtain the commodity. At bottom, therefore, money served him to exchange the first commodity for the second. As mere medium of exchange, money has no other purpose. The man who has sold his commodity and got money wants to buy another commodity, and the man from whom he buys it needs the money in order to buy another commodity, etc. Now, in this function, as pure medium of circulation, the specific role of money consists only of this circulation, which it brings about owing to the fact that its quantity, its amount, was fixed beforehand. The number of times in which it is itself contained in the commodities as a unit is determined beforehand by their prices, and as medium of circulation it appears merely as a multiple of this predetermined unit. In so far as it realizes the price of commodities, the commodity is exchanged for its real equivalent in gold and silver, its exchange value is really exchanged for another commodity, money, but in so far as this process takes place only in order to transform this money back into a commodity, i.e. in order to exchange the first commodity for the second, then money appears only fleetingly, or, its substance consists only in this constant appearance as disappearance, as this vehicle of mediation. Money as medium of circulation is only medium of circulation. The only attribute which is essential to it in order to serve in this capacity is the attribute of quantity, of amount, in which it circulates. Since the amount is codetermined by the velocity, the latter does not require special mention here. In so far as it realizes the price, its material existence as gold and silver is essential, but in so far as this realization is only fleeting and destined to suspend itself, this is irrelevant. It is only a semblance, as if the point were to exchange the commodity for gold or silver as particular commodities, a semblance which disappears as soon as the process is ended, as soon as gold and silver have again been exchanged for a commodity, and the commodity, hence, exchanged for another. The character of gold and silver as mere media of circulation, or the character of the medium of circulation as gold and silver, is therefore irrelevant to their makeup as particular natural commodities. Suppose the total price of circulating commodities equals 1,200 thalers. Their measure is then 1 thaler equals X weight of silver. Now let 100 thalers be necessary to circulate these commodities in 6 hours, i.e. every thaler pays the price of 100 thalers in 6 hours. Now, what is essential is that 100 thalers be present, the amount of 100 of the metallic unit which measures the sum total of commodity prices, 100 of these units. That these units consist of silver is irrelevant to the process itself. This is already visible in the fact that a single thaler represents in the cycle of circulation a mass of silver 100 times greater than is contained in it in reality, even though in each particular transaction it only represents the silver weight of 1 thaler. In circulation as a whole, the 1 thaler thus represents 100 thalers, a weight of silver 100 times greater than it really contains. It is in truth only a symbol for the weight of silver contained in 100 thalers. It realizes a price which is 100 times greater than it realizes in reality as a quantity of silver. Let the pound sterling be equals 1/3 ounce of gold, it is not as much as that. In so far as the price of a commodity at 1 pound is paid, i.e. its price of 1 pound is realized, it is exchanged for 1 pound, to that extent it is of decisive importance that the 1 pound really contain 1/3 ounce of gold. If it were a counterfeit pound, alloyed with non-precious metals, a pound only in appearance, then indeed the price of the commodity would not be realized. In order to realize it, it would have to be paid for in as great a quantity of the non-precious metal as equals 1/3 of an ounce of gold. Looking at this moment of circulation in isolation, it is thus essential that the unit of money should really represent a given quantity of gold or silver. But when we take circulation as a totality, as a self-enclosed process, c, c, then the matter stands differently. In the first case the realization of price would be only apparent, in reality only a part of its price would be realized. The price posited in it ideally would not be posited in reality. The commodity which is ideally equated to a given weight of gold would in actual exchange not bring in as much gold as that. But if a fake pound were to circulate in the place of a real one, it would render absolutely the same service in circulation as a whole as if it were genuine. If a commodity, A, with the price of £1, is exchanged for one fake pound, and if this fake pound is again exchanged for commodity B, price £1, then the fake pound has done absolutely the same service as if it had been genuine. The genuine pound is, therefore, in this process, nothing more than a symbol, insofar as the moment in which it realizes prices is left out, and we look only at the totality of the process, in which it serves only as medium of exchange and in which the realization of prices is only a semblance, a fleeting mediation. Here the gold pound serves only to allow commodity A to be exchanged for commodity B, both having the same price. The real realization of the price of commodity A is, here, the commodity B, and the real realization of the price of B is the commodity A or C or D, which amounts to the same as far as the form of the relation is concerned, for which the particular content of the commodity is entirely irrelevant. Commodities with identical prices are exchanged. Instead of exchanging commodity A directly for commodity B, the price of commodity A is exchanged for the price of commodity B and the price of commodity B for commodity A. Money thus represents to the commodity only the latter's price. Commodities are exchanged for one another at their prices. The price of the commodity expresses about it, ideally, that it is an amount of a certain natural unit, weight units, of gold or silver, of the material in which money is embodied. In the form of money, or its realized price, the commodity now confronts a real amount of this unit. But insofar as the realization of the price is not the final act, and the point is not to possess the price of commodities as price, but as the price of another commodity, to that extent the material of money is irrelevant, e.g. gold and silver. Money becomes a subject as instrument of circulation, as medium of exchange, and the natural material in which it presents itself appears as an accident whose significance disappears in the act of exchange itself, because it is not in this material that the commodity exchanged for money is supposed to be realized, but rather in the material of another commodity. For now, apart from the moments that, in circulation, 1. Money realizes prices, 2. Money circulates titles of ownership, we have, 3. Additionally, that by means of it something takes place which could not happen otherwise, namely that the exchange value of the commodity is expressed in every other commodity. If 1 yard of linen costs 2s, and 1 pound of sugar is, then the yard of linen is realized, by means of the 2s, in 2 pounds of sugar, while the sugar is converted into the material of its exchange value, into the material in which its exchange value is realized. As a mere medium of circulation, in its role in the constant flow of the circulatory process, money is neither the measure of prices, because it is already posited as such in the prices themselves, nor is it the means for the realization of prices, for it exists as such in one single moment of circulation, but disappears as such in the totality of its moments, but is, rather, the mere representative of the price in relation to all other commodities, and serves only as a means to the end that all commodities are to be exchanged at equivalent prices. It is exchanged for one commodity because it is the general representative of its exchange value, and, as such, as the representative of every other commodity of equal exchange value, it is the general representative, and that is, as such, what it is in circulation itself. It represents the price of the one commodity as against all other commodities, or the price of all commodities as against the one commodity. In this relation it is not only the representative of commodity prices, but the symbol of itself, i.e. in the act of circulation itself, its material, gold and silver, is irrelevant. It is the price, it is a given quantity of gold or silver, but insofar as this reality of the price is here only fleeting, a reality destined constantly to disappear, to be suspended, not to count as a definitive realization, but always only as an intermediate, mediating realization, insofar as the point here is not the realization of the price at all, but rather the realization of the exchange value of one particular commodity in the material of another commodity, to that extent its own material is irrelevant, it is ephemeral as a realization of the price, since this itself disappears, it exists, therefore, insofar as it remains in this constant movement, only as a representative of exchange value, which becomes real only if the real exchange value constantly steps into the place of its representative, constantly changes places with it, constantly exchanges itself for it. Hence, in this process, its reality is not that it is the price, but that it represents it, is its representative, the materially present representative of the price, thus of itself, and, as such, of the exchange value of commodities. As medium of exchange, it realizes the prices of commodities only in order to posit the exchange value of the one commodity in the other, as its unit, i.e. in order to realize its exchange value in the other commodity, i.e. to posit the other commodity as the material of its exchange value. Only within circulation, then, is it such a material symbol. Taken out of circulation, it again becomes a realized price, but within the process, as we have seen, the quantity, the amount of these material symbols of the monetary unit is the essential attribute. Hence, while the material substance of money, its material substratum of a given quantity of gold or silver, is irrelevant within circulation, where money appears as something existing in opposition to commodities, and where, by contrast, its amount is the essential aspect, since it is there only a symbol for a given amount of this unit, in its role as measure. However, where it was introduced only ideally, its material substratum was essential, but its quantity and even its existence as such were irrelevant. From this it follows that money as gold and silver, insofar as only its role as means of exchange and circulation is concerned, can be replaced by any other symbol which expresses a given quantity of its unit, and that in this way symbolic money can replace the real, because material money as mere medium of exchange is itself symbolic. It is these contradictory functions of money, as measure, as realization of prices and as mere medium of exchange, which explain the otherwise inexplicable phenomenon that the debasement of metallic money, of gold, silver, through admixture of inferior metals, causes a depreciation of money and a rise in prices, because in this case the measure of prices is no longer the cost of production of the ounce of gold, say, but rather of an ounce consisting of copper, etc. The debasement of the coinage, insofar as it consists merely of falsifying or changing the names of the fractional weight units of the precious metal, e.g. if the eighth part of an ounce were to be called a sovereign, makes absolutely no difference in the measure and changes only its name. If, earlier, 1/4 of the ounce was called 1 sovereign, and now it is 1/8, then the price of 1 sovereign now expresses merely 1/8 of an ounce of gold. Thus, about 2 sovereigns are necessary to express the same price which was earlier expressed by 1 sovereign, or in the case of a mere falsification of the name of the fractional parts of the precious metal, the measure remains the same, but the fractional part is expressed in twice as many francs, etc. as before. On the other hand, if the substratum of money, gold, silver, is entirely suspended and replaced by paper bearing the symbol of given quantities of real money, in the quantity required by circulation, then the paper circulates at the full gold and silver value. In the first case, because the medium of circulation is at the same time the material of money as measure, and the material in which prices are definitively realized, in the second case, because money only in its role as medium of circulation. Example of the clumsy confusion between the contradictory functions of money. Price is exactly determined by the quantity of money there is to buy it with. All the commodities in the world can fetch no more than all the money in the world. First, the determination of prices has nothing to do with actual sale. Money, in sale, serves only as measure. Secondly, all commodities, in circulation, can fetch 1,000 times more money as is in the world, if every piece of money were to circulate 1,000 times. The passage is quoted from the London Weekly Dispatch, 8 November 1857. Since the total sum of prices to be realized in circulation changes with the prices of the commodities and with the quantity of them thrown into circulation, and since, on the other side, the velocity of the medium of circulation is determined by circumstances independent of itself, it follows from this that the quantity of media of circulation must be capable of changing, or expanding and contracting, contraction and expansion of circulation. In its role as mere medium of circulation, it can be said about money that it ceases to be a commodity, particular commodity, when its material is irrelevant and it meets only the needs of circulation itself, and no other direct need. Gold and silver cease to be commodities as soon as they circulate as money. It can be said about it, on the other hand, that it is now merely a commodity, general commodity, the commodity in its pure form, indifferent to its natural particularity and hence indifferent to all direct needs, without natural relation to a particular need as such. The followers of the monetary system, even partly of the protectionist system, c.e.g. Ferrier, p. 2, 67 have clung only to the first aspect, while the modern economists cling to the second, e.g. Say, who says that money should be treated like a particular commodity, a commodity like any other. 68 As medium of exchange, money appears in the role of necessary mediator between production and consumption. In the developed money system, one produces only in order to exchange, or, one produces only by exchanging. Strike out money, and one would thereby either be thrown back to a lower stage of production, corresponding to that of auxiliary barter, or one would proceed to a higher stage, in which exchange value would no longer be the principal aspect of the commodity, because social labor, whose representative it is, would no longer appear merely as socially mediated private labor. The question whether money as medium of exchange is productive or not productive is solved just as easily. According to Adam Smith, money not productive. 69 Of course, Ferrier says e.g., it creates values, because they would not exist without it. One has to look not only at its value as metal, but equally its property as money. A. Smith is correct, in so far as it is not the instrument of any particular branch of production. Ferrier is right too, because it is an essential aspect of the mode of production resting on exchange value that product and agency of production should be posited in the character of money, and because this characteristic presupposes a money distinct from products, and because the money relation is itself a relation of production if production is looked at in its totality. When C, M, C is dissected into its two moments, although the prices of the commodities are presupposed, and this makes the major difference, circulation splits into two acts of direct barter. C, M, the exchange value of the commodity is expressed in another particular commodity, in the material of money, like that of money in the commodity, similarly with M, C. To this extent, A. Smith is right when he says that money as medium of exchange is only a more complicated kind of barter. But when we look at the whole of the process, and not at both as equivalent acts, realization of the commodity in money and of money in the commodity, then A. Smith's opponents are correct when they say that he misunderstood the nature of money and that monetary circulation suppresses barter, that money serves only to balance the accounts of the arithmetical division arising from the division of labor. These arithmetical figures no more need to be of gold and silver than do the measures of length. See Solly, p. 20, 70. Commodities change from being marchandises to being denrées, they enter consumption. Money as medium of circulation does not, at no point does it cease to be commodity, as long as it remains within the role of medium of circulation. We now pass on to the third function of money, which initially results from the second form of circulation. M, C, M, in which money appears not only as medium, nor as measure, but as end in itself, and hence steps outside circulation just like a particular commodity which ceases to circulate for the time being and changes from merchandise to denrée. But first it must be noted that, once the quality of money as an intrinsic relation of production generally founded on exchange value is presupposed, it is possible to demonstrate that in some particular cases it does service as an instrument of production. The utility of gold and silver rests on this, that they replace labor. Lauderdale, p. 11, 71. Without money, a mass of swaps would be necessary before one obtained the desired article in exchange. Furthermore, in each particular exchange one would have to undertake an investigation into the relative value of commodities. Money spares us the first task in its role as instrument of exchange, instrument of commerce, the second task, as measure of value and representative of all commodities, idem, LOCCIT. The opposite assertion, that money is not productive, amounts only to saying that, apart from the functions in which it is productive, as measure, instrument of circulation and representative of value, it is unproductive, that its quantity is productive only in so far as it is necessary to fulfill these preconditions. That it becomes not only unproductive, but faux phrase de production, the moment when more of it is employed than necessary for its productive aspect. This is a truth which holds for every other instrument of production or exchange, for the machine as well as the means of transportation. But if by this it is meant that money exchanges only real wealth which already exists, then this is false, since labor, as well, is exchanged for it and bought with it, i.e. productive activity itself, potential wealth. The third attribute of money, in its complete development, presupposes the first two and constitutes their unity. Money, then, has an independent existence outside circulation, it has stepped outside it. As a particular commodity it can be transformed out of its form of money into that of luxury articles, gold and silver jewelry, as long as craftsmanship is still very simple, as e.g. in the Old English period, a constant transformation of silver money into plate and vice versa. See Taylor, 72, or, as money, it can be accumulated to form a treasure. When money in its independent existence is derived from circulation, it appears in itself as a result of circulation, by way of circulation, it closes the circle with itself. This aspect already latently contains its quality as capital. It is negated only as medium of exchange. Still, since it can be historically posited as measure before it appears as medium of exchange, and can appear as medium of exchange before it is posited as measure, in the latter case it would exist merely as preferred commodity, it can therefore also appear historically in the third function before it is posited in the two prior ones. But gold and silver can be accumulated as money only if they are already present in one of the other two roles, and it can appear in a developed form of the third role only if the two earlier ones are already developed. Otherwise, accumulating it is nothing more than the accumulation of gold and silver, not of money. As an especially interesting example, go into the accumulation of copper money in the earlier periods of the Roman Republic. Since money as universal material representative of wealth emerges from circulation, and is as such itself a product of circulation, both of exchange at a higher potentiality, and a particular form of exchange, it stands therefore in the third function, as well, in connection with circulation, it stands independent of circulation, but this independence is only its own process. It derives from it just as it returns to it again. Cut off from all relation to it, it would not be money, but merely a simple natural object, gold or silver. In this character it is just as much its precondition as its result. Its independence is not the end of all relatedness to circulation, but rather a negative relation to it. This comes from its independence as a result of MC, C, M. In the case of money as capital, money itself is posited, 1, as precondition of circulation as well as its result, 2, as having independence only in the form of a negative relation, but always a relation to circulation, 3, as itself an instrument of production, since circulation no longer appears in its primitive simplicity, as quantitative exchange, but as a process of production, as a real metabolism. And thus money is itself stamped as a particular moment of this process of production. Production is not only concerned with simple determination of prices, i.e. with translation of the exchange values of commodities into a common unit, but with the creation of exchange values, hence also with the creation of the particularity of prices. Not merely with positing the form, but also the content. Therefore, while in simple circulation, money appears generally as productive, since circulation in general is itself a moment of the system of production, nevertheless this quality still only exists for us, and is not yet posited in money. For, as capital, money thus also appears posited as a relation to itself mediated by circulation, in the relation of interest and capital. But here we are not as yet concerned with these aspects, rather, we have to look simply at money in the third role, in the form in which it emerged as something independent from circulation, more properly, from both its earlier aspects. An increase of money only an increase in the means of counting. Sismondi.73 This correct only in so far as defined as mere medium of exchange. In the other property it is also an increase in the means of paying. Commerce separated the shadow from the body, and introduced the possibility of owning them separately. Sismondi, 74 Thus, money is now exchange value become independent, it never puts in more than a fleeting appearance as such, as medium of exchange, in its general form. It possesses, it is true, a particular body or substance, gold and silver, and precisely this gives it its independence, for what only exists as an aspect or relation of something else is not independent. On the other side, with this bodily independence, as gold and silver, it represents not only the exchange value of one commodity as against another, but rather exchange value as against all commodities, and although it possesses a substance of its own, it appears at the same time, in its particular existence as gold and silver, as the general exchange value of all commodities. On one side, it is possessed as their exchange value, they stand on the other side as only so many particular substances of exchange value, so that it can either transform itself into every one of these substances through exchange, or it can remain indifferent to them, aloof from their particularity and peculiarity. They are therefore merely accidental existences. It is the précis de toutes les choses 75 in which their particular character is erased. It is general wealth in the form of a concise compendium, as opposed to its diffusion and fragmentation in the world of commodities. While wealth in the form of the particular commodity appears as one of the moments of the same, or the commodity as one of the moments of wealth, in the form of gold and silver general wealth itself appears as concentrated in a particular substance. Every particular commodity, in so far as it is exchange value, has a price, expresses a certain quantity of money in a merely imperfect form, since it has to be thrown into circulation in order to be realized, and since it remains a matter of chance, due to its particularity, whether or not it is realized. However, in so far as it is realized not as price, but in its natural property, it is a moment of wealth by way of its relation to a particular need which it satisfies, and, in this relation, it expresses, 1. Only the wealth of uses Gebrauchsreichtum, 2. Only a quite particular facet of this wealth. Money, by contrast, apart from its particular usefulness as a valuable commodity, is, 1. The realized price, 2. Satisfies every need, in so far as it can be exchanged for the desired object of every need, regardless of any particularity. The commodity possesses this property only through the mediation of money. Money possesses it directly in relation to all commodities, hence in relation to the whole world of wealth, to wealth as such. With money, general wealth is not only a form, but at the same time the content itself. The concept of wealth, so to speak, is realized, individualized in a particular object. Notebook 2. See November 1857. The chapter on money, continuation. Superfluity, accumulation. In the particular commodity, in so far as it is a price, wealth is posited only as an ideal form, not yet realized, and in so far as it has a particular use value, it represents merely a quite singular facet of wealth. In money, by contrast, the price is realized, and its substance is wealth itself considered in its totality in abstraction from its particular modes of existence. Exchange value forms the substance of money, and exchange value is wealth. Money is therefore, on another side, also the embodied form of wealth, in contrast to all the substances of which wealth consists. Thus, while on one side the form and the content of wealth are identical in money, considered for itself, on the other side, in contrast to all the other commodities, money is the general form of wealth, while the totality of these particularities form its substance. Thus, in the first role, money is wealth itself, in the other, it is the general material representative of wealth. This totality exists in money itself as the comprehensive representation of commodities. Thus, wealth, exchange value as totality as well as abstraction, exists, individualized as such, to the exclusion of all other commodities, as a singular, tangible object, in gold and silver. Money is therefore the god among commodities. Since it is an individuated, tangible object, money may be randomly searched for, found, stolen, discovered, and thus general wealth may be tangibly brought into the possession of a particular individual. From its servile role, in which it appears as mere medium of circulation, it suddenly changes into the Lord and God of the world of commodities. It represents the divine existence of commodities, while they represent its earthly form. Before it is replaced by exchange value, every form of natural wealth presupposes an essential relation between the individual and the objects, in which the individual in one of his aspects objectifies Vergenstand himself in the thing, so that his possession of the thing appears at the same time as a certain development of his individuality, wealth in sheep, the development of the individual as shepherd, wealth in grain his development as agriculturist, etc. Money, however, as the individual of general wealth, as something emerging from circulation and representing a general quality, as a merely social result, does not at all presuppose an individual relation to its owner. Possession of it is not the development of any particular essential aspect of his individuality, but rather possession of what lacks individuality, since this social relation exists at the same time as a sensuous, external object which can be mechanically seized, and lost in the same manner. Its relation to the individual thus appears as a purely accidental one, while this relation to a thing having no connection with his individuality gives him, at the same time, by virtue of the thing's character, a general power over society, over the whole world of gratifications, labors, etc. It is exactly as if, for example, the chance discovery of a stone gave me mastery over all the sciences, regardless of my individuality. The possession of money places me in exactly the same relationship towards wealth, social, as the philosopher's stone would towards the sciences. Money is therefore not only an object, but is the object of greed berikungssucht. It is essentially ori sacra fames. 1 Greed as such, as a particular form of the drive, i.e. as distinct from the craving for a particular kind of wealth, e.g. for clothes, weapons, jewels, women, wine etc., is possible only when general wealth, wealth as such, has become individualized in a particular thing, i.e. as soon as money is posited in its third quality. Money is therefore not only the object but also the fountainhead of greed. The mania for possessions is possible without money, but greed itself is the product of a definite social development, not natural, as opposed to historical. Hence the wailing of the ancients about money as the source of all evil. Hedonism genusucht in its general form and miserliness are the two particular forms of monetary greed. Hedonism in the abstract presupposes an object which possesses all pleasures in potentiality. Abstract hedonism realizes that function of money in which it is the material representative of wealth, miserliness, insofar as it is only the general form of wealth as against its particular substances, the commodities. In order to maintain it as such, it must sacrifice all relationship to the objects of particular needs, must abstain, in order to satisfy the need of greed for money as such. Monetary greed, or mania for wealth, necessarily brings with it the decline and fall of the ancient communities Gemeenwezen. Hence it is the antithesis to them. It is itself the community Gemeenwezen too and can tolerate none other standing above it. But this presupposes the full development of exchange values, hence a corresponding organization of society. In antiquity, exchange value was not the nexus rerum, it appears as such only among the mercantile peoples, who had, however, no more than a carrying trade and did not, themselves, produce. At least this was the case with the Phoenicians, Carthaginians, etc. But this is a peripheral matter. They could live just as well in the interstices of the ancient world, as the Jews in Poland or in the Middle Ages. Rather, this world itself was the precondition for such trading peoples. That is why they fall apart every time they come into serious conflict with the ancient communities. Only with the Romans, Greeks etc. does money appear unhampered in both of its first two functions, as measure and as medium of circulation, and not very far developed in either. But as soon as either their trade etc. develops, or, as in the case of the Romans, conquest brings them money in vast quantities, in short, suddenly, and at a certain stage of their economic development, money necessarily appears in its third role, and the further it develops in that role, the more the decay of their community advances. In order to function productively, money in its third role, as we have seen, must be not only the precondition but equally the result of circulation, and, as its precondition, also a moment of it, something posited by it. Among the Romans, who amassed money by stealing it from the whole world, this was not the case. It is inherent in the simple character of money itself that it can exist as a developed moment of production only where and when wage labor exists, that in this case, far from subverting the social formation, it is rather a condition for its development and a driving wheel for the development of all forces of production, material and mental. A particular individual may even today come into money by chance, and the possession of this money can undermine him just as it undermined the communities of antiquity. But the dissolution of this individual within modern society is in itself only the enrichment of the productive section of society. The owner of money, in the ancient sense, is dissolved by the industrial process, which he serves whether he wants and knows it or not. It is a dissolution which affects only his person. As material representative of general wealth, as individualized exchange value, money must be the direct object, aim, and product of general labor, the labor of all individuals. Labor must directly produce exchange value, i.e. money. It must therefore be wage labor. Greed, as the urge of all, in so far as everyone wants to make money, is only created by general wealth. Only in this way can the general mania for money become the wellspring of general, self-reproducing wealth. When labor is wage labor, and its direct aim is money, then general wealth is posited as its aim and object. In this regard, talk about the context of the military system of antiquity when it became a mercenary system. Money as aim here becomes the means of general industriousness. General wealth is produced in order to seize hold of its representative. In this way the real sources of wealth are opened up. When the aim of labor is not a particular product standing in a particular relation to the particular needs of the individual, but money, wealth in its general form, then, firstly, the individual's industriousness knows no bounds, it is indifferent to its particularity, and takes on every form which serves the purpose, it is ingenious in the creation of new objects for a social need, etc. It is clear, therefore, that when wage labor is the foundation, money does not have a dissolving effect, but acts productively, whereas the ancient community as such is already in contradiction with wage labor as the general foundation. General industriousness is possible only where every act of labor produces general wealth, not a particular form of it, where therefore the individual's reward, too, is money. Otherwise, only particular forms of industry are possible. Exchange value as direct product of labor is money as direct product of labor. Direct labor which produces exchange value as such is therefore wage labor. Where money is not itself the community Gemeinwesen, it must dissolve the community. In antiquity, one could buy labor, a slave, directly, but the slave could not buy money with his labor. The increase of money could make slaves more expensive, but could not make their labor more productive. Negro slavery, a purely industrial slavery, which is, besides, incompatible with the development of bourgeois society and disappears with it, presupposes wage labor, and if other, free states with wage labor did not exist alongside it, if, instead, the Negro states were isolated, then all social conditions there would immediately turn into pre-civilized forms. Money as individualized exchange value and hence as wealth incarnate was what the alchemists sought. It figures in this role within the monetary, mercantilist, system. The period which precedes the development of modern industrial society opens with general greed for money on the part of individuals as well as of states. The real development of the sources of wealth takes place as it were behind their backs, as a means of gaining possession of the representatives of wealth. Wherever it does not arise out of circulation, as in Spain, but has to be discovered physically, the nation is impoverished, whereas the nations which have to work in order to get it from the Spaniards develop the sources of wealth and really become rich. This is why the search for and discovery of gold in new continents, countries, plays so great a role in the history of revaluation, because by its means colonization is improvised and made to flourish as if in a hothouse. The hunt for gold in all countries leads to its discovery, to the formation of new states, initially to the spread of commodities, which produce new needs, and draw distant continents into the metabolism of circulation, i.e. exchange. Thus, in this respect, as the general representative of wealth and as individualized exchange value, it was doubly a means for expanding the universality of wealth, and for drawing the dimensions of exchange over the whole world, for creating the true generality Allgemeinheit of exchange value in substance and in extension. But it is inherent in the attribute in which it here becomes developed that the illusion about its nature, i.e. the fixed insistence on one of its aspects, in the abstract, and the blindness towards the contradictions contained within it, gives it a really magical significance behind the backs of individuals. In fact, it is because of this self-contradictory and hence illusory aspect, because of this abstraction, that it becomes such an enormous instrument in the real development of the forces of social production. It is the elementary precondition of bourgeois society that labor should directly produce exchange value, i.e. money, and, similarly, that money should directly purchase labor, and therefore the laborer, but only in so far as he alienates voraussert his activity in the exchange. Wage labor on one side, capital on the other, are therefore only other forms of developed exchange value and of money, as the incarnation of exchange value. Money thereby directly and simultaneously becomes the real community Gemeinwesen, since it is the general substance of survival for all, and at the same time the social product of all. But as we have seen, in money the community Gemeinwesen is at the same time a mere abstraction, a mere external, accidental thing for the individual, and at the same time merely a means for his satisfaction as an isolated individual. The community of antiquity presupposes a quite different relation to, and on the part of, the individual. The development of money in its third role therefore smashes this community. All production is an objectification Vergegenstandlichung of the individual. In money, exchange value, however, the individual is not objectified in his natural quality, but in a social quality, relation, which is, at the same time, external to him. Money posited in the form of the medium of circulation is coin mons. As coin, it has lost its use value as such, its use value is identical with its quality as medium of circulation. For example, it has to be melted down before it can serve as money as such. It has to be demonetized. That is why the coin is also only a symbol whose material is irrelevant. But, as coin, it also loses its universal character, and adopts a national, local one. It decomposes into coin of different kinds, according to the material of which it consists, gold, copper, silver, etc. It acquires a political title, and talks, as it were, a different language in different countries. Finally, within a single country it acquires different denominations, etc. Money in its third quality, as something which autonomously arises out of and stands against circulation, therefore still negates its character as coin. It reappears as gold and silver, whether it is melted down or whether it is valued only according to its gold and silver weight content. It also loses its national character again, and serves as medium of exchange between the nations, as universal medium of exchange, no longer as a symbol, but rather as a definite amount of gold and silver. In the most developed international system of exchange, therefore, gold and silver reappear in exactly the same form in which they already played a role in primitive barter. Gold and silver, like exchange itself originally, appear, as already noted, not within the sphere of a social community, but where it ends, on its boundary, on the few points of its contact with alien communities. Gold, or silver, now appears posited as the commodity as such, the universal commodity, which obtains its character as commodity in all places. Only in this way is it the material representative of general wealth. In the mercantilist system, therefore, gold and silver count as the measure of the power of the different communities. As soon as the precious metals become objects of commerce, an universal equivalent for everything, they also become the measure of power between nations. Hence the mercantilist system. Stoyart, 3. No matter how much the modern economists imagine themselves beyond mercantilism, in periods of general crisis gold and silver still appear in precisely this role, in 1857 as much as in 1600. In this character, gold and silver play an important role in the creation of the world market. Thus the circulation of American silver from the west to the east, the metallic band between America and Europe on one side, with Asia on the other side, since the beginning of the modern epoch. With the original communities this trade in gold and silver was only a peripheral concern, connected with excess production, like exchange as a whole. But in developed trade it is posited as a moment essentially interconnected with production etc. as a whole. It no longer appears for the purpose of exchanging the excess production but to balance it out as part of the total process of international commodity exchange. It is coin, now, only as world coin. But, as such, its formal character as medium of circulation is essentially irrelevant, while its material is everything. As a form, in this function, gold and silver remain the universally acceptable commodity, the commodity as such. In this first section, where exchange values, money, prices are looked at, commodities always appear as already present. The determination of forms is simple. We know that they express aspects of social production, but the latter itself is the precondition. However, they are not posited in this character of being aspects of social production. And thus, in fact, the first exchange appears as exchange of the superfluous only, and it does not seize hold of and determine the whole of production. It is the available overflow of an overall production which lies outside the world of exchange values. This still presents itself even on the surface of developed society as the directly available world of commodities. But by itself, it points beyond itself towards the economic relations which are posited as relations of production. The internal structure of production therefore forms the second section, the concentration of the whole in the state the third, the international relation the fourth, the world market the conclusion, in which production is posited as a totality together with all its moments, but within which, at the same time, all contradictions come into play. The world market then, again, forms the presupposition of the whole as well as its substratum. Crises are then the general intimation which points beyond the presupposition, and the urge which drives towards the adoption of a new historic form. The quantity of goods and the quantity of money may remain the same, and price may rise or fall notwithstanding, namely through greater expenditure, e.g. by the moneyed capitalists, landowners, state officials etc. Malthus, X. 43.4. Money, as we have seen, in the form in which it independently steps outside of and against circulation, is the negation, negative unity, of its character as medium of circulation and measure. We have developed, so far. Firstly, Money is the negation of the medium of circulation as such, of the coin. But it also contains the latter at the same time as an aspect, negatively, since it can always be transformed into coin, positively, as world coin, but, as such, its formal character is irrelevant, and it is essentially a commodity as such, the omnipresent commodity, not determined by location. This indifference is expressed in a double way, firstly because it is now money only as gold and as silver, not as symbol, not in the form of the coin. For that reason the face which the state impresses on money as coin has no value, only its metal content has value. Even in domestic commerce it has a merely temporary, local value, because it is no more useful to him who owns it than to him who owns the commodity to be bought. The more domestic commerce is conditioned on all sides by foreign commerce, the more, therefore, does the value of this face vanish. It does not exist in private exchange, but appears only as tax. Then, in their capacity as general commodity, as world coin, the return of gold and silver to their point of departure, and, more generally, circulation as such, are not necessary. Example, Asia and Europe. Hence the wailings of the upholders of the monetary system, that money disappears among the heathen without flowing back again. See Miss Eldon about 1600, 5. The more external circulation is conditioned and enveloped by internal, the more does the world coin as such come into circulation, rotation. This higher stage is as yet no concern of ours and is not contained in the simple relation which we are considering here. Secondly, money is the negation of itself as mere realization of the prices of commodities, where the particular commodity always remains what is essential. It becomes, rather, the price realized in itself and, as such, the material representative of wealth as well as the general form of wealth in relation to all commodities, as merely particular substances of it, but, thirdly, money is also negated in the aspect in which it is merely the measure of exchange values. As the general form of wealth and as its material representative, it is no longer the ideal measure of other things, of exchange values. For it is itself the adequate adequate reality of exchange value, and this it is in its metallic being. Here the character of measure has to be posited in it. It is its own unit, and the measure of its value, the measure of itself as wealth, as exchange value, is the quantity of itself which it represents. The multiple of an amount of itself which serves as unit. As measure, its amount was irrelevant, as medium of circulation, its materiality, the matter of the unit, was irrelevant, as money in this third role, the amount of itself as of a definite quantity of material is essential. If its quality as general wealth is given, then there is no difference within it, other than the quantitative. It represents a greater or lesser amount of general wealth according to whether its given unit is possessed in a greater or lesser quantity. If it is general wealth, then one is the richer the more of it one possesses, and the only important process, for the individual as well as the nation, is to pile it up and haufen. In keeping with this role, it was seen as that which steps outside circulation. Now this withdrawing of money from circulation, and storing it up, appears as the essential object Gegenstand of the drive to wealth and as the essential process of becoming wealthy. In gold and silver, I possess general wealth in its tangible form, and the more of it I pile up, the more general wealth do I appropriate. If gold and silver represent general wealth, then, as specific quantities, they represent it only to a degree which is definite, but which is capable of indefinite expansion. This accumulation 6 of gold and silver, which presents itself as their repeated withdrawal from circulation, is at the same time the act of bringing general wealth into safety and away from circulation, in which it is constantly lost in exchange for some particular wealth which ultimately disappears in consumption. Among all the peoples of antiquity, the piling up of gold and silver appears at first as a priestly and royal privilege, since the god and king of commodities pertains only to gods and kings. Only they deserve to possess wealth as such. This accumulation, then, occurs on one side merely to display overabundance, i.e. wealth as an extraordinary thing, for use on Sundays only, to provide gifts for temples and their gods, to finance public works of art, finally as security in case of extreme necessity, to buy arms etc. Later in antiquity, this accumulation becomes political. The state treasury, as reserve fund, and the temple are the original banks in which this Holy of Holies is preserved. Heaping up and accumulating attain their ultimate development in the modern banks, but here with a further developed character. On the other side, among private individuals, accumulation takes place for the purpose of bringing wealth into safety from the caprices of the external world in a tangible form in which it can be buried etc., in short, in which it enters into a wholly secret relation to the individual. This, still on a large historical scale, in Asia, repeats itself in every panic, war etc. in bourgeois society, which then falls back into barbaric conditions. Like the accumulation of gold etc. as ornament and ostentation among semi-barbarians. But a very large and constantly growing part of it withdrawn from circulation as an object of luxury in the most developed bourgeois society. See Jacob etc. 7. As representative of general wealth, it is precisely its retention without abandoning it to circulation and employing it for particular needs, which is proof of the wealth of individuals, and to the degree that money develops in its various roles, i.e. that wealth as such becomes the general measure of the worth of individuals, there develops the drive to display it, hence the display of gold and silver as representatives of wealth. In the same way, Herr v. Rothschild displays as his proper emblem, I think, 2 banknotes of £100,000 each, mounted in a frame. The barbarian display of gold etc. is only a more naive form of this modern one, since it takes place with less regard to gold as money. Here still the simple glitter. There a premeditated point. The point being that it is not used as money, here the form antithetical to circulation is what is important. The accumulation of all other commodities is less ancient than that of gold and silver, 1. Because of their perishability. Metals as such represent the enduring, relative to the other commodities, they are also accumulated by preference because of their greater rarity and their exceptional character as the instruments of production par excellence. The precious metals, because not oxidized by the air, are again more durable than the other metals. What other commodities lose is their form, but this form is what gives them their exchange value, while their use value consists in overcoming this form, in consuming it. With money, on the other hand, its substance, its materiality, is itself its form, in which it represents wealth. If money appears as the general commodity in all places, so also does it in all times. It maintains itself as wealth at all times. Its specific durability. It is the treasure which neither rust nor moths eat up. All commodities are only transitory money, money is the permanent commodity. Money is the omnipresent commodity, the commodity is only local money. But accumulation is essentially a process which takes place in time. In this connection, Petty says, the great and ultimate effect of trade is not wealth as such, but preferably an overabundance of silver, gold, and jewels, which are not perishable, nor as fickle as other commodities, but are wealth in all times and all places. A superfluity of wine, grain, poultry, meat etc. is wealth, but hic et nunc. Therefore the production of those commodities and the effects of that trade which endow a land with gold and silver are advantageous above others. p3. If taxes take money from one who eats or drinks it up, and give it to one who employs it in improving the land, in fisheries, in the working of mines, in manufactures or even in clothing, then for the community there is always an advantage, for even clothes are not as perishable as meals, if in the furnishing of houses, even more, in the building of houses yet more, in the improvement of land, work in mines, fisheries, more again, the most of all, when employed so as to bring gold and silver into the country, for these things alone do not pass away, but are prized at all times and in all places as wealth. p5, 8. Thus a writer of the 17th century One sees how the piling up of gold and silver gained its true stimulus with the conception of it as the material representative and general form of wealth. The cult of money has its asceticism, its self-denial, its self-sacrifice, economy and frugality, contempt for mundane, temporal, and fleeting pleasures, the chase after the eternal treasure. Hence the connection between English Puritanism, or also Dutch Protestantism, and money-making. A writer of the beginning of the 17th century, Miss Eldon, expresses the matter quite unself-consciously as follows. The natural material of commerce is the commodity, the artificial is money. Although money by nature and in time comes after the commodity, it has become, in present custom, the most important thing. He compares this to the two sons of old Jacob. Jacob placed his right hand on the younger and his left on the older son. p. 24. We consume among us too great an excess of wines from Spain, France, the Rhine, the Levant, the islands, raisins from Spain, currants from the Levant, cambrics from Hainault and the Netherlands, the silkenware of Italy, the sugar and tobacco of the West Indies, the spices of East India. All this is not necessary for us, but is paid for in hard money. If less of the foreign and more of the domestic product were sold, then the difference would have to come to us in the form of gold and silver, as treasure. LOCCIT. 9. The modern economists naturally make merry at the expense of this sort of notion in the general section of books on economics. But when one considers the anxiety involved in the doctrine of money in particular, and the feverish fear with which, in practice, the inflow and outflow of gold and silver are watched in times of crisis, then it is evident that the aspect of money which the followers of the monetary and mercantilist system conceived in an artless one-sidedness is still to be taken seriously, not only in the mind, but as a real economic category. The antithesis between the real needs of production and the supremacy of money is presented most forcibly in Bois-Guilbert. See the striking passages in my notebook. 10. 2. The accumulation of other commodities, their perishability apart, essentially different in two ways from the accumulation of gold and silver, which are here identical with money. First, the accumulation of other commodities does not have the character of accumulating wealth in general, but of accumulating particular wealth, and it is therefore itself a particular act of production. Here simple accumulation will not do. To accumulate grain requires special stores, etc. Accumulating sheep does not make one into a shepherd. To accumulate slaves or land requires relations of domination and subordination, etc. All this, then, requires acts and relations distinct from simple accumulation, from increase of wealth as such. On the other hand, in order then to realize the accumulated commodity in the form of general wealth, to appropriate wealth in all its particular forms, I have to engage in trade with the particular commodity I have accumulated. I have to be a grain merchant, cattle merchant, etc. Money as the general representative of wealth absolves me of this. The accumulation of gold and silver, of money, is the first historic appearance of the gathering together of capital and the first great means thereto, but, as such, it is not yet accumulation of capital. For that, the re-entry of what has been accumulated into circulation would itself have to be posited as the moment and the means of accumulation. Money in its final, completed character now appears in all directions as a contradiction which dissolves itself, drives towards its own dissolution. As the general form of wealth, the whole world of real riches stands opposite it. It is their pure abstraction, hence, fixated as such, a mere conceit. Where wealth as such seems to appear in an entirely material, tangible form, its existence is only in my head, it is a pure fantasy. Midas. On the other side, as material representative of general wealth, it is realized only by being thrown back into circulation, to disappear in exchange for the singular, particular modes of wealth. It remains in circulation, as medium of circulation, but for the accumulating individual, it is lost, and this disappearance is the only possible way to secure it as wealth. To dissolve the things accumulated in individual gratifications is to realize them. The money may then be again stored up by other individuals, but then the same process begins anew. I can really posit its being for myself only by giving it up as mere being for others. If I want to cling to it, it evaporates in my hand to become a mere phantom of real wealth. Further, the notion that to accumulate it is to increase it, since its own quantity is the measure of its value, turns out again to be false. If the other riches do not also accumulate, then it loses its value in the measure in which it is accumulated. What appears as its increase is in fact its decrease. Its independence is a mere semblance, its independence of circulation exists only in view of circulation, exists as dependence on it. It pretends to be the general commodity, but because of its natural particularity it is again a particular commodity, whose value depends both on demand and supply, and on variations in its specific costs of production. And since it is incarnated in gold and silver, it becomes one-sided in every real form, so that when the one appears as money, the other appears as particular commodity, and vice versa, and in this way each appears in both aspects as absolutely secure wealth, entirely independent of my individuality. It is at the same time, because it is something completely external to me, the absolutely insecure, which can be separated from me by any accident. Similarly, it has entirely contradictory qualities as measure, as medium of circulation, and as money as such. Finally, in the last mentioned character, it also contradicts itself because it must represent value as such, but represents in fact only a constant amount of fluctuating value. It therefore suspends itself as completed exchange value. As mere measure it already contains its own negation as medium of circulation and measure, as money. To negate it in the last quality is therefore at the same time to negate it in the two earlier ones. If negated as the mere general form of wealth, it must then realize itself in the particular substances of real wealth, but in the process of proving itself really to be the material representative of the totality of wealth, it must at the same time preserve itself as the general form. Its very entry into circulation must be a moment of its staying at home by sich bleiben, and its staying at home must be an entry into circulation. That is to say that as realized exchange value it must be simultaneously posited as the process in which exchange value is realized. This is at the same time the negation of itself as a purely objective form, as a form of wealth external and accidental to individuals. It must appear, rather, as the production of wealth, and wealth must appear as the result of the mutual relations among individuals in production. Exchange value is now characterized, therefore, no longer simply as a thing for which circulation is only an external movement, or which appears individually in a particular material, but rather as relation to itself through the process of circulation. On the other side, circulation itself is no longer qualified merely as the simple process of exchanging commodities for money and money for commodities, merely as the mediating movement by which the prices of the various commodities are realized, are equated as exchange values, with both commodities and money appearing as external to circulation, the presupposed exchange value, the ultimate withdrawal of the commodity into consumption, hence the destruction of exchange value, on one side. And the withdrawal of the money, its achievement of independence vis-a-vis its substance, which is again another form of its destruction on the other. Rather exchange value itself, and now no longer exchange value in general, but measured exchange value, has to appear as a presupposition posited by circulation itself, and, as posited by it, its presupposition. The process of circulation must also and equally appear as the process of the production of exchange values. It is thus, on one side, the regression of exchange value into labor, on the other side, that of money into exchange value, which is now posited, however, in a more profound character. With circulation, the determined price is presupposed, and circulation as money posits it only formally. The determinateness of exchange value itself, or the measure of price, must now itself appear as an act of circulation. Posited in this way, exchange value is capital, and circulation is posited at the same time as an act of production. To be brought forward, in circulation, as it appears as money circulation, the simultaneity of both poles of exchange is always presupposed. But a difference of time may appear between the existence of the commodities to be exchanged. It may lie in the nature of reciprocal services that a service is performed today, but the service required in return can be performed only after a year, etc. In the majority of contracts, says Senior, only one of the contracting parties has the thing available and lends it, and if exchange is to take place, one party has to cede it immediately on the condition of receiving the equivalent only in a later period. Since, however, the value of all things changes in a given space of time, the means of payment employed is that thing whose value varies least, and which maintains a given average capacity to buy things for the longest time. Thus money becomes the expression or the representative of value. 11. According to this, there would be no connection at all between the latter quality of money and the former. But this is wrong. Only when money is posited as the autonomous representative of value do contracts cease to be valued, e.g. in quantities of grain or in services to be performed. The latter was current, e.g. in feudalism. It is merely a notion held by Mr. Senior that money has a longer average capacity to maintain its value. The fact is that it is employed as the general material of contracts, general commodity of contracts, says Bailey, 12 because it is the general commodity, the representative of general wealth, says Storch, 13 because it is exchange value become independent. Money has to be already very developed in its two earlier functions before it can appear generally in this role. Now it turns out in fact that, although the quantity of money remains uniformly the same, its value changes, that, in general, as a specific amount, it is subject to the mutability of all values. Here its nature as a particular commodity comes to the fore against its general character. To money as measure, this change is irrelevant, for in a changing medium, two different relations to the same thing can always be expressed, just as well as in a constant medium. 14 As medium of circulation it is also irrelevant, since its quantity as such is set by the measure. But as money in the form in which it appears in contracts, this is essential, just as, in general, its contradictions come to the fore in this role. In separate sections, to be brought forward. 1. Money as coin. This very summarily about coinage. 2. Historically the sources of gold and silver. Discoveries, etc. The history of their production. 3. Causes of the variations in the value of the precious metals and hence of metallic money, effects of this variation on industry and the different classes. 4. Above all, quantity of circulation in relation to rise and fall of prices. 16th century. 19th century. Along the way, to be seen also how it is affected as measure by rising quantity, etc. 5. About circulation, velocity, necessary amount, effect of circulation, more, less developed, etc. 6. Solvent effect of money. This to be brought forward. Herein the specific economic investigations. The specific gravity of gold and silver, to contain much weight in a relatively small volume, as compared with other metals, repeats itself in the world of values so that it contains much value, labor time, in relatively small volume. The labor time, exchange value realized in it, is the specific weight of the commodity. This makes the precious metals particularly suited for service in circulation, since one can carry a significant amount of value in the pocket, and for accumulation, sine one can secure and stockpile a great amount of value in a small space. Gold does not turn into something else in the process, like iron, lead, etc. Remains what it is. If Spain had never owned the mines of Mexico and Peru, it would never have had need of the grain of Poland. Ravenstone. 15. Ille unum concilium habent et virtutum et potestatem suum bestia tradent. Et ne quis possit emera aut vendera, nisi qui habet characterum aut nomen bestia, aut numerum nominis aegis. Apocalypse. Vulgate. 16. The correlative quantities of commodities which are given for one another, constitute the price of the commodity. Storch. Price is the degree of exchangeable value. LOCCIT, 17. As we have seen, in simple circulation as such, exchange value in its movement, the action of the individuals on one another is, in its content, only a reciprocal, self-interested satisfaction of their needs; in its form, it is exchange among equals, equivalents. Property, too, is still posited here only as the appropriation of the product of labor by labor, and of the product of alien labor by one's own labor, in so far as the product of one's own labor is bought by alien labor. Property in alien labor is mediated by the equivalent of one's own labor. This form of property, quite like freedom and equality, is posited in this simple relation. In the further development of exchange value this will be transformed, and it will ultimately be shown that private property in the product of one's own labor is identical with the separation of labor and property, so that labor will create alien property and property will command alien labor. The chapter on Capital 18. From the beginnings of civilization, men have fixed the exchange value of the products of their labor not by comparison with the products offered in exchange, but by comparison with the product they preferred. Ganel, 13,9. 19. Simple exchange. Relations between exchangers. Harmonies of equality, freedom, etc. Bastiat, Proudhon. The special difficulty in grasping money in its fully developed character as money, a difficulty which political economy attempts to evade by forgetting now one, now another aspect, and by appealing to one aspect when confronted with another, is that a social relation, a definite relation between individuals, here appears as a metal, a stone, as a purely physical, external thing which can be found, as such, in nature, and which is indistinguishable in form from its natural existence. Gold and silver, in and of themselves, are not money. Nature does not produce money, any more than it produces a rate of exchange or a banker. In Peru and Mexico gold and silver did not serve as money, although it does appear here as jewelry, and there is a developed system of production. To be money is not a natural attribute of gold and silver, and is therefore quite unknown to the physicist, chemist etc. as such. But money is directly gold and silver. Regarded as a measure, money still predominates in its formal quality, even more so as coin, where this appears externally on its face impression, but in its third aspect, i.e. in its perfection, where to be measure and coinage appear as functions of money alone, their all formal character has vanished, or directly coincides with its metallic existence. It is not at all apparent on its face that its character of being money is merely the result of social processes, it is money. This is all the more difficult since its immediate use value for the living individual stands in no relation whatever to this role, and because, in general, the memory of use value, as distinct from exchange value, has become entirely extinguished in this incarnation of pure exchange value. Thus the fundamental contradiction contained in exchange value, and in the social mode of production corresponding to it, here emerges in all its purity. We have already criticized the attempts made to overcome this contradiction by depriving money of its metallic form, by positing it outwardly, as well, as something posited by society, as the expression of a social relation, whose ultimate form would be that of labor money. It must by now have become entirely clear that this is a piece of foolishness as long as exchange value is retained as the basis, and that, moreover, the illusion that metallic money allegedly falsifies exchange arises out of total ignorance of its nature. It is equally clear, on the other side, that to the degree to which opposition against the ruling relations of production grows, and these latter themselves push ever more forcibly to cast off their old skin, to that degree, polemics are directed against metallic money or money in general, as the most striking, most contradictory, and hardest phenomenon which is presented by the system in a palpable form. One or another kind of artful tinkering with money is then supposed to overcome the contradictions of which money is merely the perceptible appearance. Equally clear that some revolutionary operations can be performed with money, in so far as an attack on it seems to leave everything else as it was, and only to rectify it. Then one strikes a blow at the sack, intending the donkey. However, as long as the donkey does not feel the blows on the sack, one hits in fact only the sack and not the donkey. As soon as he feels it, one strikes the donkey and not the sack. As long as these operations are directed against money as such, they are merely an attack on consequences whose causes remain unaffected, i.e. disturbance of the productive process, whose solid basis then also has the power, by means of a more or less violent reaction, to define and to dominate these as mere passing disturbances. On the other hand, it is in the character of the money relation, as far as it is developed in its purity to this point, and without regard to more highly developed relations of production, that all inherent contradictions of bourgeois society appear extinguished in money relations as conceived in a simple form, and bourgeois democracy even more than the bourgeois economists takes refuge in this aspect. The latter are at least consistent enough to regress to even simpler aspects of exchange, value and exchange, in order to construct apologetics for the existing economic relations. Indeed, in so far as the commodity or labor is conceived of only as exchange value, and the relation in which the various commodities are brought into connection with one another is conceived as the exchange of these exchange values with one another, as their equation, then the individuals, the subjects between whom this process goes on, are simply and only conceived of as exchangers. As far as the formal character is concerned, there is absolutely no distinction between them, and this is the economic character, the aspect in which they stand towards one another in the exchange relation. It is the indicator of their social function or social relation towards one another. Each of the subjects is an exchanger, i.e. each has the same social relation towards the other that the other has towards him. As subjects of exchange, their relation is therefore that of equality. It is impossible to find any trace of distinction, not to speak of contradiction, between them, not even a difference. Furthermore, the commodities which they exchange are, as exchange values, equivalent, or at least count as such. The most that could happen would be a subjective error in the reciprocal appraisal of values, and if one individual, say, cheated the other, this would happen not because of the nature of the social function in which they confront one another, for this is the same, in this they are equal, but only because of natural cleverness, persuasiveness etc., in short only the purely individual superiority of one individual over another. The difference would be one of natural origin, irrelevant to the nature of the relation as such, and it may be said in anticipation of further development, the difference is even lessened and robbed of its original force by competition etc. As regards the pure form, the economic side of this relation, the content, outside this form, here still falls entirely outside economics, or is posited as a natural content distinct from the economic, a content about which it may be said that it is still entirely separated from the economic relation because it still directly coincides with it. Then only three moments emerge as formally distinct: the subjects of the relation, the exchangers, posited in the same character, the objects of their exchange, exchange values, equivalents, which not only are equal but are expressly supposed to be equal, and are posited as equal, and finally the act of exchange itself, the mediation by which the subjects are posited as exchangers, equals, and their objects as equivalents, equal. The equivalents are the objectification Vergegenstandlichung of one subject for another, i.e. they themselves are of equal worth, and assert themselves in the act of exchange as equally worthy, and at the same time as mutually indifferent. The subjects in exchange exist for one another only through these equivalents, as of equal worth, and prove themselves to be such through the exchange of the objectivity in which the one exists for the other. Since they only exist for one another in exchange in this way, as equally worthy persons, possessors of equivalent things, who thereby prove their equivalence, they are, as equals, at the same time also indifferent to one another. Whatever other individual distinction there may be does not concern them, they are indifferent to all their other individual peculiarities. Now, as regards the content outside the act of exchange, an act which constitutes the positing as well as the proving of the exchange values and of the subjects as exchangers. This content, which falls outside the specifically economic form, can only be, 1. The natural particularity of the commodity being exchanged. 2. The particular natural need of the exchangers, or, both together, the different use values of the commodities being exchanged. The content of the exchange, which lies altogether outside its economic character, far from endangering the social equality of individuals, rather makes their natural difference into the basis of their social equality. If individual A had the same need as individual B, and if both had realized their labor in the same object, then no relation whatever would be present between them. Considering only their production, they would not be different individuals at all. Both have the need to breathe, for both the air exists as atmosphere. This brings them into no social contact. As breathing individuals they relate to one another only as natural bodies, not as persons. Only the differences between their needs and between their production gives rise to exchange and to their social equation in exchange. These natural differences are therefore the precondition of their social equality in the act of exchange, and of this relation in general, in which they relate to one another as productive. Regarded from the standpoint of the natural difference between them, individual A exists as the owner of a use value for B, and B as owner of a use value for A. In this respect, their natural difference again puts them reciprocally into the relation of equality. In this respect, however, they are not indifferent to one another, but integrate with one another, have need of one another, so that individual B, as objectified in the commodity, is a need of individual A, and vice versa, so that they stand not only in an equal, but also in a social, relation to one another. This is not all. The fact that this need on the part of one can be satisfied by the product of the other, and vice versa, and that the one is capable of producing the object of the need of the other, and that each confronts the other as owner of the object of the other's need, this proves that each of them reaches beyond his own particular need etc., as a human being, and that they relate to one another as human beings, that their common species being Gattungswesen is acknowledged by all. It does not happen elsewhere, that elephants produce for tigers, or animals for other animals. For example, a hive of bees comprises at bottom only one bee, and they all produce the same thing. Further, in so far as these natural differences among individuals and among their commodities, products, labor etc. are not as yet different here, but exist only in the form of commodities, or, as Mr. Bastiat prefers, following say, Services 20, Bastiat fancies that, by reducing the economic character of exchange value to its natural content, commodity or service, and thereby showing himself incapable of grasping the economic relation of exchange value as such, he has progressed a great step beyond it. Classical economists of the English school, who are capable of grasping the relations of production in their specificity, as such, in their pure form the motive for the integration of these individuals, for their social interrelation as exchangers, in which they are stipulated for each other as, and prove themselves to be, equals. There enters, in addition to the quality of equality, that of freedom. Although individual A feels a need for the commodity of individual B, he does not appropriate it by force, nor vice versa, but rather they recognize one another reciprocally as proprietors, as persons whose will penetrates their commodities. Accordingly, the juridical moment of the person enters here, as well as that of freedom, in so far as it is contained in the former. No one seizes hold of another's property by force. Each divests himself of his property voluntarily. But this is not all. Individual A serves the need of individual B by means of the commodity only in so far as and because individual B serves the need of individual A by means of the commodity B, and vice versa. Each serves the other in order to serve himself, each makes use of the other, reciprocally, as his means. Now both things are contained in the consciousness of the two individuals, 1. That each arrives at his end only in so far as he serves the other as means, 2. That each becomes means for the other, being for another, sen for Andres only as end in himself, being for self, Senfersich 21, 3, that the reciprocity in which each is at the same time means an end, and attains his end only in so far as he becomes a means, and becomes a means only in so far as he posits himself as end, that each thus posits himself as being for another, in so far as he is being for self, and the other as being for him, in so far as he is being for himself, that this reciprocity is a necessary fact, presupposed as natural precondition of exchange, but that, as such, it is irrelevant to each of the two subjects in exchange, and that this reciprocity interests him only in so far as it satisfies his interest to the exclusion of, without reference to, that of the other. That is, the common interest which appears as the motive of the act as a whole is recognized as a fact by both sides, but, as such, it is not the motive, but rather proceeds, as it were, behind the back of these self-reflected particular interests, behind the back of one individual's interest in opposition to that of the other. In this last respect, the individual can at most have the consoling awareness that the satisfaction of his antithetical individual interest is precisely the realization of the suspended antithesis, of the social, general interest. Out of the act of exchange itself, the individual, each one of them, is reflected in himself as its exclusive and dominant, determinant, subject. With that, then, the complete freedom of the individual is posited, voluntary transaction, no force on either side, positing of the self as means, or as serving, only as means, in order to posit the self as end in itself, as dominant and primary Übergriff end, finally, the self-seeking interest which brings nothing of a higher order to realization, the other is also recognized and acknowledged as one who likewise realizes his self-seeking interest, so that both know that the common interest exists only in the duality, many-sidedness, and autonomous development of the exchanges between self-seeking interests. The general interest is precisely the generality of self-seeking interests. Therefore, when the economic form, exchange, posits the all-sided equality of its subjects, then the content, the individual as well as the objective material which drives towards the exchange, is freedom. Equality and freedom are thus not only respected in exchange based on exchange values but, also, the exchange of exchange values is the productive, real basis of all equality and freedom. As pure ideas they are merely the idealized expressions of this basis, as developed in juridical, political, social relations, they are merely this basis to a higher power. And so it has been in history. Equality and freedom as developed to this extent are exactly the opposite of the freedom and equality in the world of antiquity, where developed exchange value was not their basis, but where, rather, the development of that basis destroyed them. Equality and freedom presuppose relations of production as yet unrealized in the ancient world and in the Middle Ages. Direct forced labor is the foundation of the ancient world, the community rests on this as its foundation, labor itself as a privilege, as still particularized, not yet generally producing exchange values, is the basis of the world of the Middle Ages. Labor is neither forced labor, nor, as in the second case, does it take place with respect to a common, higher unit, the guild. Now, it is admittedly correct that the relation between those engaged in exchange, in so far as their motives are concerned, i.e. as regards natural motives falling outside the economic process, does also rest on a certain compulsion, but this is, on one side, itself only the other's indifference to my need as such, to my natural individuality, hence his equality with me and his freedom, which are at the same time the precondition of my own. On the other side, if I am determined, forced, by my needs, it is only my own nature, this totality of needs and drives, which exerts a force upon me, it is nothing alien, or, my interest posited in a general, reflected form. But it is, after all, precisely in this way that I exercise compulsion over the other and drive him into the exchange system. In Roman law, the service is therefore correctly defined as one who may not enter into exchange for the purpose of acquiring anything for himself. See the Institutes, point 22. It is, consequently, equally clear that although this legal system corresponds to a social state in which exchange was by no means developed, nevertheless, insofar as it was developed in a limited sphere, it was able to develop the attributes of the juridical person, precisely of the individual engaged in exchange, and thus anticipate, in its basic aspects, the legal relations of industrial society, and in particular the right which rising bourgeois society had necessarily to assert against medieval society. But the development of this right itself coincides completely with the dissolution of the Roman community. Since money is only the realization of exchange value, and since the system of exchange values has realized itself only in a developed money system, or inversely, the money system can indeed only be the realization of the system of freedom and equality. As measure, money only gives the equivalent its specific expression, makes it into an equivalent in form, as well. A distinction of form does, it is true, arise within circulation. The two exchangers appear in the different roles of buyer and seller. Exchange value appears once in its general form, in the form of money, then again in its particular form, in the natural commodity, now with a price, but, first of all, these forms alternate. Circulation itself creates not a disequation, but only an equation, a suspension of the merely negated difference. The inequality is only a purely formal one. Finally, even equality now posits itself tangibly, in money as medium of circulation, where it appears now in one hand, now in another, and is indifferent to this appearance. Each appears towards the other as an owner of money, and, as regards the process of exchange, as money itself. Thus indifference and equal worthiness are expressly contained in the form of the thing. The particular natural difference which was contained in the commodity is extinguished, and constantly becomes extinguished by circulation. A worker who buys commodities for 3 seconds appears to the seller in the same function, in the same equality, in the form of threes, as the king who does the same. All distinction between them is extinguished. The seller qua seller appears only as owner of a commodity of the price of 3s, so that both are completely equal, only that the threes exist here in the form of silver, there again in the form of sugar, etc. In the third form of money, a distinguishing quality might seem to enter between the subjects of the process. But insofar as money here appears as the material, as the general commodity of contracts, all distinction between the contracting parties is, rather, extinguished. Insofar as money, the general form of wealth, becomes the object of accumulation, the subject here appears to withdraw it from circulation only to the extent that he does not withdraw commodities of an equal price from circulation. Thus, if one individual accumulates and the other does not, then none does it at the expense of the other. One enjoys real wealth, the other takes possession of wealth in its general form. If one grows impoverished and the other grows wealthier, then this is of their own free will and does not in any way arise from the economic relation, the economic connection as such, in which they are placed in relation to one another. Even inheritance and similar legal relations, which perpetuate such inequalities, do not prejudice this natural freedom and equality. If individual A's relation is not in contradiction to the system originally, then such a contradiction can surely not arise from the fact that individual B steps into the place of individual A, thus perpetuating him. This is, rather, the perpetuation of the social relation beyond one man's natural lifespan, its reinforcement against the chance influences of nature, whose effects as such would in fact be a suspension of individual freedom. Moreover, since the individual in this relation is merely the individuation of money, therefore he is, as such, just as immortal as money, and his representation by heirs is the logical extension of this role. If this way of conceiving the matter is not advanced in its historic context, but is instead raised as a refutation of the more developed economic relations in which individuals relate to one another no longer merely as exchangers or as buyers and sellers, but in specific relations, no longer all of the same character, then it is the same as if it were asserted that there is no difference, to say nothing of antithesis and contradiction, between natural bodies, because all of them, when looked at from e.g. the point of view of their weight, have weight, and are therefore equal, or are equal because all of them occupy three dimensions. Exchange value itself is here similarly seized upon in its simple character, as the antithesis to its more developed, contradictory forms. In the course of science, it is just these abstract attributes which appear as the earliest and sparsest. They appear in part historically in this fashion, too, the more developed as the more recent. In present bourgeois society as a whole, this positing of prices and their circulation etc. appears as the surface process, beneath which, however, in the depths, entirely different processes go on, in which this apparent individual equality and liberty disappear. It is forgotten, on one side, that the presupposition of exchange value, as the objective basis of the whole of the system of production, already in itself implies compulsion over the individual, since his immediate product is not a product for him, but only becomes such in the social process, and since it must take on this general but nevertheless external form, and that the individual has an existence only as a producer of exchange value, hence that the whole negation of his natural existence is already implied, that he is therefore entirely determined by society, that this further presupposes a division of labor etc., in which the individual is already posited in relations other than that of mere exchanger, etc. That therefore this presupposition by no means arises either out of the individual's will or out of the immediate nature of the individual, but that it is, rather, historical, and posits the individual as already determined by society. It is forgotten, on the other side, that these higher forms, in which exchange, or the relations of production which realize themselves in it, are now posited, do not by any means stand still in this simple form where the highest distinction which occurs is a formal and hence irrelevant one. What is overlooked, finally, is that already the simple forms of exchange value and of money latently contain the opposition between labor and capital etc. Thus, what all this wisdom comes down to is the attempt to stick fast at the simplest economic relations, which, conceived by themselves, are pure abstractions, but these relations are, in reality, mediated by the deepest antithesis, and represent only one side, in which the full expression of the antitheses is obscured. What this reveals, on the other side, is the foolishness of those socialists, namely the French, who want to depict socialism as the realization of the ideals of bourgeois society articulated by the French Revolution, who demonstrate that exchange and exchange value etc. are originally, in time, or essentially, in their adequate form, a system of universal freedom and equality, but that they have been perverted by money, capital, etc. 23 or, also, that history has so far failed in every attempt to implement them in their true manner, but that they have now, like Proudhon, discovered e.g. the real Jacob, and intend now to supply the genuine history of these relations in place of the fake. The proper reply to them is, that exchange value or, more precisely, the money system is in fact the system of equality and freedom, and that the disturbances which they encounter in the further development of the system are disturbances inherent in it, are merely the realization of equality and freedom, which prove to be inequality and unfreedom. It is just as pious as it is stupid to wish that exchange value would not develop into capital, nor labor which produces exchange value into wage labor. What divides these gentlemen from the bourgeois apologists is, on one side, their sensitivity to the contradictions included in the system, on the other, the utopian inability to grasp the necessary difference between the real and the ideal form of bourgeois society, which is the cause of their desire to undertake the superfluous business of realizing the ideal expression again, which is in fact only the inverted projection Lichtbild of this reality. And now, indeed, in opposition to these socialists there is the stale argumentation of the degenerate economics of most recent times, whose classical representative as regards insipidness, affectation of dialectics, puffy arrogance, effete, complacent platitudinousness and complete inability to grasp historic processes is Frederick Bastiat, because the American, Carey, at least brings out the specific American relations as against the European, which demonstrates that economic relations everywhere express the same simple determinants, and hence that they everywhere express the equality and freedom of the simple exchange of exchange values, this point entirely reduces itself to an infantile abstraction. For example, the relation between capital and interest is reduced to the exchange of exchange values. Thus, after first taking from the empirical world the fact that exchange value exists not only in this simple form but also in the essentially different form of capital, capital is then in turn reduced again to the simple concept of exchange value, and interest, which, to crown all, expresses a specific relation of capital as such, is similarly torn out of this specificity and equated with exchange value. The whole relation in its specific character is reduced to an abstraction and everything reduced to the undeveloped relation of commodity exchange. In so far as I abstract from what distinguishes a concrete from its abstract, it is of course the abstract, and does not differ from it at all. According to this, all economic categories are only so many names for what is always the same relation, and this crude inability to grasp the real distinctions is then supposed to represent pure common sense as such. The economic harmonies of Mr. Bastiat amount often to the assertion that there exists only one single economic relation which takes on different names, or that any differences which occur only in name. The reduction is not even formally scientific to the minimal extent that everything is reduced to a real economic relation by dropping the difference that development makes. Rather, sometimes one and sometimes another side is dropped in order to bring out now one, now another side of the identity. For example, the wage for labor is payment for a service done by one individual for another. The economic form as such is dropped here, as noted above. Profit is also payment for a service done by one individual for another. Hence wages and profit are identical, and it is, in the first place, an error of language to call one payment wages, the other profit. But let us now look at profit and interest. With profit, the payment of the service is exposed to chance fluctuations; with interest, it is fixed. Thus, since, with wages, payment is relatively speaking exposed to chance fluctuations, while with profit, in contrast to labor, it is fixed, it follows that the relation between interest and profit is the same as that between wages and profit, which, as we have seen, is the exchange of equivalents for one another. The opponents 24 then take this twaddle, which goes back from the economic relations where the contradiction is expressed to those where it is only latent and obscured, literally, and demonstrate that e.g. with capital and interest there is not a simple exchange, since capital is not replaced by an equivalent, but that the owner of capital, rather, having consumed the equivalent 20 times over in the form of interest, still has it in the form of capital and can exchange it for 20 more equivalents. Hence the undefying debate in which one side asserts that there is no difference between developed and undeveloped exchange value, and the other asserts that there is, unfortunately, a difference, but, by rights, there ought not to be. Capital. Sum of values. Landed property and capital. Capital comes from circulation. Content exchange value. Merchant capital, and money interest. Circulation presupposes another process. Motion between presupposed extremes. Money as capital is an aspect of money which goes beyond its simple character as money. It can be regarded as a higher realization, as it can be said that man is a developed ape. However, in this way the lower form is posited as the primary subject, over the higher. In any case, money as capital is distinct from money as money. The new aspect is to be developed. On the other hand, capital as money seems to be a regression of capital to a lower form. But it is only the positing of capital in a particular form which already existed prior to it, as non-capital, and which makes up one of its presuppositions. Money recurs in all later relations, but then it does not function as mere money. If, as here, the initial task is to follow it up to its totality as money market, then the rest of the development is presupposed and has to be brought in occasionally. Thus we give here the general character of capital before we proceed to its particularity as money. If I state, like for example say, that capital is a sum of values 25, then I state nothing more than that capital equals exchange value. Every sum of values is an exchange value, and every exchange value is a sum of values. I cannot get from exchange value to capital by means of mere addition. In the pure accumulation of money, as we have seen, the relation of capitalizing capitaliseren is not yet posited. In so-called retail trade, in the daily traffic of bourgeois life as it proceeds directly between producers and consumers, in petty commerce, where the aim on one side is to exchange the commodity for money and on the other to exchange money for commodity, for the satisfaction of individual needs, in this movement, which proceeds on the surface of the bourgeois world, there and there alone does the motion of exchange values, their circulation, proceed in its pure form. A worker who buys a loaf of bread and a millionaire who does the same appear in this act only as simple buyers, just as, in respect to them, the grocer appears only as seller. All other aspects are here extinguished. The content of these purchases, like their extent, here appears as completely irrelevant compared with the formal aspect. As in the theory the concept of value precedes that of capital, but requires for its pure development a mode of production founded on capital, so the same thing takes place in practice. The economists therefore necessarily sometimes consider capital as the creator of values, as their source, while at other times they presuppose values for the formation of capital, and portray it as itself only a sum of values in a particular function. The existence of value in its purity and generality presupposes a mode of production in which the individual product has ceased to exist for the producer in general and even more for the individual worker, and where nothing exists unless it is realized through circulation. For the person who creates an infinitesimal part of a yard of cotton, the fact that this is value, exchange value, is not a formal matter. If he had not created an exchange value, money, he would have created nothing at all. This determination of value, then, presupposes a given historic stage of the mode of social production and is itself something given with that mode, hence a historic relation. At the same time, individual moments of value determination develop in earlier stages of the historic process of social production and appear as its result. Hence, within the system of bourgeois society, capital follows immediately after money. In history, other systems come before, and they form the material basis of a less complete development of value. Just as exchange value here plays only an accompanying role to use value, it is not capital but the relation of landed property which appears as its real basis. Modern landed property, on the other hand, cannot be understood at all, because it cannot exist, without capital as its presupposition, and it indeed appears historically as a transformation of the preceding historic shape of landed property by capital so as to correspond to capital. It is, therefore, precisely in the development of landed property that the gradual victory and formation of capital can be studied, which is why Ricardo, the economist of the modern age, with great historical insight, examined the relations of capital, wage labor, and ground rent within the sphere of landed property, so as to establish their specific form. The relation between the industrial capitalist and the proprietor of land appears to be a relation lying outside that of landed property. But, as a relation between the modern farmer and the landowner, it appears posited as an immanent relation of landed property itself, and the latter 26 as now existing merely in its relation to capital. The history of landed property, which would demonstrate the gradual transformation of the feudal landlord into the landowner, of the hereditary, semi-tributary, and often unfree tenant for life into the modern farmer, and of the resident serfs, bondsmen, and villeins who belong to the property into agricultural day laborers, would indeed be the history of the formation of modern capital. It would include within it the connection with urban capital, trade, etc. But we are dealing here with developed bourgeois society, which is already moving on its own foundation. Capital comes initially from circulation, and, moreover, its point of departure is money. We have seen that money which enters into circulation and at the same time returns from it to itself is the last requirement, in which money suspends itself. It is at the same time the first concept of capital, and the first form in which it appears. Money has negated itself as something which merely dissolves in circulation, but it has also equally negated itself as something which takes up an independent attitude towards circulation. This negation, as a single whole, in its positive aspects, contains the first elements of capital. Money is the first form in which capital as such appears. MCCM, that money is exchanged for commodity and the commodity for money, this movement of buying in order to sell, which makes up the formal aspect of commerce, of capital as merchant capital, is found in the earliest conditions of economic development. It is the first movement in which exchange value as such forms the content, is not only the form but also its own content. This motion can take place within peoples, or between peoples for whose production exchange value has by no means yet become the presupposition. The movement only seizes upon the surplus of their directly useful production, and proceeds only on its margin. Like the Jews within Old Polish society or within medieval society in general, entire trading peoples, as in antiquity, and, later on, the Lombards, can take up this position between peoples whose mode of production is not yet determined by exchange value as the fundamental presupposition. Commercial capital is only circulating capital, and circulating capital is the first form of capital, in which it has as yet by no means become the foundation of production. A more developed form is money capital and money interest, usury, whose independent appearance belongs in the same way to an earlier stage. Finally, the form CMMC, in which money and circulation in general appear as mere means for the circulating commodity, which for its part again steps outside circulation and directly satisfies a need, this is itself the presupposition of that original appearance of merchant capital. The presuppositions appear distributed among different peoples, or, within society. Commercial capital as such appears only as determined by this purely consumption-directed circulation. On the other side, the circulating commodity, the commodity which realizes itself only by taking on the form of another commodity, which steps outside circulation and serves immediate needs, is similarly the 27th first form of capital, which is essentially commodity capital. On the other side, it is equally clear that the simple movement of exchange values, such as is present in pure circulation, can never realize capital. It can lead to the withdrawal and stockpiling of money, but as soon as money steps back into circulation, it dissolves itself in a series of exchange processes with commodities which are consumed, hence it is lost as soon as its purchasing power is exhausted. Similarly, the commodity which has exchanged itself for another commodity through the medium of money steps outside circulation in order to be consumed, destroyed. But if it is given independence from circulation, as money, it then merely represents the non-substantial general form of wealth. Since equivalents are exchanged for one another, the form of wealth which is fixed as money disappears as soon as it is exchanged for the commodity, and the use value present in the commodity, as soon as it is exchanged for money. All that can happen in the simple act of exchange is that each can be lost in its role for the other as soon as it realizes itself in it. None can maintain itself in its role by going over into the other. For this reason the sophistry of the bourgeois economists, who embellish capital by reducing it in argument to pure exchange, has been countered by its inversion, the equally sophistical, but, in relation to them, legitimate demand that capital be really reduced to pure exchange, whereby it would disappear as a power and be destroyed, whether in the form of money or of the commodity. The repetition of the process from either of the points, money or commodity, is not posited within the conditions of exchange itself. The act can be repeated only until it is completed, i.e. until the amount of the exchange value is exchanged away. It cannot ignite itself anew through its own resources. Circulation therefore does not carry within itself the principle of self-renewal. The moments of the latter are presupposed to it, not posited by it. Commodities constantly have to be thrown into it anew from the outside, like fuel into a fire. Otherwise it flickers out in indifference. It would die out with money, as the indifferent result which, in so far as it no longer stood in any connection with commodities, prices, or circulation, would have ceased to be money, to express a relation of production, only its metallic existence would be left over, while its economic existence would be destroyed. Circulation, therefore, which appears as that which is immediately present on the surface of bourgeois society, exists only in so far as it is constantly mediated. Looked at in itself, it is the mediation of presupposed extremes. But it does not posit these extremes. Thus, it has to be mediated not only in each of its moments, but as a whole of mediation, as a total process itself. Its immediate being is therefore pure semblance. It is the phenomenon of a process taking place behind it. It is now negated in every one of its moments, as a commodity, as money, and as a relation of the two, as simple exchange and circulation of both. While, originally, the act of social production appeared as the positing of exchange values, and this, in its later development, as circulation, as completely developed reciprocal movement of exchange values, now, circulation itself returns back into the activity which posits or produces exchange values. It returns into it as into its ground point. 28 It is commodities, whether in their particular form, or in the general form of money, which form the presupposition of circulation. They are the realization of a definite labor time and, as such, values. Their presupposition, therefore, is both the production of commodities by labor and their production as exchange values. This is their point of departure, and through its own motion it goes back into exchange value, creating production as its result. We have therefore reached the point of departure again, production which posits, creates exchange values, but this time, production which presupposes circulation as a developed moment and which appears as a constant process, which posits circulation and constantly returns from it into itself in order to posit it anew. The movement which creates exchange value thus appears here in a much more complex form, since it is no longer only the movement of presupposed exchange values, or the movement which posits them formally as prices, but which creates, brings them forth at the same time as presuppositions. Production itself is here no longer present in advance of its products, i.e. presupposed. It rather appears as simultaneously bringing forth these results, but it does not bring them forth, as in the first stage, as merely leading into circulation, but as simultaneously presupposing circulation, the developed process of circulation. Circulation consists at bottom only of the formal process of positing exchange value, sometimes in the role of the commodity, at other times in the role of money. Transition from circulation to capitalist production. Capital objectified labor, etc. Sum of values for production of values. This movement appears in different forms, not only historically, as leading towards value-producing labor, but also within the system of bourgeois production itself, i.e. production for exchange value. With semi-barbarian or completely barbarian peoples, there is at first interposition by trading peoples, or else tribes whose production is different by nature enter into contact and exchange their superfluous products. The former case is a more classical form. Let us therefore dwell on it. The exchange of the overflow is a traffic which posits exchange and exchange value. But it extends only to the overflow and plays an accessory role to production itself. But if the trading peoples who solicit exchange appear repeatedly, the Lombards, Normans, etc. play this role towards nearly all European peoples, and if an ongoing commerce develops, although the producing people still engages only in so-called passive trade, since the impulse for the activity of positing exchange values comes from the outside and not from the inner structure of its production, then the surplus of production must no longer be something accidental, occasionally present, but must be constantly repeated, and in this way domestic production itself takes on a tendency towards circulation, towards the positing of exchange values. At first the effect is of a more physical kind. The sphere of needs is expanded, the aim is the satisfaction of the new needs, and hence greater regularity and an increase of production. The organization of domestic production itself is already modified by circulation and exchange value, but it has not yet been completely invaded by them, either over the surface or in depth. This is what is called the civilizing influence of external trade. The degree to which the movement towards the establishment of exchange value then attacks the whole of production depends partly on the intensity of this external influence, and partly on the degree of development attained by the elements of domestic production, division of labor, etc. In England, for example, the import of Netherlands commodities in the 16th century and at the beginning of the 17th century gave to the surplus of wool which England had to provide in exchange, an essential, decisive role. In order then to produce more wool, cultivated land was transformed into sheepwalks, the system of small tenant farmers was broken up, etc., clearing of estates took place, etc. Agriculture thus lost the character of labor for use value, and the exchange of its overflow lost the character of relative indifference in respect to the inner construction of production. At certain points, agriculture itself became purely determined by circulation, transformed into production for exchange value. Not only was the mode of production altered thereby, but also all the old relations of population and of production, the economic relations which corresponded to it, were dissolved. Thus, here was a circulation which presupposed a production in which only the overflow was created as exchange value, but it turned into a production which took place only in connection with circulation, a production which posited exchange values as its exclusive content. On the other hand, in modern production, where exchange value and developed circulation are presupposed, it is prices which determine production on one side, and production which determines prices on the other. When it is said that capital is accumulated, realized, labor, properly, objectified vergenstandlicht labor, which serves as the means for new labor, production, 29, then this refers to the simple material of capital, without regard to the formal character without which it is not capital. This means nothing more than that capital is an instrument of production, for, in the broadest sense, every object, including those furnished purely by nature, e.g. a stone, must first be appropriated by some sort of activity before it can function as an instrument, as means of production. According to this, capital would have existed in all forms of society, and is something altogether unhistorical. Hence every limb of the body is capital, since each of them not only has to be developed through activity, labor, but also nourished, reproduced, in order to be active as an organ. The arm, and especially the hand, are then capital. Capital would be only a new name for a thing as old as the human race, since every form of labor, including the least developed, hunting, fishing, etc., presupposes that the product of prior labor is used as means for direct, living labor. A further characteristic contained in the above definition is that the material stuff of products is entirely abstracted away, and that antecedent labor itself is regarded as its only content, matter. In the same way, abstraction is made from the particular, special purpose for which the making of this product is in its turn intended to serve as means, and merely production in general is posited as purpose. All these things only seemed a work of abstraction, which is equally valid in all social conditions and which merely leads the analysis further and formulates it more abstractly, generally, than is the usual custom. If, then, the specific form of capital is abstracted away, and only the content is emphasized, as which it is a necessary moment of all labor, then of course nothing is easier than to demonstrate that capital is a necessary condition for all human production. The proof of this proceeds precisely by abstraction from the specific aspects which make it the moment of a specifically developed historic stage of human production. The catch is that if all capital is objectified labor which serves as means for new production, it is not the case that all objectified labor which serves as means for new production is capital. Capital is conceived as a thing, not as a relation. If it is said on the other hand that capital is a sum of values used for the production of values, then this means, capital is self-reproducing exchange value. But, formally, exchange value reproduces itself even in simple circulation. This explanation, it is true, does contain the form wherein exchange value is the point of departure, but the connection with the content, which, with capital, is not, as in the case of simple exchange value, irrelevant, is dropped. If it is said that capital is exchange value which produces profit, or at least has the intention of producing a profit, then capital is already presupposed in its explanation, for profit is a specific relation of capital to itself. Capital is not a simple relation, but a process, in whose various moments it is always capital. This process therefore to be developed. Already in accumulated labor, something has sneaked in, because, in its essential characteristic, it should be merely objectified labor, in which, however, a certain amount of labor is accumulated. But accumulated labor already comprises a quantity of objects in which labor is realized. At the beginning everyone was content, since exchange extended only to objects which had no value for each exchanger, no significance was assigned to objects other than those which were without value for each exchanger, no significance was assigned to them, and each was satisfied to receive a useful thing in exchange for a thing without utility. But after the division of labor had made every one into a merchant and society into a commercial society, no one wanted to give up his products except in return for their equivalents. It thus became necessary, in order to determine this equivalent, to know the value of the thing received. Ganel, 12, b. 30. This means in other words that exchange did not stand still with the formal positing of exchange values, but necessarily advanced towards the subjection of production itself to exchange value. 1. Circulation, and exchange value deriving from circulation, the presupposition of capital. To develop the concept of capital it is necessary to begin not with labor but with value, and, precisely, with exchange value in an already developed movement of circulation. It is just as impossible to make the transition directly from labor to capital as it is to go from the different human races directly to the banker, or from nature to the steam engine. We have seen that in money, as such, exchange value has already obtained a form independent of circulation, but only a negative, transitory or, when fixated, an illusory form. It exists only in connection with circulation and as the possibility of entering into it, but it loses this character as soon as it realizes itself, and falls back on its two earlier roles, as measure of exchange value and as medium of exchange. As soon as money is posited as an exchange value which not only becomes independent of circulation, but which also maintains itself through it, then it is no longer money, for this as such does not go beyond the negative aspect, but is capital. That money is the first form in which exchange value proceeds to the character of capital, and that, hence, the first form in which capital appears is confused with capital itself, or is regarded as sole adequate form of capital. This is a historic fact which, far from contradicting our development, rather confirms it. The first quality of capital is, then, this, that exchange value deriving from circulation and presupposing circulation preserves itself within it and by means of it, does not lose itself by entering into it, that circulation is not the movement of its disappearance, but rather the movement of its real self-positing sich setzen as exchange value, its self-realization as exchange value. 31 It cannot be said that exchange value as such is realized in simple circulation. It is always realized only in the moment of its disappearance. If the commodity is exchanged via money for another commodity, then its value character disappears in the moment in which it realizes itself, and it steps outside the relation, becomes irrelevant to it, merely the direct object of a need. If money is exchanged for a commodity, then even the disappearance of the form of exchange is posited. The form is posited as a merely formal mediation for the purpose of gaining possession of the natural material of the commodity. If a commodity is exchanged for money, then the form of exchange value posited as exchange value, money, persists only as long as it stays outside exchange, withdraws from it, is hence a purely illusory realization, purely ideal in this form, in which the independence of exchange value leads a tangible existence. If, finally, money is exchanged for money, the fourth form in which circulation can be analyzed, but at bottom only the third form expressed in the form of exchange, then not even a formal difference appears between the things distinguished, a distinction without a difference. Not only does exchange value disappear, but also the formal movement of its disappearance. At bottom, these four specific forms of simple circulation are reducible to two, which, it is true, coincide in themselves. The distinction consists in the different placing of the emphasis, the accent, which of the two moments, money and commodity, forms the point of departure. Namely, money for the commodity, i.e. the exchange value of the commodity disappears in favor of its material content, substance, or commodity for money, i.e. its content, substance, disappears in favor of its form as exchange value. In the first case, the form of exchange value is extinguished, in the second, its substance, in both, therefore, its realization is its disappearance. Only with capital is exchange value posited as exchange value in such a way that it preserves itself in circulation, i.e. it neither becomes substanceless, nor constantly realizes itself in other substances or a totality of them, nor loses its specific form, but rather preserves its identity with itself in each of the different substances. It therefore always remains money and always commodity. It is in every moment both of the moments which disappear into one another in circulation. But it is this only because it itself is a constantly self-renewing circular course of exchanges. In this relation, too, its circulation is distinct from that of simple exchange values as such. Simple circulation is in fact circulation only from the standpoint of the observer, or in itself, not posited as such. It is not always the same exchange value, precisely because its substance is a particular commodity, which first becomes money and then a commodity again. Rather, it is always different commodities, different exchange values which confront money. Circulation, the circular path, consists merely of the simple repetition or alternation of the role of commodity and money, and not of the identity of the real point of departure and the point of return. Therefore, in characterizing simple circulation as such, where money alone is the persistent moment, the term mere money circulation, money turnover has been applied. Capital values are self-perpetuating. Say, 14. 32 Capital, permanent, self-multiplying does not belong here as yet, value which no longer decayed, this value tears itself loose from the commodity which created it, like a metaphysical, insubstantial quality, it always remained in the possession of the same cultivator, here irrelevant, say owner, for whom it cloaked itself in different forms. Sismondi, 6. 33. The immortality which money strove to achieve by setting itself negatively against circulation, by withdrawing from it, is achieved by capital, which preserves itself precisely by abandoning itself to circulation. Capital, as exchange value existing prior to circulation, or as presupposing and preserving itself in circulation, not only is in every moment ideally both of the two moments contained in simple circulation, but alternately takes the form of the one and of the other, though no longer merely by passing out of the one into the other, as in simple circulation, but rather by being in each of these roles at the same time a relation to its opposite, i.e. containing it ideally within itself. Capital becomes commodity and money alternately, but, 1. It is itself the alternation of both these roles, 2. It becomes commodity, but not this or the other commodity, rather a totality of commodities. It is not indifferent to the substance, but to the particular form, appears in this respect as a constant metamorphosis of this substance, in so far as it is then posited as a particular content of exchange value. This particularity itself is a totality of particularity, hence indifferent not to particularity as such, but to the single or individuated particularity. The identity, the form of generality Allgemeinheit, which it obtains is that of being exchange value and, as such, money. It is still therefore posited as money, in fact it exchanges itself as commodity for money. But posited as money, i.e. as this contradictory form of the generality of exchange value, there is posited in it at the same time that it must not, as in simple exchange, lose this generality, but must rather lose the attribute antithetical to generality, or adopt it only fleetingly. Therefore it exchanges itself again for the commodity, but as a commodity which itself, in its particularity, expresses the generality of exchange value, and hence constantly changes its particular form. If we speak here of capital, this is still merely a word. The only aspect in which capital is here posited as distinct from direct exchange value and from money is that of exchange value, which preserves and perpetuates itself in and through circulation. We have so far examined only one side, that of its self-preservation in and through circulation. The other equally important side is that exchange value is presupposed, but no longer as simple exchange value, such as it exists as a merely ideal quality of the commodity before it enters into circulation, or as, rather, a merely intended quality, since it becomes exchange value only for a vanishing moment in circulation, nor as exchange value as it exists as a moment in circulation, as money. It exists here, rather, as money, as objectified exchange value, but with the addition of the relation just described. What distinguishes the second from the first is that it, 1. Exists in the form of objectivity, 2. Arises out of circulation, hence presupposes it, but at the same time proceeds from itself as presupposition of circulation. There are two sides in which the result of simple circulation can be expressed. The simply negative, the commodities thrown into circulation have achieved their purpose, they are exchanged for one another, each becomes an object of a need and is consumed. With that, circulation comes to an end. Nothing remains other than money as simple residue. As such a residue, however, it has ceased to be money, loses its characteristic form. It collapses into its material, which is left over as the inorganic ashes of the process as a whole. The positively negative, money is negated not as objectified, independent exchange value, not only as vanishing in circulation, but rather the antithetical independence, the merely abstract generality in which it has firmly settled, is negated, but, thirdly, exchange value as the presupposition and simultaneously the result of circulation, just as it is assumed as having emerged from circulation, must emerge from it again. If this happens in a merely formal manner, it would simply become money again. If it emerges as a real commodity, as in simple circulation, then it would become a simple object of need, consumed as such, and again lose its quality as form. For this emergence to become real, it must likewise become the object of a need and, as such, be consumed, but it must be consumed by labor, and thereby reproduce itself anew. Differently expressed, exchange value, as regards its content, was originally an objectified amount of labor or labor time, as such it passed through circulation, in its objectification, until it became money, tangible money. It must now again posit the point of departure of circulation, which lay outside circulation, was presupposed to it, and for which circulation appeared as an external, penetrating, and internally transforming movement. This point was labor, but it must do so now no longer as a simple equivalent or as a simple objectification of labor, but rather as objectified exchange value, now become independent, which yields itself to labor, becomes its material, only so as to renew itself and to begin circulating again by itself. And with that it is no longer a simple positing of equivalence, a preservation of its identity, as in circulation, but rather multiplication of itself. Exchange value posits itself as exchange value only by realizing itself, i.e. increasing its value. Money, as returned to itself from circulation, as capital, has lost its rigidity, and from a tangible thing has become a process. But at the same time, labor has changed its relation to its objectivity, it, too, has returned to itself. But the nature of the return is this, that the labor objectified in the exchange value posits living labor as a means of reproducing it, whereas, originally, exchange value appeared merely as a product of labor. Exchange value emerging from circulation, a presupposition of circulation, preserving and multiplying itself in it by means of labor. 3-4i. 1. General concept of capital. 2. Particularity of capital, circulating capital, fixed capital. Capital as the necessaries of life, as raw material, as instrument of labor. 3. Capital as money. 2. 1. Quantity of capital. Accumulation. 2. Capital measured by itself. Profit. Interest. Value of capital, i.e. capital as distinct from itself as interest and profit. 3. The circulation of capitals. Alpha, exchange of capital and capital. Exchange of capital with revenue. Capital and prices. Beta, competition of capitals. Gamma, concentration of capitals. 3. Capital as credit. 4. Capital as share capital. V. Capital as money market. 6. Capital as source of wealth. The capitalist. After capital, landed property would be dealt with. After that, wage labor. All three presupposed, the movement of prices, as circulation now defined in its inner totality. On the other side, the three classes, as production posited in its three basic forms and presuppositions of circulation. Then the state. State and bourgeois society. Taxes, or the existence of the unproductive classes. The state debt. Population. The state externally, colonies. External trade. Rate of exchange. Money as international coin. Finally the world market. Encroachment of bourgeois society over the state. Crises. Dissolution of the mode of production and form of society based on exchange value. Real positing of individual labor as social and vice versa. Product and capital. Value and capital. Proudhon. Nothing is more erroneous than the manner in which economists as well as socialists regard society in relation to economic conditions. Proudhon, for example, replies to Bastiat by saying, 1629 For society, the difference between capital and product does not exist. This difference is entirely subjective, and related to individual 35. Thus he calls subjective precisely what is social, and he calls society a subjective abstraction. The difference between product and capital is exactly this, that the product expresses, as capital, a particular relation belonging to a historic form of society. This so-called contemplation from the standpoint of society means nothing more than the overlooking of the differences which express the social relation of bourgeois society. Society does not consist of individuals, but expresses the sum of interrelations, the relations within which these individuals stand. As if someone were to say, seen from the perspective of society, there are no slaves and no citizens, both are human beings. Rather, they are that outside society. To be a slave, to be a citizen, are social characteristics, relations between human beings A and B. Human being A, as such, is not a slave. He is a slave in and through society. What Mr. Proudhon here says about capital and product means, for him, that from the viewpoint of society there is no difference between capitalists and workers, a difference which exists precisely only from the standpoint of society. For Proudhon, in his polemic against Bastiat, gratuit du credit, everything comes down to his own wish to reduce the exchange between capital and labor to the simple exchange of commodities as exchange values, to the moments of simple circulation, i.e. he abstracts from just the specific difference on which everything depends. He says, at a given moment, every product becomes capital, because everything which is consumed is at a given moment consumed reproductively. This very false, but never mind. What is it that makes the motion of the product suddenly transform itself into that of capital? It is the idea of value. That means that the product, in order to become capital, needs to have passed through an authentic evaluation, to have been bought or sold, its price debated and fixed by a sort of legal convention. E.g. leather, coming from the slaughterhouse, is the product of the butcher. Is this leather bought by the tanner? The latter then immediately carries it or carries its value into his exploitation fund, fonds d'exploitation. By means of the tanner's labor, this capital becomes product again, etc. 36. Every capital is here a constituted value. Money is the most perfect value. 37. Constituted value to the highest power. This means, then, 1. Product becomes capital by becoming value. Or capital is just nothing more than simple value. There is no difference between them. Thus he says commodity, the natural side of the same, expressed as product, at one time, value another time, alternatively, or rather, since he presupposes the act of buying and selling, price. 2. Since money appears as the perfected form of value such as it is in simple circulation, therefore money is also the true constituted value. Capital and labor. Exchange value and use value. For exchange value, money and its use value, labor, in this relation, capital. Self-multiplication of value is its only movement. The phrase that no capitalist will employ his capital without drawing a gain from it. Capital, as regards substance, objectified labor. Its antithesis, living, productive, i.e. value preserving and value increasing, labor. Productive labor and labor as performance of a service. Productive and unproductive labor. A smith, etc. Thief in Lauderdale's sense and productive labor. The transition from simple exchange value and its circulation to capital can also be expressed in this way. Within circulation, exchange value appears double, once as commodity, again as money. If it is in one aspect, it is not in the other. This holds for every particular commodity. But the wholeness of circulation, regarded in itself, lies in the fact that the same exchange value as subject, posits itself once as commodity, another time as money, and that it is just this movement of positing itself in this dual character and of preserving itself in each of them as its opposite, in the commodity as money and in money as commodity. This in itself is present in simple circulation, but is not posited in it. Exchange value posited as the unity of commodity and money is capital, and this positing itself appears as the circulation of capital. Which is, however, a spiral, an expanding curve, not a simple circle. Let us analyze first the simple aspects contained in the relation of capital and labor, in order by this means to arrive at the inner connection not only of these aspects, but also of their further development from the earlier ones. The first presupposition is that capital stands on one side and labor on the other, both as independent forms relative to each other, both hence also alien to one another. The labor which stands opposite capital is alien framed labor, and the capital which stands opposite labor is alien capital. The extremes which stand opposite one another are specifically different. In the first positing of simple exchange value, labor was structured in such a way that the product was not a direct use value for the laborer, not a direct means of subsistence. This was the general condition for the creation of an exchange value and of exchange in general. Otherwise the worker would have produced only a product, a direct use value for himself, but not an exchange value. This exchange value, however, was materialized in a product which had, as such, a use value for others, and, as such, was the object of their needs. The use value which the worker has to offer to the capitalist, which he has to offer to others in general, is not materialized in a product, does not exist apart from him at all, thus exists not really, but only in potentiality, as his capacity. It becomes a reality only when it has been solicited by capital, is set in motion, since activity without object is nothing, or, at the most, mental activity, which is not the question at issue here. As soon as it has obtained motion from capital, this use value exists as the worker's specific, productive activity, it is his vitality itself, directed toward a specific purpose and hence expressing itself in a specific form. In the relation of capital and labor, exchange value and use value are brought into relation. The one side, capital, initially stands opposite the other side as exchange value, and the other, labor, stands opposite capital, as use value. In simple circulation, each of the commodities can alternately be regarded in one or the other role. In both cases, when it counts as commodity as such, it steps outside circulation as object of a need and falls entirely outside the economic relation. Insofar as the commodity becomes fixed as exchange value, money, it tends towards the same formlessness, but as falling within the economic relation. In any case, the commodities are of interest in the exchange value relation, simple circulation, only insofar as they have exchange value. On the other side, their exchange value is of only passing interest, in that it suspends the one-sidedness, the usefulness, use value, existing only for the specific individual, hence existing directly for him, but not this use value itself, rather, it posits and mediates it as use value for others, etc. But to the degree that exchange value as such becomes fixed in money, use value no longer confronts it as anything but abstract chaos, and, through just this separation from its substance, it collapses into itself and tends away from the sphere of simple exchange value, whose highest movement is simple circulation, and whose highest perfection is money. But within the sphere itself, the distinctness exists in fact only as a superficial difference, a purely formal distinction. Money itself in its highest fixedness is itself a commodity again, and distinguishes itself from the others only in that it expresses exchange value more perfectly, but, as currency, and precisely for that reason, it loses its exchange value as intrinsic quality, and becomes mere use value, although admittedly use value for determining the prices etc. of commodities. The aspects still immediately coincide and just as immediately they separate. Where they relate to one another independently, positively, as in the case of the commodity which becomes an object of consumption, it ceases to be a moment of the economic process, where negatively, as in the case of money, it becomes madness, however, as a moment of economics and as a determinant of the practical life of peoples. We have seen earlier that it cannot be said that exchange value is realized in simple circulation. 41 This is so, however, because use value does not stand as such opposite exchange value, as something defined as use value by exchange value, while inversely use value as such does not stand in a connection with exchange value, but becomes a specific exchange value only because the common element of use values, labor time, is applied to it as an external yardstick. Their unity still immediately splits, and their difference still immediately coincides. It must now be posited that use value as such becomes what it becomes through exchange value, and that exchange value mediates itself through use value. In money circulation, all we had was the different forms of exchange value, price of the commodity, money, or only different use values, commodity, c, for which money, exchange value, is merely a vanishing mediation. A real connection of exchange value and use value did not take place. The commodity as such, its particularity, is for that reason an irrelevant, merely accidental and in general imaginary content, which falls outside the relation of economic forms, or, the latter is a merely superficial form, a formal quality. The real substance lies outside its realm and stands in no relation at all to the substance as such. Therefore, if this formal quality as such becomes fixed in money, then it transforms itself on the sly into an irrelevant natural product, a metal, in which every trace of a connection, whether with the individual or with intercourse between individuals, is extinguished. Metal as such of course expresses no social relations, the coin form is extinguished in it as well, the last sign of life of its social significance. Posited as a side of the relation, exchange value, which stands opposite use value itself, confronts it as money, but the money which confronts it in this way is no longer money in its character as such, but money as capital. The use value or commodity which confronts capital or the posited exchange value is no longer the commodity such as it appeared in opposition to money, where its specific form was as irrelevant as its content, and which appeared only as a completely undefined substance. First, as use value for capital, i.e. therefore as an object in exchange with which capital does not lose its value quality, as for example does money when it is exchanged for a particular commodity. The only utility whatsoever which an object can have for capital can be to preserve or increase it. We have already seen, in the case of money, how value, having become independent as such, or the general form of wealth, is capable of no other motion than a quantitative one, to increase itself. It is according to its concept the quintessence of all use values, but, since it is always only a definite amount of money, here, capital, its quantitative limit is in contradiction with its quality. It is therefore inherent in its nature constantly to drive beyond its own barrier. As consumption-oriented wealth, e.g. in imperial Rome, it therefore appears as limitless waste, which logically attempts to raise consumption to an imaginary boundlessness, by gulping down salad of pearls etc. Already for that reason, value which insists on itself as value preserves itself through increase, and it preserves itself precisely only by constantly driving beyond its quantitative barrier, which contradicts its character as form, its inner generality. Thus, growing wealthy is an end in itself. The goal-determining activity of capital can only be that of growing wealthier, i.e. of magnification, of increasing itself. A specific sum of money, and money always exists for its owner in a specific quantity, always as a specific sum of money, this is to be developed as early as in the money chapter, can entirely suffice for a specific consumption, in which it ceases to be money. But as a representative of general wealth, it cannot do so. As a quantitatively specific sum, a limited sum, it is only a limited representative of general wealth, or representative of a limited wealth, which goes as far, and no further than, its exchange value, and is precisely measured in it. It thus does not by any means have the capacity which according to its general concept it ought to have, namely the capacity of buying all pleasures, all commodities, the totality of the material substances of wealth. It is not a précis de toutes les choses 42 etc. Fixed as wealth, as the general form of wealth, as value which counts as value, it is therefore the constant drive to go beyond its quantitative limit, an endless process. Its own animation consists exclusively in that, it preserves itself as a self-validated exchange value distinct from a use value only by constantly multiplying itself. It is damned difficult for Messrs. The economists to make the theoretical transition from the self-preservation of value in capital to its multiplication, and this in its fundamental character, not only as an accident or result. C.E.G. Storch, how he brings this fundamental character in with an adverb, properly. Point 43. Admittedly, the economists try to introduce this into the relation of capital as an essential aspect, but if this is not done in the brutal form of defining capital as that which brings profit, where the increase of capital itself is already posited as a special economic form, profit, then it happens only surreptitiously, and very feebly, as we shall later show in a brief review of all that the economists have contributed towards determining the concept of capital. Drivel to the effect that nobody would employ his capital without drawing a gain from it. 44 amounts either to the absurdity that the good capitalists will remain capitalists even without employing their capital, or to a very banal form of saying that gainful investment is inherent in the concept of capital. Very well. In that case it would just have to be demonstrated. Money as a sum of money is measured by its quantity. This measuredness contradicts its character, which must be oriented towards the measureless. Everything which has been said here about money holds even more for capital, in which money actually develops in its completed character for the first time. The only use value, i.e. usefulness, which can stand opposite capital as such is that which increases, multiplies and hence preserves it as capital. Secondly, capital is by definition money, but not merely money in the simple form of gold and silver, nor merely as money in opposition to circulation, but in the form of all substances, commodities. To that degree, therefore, it does not, as capital, stand in opposition to use value, but exists apart from money precisely only in use values. These, its substances themselves, are thus now transitory ones, which would have no exchange value if they had no use value, but which lose their value as use values and are dissolved by the simple metabolism of nature if they are not actually used, and which disappear even more certainly if they are actually used. In this regard, the opposite of capital cannot itself be a particular commodity, for as such it would form no opposition to capital, since the substance of capital is itself use value. It is not this commodity or that commodity, but all commodities. The communal substance of all commodities, i.e. their substance not as material stuff, as physical character, but their communal substance as commodities and hence exchange values, is this, that they are objectified labor. The only thing distinct from objectified labor is non-objectified labor, labor which is still objectifying itself, labor as subjectivity. Or, objectified labor, i.e. labor which is present in space, can also be opposed, as past labor, to labor which is present in time. If it is to be present in time, alive, then it can be present only as the living subject, in which it exists as capacity, as possibility, hence as worker. The only use value, therefore, which can form the opposite pole to capital is labor, to be exact, value-creating, productive labor. This marginal remark is an anticipation, must first be developed, by and by. Labor as mere performance of services for the satisfaction of immediate needs has nothing whatever to do with capital, since that is not capital's concern. If a capitalist hires a woodcutter to chop wood to roast his mutton over, then not only does the woodcutter relate to the capitalist, but also the capitalist to the woodcutter, in the relation of simple exchange. The woodcutter gives him his service, a use value, which does not increase capital, rather, capital consumes itself in it, and the capitalist gives him another commodity for it in the form of money. The same relation holds for all services which workers exchange directly for the money of other persons, and which are consumed by these persons. This is consumption of revenue, which, as such, always falls within simple circulation. It is not consumption of capital. Since one of the contracting parties does not confront the other as a capitalist, this performance of a service cannot fall under the category of productive labor. From whore to pope, there is a mass of such rabble. But the honest and working lumpen proletariat belongs here as well, e.g. the great mob of porters etc. who render service in seaport cities etc. He who represents money in this relation demands the service only for its use value, which immediately vanishes for him, but the porter demands money, and since the party with money is concerned with the commodity and the party with the commodity, with money, it follows that they represent to one another no more than the two sides of simple circulation. Goes without saying that the porter, as the party concerned with money, hence directly with the general form of wealth, tries to enrich himself at the expense of his improvised friend, thus injuring the latter's self-esteem, all the more so because he, a hard calculator, has need of the service not qua capitalist but as a result of his ordinary human frailty. A. Smith was essentially correct with his productive and unproductive labor, correct from the standpoint of bourgeois economy. 45 What the other economists advance against it is either horsepiss, for instance Storch, Senior even Lausier etc., 46 namely that every action after all acts upon something. Thus confusion of the product in its natural and in its economic sense, so that the pickpocket becomes a productive worker too, since he indirectly produces books on criminal law, this reasoning at least as correct as calling a judge a productive worker because he protects from theft. Or the modern economists have turned themselves into such sycophants of the bourgeois that they want to demonstrate to the latter that it is productive labor when somebody picks the lice out of his hair, or strokes his tail, because for example the latter activity will make his fat head, blockhead, clearer the next day in the office. It is therefore quite correct, but also characteristic, that for the consistent economists the workers in e.g. luxury shops are productive, although the characters who consume such objects are expressly castigated as unproductive wastrels. The fact is that these workers, indeed, are productive, as far as they increase the capital of their master, unproductive as to the material result of their labor. In fact, of course, this productive worker cares as much about the crappy shit he has to make as does the capitalist himself who employs him, and who also couldn't give a damn for the junk. But, looked at more precisely, it turns out in fact that the true definition of a productive worker consists in this: a person who needs and demands exactly as much as, and no more than, is required to enable him to gain the greatest possible benefit for his capitalist. All this nonsense. Digression. But return in more detail to the productive and unproductive. The two different processes in the exchange of capital with labor. Here the use value of that which is exchanged for capital belongs to the specific economic form, etc. The use value which confronts capital as posited exchange value is labor. Capital exchanges itself, or exists in this role, only in connection with not capital, the negation of capital, without which it is not capital. The real not capital is labor. If we consider the exchange between capital and labor, then we find that it splits into two processes which are not only formally but also qualitatively different, and even contradictory. 1. The worker sells his commodity, labor, which has a use value, and, as commodity, also a price, like all other commodities, for a specific sum of exchange values, specific sum of money, which capital concedes to him. 2. The capitalist obtains labor itself, labor as value-positing activity, as productive labor, i.e. he obtains the productive force which maintains and multiplies capital, and which thereby becomes the productive force, the reproductive force of capital, a force belonging to capital itself. The separation of these two processes is so obvious that they can take place at different times, and need by no means coincide. The first process can be, and usually, to a certain extent, is completed before the second even begins. The completion of the second act presupposes the completion of the product. The payment of wages cannot wait for that. We will even find it an essential aspect of the relation, that it does not wait for that. In simple exchange, circulation, this double process does not take place. If commodity A is exchanged for money B, and the latter then for the commodity C, which is destined to be consumed, the original object of the exchange, for A, then the using up of commodity C, its consumption, falls entirely outside circulation, is irrelevant to the form of the relation, lies beyond circulation itself, and is of purely physical interest, expressing no more than the relation of the individual A in his natural quality to an object of his individual need. What he does with commodity C is a question which belongs outside the economic relation. Here, by contrast, the use value of that which is exchanged for money appears as a particular economic relation, and the specific utilization of that which is exchanged for money forms the ultimate aim of both processes. Therefore, this is already a distinction of form between the exchange of capital and labor, and simple exchange, two different processes. If we now further inquire how the exchange between capital and labor is different in content from simple exchange, circulation, then we find that this difference does not arise out of an external connection or equation, but rather that, in the totality of the latter process, the second form distinguishes itself from the first, in that this equation is itself comprised within it. The difference between the second act and the first, note that the particular process of the appropriation of labor by capital is the second act, is exactly the difference between the exchange of capital and labor, and exchange between commodities as it is mediated by money. In the exchange between capital and labor, the first act is an exchange, falls entirely within ordinary circulation, the second is a process qualitatively different from exchange, and only by misuse could it have been called any sort of exchange at all. It stands directly opposite exchange, essentially different category. Capital and modern landed property. Wakefield. Capital. I generality, 1, a. Emergence of capital out of money. B. Capital and labor, mediating itself through alien labor. C. The elements of capital, dissected according to their relation to labor, product. Raw material. Instrument of labor. 2. Particularization of capital, a. Capital circulant, Capital fixe. Turnover of capital. 3. The singularity of capital, capital and profit. Capital and interest. Capital as value, distinct from itself as interest and profit. 2. Particularity. 1. Accumulation of capitals. 2. Competition of capitals. 3. Concentration of capitals, quantitative distinction of capital as at same time qualitative, as measure of its size and influence. 3. Singularity. 1. Capital as credit. 2. Capital as stock capital. 3. Capital as money market. In the money market, capital is posited in its totality. There it determines prices, gives work, regulates production, in a word, is the source of production, but capital, not only as something which produces itself, positing prices materially in industry etc., developing forces of production, but at the same time as a creator of values, has to posit a value or form of wealth specifically distinct from capital. This is ground rent. This is the only value created by capital which is distinct from itself, from its own production. By its nature as well as historically, capital is the creator of modern landed property, of ground rent, just as its action therefore appears also as the dissolution of the old form of property in land. The new arises through the action of capital upon the old. Capital is this, in one regard, as creator of modern agriculture. The inner construction of modern society, or, capital in the totality of its relations, is therefore posited in the economic relations of modern landed property, which appears as a process, ground rent capital wage labor. The form of the circle can also be put in another way, as wage labor capital ground rent, but capital must always appear as the active middle. The question is now, how does the transition from landed property to wage labor come about? The transition from wage labor to capital arises by itself, since the latter is here brought back into its active foundation. Historically, this transition is beyond dispute. It is already given in the fact that landed property is the product of capital. We therefore always find that, wherever landed property is transformed into money rent through the reaction of capital on the older forms of landed property, the same thing takes place in another way where the modern farmer is created, and where, therefore, at the same time agriculture, driven by capital, transforms itself into industrial agronomy. There the cottagers, serfs, bondsmen, tenants for life, cottagers etc. become day laborers, wage laborers, i.e. that wage labor in its totality is initially created by the action of capital on landed property, and then, as soon as the latter has been produced as a form, by the proprietor of the land himself. This latter himself then clears, as Stoyart says 47, the land of its excess mouths, tears the children of the earth from the breast on which they were raised, and thus transforms labor on the soil itself, which appears by its nature as the direct wellspring of subsistence, into a mediated source of subsistence, a source purely dependent on social relations. The reciprocal dependence has first to be produced in its pure form before it is possible to think of a real social communality Gemeinschaftlichkeit. All relations as posited by society, not as determined by nature. Only in this way is the application of science possible for the first time, and the development of the full force of production. There can therefore be no doubt that wage labor in its classic form, as something permeating the entire expanse of society, which has replaced the very earth as the ground on which society stands, is initially created only by modern landed property, i.e. by landed property as a value created by capital itself. This is why landed property leads back to wage labor. In one regard, it is nothing more than the extension of wage labor, from the cities to the countryside, i.e. wage labor distributed over the entire surface of society. The ancient proprietor of land, if he is rich, needs no capitalist in order to become the modern proprietor of land. He needs only to transform his workers into wage workers and to produce for profit instead of for revenue. Then the modern farmer and the modern landowner are presupposed in his person. This change in the form in which he obtains his revenue or in the form in which the worker is paid is not, however, a formal distinction, but presupposes a total restructuring of the mode of production, agriculture, itself. It therefore presupposes conditions which rest on a certain development of industry, of trade, and of science, in short of the forces of production. Just as, in general, production resting on capital and wage labor differs from other modes of production not merely formally, but equally presupposes a total revolution and development of material production. Although capital can develop itself completely as commercial capital, only not as much quantitatively, without this transformation of landed property, it cannot do so as industrial capital. Even the development of manufactures presupposes the beginning of a dissolution of the old economic relations of landed property. On the other hand, only with the development of modern industry to a high degree does this dissolution at individual points acquire its totality and extent, but this development itself proceeds more rapidly to the degree that modern agriculture and the form of property, the economic relations corresponding to it, have developed. Thus England in this respect the model country for the other continental countries. Likewise, if the first form of industry, large-scale manufacture, already presupposes dissolution of landed property, then the latter is in turn conditioned by the subordinate development of capital in its primitive, medieval, forms which has taken place in the cities, and at the same time by the effect of the flowering of manufacture and trade in other countries, thus the influence of Holland on England in the 16th and the first half of the 17th century. These countries themselves had already undergone the process, agriculture had been sacrificed to cattle raising, and grain was obtained from countries which were left behind, such as Poland etc., by import. Holland again. It must be kept in mind that the new forces of production and relations of production do not develop out of nothing, nor drop from the sky, nor from the womb of the self-positing idea, but from within and in antithesis to the existing development of production and the inherited, traditional relations of property. While in the completed bourgeois system every economic relation presupposes every other in its bourgeois economic form, and everything posited is thus also a presupposition, this is the case with every organic system. This organic system itself, as a totality, has its presuppositions, and its development to its totality consists precisely in subordinating all elements of society to itself, or in creating out of it the organs which it still lacks. This is historically how it becomes a totality. The process of becoming this totality forms a moment of its process, of its development. On the other hand, if within one society the modern relations of production, i.e. capital, are developed to its totality, and this society then seizes hold of a new territory, as e.g. the colonies, then it finds, or rather its representative, the capitalist, finds, that his capital ceases to be capital without wage labor, and that one of the presuppositions of the latter is not only landed property in general, but modern landed property which, as capitalized rent, is expensive, and which, as such, excludes the direct use of the soil by individuals. Hence Wakefield's theory of colonies, followed in practice by the English government in Australia. 48 Landed property is here artificially made more expensive in order to transform the workers into wage workers, to make capital act as capital, and thus to make the new colony productive, to develop wealth in it, instead of using it, as in America, for the momentary deliverance of the wage laborers. Wakefield's theory is infinitely important for a correct understanding of modern landed property. Capital, when it creates landed property, therefore goes back to the production of wage labor as its general creative basis. Capital arises out of circulation and posits labor as wage labor, takes form in this way, and, developed as a whole, it posits landed property as its precondition as well as its opposite. It turns out, however, that it has thereby only created wage labor as its general presupposition. The latter must then be examined by itself. On the other hand, modern landed property itself appears most powerfully in the process of clearing the estates and the transformation of the rural laborers into wage laborers. Thus a double transition to wage labor. This on the positive side. Negatively, after capital has posited landed property and hence arrived at its double purpose, 1. Industrial agriculture and thereby development of the forces of production on the land, 2. Wage labor, thereby general domination of capital over the countryside, it then regards the existence of landed property itself as a merely transitional development, which is required as an action of capital on the old relations of landed property, and a product of their decomposition, but which, as such, once this purpose achieved, is merely a limitation on profit, not a necessary requirement for production. It thus endeavors to dissolve landed property as private property and to transfer it to the state. This the negative side. Thus to transform the entire domestic society into capitalists and wage laborers. When capital has reached this point, then wage labor itself reaches the point where, on one side, it endeavors to remove the landowner as an excrescence, to simplify the relation, to lessen the burden of taxes etc., in the same form as the bourgeois, on the other hand, in order to escape wage labor and to become an independent producer, for immediate consumption, it demands the breaking up of large landed property. Landed property is thus negated from two sides. The negation from the side of capital is only a change of form, towards its undivided rule. Ground rent as the universal state rent, state tax, so that bourgeois society reproduces the medieval system in a new way, but as the latter's total negation. The negation from the side of wage labor is only concealed negation of capital, hence of itself as well. It must now be regarded as independent in respect to capital. Thus the transition double, 1. Positive transition from modern landed property, or from capital through the mediation of modern landed property, to general wage labor, 2. Negative transition, negation of landed property by capital, i.e. thus negation of autonomous value by capital, i.e. precisely negation of capital by itself. But its negation is wage labor. Then negation of landed property and, through its mediation, of capital, on the part of wage labor, i.e. on the part of wage labor which wants to posit itself as independent. The market, which appears as an abstract quality at the beginning of economics, takes on total shapes. First, the money market. This includes the discount market, in general, the loan market, hence money trade, bullion market. As money lending market it appears in the banks, for instance the discount at which they discount, loan market, bill brokers etc., but then also as the market in all interest-bearing bills, state funds and the share market. The latter separate off into larger groups, first the shares of money institutions themselves, bank shares, joint stock bank shares, shares in the means of communication, railway shares the most important, canal shares, steam navigation shares, telegraph shares, omnibus shares, shares of general industrial enterprises, mining shares the chief ones. Then in the supply of common elements, gas shares, water supply shares. Miscellaneous shares of 1,000 kinds. For the storage of commodities, dock shares etc. Miscellaneous in infinite variety, such as enterprises in industry or trading companies founded on shares. Finally, as security for the whole, insurance shares of all kinds. Now, just as the market by and large is divided into home market and foreign market, so the internal market itself again divides into the market of home shares, national funds etc. and foreign funds, foreign shares etc. This development actually belongs properly under the world market, which is not only the internal market in relation to all foreign markets existing outside it, but at the same time the internal market of all foreign markets as, in turn, components of the home market. The concentration of the money market in a chief location within a country, while the other markets are more distributed according to the division of labor, although here, too, great concentration in the capital city, if the latter is at the same time a port of export. The various markets other than the money market are, firstly, as different as are products and branches of production themselves. The chief markets in these various products arise in centers which are such either in respect of import or export, or because they are either themselves centers of a given production, or are the direct supply points of such centers. But these markets proceed from this simple difference to a more or less organic separation into large groups, which themselves necessarily divide up according to the basic elements of capital itself, product market and raw material market. The instrument of production as such does not form a separate market, it exists as such chiefly, first, in the raw materials themselves which are sold as means of production, then, however, in particular in the metals, since these exclude all thought of direct consumption, and then the products, such as coal, oil, chemicals, which are destined to disappear as auxiliary means of production. Likewise dyes, wood, drugs etc. Hence, I products. 1. Grain market with its various subdivisions. E.g. seed market, rice, sago, potatoes etc. This very important economically, at the same time market for production and for direct consumption. 2. Colonial produce market. Coffee, tea, cocoa, sugar, spices, pepper, tobacco, pimento, cinnamon, cassia ligna, cloves, ginger, mace, nutmegs, etc. 3. Fruits. Almonds, currants, figs, plums, prunes, raisins, oranges, lemons etc. Molasses, for production etc. 4. Provisions. Butter, cheese, bacon, hams, lard, pork, beef, smoked, fish etc. 5. Spirits. Wine, rum, beer etc. 2. Raw materials. 1. Raw materials for mechanical industry. Flax, hemp, cotton, silk, wool, hides, leather, gutta percha etc. 2. Raw materials for chemical industry. Potash, saltpetre, turpentine, nitrate of soda etc. 3. Raw materials which at the same time instruments of production. Metals, copper, iron, tin, zinc, lead, steel etc., wood, lumber, timber, dye woods, specialized wood for shipbuilding etc. Accessory means of production and raw materials. Drugs and dyes. Cochineal, indigo etc. Tar, tallow, oil, coals etc. Of course, every product must go to market, but really great markets, as distinct from retail trade, are formed only by the great consumption goods. Economically important are only the grain market, the tea, the sugar, the coffee market, wine market to some extent, and market in spirits generally, or those which are raw materials of industry, wool, silk, wood, metal market etc. To be seen at what point the abstract category of the market has to be brought in. Exchange between capital and labor. Piecework wages. Value of labor power. Share of the wage laborer in general wealth determined only quantitatively. The worker's equivalent, money. Thus confronts capital as equal. But aim of his exchange satisfaction of his need. Money for him only medium of circulation. Savings, self-denial as means of the worker's enrichment. Valuelessness and devaluation of the worker a condition of capital. The exchange between the worker and the capitalist is a simple exchange, each obtains an equivalent, the one obtains money, the other a commodity whose price is exactly equal to the money paid for it. What the capitalist obtains from this simple exchange is a use value, disposition over alien labor. From the worker's side, and service is the exchange in which he appears as seller, it is evident that the use which the buyer makes of the purchased commodity is as irrelevant to the specific form of the relation here as it is in the case of any other commodity, of any other use value. What the worker sells is the disposition over his labor, which is a specific one, specific skill etc. What the capitalist does with his labor is completely irrelevant, although of course he can use it only in accord with its specific characteristics, and his disposition is restricted to a specific labor and is restricted in time, so much labor time. The piecework system of payment, it is true, introduces the semblance that the worker obtains a specified share of the product. But this is only another form of measuring time. Instead of saying, you will work for 12 hours, what is said is, you get so much per piece, i.e. we measure the time you have worked by the number of products. It is here, in the examination of the general relation, altogether beside the point. If the capitalist were to content himself with merely the capacity of disposing, without actually making the worker work, e.g. in order to have his labor as a reserve, or to deprive his competitor of this capacity of disposing, like e.g. theater directors who buy singers for a season not in order to have them sing, but so that they do not sing in a competitor's theater, then the exchange has taken place in full. True, the worker receives money, hence exchange value, the general form of wealth, in one or another quantity, and the more or less he receives, the greater or the lesser is the share in the general wealth he thus obtains. How this more or less is determined, how the quantity of money he receives is measured, is of so little relevance to the general relation that it cannot be developed out of the latter. In general terms, the exchange value of his commodity cannot be determined by the manner in which its buyer uses it, but only by the amount of objectified labor contained in it, hence, here, by the amount of labor required to reproduce the worker himself. For the use value which he offers exists only as an ability, a capacity vermogen of his bodily existence, has no existence apart from that. The labor objectified in that use value is the objectified labor necessary bodily to maintain not only the general substance in which his labor power exists, i.e. the worker himself, but also that required to modify this general substance so as to develop its particular capacity. This, in general terms, is the measure of the amount of value, the sum of money, which he obtains in exchange. The further development, where wages are measured, like all other commodities, by the labor time necessary to produce the worker as such, is not yet to the point here. Within circulation, if I exchange a commodity for money, buy a commodity for it and satisfy my need, then the act is at an end. Thus it is with the worker. But he has the possibility of beginning it again from the beginning, because his life is the source in which his own use value constantly rekindles itself up to a certain time, when it is worn out, and constantly confronts capital again in order to begin the same exchange anew. Like every individual subject within circulation, the worker is the owner of a use value. He exchanges this for money, for the general form of wealth, but only in order to exchange this again for commodities, considered as the objects of his immediate consumption, as the means of satisfying his needs. Since he exchanges his use value for the general form of wealth, he becomes co-participant in general wealth up to the limit of his equivalent, a quantitative limit which, of course, turns into a qualitative one, as in every exchange. But he is neither bound to particular objects, nor to a particular manner of satisfaction. The sphere of his consumption is not qualitatively restricted, only quantitatively. This distinguishes him from the slave, serf, etc. Consumption certainly reacts on production itself, but this reaction concerns the worker in his exchange as little as it does any other seller of a commodity. Rather, as regards mere circulation, and we have as yet no other developed relation before us, it falls outside the economic relation. This much, however, can even now be mentioned in passing, namely that the relative restriction on the sphere of the worker's consumption, which is only quantitative, not qualitative, or rather, only qualitative as posited through the quantitative, gives them as consumers. In the further development of capital, the relation between consumption and production must, in general, be more closely examined, an entirely different importance as agents of production from that which they possessed, e.g. in antiquity or in the Middle Ages, or now possess in Asia. But, as noted, this does not belong here yet. Similarly, because the worker receives the equivalent in the form of money, the form of general wealth, he is in this exchange an equal vis-a-vis the capitalist, like every other party in exchange, at least, so he seems. In fact, this equality is already disturbed because the worker's relation to the capitalist as a use value, in the form specifically distinct from exchange value, in opposition to value posited as value, is a presupposition of this seemingly simple exchange, because, thus, he already stands in an economically different relation, outside that of exchange, in which the nature of the use value, the particular use value of the commodity is, as such, irrelevant. This semblance exists, nevertheless, as an illusion on his part and to a certain degree on the other side, and thus essentially modifies his relation by comparison to that of workers in other social modes of production. But what is essential is that the purpose of the exchange for him is the satisfaction of his need. The object of his exchange is a direct object of need, not exchange value as such. He does obtain money, it is true, but only in its role as coin, i.e. only as a self-suspending and vanishing mediation. What he obtains from the exchange is therefore not exchange value, not wealth, but a means of subsistence, objects for the preservation of his life, the satisfaction of his needs in general, physical, social, etc. It is a specific equivalent in means of subsistence, in objectified labor, measured by the cost of production of his labor. What he gives up is his power to dispose of the latter. On the other side, it is true that even within simple circulation the coin may grow into money, and that in so far as he receives coin in exchange, he can therefore transform it into money by stockpiling it, etc., withdrawing it from circulation, fixes it as general form of wealth, instead of as vanishing medium of exchange. In this respect it could thus be said that, in the exchange between capital and labor, the worker's object, hence, for him, the product of the exchange, is not the means of subsistence, but wealth, not a particular use value, but rather exchange value as such. Accordingly, the worker could make exchange value into his own product only in the same way in which wealth in general can appear solely as product of simple circulation in which equivalents are exchanged, namely by sacrificing substantial satisfaction to obtain the form of wealth, i.e. through self-denial, saving, cutting corners in his consumption so as to withdraw less from circulation than he puts goods into it. This is the only possible form of enriching oneself which is posited by circulation itself. Self-denial could then also appear in the more active form, which is not posited in simple circulation, of denying himself more and more rest, and in general denying himself any existence other than his existence as worker, and being as far as possible a worker only, hence more frequently renewing the act of exchange, or extending it quantitatively, hence through industriousness. 49 Hence still today the demand for industriousness and also for saving, self-denial, is made not upon the capitalists but on the workers, and namely by the capitalists. Society today makes the paradoxical demand that he for whom the object of exchange is subsistence should deny himself, not he for whom it is wealth. The illusion that the capitalists in fact practiced self-denial 50, and became capitalists thereby, a demand and a notion which only made any sense at all in the early period when capital was emerging from feudal etc. relations, has been abandoned by all modern economists of sound judgment. The workers are supposed to save, and much bustle is made with savings banks etc. As regards the latter, even the economists admit that their proper purpose is not wealth, either, but merely a more purposeful distribution of expenditure, so that in their old age, or in case of illness, crises etc., they do not become a burden on the poorhouses, on the state, or on the proceeds of begging, in a word, so that they become a burden on the working class itself and not on the capitalists, vegetating out of the latter's pockets, i.e. so that they save for the capitalists, and reduce the costs of production for them. Still, no economist will deny that if the workers generally, that is, as workers, what the individual worker does or can do, as distinct from his genus, can only exist just as exception, not as rule, because it is not inherent in the character of the relation itself, that is, if they acted according to this demand as a rule, apart from the damage they would do to general consumption, the loss would be enormous, and hence also to production. Thus also to the amount and volume of the exchanges which they could make with capital, hence to themselves as workers, then the worker would be employing means which absolutely contradict their purpose, and which would directly degrade him to the level of the Irish, the level of wage labor where the most animal minimum of needs and subsistence appears to him as the sole object and purpose of his exchange with capital. If he adopted wealth as his purpose, instead of making his purpose use value, he would then, therefore, not only come to no riches, but would moreover lose use value in the bargain. For, as a rule, the maximum of industriousness, of labor, and the minimum of consumption, and this is the maximum of his self-denial and of his money-making, could lead to nothing else than that he would receive for his maximum of labor a minimum of wages. By his exertions he would only have diminished the general level of the production costs of his own labor and therefore its general price. Only as an exception does the worker succeed through willpower, physical strength and endurance, greed etc., in transforming his coin into money, as an exception from his class and from the general conditions of his existence. If all or the majority are too industrious, to the degree that industriousness in modern industry is in fact left to their own personal choice, which is not the case in the most important and most developed branches of production, then they increase not the value of their commodity, but only its quantity, that is, the demands which would be placed on it as use value. If they all save, then a general reduction of wages will bring them back to earth again, for general savings would show the capitalist that their wages are in general too high, that they receive more than its equivalent for their commodity, the capacity of disposing of their own labor, since it is precisely the essence of simple exchange, and they stand in this relation towards him, that no one throws more into circulation than he withdraws, but also that no one can withdraw more than he has thrown in. An individual worker can be industrious above the average, more than he has to be in order to live as a worker, only because another lies below the average, is lazier, he can save only because and if another wastes. The most he can achieve on the average with his self-denial is to be able better to endure the fluctuations of prices, high and low, their cycle, that is, he can only distribute his consumption better, but never attain wealth. And that is actually what the capitalists demand. The workers should save enough at the times when business is good to be able more or less to live in the bad times, to endure short time or the lowering of wages. The wage would then fall even lower. That is, the demand that they should always hold to a minimum of life's pleasures and make crises easier to bear for the capitalists etc. Maintain themselves as pure laboring machines and as far as possible pay their own wear and tear. Quite apart from the sheer brutalization to which this would lead, and such a brutalization itself would make it impossible even to strive for wealth in general form, as money, stockpiled money, and the worker's participation in the higher, even cultural satisfactions, the agitation for his own interests, newspaper subscriptions, attending lectures, educating his children, developing his taste etc., his only share of civilization which distinguishes him from the slave, is economically only possible by widening the sphere of his pleasures at the times when business is good, where saving is to a certain degree possible. Apart from this he would, if he saved his money in a properly ascetic manner and thus heaped up premiums for the lumpen proletariat, pickpockets etc., who would increase in proportion with the demand, he could conserve savings, if they surpass the piggy bank amounts of the official savings banks, which pay him a minimum of interest. So that the capitalists can strike high interest rates out of his savings, or the state eats them up, thereby merely increasing the power of his enemies and his own dependence, conserve his savings and make them fruitful only by putting them into banks etc., so that, afterwards, in times of crisis he loses his deposits, after having in times of prosperity foregone all life's pleasures in order to increase the power of capital, thus has saved in every way for capital, not for himself. Incidentally, in so far as the whole thing is not a hypocritical phrase of bourgeois philanthropy, which consists in fobbing the worker off with pious wishes, each capitalist does demand that his workers should save, but only his own, because they stand towards him as workers, but by no means the remaining world of workers, for these stand towards him as consumers. In spite of all pious speeches, he therefore searches for means to spur them on to consumption, to give his wares new charms, to inspire them with new needs by constant chatter, etc. It is precisely the side of the relation of capital and labor which is an essential civilizing moment, and on which the historic justification, but also the contemporary power of capital rests. This relation between production and consumption to be developed only under capital and profit, etc. Or, then again, under accumulation and competition of capitals. These are nevertheless all exoteric observations, relevant here only in so far as they show the demands of hypocritical bourgeois philanthropy to be self-contradictory, and thus to prove precisely what they were supposed to refute, namely that in the exchange between the worker and capital, the worker finds himself in the relation of simple circulation, hence obtains not wealth but only subsistence, use values for immediate consumption. That this demand contradicts the relation itself emerges from the simple reflection, the recently and complacently advanced demand that the workers should be given a certain share in profits. 51 is to be dealt with in the section wage labor, other than as a special bonus which can achieve its purpose only as an exception from the rule, and which is in fact, in noteworthy practice, restricted to the buying up of individual overlookers, etc., in the interests of the employer against the interests of their class, or to traveling salesmen, etc., in short, no longer simple workers, hence also not to the simple relation, or else it is a special way of cheating the workers and of deducting a part of their wages in the more precarious form of a profit depending on the state of the business, that, if the workers' savings are not to remain merely the product of circulation, saved up money, which can be realized only by being converted sooner or later into the substantial content of wealth, pleasures, etc., then the saved up money would itself have to become capital, i.e. by labor, relate to labor as use value. It thus presupposes labor which is not capital, and presupposes that labor has become its opposite, not labor. In order to become capital, it itself presupposes labor as not capital as against capital, hence it presupposes the establishment at another point of the contradiction it is supposed to overcome. If, then, in the original relation itself, the object and the product of the workers' exchange, as product of mere exchange, it can be no other, were not use value, subsistence, satisfaction of direct needs, withdrawal from circulation of the equivalent put into it in order to be destroyed by consumption, then labor would confront capital not as labor, not as not capital, but as capital. But capital, too, cannot confront capital if capital does not confront labor, since capital is only capital as not labor, in this contradictory relation. Thus the concept and the relation of capital itself would be destroyed. That there are situations in which property owners who themselves work engage in exchange with one another is certainly not denied. But such conditions are not those of the society in which capital as such exists in developed form, they are destroyed at all points, therefore, by its development. As capital it can posit itself only by positing labor as not capital, as pure use value. As a slave, the worker has exchange value, a value. As a free wage worker he has no value, it is rather his power of disposing of his labor, effected by exchange with him, which has value. It is not he who stands towards the capitalist as exchange value, but the capitalist towards him. His valuelessness and devaluation is the presupposition of capital and the precondition of free labor in general. Linget regards it as a step backwards. 52 He forgets that the worker is thereby formally posited as a person who is something for himself apart from his labor, and who alienates his life expression only as a means towards his own life. So long as the worker as such has exchange value, industrial capital as such cannot exist, hence nor can developed capital in general. Towards the latter, labor must exist as pure use value, which is offered as a commodity by its possessor himself in exchange for it, for its exchange value, which of course becomes real in the worker's hand only in its role as general medium of exchange, otherwise vanishes. Well, the worker, then, finds himself only in the relation of simple circulation, of simple exchange, and obtains only coin for his use value, subsistence, but mediated. This form of mediation is, as we saw, essential to and characteristic of the relation. That it can proceed to the transformation of the coin into money, savings, proves precisely only that his relation is that of simple circulation. He can save more or less, but beyond that he cannot get. He can realize what he has saved only by momentarily expanding the sphere of his pleasures. It is of importance, and penetrates into the character of the relation itself, that, because money is the product of his exchange, general wealth drives him forward as an illusion, makes him industrious. At the same time, this not only formally opens up a field of arbitrariness in the realities. 53. Notebook 3. November 29, see mid-December 1857. The chapter on capital, continuation. Labor power as capital. Wages not productive. 1. Processes of the same subject, thus e.g. the substance of the eye, the capital of vision, etc. Such belletristic phrases, which relate everything to everything else by means of some analogy, may even appear profound the first time they are expressed, all the more so if they identify the most disparate things. Repeated, however, and then repeated with outright complacency as statements of scientific value, they are purely and simply ridiculous. Good only for belletristic sophomores and empty chatterboxes who defile all the sciences with their liquorous sweet filth. The fact that labor is a constant new source of exchange for the worker as long as he is capable of working, meaning not exchange in general, but exchange with capital, is inherent in the nature of the concept itself, namely that he only sells a temporary disposition over his laboring capacity to, hence can always begin the exchange anew as soon as he has taken in the quantity of substances required in order to reproduce the externalization of his Life-Lebensausserung. Instead of aiming their amazement in this direction, and considering the worker to owe a debt to capital for the fact that he is alive at all, and can repeat certain life processes every day as soon as he has eaten and slept enough, these whitewashing sycophants of bourgeois economics should rather have fixed their attention on the fact that, after constantly repeated labor, he always has only his living, direct labor itself to exchange. The repetition itself is in fact only apparent. What he exchanges for capital is his entire laboring capacity, which he spends, say, in 20 years. Instead of paying him for it in a lump sum, capital pays him in small doses, as he places it at capital's disposal, say weekly. This alters absolutely nothing in the nature of the thing and gives no grounds whatsoever for concluding that, because the worker has to sleep 10 to 12 hours before he becomes capable of repeating his labor and his exchange with capital, labor forms his capital. 3. What this argument in fact conceives as capital is the limit, the interruption of his labor, since he is not a perpetuum mobile. The struggle for the 10 hours bill etc. proves that the capitalist likes nothing better than for him to squander his dosages of vital force as much as possible, without interruption. We now come to the second process, which forms the relation between capital and labor after this exchange. We want to add here only that the economists themselves express the above statement by saying that wages are not productive. For them, of course, to be productive means to be productive of wealth. Now, since wages are the product of the exchange between worker and capital, and the only product posited in this act itself, they therefore admit that the worker produces no wealth in this exchange, neither for the capitalist, because for the latter the payment of money for a use value, and this payment forms the only function of capital in this relation, is a sacrifice of wealth, not creation of the same, which is why he tries to pay the smallest amount possible, nor for the worker. Because it brings him only subsistence, the satisfaction of individual needs, more or less, never the general form of wealth, never wealth. Nor can it do so, since the content of the commodity which he sells rises in no way above the general laws of circulation. His aim is to obtain for the value which he throws into circulation its equivalent, through the coin, in another use value, which he consumes. Such an operation, of course, can never bring wealth, but has to bring back him who undertakes it exactly to the point at which he began. This does not exclude, as we saw, but rather includes, the fact that the sphere of his immediate gratifications is capable of a certain contraction or expansion. On the other side, if the capitalist, who is not yet posited as capitalist at all in this exchange, but only as money, were to repeat this act again and again, his money would soon be eaten up by the worker, who would have wasted it in a series of other gratifications, mended trousers, polished boots, in short, services received. In any case, the repetition of this operation would be precisely limited by the circumference of his money bag. They would no more enrich him than does the expenditure of money for other use values for his beloved person, which, as is well known, do not pay him, but cost him. The exchange between capital and labor belongs within simple circulation, does not enrich the worker. Separation of labor and property the precondition of this exchange. Labor as object absolute poverty, labor as subject general possibility of wealth. Labor without particular specificity confronts capital. It may seem peculiar, in this relation between labor and capital, and already in this first relation of exchange between the two, that the worker here buys the exchange value and the capitalist the use value, in that labor confronts capital not as a use value, but as the use value pure and simple, but that the capitalist should obtain wealth, and the worker merely a use value which ends with consumption. In so far as this concerns the capitalist, to be developed only with the second process. This appears as a dialectic which produces precisely the opposite of what was to be expected. However, regarded more precisely, it becomes clear that the worker who exchanges his commodity goes through the form CMMC in the exchange process. If the point of departure in circulation is the commodity, use value, as the principle of exchange, then we necessarily arrive back at the commodity, since money appears only as coin and, as medium of exchange, is only a vanishing mediation, while the commodity as such, after having described its circle, is consumed as the direct object of need. On the other hand, capital represents MCCM, the antithetical moment. Separation of property from labor appears as the necessary law of this exchange between capital and labor. Labor posited as not capital as such is, 1. Not objectified labor nicht Vergegenständlicht Arbeit, conceived negatively, itself still objective, the not objective itself in objective form. As such it is not raw material, not instrument of labor, not raw product, labor separated from all means and objects of labor, from its entire objectivity. This living labor, existing as an abstraction from these moments of its actual reality, also, not value, this complete denudation, purely subjective existence of labor, stripped of all objectivity. Labor as absolute poverty, poverty not as shortage, but as total exclusion of objective wealth. Or also as the existing not value, and hence purely objective use value, existing without mediation, this objectivity can only be an objectivity not separated from the person, only an objectivity coinciding with his immediate bodily existence. Since the objectivity is purely immediate, it is just as much direct not objectivity. In other words, not an objectivity which falls outside the immediate presence Dasein of the individual himself. 2. Not objectified labor, not value, conceived positively, or as a negativity in relation to itself, is the not objectified, hence non-objective, i.e. subjective existence of labor itself. Labor not as an object, but as activity, not as itself value, but as the living source of value. Namely, it is general wealth, in contrast to capital in which it exists objectively, as reality, as the general possibility of the same, which proves itself as such in action. Thus, it is not at all contradictory, or, rather, the in every way mutually contradictory statements that labor is absolute poverty as object, on one side, and is, on the other side, the general possibility of wealth as subject and as activity, are reciprocally determined and follow from the essence of labor, such as it is presupposed by capital as its contradiction and as its contradictory being, and such as it, in turn, presupposes capital. The last point to which attention is still to be drawn in the relation of labor to capital is this, that as the use value which confronts money posited as capital, labor is not this or another labor, but labor pure and simple, abstract labor, absolutely indifferent to its particular specificity bestimtheit, but capable of all specificities. Of course, the particularity of labor must correspond to the particular substance of which a given capital consists, but since capital as such is indifferent to every particularity of its substance, and exists not only as the totality of the same but also as the abstraction from all its particularities, the labor which confronts it likewise subjectively has the same totality and abstraction in itself. For example, in guild and craft labor, where capital itself still has a limited form, and is still entirely immersed in a particular substance, hence is not yet capital as such, labor, too, appears as still immersed in its particular specificity, not in the totality and abstraction of labor as such, in which it confronts capital. That is to say that labor is of course in each single case a specific labor, but capital can come into relation with every specific labor. It confronts the totality of all labors delta upsilon v mu epsilon L4, and the particular one it confronts at a given time is an accidental matter. On the other side, the worker himself is absolutely indifferent to the specificity of his labor. It has no interest for him as such, but only in as much as it is in fact labor and, as such, a use value for capital. It is therefore his economic character that he is the carrier of labor as such, i.e. of labor as use value for capital. He is a worker, in opposition to the capitalist. This is not the character of the craftsmen and guild members etc., whose economic character lies precisely in the specificity of their labor and in their relation to a specific master, etc. This economic relation, the character which capitalist and worker have as the extremes of a single relation of production, therefore develops more purely and adequately in proportion as labor loses all the characteristics of art, as its particular skill becomes something more and more abstract and irrelevant, and as it becomes more and more a purely abstract activity, a purely mechanical activity, hence indifferent to its particular form, a merely formal activity, or, what is the same, a merely material stofflich activity, activity pure and simple, regardless of its form. Here it can be seen once again that the particular specificity of the relation of production, of the category, here, capital and labor, becomes real only with the development of a particular material mode of production and of a particular stage in the development of the industrial productive forces. This point in general to be particularly developed in connection with this relation, later, since it is here already posited in the relation itself, while, in the case of the abstract concepts, exchange value, circulation, money, it still lies more in our subjective reflection. Labor process absorbed into capital. Capital and capitalist. 2. We now come to the second side of the process. The exchange between capital or capitalist and the worker is now finished, in so far as we are dealing with the process of exchange as such. We now proceed to the relation of capital to labor as capital's use value. Labor is not only the use value which confronts capital, but, rather, it is the use value of capital itself. As the not being of values in so far as they are objectified, labor is their being in so far as they are not objectified. It is their ideal being, the possibility of values, and, as activity, the positing of value. As against capital, labor is the merely abstract form, the mere possibility of value-positing activity, which exists only as a capacity, as a resource in the bodiliness of the worker. But when it is made into a real activity through contact with capital, it cannot do this by itself, since it is without object. Then it becomes a really value-positing, productive activity. In relation with capital, this activity can in general consist only of the reproduction of itself, of the preservation and increase of itself as the real and effective value, not of the merely intended value, as with money as such. Through the exchange with the worker, capital has appropriated labor itself. Labor has become one of its moments, which now acts as a fructifying vitality upon its merely existent and hence dead objectivity. Capital is money, exchange value posited for itself, but no longer is it money as existing in a particular substance and hence excluded from other substances of exchange value and existing alongside them, but rather money as obtaining its ideal character from all substances, from the exchange values of every form and mode of objectified labor. Now, in so far as capital, money existing in all particular forms of objectified labor, enters into the process with not objectified, but rather living labor, labor existing as process and as action, it is initially this qualitative difference of the substance in which it exists from the form in which it now also exists as labor. It is the process of this differentiation and of its suspension, in which capital itself becomes a process. Labor is the yeast thrown into it, which starts it fermenting. On the one side, the objectivity in which it exists has to be worked on, i.e. consumed by labor. On the other side, the mere subjectivity of labor as a mere form has to be suspended, and labor has to be objectified in the material of capital. The relation of capital, in its content, to labor, of objectified labor to living labor, in this relation, where capital appears as passive towards labor, it is its passive being, as a particular substance, which enters into relation with the forming activity of labor, can, in general, be nothing more than the relation of labor to its objectivity, its material, which is to be analyzed already in the first chapter, which has to precede exchange value and treat of production in general. And in connection with labor as activity, the material, the objectified labor, has only two relations, that of the raw material, i.e. of the formless matter, the mere material for the form positing, purposive activity of labor, and that of the instrument of labor, the objective means which subjective activity inserts between itself as an object, as its conductor. The concept of the product, which the economists introduce here, does not yet belong here at all as an aspect distinct from raw material and instrument of labor. It appears as result, not as presupposition of the process between the passive content of capital and labor as activity. As a presupposition, the product is not a distinct relation of the object to labor, distinct from raw material and instrument of labor, since raw material and instrument of labor, as substance of values, are themselves already objectified labor, products. The substance of value is not at all the particular natural substance, but rather objectified labor. This latter itself appears again in connection with living labor as raw material and instrument of labor. As regards the pure act of production in itself, it may seem that the instrument of labor and the raw material are found freely in nature, so that they need merely to be appropriated, i.e. made into the object and means of labor, which is not itself a labor process. Thus, in contrast to them, the product appears as something qualitatively different, and is a product not only as a result of labor with an instrument on a material, but rather as the first objectification of labor alongside them. But, as components of capital, raw material, and instrument of labor are themselves already objectified labor, hence product. This does not yet exhaust the relation. For, e.g. in the kind of production in which no exchange value, no capital at all exists, the product of labor can become the means and the object of new labor. For example, in agricultural production purely for use value. The hunter's bow, the fisherman's net, in short the simplest conditions, already presuppose a product which ceases to count as product and becomes raw material or more specifically instrument of production, for this is actually the first specific form in which the product appears as the means of reproduction. This link therefore by no means exhausts the relation in which raw material and instrument of labor appear as moments of capital itself. The economists, incidentally, introduce the product as third element of the substance of capital in another connection entirely, as well. This is the product in so far as its character is to step outside both the process of production and circulation, and to become immediate object of individual consumption, a provisionement, as Cherbuliez calls it. 5 That is, the products presupposed so that the worker lives as a worker and is capable of living during production, before a new product is created. That the capitalist possesses this capacity is posited in the fact that every element of capital is money, and, as such, can be transformed from its general form of wealth into the material of wealth, object of consumption. The economist's approvisionment thus applies only to the workers, i.e. it is money expressed in the form of articles of consumption, use values, which they obtain from the capitalist in the act of exchange between the two of them. But this belongs within the first act. The extent to which this first relates to the second is not yet the question here. The only diremption posited by the process of production itself is the original diremption, that posited by the difference between objective labor and living labor itself, i.e. that between raw material and instrument of labor. It is quite consistent of the economists to confuse these two aspects with each other, because they must bring the two moments in the relation between capital and labor into confusion and cannot allow themselves to grasp their specific difference. Thus, the raw material is consumed by being changed, formed by labor, and the instrument of labor is consumed by being used up in this process, worn out. On the other hand, labor also is consumed by being employed, set into motion, and a certain amount of the worker's muscular force etc. is thus expended, so that he exhausts himself. But labor is not only consumed, but also at the same time fixed, converted from the form of activity into the form of the object, materialized. As a modification of the object, it modifies its own form and changes from activity to being. The end of the process is the product, in which the raw material appears as bound up with labor, and in which the instrument of labor has, likewise, transposed itself from a mere possibility into a reality, by having become a real conductor of labor, but thereby also having been consumed in its static form through its mechanical or chemical relation to the material of labor. All three moments of the process, the material, the instrument, and labor, coincide in the neutral result, the product. The moments of the process of production which have been consumed to form the product are simultaneously reproduced in it. The whole process therefore appears as productive consumption, i.e. as consumption which terminates neither in a void, nor in the mere subjectification of the objective, but which is, rather, again posited as an object. This consumption is not simply a consumption of the material, but rather consumption of consumption itself. In the suspension of the material it is the suspension of this suspension and hence the positing of the same. 6 This form-giving activity consumes the object and consumes itself, but it consumes the given form of the object only in order to posit it in a new objective form, and it consumes itself only in its subjective form as activity. It consumes the objective character of the object, the indifference towards the form, and the subjective character of activity, forms the one, materializes the other. But as product, the result of the production process is use value. If we now regard the result so far obtained, we find: firstly, the appropriation, absorption of labor by capital, money, i.e. the act of buying the capacity of disposing over the worker, here appears only as a means to bring this process about, not as one of its moments, brings capital into ferment, and makes it into a process of production, in whose totality it relates to itself not only as objectified by living labor, but also, because objectified, as mere object of labor. Secondly, within simple circulation, the substance of the commodity and of money was itself indifferent to the formal character, i.e. to the extent that commodity and money remained moments of circulation. As for the substance of the commodity, it fell outside the economic relation as an object of consumption, of need, money, in so far as its form achieved independence, was still related to circulation, but only negatively, and was only this negative relation. Fixed for itself, it similarly became extinguished in dead materiality, and ceased to be money. Both commodity and money were expressions of exchange value, and differed only as general and particular exchange value. This difference itself was again merely a nominal one, since not only were the two roles switched in real circulation, but also, if we consider each of them by itself, money itself was a particular commodity, and the commodity as price was itself general money. The difference was only formal. Each of them was posited in the one role only in so far as and because it was not posited in the other. Now however, in the process of production, capital distinguishes itself as form from itself as substance. It is both aspects at once, and at the same time the relation of both to one another. But, thirdly, it still only appeared as this relation in itself. The relation is not posited yet, or it is posited initially only in the character of one of its two moments, the material moment, which divides internally into material, raw material and instrument, and form, labor, and which, as a relation between both of them, as a real process, is itself only a material relation again, a relation of the two material elements which form the content of capital as distinct from its formal relation as capital. If we now consider the aspect of capital in which it originally appears in distinction from labor, then it is merely a passive presence in the process, a merely objective being, in which the formal character which makes it capital, i.e. a social relation existing as being for itself for such scenes, is completely extinguished. It enters the process only as content, as objectified labor in general, but the fact that it is objectified labor is completely irrelevant to labor, and the relation of labor to it forms the process, it enters into the process, is worked on, rather, only as object, not as objectified labor. Cotton which becomes cotton yarn, or cotton yarn which becomes cloth, or cloth which becomes the material for printing and dyeing, exist for labor only as available cotton, yarn, cloth. They themselves do not enter into any process as products of labor, as objectified labor, but only as material existences with certain natural properties. How these were posited in them makes no difference to the relation of living labor towards them, they exist for it only in so far as they exist as distinct from it, i.e. as material for labor. This is the case, in so far as the point of departure is capital in its objective form, presupposed to labor. On another side, in so far as labor itself has become one of capital's objective elements through the exchange with the worker, labor's distinction from the objective elements of capital is itself a merely objective one, the latter in the form of rest, the former in the form of activity. The relation is the material relation between one of capital's elements and the other, but not its own relation to both. It therefore appears on one side as a merely passive object, in which all formal character is extinguished. It appears on the other side only as a simple production process into which capital as such, as distinct from its substance, does not enter. It does not even appear in the substance appropriate to itself, as objectified labor, for this is the substance of exchange value, but rather only in the natural form of being Dasean's form of this substance, in which all relation to exchange value, to objectified labor, and to labor itself as the use value of capital, and hence all relation to capital itself, is extinguished. Regarded from this side, the process of capital coincides with the simple process of production as such, in which its character as capital is quite as extinguished in the form of the process, as money was extinguished as money in the form of value. To the extent to which we have examined the process so far, capital in its being for itself, i.e. the capitalist, does not enter at all. It is not the capitalist who is consumed by labor as raw material and instrument of labor. And it is not the capitalist who does this consuming but rather labor. Thus the process of the production of capital does not appear as the process of the production of capital, but as the process of production in general, and capital's distinction from labor appears only in the material character of raw material and instrument of labor. It is this aspect, which is not only an arbitrary abstraction, but rather an abstraction which takes place within the process itself, on which the economist sees in order to represent capital as a necessary element of every production process. Of course, they do this only by forgetting to pay attention to its conduct as capital during this process. This is the occasion to draw attention to a moment which here, for the first time, not only arises from the standpoint of the observer, but is posited in the economic relation itself. In the first act, in the exchange between capital and labor, labor as such, existing for itself, necessarily appeared as the worker. Similarly here in the second process, capital as such is posited as a value existing for itself, as egotistic value, so to speak, something to which money could only aspire. But capital in its being for itself is the capitalist. Of course, socialists sometimes say, we need capital, but not the capitalist. 7 Then capital appears as a pure thing, not as a relation of production which, reflected in itself, is precisely the capitalist. I may well separate capital from a given individual capitalist, and it can be transferred to another. But, in losing capital, he loses the quality of being a capitalist. Thus capital is indeed separable from an individual capitalist, but not from the capitalist, who, as such, confronts the worker. Thus also the individual worker can cease to be the being for itself for succession of labor, he may inherit or steal money etc. But then he ceases to be a worker. As a worker he is nothing more than labor in its being for itself. This to be further developed later. 8. Production process as content of capital. Productive and unproductive labor, that which produces capital. The worker relates to his labor as exchange value, the capitalist as use value etc. He divests himself in Tauzersich of labor as the wealth-producing power. Capital appropriates it as such. Transformation of labor into capital etc. Sismondi, Cherbuliez, Say, Ricardo, Proudhon etc. Nothing can emerge at the end of the process which did not appear as a presupposition and precondition at the beginning. But, on the other hand, everything also has to come out. Thus, if at the end of the process of production, which was begun with the presuppositions of capital, capital appears to have vanished as a formal relation, then this can have taken place only because the invisible threads which draw it through the process have been overlooked. Let us therefore consider this side. The first result, then, is this. A. Capital becomes the process of production through the incorporation of labor into capital. Initially, however, it becomes the material process of production, the process of production in general, so that the process of the production of capital is not distinct from the material process of production as such. Its formal character is completely extinguished. Because capital has exchanged a part of its objective being for labor, its objective being is itself internally divided into object and labor, the connection between them forms the production process, or, more precisely, the labor process. With that, the labor process posited prior to value, as point of departure, which, owing to its abstractness, its pure materiality, is common to all forms of production, here reappears again within capital, as a process which proceeds within its substance and forms its content. It will be seen that even within the production process itself this extinguishing of the formal character is merely a semblance. 9. In so far as capital is value, but appears as a process initially in the form of the simple production process, the production process posited in no particular economic form, but rather, the production process pure and simple, to that extent, depending on which particular aspect of the simple production process, which, as such, as we saw, by no means presupposes capital, but is common to all modes of production, is fixed on, it can be said that capital becomes product, or that it is instrument of labor or raw material for labor. Further, if it is conceived in one of the aspects which confronts labor as material or as mere means, then it is correct to say that capital is not productive, because it is then regarded merely as the object, the material which confronts labor, as merely passive. The correct thing, however, is that it appears not as one of these aspects, nor as a difference within one of these aspects, nor as mere result, product, but rather as the simple production process itself, that this latter now appears as the self-propelling content of capital. Beta, now to look at the side of the form character, such as it preserves and modifies itself in the production process. As use value, labor exists only for capital, and is itself the use value of capital, i.e. the mediating activity by means of which it realizes Verwertet itself. Capital, as that which reproduces and increases its value, is autonomous exchange value, money, as a process, as the process of realization. Therefore, labor does not exist as a use value for the worker, for him it is therefore not a power productive of wealth, and not a means or the activity of gaining wealth. He brings it as a use value into the exchange with capital, which then confronts him not as capital but rather as money. In relation to the worker, it is capital as capital only in the consumption of labor, which initially falls outside this exchange and is independent of it. A use value for capital, labor is a mere exchange value for the worker, available exchange value. It is posited as such in the act of exchange with capital, through its sale for money. The use value of a thing does not concern its seller as such, but only its buyer. The property of saltpetre, that it can be used to make gunpowder, does not determine the price of saltpetre, rather, this price is determined by the cost of production of saltpetre, by the amount of labor objectified in it. The value of use values which enter circulation as prices is not the product of circulation, although it realizes itself only in circulation, rather, it is presupposed to it, and is realized only through exchange for money. Similarly, the labor which the worker sells as a use value to capital is, for the worker, his exchange value, which he wants to realize, but which is already determined prior to this act of exchange and presupposed to it as a condition, and is determined like the value of every other commodity by supply and demand, or, in general, which is our only concern here, by the cost of production, the amount of objectified labor, by means of which the laboring capacity of the worker has been produced, and which he therefore obtains for it, as its equivalent. The exchange value of labor, the realization of which takes place in the process of exchange with the capitalist, is therefore presupposed, predetermined, and only undergoes the formal modification which every only ideally posited price takes on when it is realized. It is not determined by the use value of labor. It has a use value for the worker himself only insofar as it is exchange value, not insofar as it produces exchange values. It has exchange value for capital only insofar as it is use value. It is a use value, as distinct from exchange value, not for the worker himself, but only for capital. The worker therefore sells labor as a simple, predetermined exchange value, determined by a previous process. He sells labor itself as objectified labor, i.e. he sells labor only insofar as it already objectifies a definite amount of labor, hence insofar as its equivalent is already measured, given, capital buys it as living labor, as the general productive force of wealth, activity which increases wealth. It is clear, therefore, that the worker cannot become rich in this exchange, since, in exchange for his labor capacity as a fixed, available magnitude, he surrenders its creative power, like Esau his birthright for a mess of pottage. Rather, he necessarily impoverishes himself, as we shall see further on, because the creative power of his labor establishes itself as the power of capital, as an alien power confronting him. He divests himself in Tazartsich of labor as the force productive of wealth, capital appropriates it, as such. The separation between labor and property in the product of labor, between labor and wealth, is thus posited in this act of exchange itself. What appears paradoxical as result is already contained in the presupposition. The economists have expressed this more or less empirically. Thus the productivity of his labor in general, insofar as it is not a capacity but a motion, real labor, comes to confront the worker as an alien power. Capital, inversely, realizes itself through the appropriation of alien labor. At least the possibility of realization is thereby posited, as result of the exchange between labor and capital. The relation is realized only in the act of production itself, where capital really consumes the alien labor. Just as labor, as a presupposed exchange value, is exchanged for an equivalent in money, so the latter is again exchanged for an equivalent in commodities, which are consumed. In this process of exchange, labor is not productive, it becomes so only for capital, it can take out of circulation only what it has thrown into it, a predetermined amount of commodities, which is as little its own product as it is its own value. Sismondi says that the workers exchange their labor for grain, which they consume, while their labor has become capital for its master. Sismondi, 6. 13. Giving their labor in exchange, the workers transform it into capital. ID, 8. 14. By selling his labor to the capitalist, the worker obtains a right only to the price of labor, not to the product of this labor, nor to the value which his labor has added to it. Cherbuli's XXVIII. Sale of labor equals renunciation of all fruits of labor. LOCCIT. 15. Thus all the progress of civilization, or in other words every increase in the powers of social production Gesellschaft like productive craft, if you like, in the productive powers of labor itself, such as results from science, inventions, division and combination of labor, improved means of communication, creation of the world market, machinery etc. Enriches not the worker but rather capital, hence it only magnifies again the power dominating over labor, increases only the productive power of capital. Since capital is the antithesis of the worker, this merely increases the objective power standing over labor. The transformation of labor, as living, purposive activity, into capital is, in itself, the result of the exchange between capital and labor, insofar as it gives the capitalist the title of ownership to the product of labor, and command over the same. This transformation is posited only in the production process itself. Thus, the question whether capital is productive or not is absurd. Labor itself is productive only if absorbed into capital, where capital forms the basis of production, and where the capitalist is therefore in command of production. The productivity of labor becomes the productive force of capital just as the general exchange value of commodities fixes itself in money. Labor, such as it exists for itself in the worker in opposition to capital, that is, labor in its immediate being, separated from capital, is not productive. Nor does it ever become productive as an activity of the worker so long as it merely enters the simple, only formally transforming process of circulation. Therefore, those who demonstrate that the productive force ascribed to capital is a displacement, a transposition of the productive force of labor 16 forget precisely that capital itself is essentially this displacement, this transposition, and that wage labor as such presupposes capital, so that, from its standpoint as well, capital is this transubstantiation, the necessary process of positing its own powers as alien to the worker. Therefore, the demand that wage labor be continued but capital suspended is self-contradictory, self-dissolving. Others say, even economists, e.g. Ricardo, Sismondi etc., that only labor is productive, not capital. 17 But then they do not conceive 18 capital in its specific character as form, as a relation of production reflected into itself, but think only about its material substance, raw material etc. But these material elements do not make capital into capital. Then, however, they recall that capital is also in another respect a value, that is, something immaterial, something indifferent to its material consistency. Thus, say, capital is always an immaterial essence, because it is not material which makes capital, but the value of this material, a value which has nothing corporeal about it. Say, 21. 19 Or, Sismondi, capital is a commercial idea. Sismondi, LX. 20 But then they recall that capital is a different economic quality as well, other than value, since otherwise it would not be possible to speak of capital as distinct from value at all, and, if all capitals were value, all values as such would still not be capital. Then they take refuge again in its material form within the production process, e.g. when Ricardo explains that capital is accumulated labor employed in the production of new labor 21 i.e. merely as instrument of labor or material for labor. In this sense Say even speaks of the productive service of capital 22 on which remuneration is supposed to be based, as if the instrument of labor as such were entitled to thanks from the worker, and as if it were not precisely because of him that it is posited as instrument of labor, as productive. This presupposes the autonomy of the instrument of labor, i.e. of its social character, i.e. its character as capital, in order to derive the privileges of capital from it. Proudhon's phrase le capital vaut, le travail produit 23 means absolutely nothing more than, capital is value, and, since nothing further is here said about capital other than that it is value, that value is value, the subject of the judgment is here only another name for the predicate, 24, and labor produces, is productive labor, i.e. labor is labor. Since it is precisely nothing apart from produire.25, it must be obvious that these identical judgments do not contain any particularly deep wisdom, and that above all, they cannot express a relation in which value and labor enter into connection, in which they connect and divide in relation to one another, and where they do not lie side by side in mutual indifference. Already the fact that it is labor which confronts capital as subject, i.e. the worker only in his character as labor, and not he himself, should open the eyes. This alone, disregarding capital, already contains a relation of the worker to his own activity, which is by no means the natural one, but which itself already contains a specific economic character. To the extent that we are considering it here, as a relation distinct from that of value and money, capital is capital in general, i.e. the incarnation of the qualities which distinguish value as capital from value as pure value or as money. Value, money, circulation etc., prices etc. are presupposed, as is labor etc. But we are still concerned neither with a particular form of capital, nor with an individual capital as distinct from other individual capitals etc. We are present at the process of its becoming. This dialectical process of its becoming is only the ideal expression of the real movement through which capital comes into being. The later relations are to be regarded as developments coming out of this germ. But it is necessary to establish the specific form in which it is posited at a certain point. Otherwise confusion arises. Realization process verwertungsprozess. Costs of production. Surplus value not explicable by exchange. Ramsey. Ricardo. Capitalist cannot live from his wage etc. Faux phrase de production, 26, mere self-preservation, non-multiplication of value contradicts the essence of capital. Hitherto, capital has been regarded from its material side as a simple production process. But, from the side of its formal specificity, this process is a process of self-realization. Self-realization includes preservation of the prior value, as well as its multiplication. Value enters as subject. Labor is purposeful activity, and the material side therefore presupposes that the instrument of labor has really been used as means to an end in the production process, and that the raw material has obtained a higher use value as product than it had before, whether this is due to chemical alteration or mechanical modification. However, this side alone, as impinging merely on the use value, still belongs in the simple production process. It is not the point here, this is, rather, understood, presupposed, that a higher use value has been created. This in itself is very relative. When grain is transformed into spirits, the higher use value is itself already posited in respect of circulation. No higher use value has yet been created for the individual, the producer. This, in any case, is accidental, and does not affect the relation as such, rather, a higher use value for others. The point is, rather that a higher exchange value be created. In the case of simple circulation, the process ended for the individual commodity by its being consumed as use value. With that, it left circulation, lost its exchange value, its economic form character form bestimung in general. Capital has consumed its material with labor and its labor with material. It has consumed itself as use value, but only as use value for itself, as capital. Its consumption as use value therefore in this case falls within circulation itself, or rather it itself posits the beginning of circulation or its end, as one prefers. The consumption of the use value itself here falls within the economic process, because the use value here is itself determined by exchange value. In no moment of the production process does capital cease to be capital or value to be value, and, as such, exchange value. Nothing is more ridiculous than to say, as does Mr. Proudhon, that capital changes from a product into an exchange value by means of the act of exchange, i.e. by re-entering simple circulation. Point 27. We would then be thrown back to the beginning, to direct barter even, where we observe the origin of exchange value out of the product. Already its presupposition as self-preserving exchange value comprises the possibility that capital can and does re-enter into circulation as a commodity at the end of the production process, after its consumption as use value. However, insofar as the product now again becomes commodity, and as commodity, exchange value, and obtains a price and is realized as such in money, to that extent it is a simple commodity, exchange value as such, and, as such, its fate within circulation may be to be realized in money, or it may equally be that it does not realize itself in money, i.e. that its exchange value becomes money or not. Thus its exchange value has become much more problematic, before, it was posited ideally, than the fact that it came into existence. What is more, its being really posited as a higher exchange value in circulation cannot originate out of circulation itself, in which, in its simple character, only equivalents are exchanged. Therefore, if comes out of circulation as a higher exchange value, it must have entered into it as such. Capital as a form consists not of objects of labor and labor, but rather of values, and, still more precisely, of prices. The fact that its value elements have various substances in common during the production process does not affect their character as values, they are not changed thereby. If, out of the form of unrest, of the process, at the end of the process, they again condense themselves into a resting, objective form, in the product, then this, too, is merely a change of the material Stoffwechsel in relation to value, and does not alter the latter. Point 28. True, the substances as such have been destroyed, but they have not been made into nothing, but rather into a substance with another form. Earlier, they appeared as elemental, in different preconditions of the product. Now they are the product. The value of the product can therefore only equals the sum of the values which were materialized in the specific material elements of the process, i.e. raw material, instrument of labor, including the merely instrumental commodities, and labor itself. The raw material has been entirely used up, labor has been entirely used up, the instrument has been only partly used up, hence continues to possess a part of the value of the capital in its specific mode of existence as present prior to the process. This part therefore does not come under view here at all, since it has suffered no modification. The different modes in which the values existed were a pure semblance, value itself formed the constantly self-identical essence within their disappearance. Regarded as a value, the product has in this respect not become product, but rather remained identical, unchanged value, which merely exists in a different mode, which is, however, irrelevant to it and which can be exchanged for money. The value of the product is equals to the value of the raw material plus the value of the part of the instrument of labor which has been destroyed, i.e. transferred to the product, and which is suspended in its original form, plus the value of labor. Or, the price of the product is equal to these costs of production, i.e. equals to the sum of the prices of the commodities consumed in the production process. That means, in other words, nothing more than that the production process in its material aspect has been irrelevant to value, that value therefore has remained identical with itself and has merely taken on another mode of existence, become materialized in another substance and form. The form of the substance is irrelevant to the economic form, to value as such. If capital was originally equals to 100 thalers, then afterwards, as before, it remains equal to 100 thalers, although the 100 thalers existed in the production price as 50 thalers of cotton, 40 thalers of wages plus 10 thalers of spinning machine, and now exist as cotton yarn to the price of 100 thalers. This reproduction of the 100 thalers is a simple retention of self-equivalence sich selbst gleich bleiben, except that it is mediated through the material production process. The latter must therefore proceed to the product, for otherwise cotton loses its value, instrument of labor used up for nothing, wages paid in vain. The only stipulation for the self-preservation of value is that the production process really be a total process, i.e. continue to the point where a product exists. The completeness totalitat of the production process, i.e. the fact that it proceeds to the product, is here in fact the precondition of the self-preservation, the self-equivalent retention of value, but this is already contained in the first precondition, that capital really becomes use value, a real production process, is therefore presupposed at this point. On the other hand, the production process is a production process for capital only to the extent that it preserves itself in this process as value, i.e. as product. The statement that the necessary price equals the sum of the prices of the costs of production is therefore purely analytical. It is the presupposition of the production of capital itself. First, capital is posited as 100 thalers, as simple value, then it is posited in this process as a sum of prices of specific value elements of itself, elements specified by the price of production itself. The price of capital, its value expressed in money, equals the price of its product. That means the value of capital as the result of the production process is the same as it was as the presupposition of the process. However, during the process it does not retain the simplicity it had at the beginning, and which it takes on once again at the end, as the result, rather, it decomposes into the initially quite irrelevant quantitative elements of value of labor, wage, value of the instrument of labor, and value of the raw material. No further relation has been posited, other than that the simple value decomposes quantitatively to form the price of production, as a number of values which recombine in their simplicity in the product, but which exists now as a sum. But the sum is equals to the original unity. Otherwise, as regards value, and apart from the quantitative subdivision, there is not the least difference in the relation between the distinct amounts of value. The original capital was 100 thalers, the product is 100 thalers, but now 100 thalers as the sum of 50 plus 40 plus 10 thalers. I could just as well have regarded the original 100 thalers as a sum of 50 plus 40 plus 10 thalers, but equally as a sum of 60 plus 30 plus 10 thalers, etc. The fact that they now appear as the sum of specific amounts of units is posited because each of the different material elements into which capital decomposed in the production process represents a part of its value, but a specific part. It will be seen later that these amounts into which the original unity is decomposed themselves have certain relations with one another, but this does not concern us here yet. In so far as any movement in the value itself is posited during the production process, it is the purely formal one which consists of the following simple act, that value exists first as a unity, a specific amount of units, which are themselves regarded as a unity, a whole, capital in the amount of 100 thalers. Secondly, that this unity is divided during the production process into 50 thalers, 40 thalers, and 10 thalers, a division which is essential to the extent that material, instrument and labor are required in specific quantities, but which here appears, in regard to the 100 thalers themselves, merely as an irrelevant decomposition of the same unity into different amounts. Finally, that the 100 thalers reappear as a sum in the product. The only process, as regards value, is that it sometimes appears as a whole, unity, then as a division of this unity into certain amounts, finally, as sum. The 100 thalers which appear at the end as a sum are just as much a sum and in fact exactly the same sum as that which appeared at the outset as a unity. The character of being a sum, a being added up, arose only out of the subdivision which took place in the act of production, but does not exist in the product as such. The statement thus says nothing more than that the price of the product equals the price of the costs of production, or that the value of capital equals the value of the product, that the value of the capital has preserved itself in the act of production, and now appears as a sum. With this mere identity of capital, or reproduction of its value throughout the production process, we would have come no further than we were at the beginning. What was there at the outset as presupposition is now there as result, and in unchanged form. It is clear that it is not in fact this to which the economists refer when they speak of the determination of price by the cost of production. Otherwise, a value greater than that originally present could never be created, no greater exchange value, although perhaps a greater use value, which is quite beside the point here. We are dealing with the use value of capital as such, not with the use of value of a commodity. When one says that the cost of production or the necessary price of a commodity is equals to 110, then one is calculating in the following way: original capital equals 100, e.g. raw material equals 50, labor equals 40, instrument equals 10, plus 5% interest plus 5% profit. Thus the production cost equals 110, not equals 100, the production cost is thus greater than the cost of production. Now, it is no help at all to flee from exchange value to the use value of the commodity, as some economists love to do. Whether the use value is greater or lesser is not, as such, determined by the exchange value. Commodities often fall beneath their prices of production, although they indisputably have obtained a higher use value than they had in the period prior to production. It is equally useless to seek refuge in circulation. I produce at 100, but I sell at 110. Profit is not made by exchanging. Had it not existed before, neither could it after that transaction. Ramsey, 9, 88. 29. This signifies the attempt to explain the augmentation of value with the aid of simple circulation, despite the fact that the latter expressly posits value as an equivalent only. It is clear even empirically that if everyone sold for 10% too much, this is the same as if they all sold at the cost of production. The surplus value mere word would then be purely nominal, artificial, a convention, an empty phrase. And, since money is itself a commodity, a product, it also would be sold for 10% too much, i.e. the seller who received 110 thalers would in fact receive only 100. Consult Ricardo on foreign trade, which he conceives as simple circulation, and says, therefore, foreign trade can never increase the amount of exchange value in a country. Ricardo, 39, 40, 30. The grounds he cites for this conclusion are absolutely the same as those which prove that exchange as such, simple circulation, i.e. commerce in general, insofar as it is conceived as such, can never increase exchange values, never create exchange value. The statement that the price equals the cost of production would otherwise have to read, also, the price of a commodity is always greater than its cost of production. In addition to the simple division and readdition, the production process also adds the formal element to value, namely that its elements now appear as production costs, i.e. precisely that the elements of the production process are not preserved in their material character, but rather as values, while the mode of existence which these had before the production process is consumed. It is clear, on another side, that if the act of production is merely the reproduction of the value of capital, then it would have undergone a merely material but not an economic change, and such a simple preservation of its value contradicts its concept begriff. True, it would not remain outside circulation, as in the case of autonomous money, but would, rather, take on the form of different commodities. However, it would do so for nothing. This would be a purposeless process, since it would ultimately represent only the same sum of money, and would only have run the risk of suffering some damage in the act of production. Moreover, it is a process which can fail, and in which money surrenders its immortal form. Well then, the production process is now at an end. The product, too, is realized in money again, and has again taken on the original form of the 100 thalers. But the capitalist has to eat and drink, too. He cannot live from this change into the form of money. Thus, a part of the 100 thalers would have to be exchanged not as capital, but as coin for commodities as use values, and be consumed in this form. The 100 thalers would have become 90, and since he always ultimately reproduces capital in the form of money, more precisely, in the quantity of money with which he began production, at the end the 100 thalers would be eaten up and the capital would have disappeared. But the capitalist is paid for the labor of throwing the 100 thalers into the production process as capital, instead of eating them up. But with what is he to be paid? And does not his labor appear as absolutely useless, since capital includes the wage, so that the workers could live from the simple reproduction of the cost of production, which the capitalist cannot do? He would thus appear among the faux phrase de production. 31 But, whatever his merits may be, reproduction would be possible without him, since, in the production process, the workers only transfer the value which they take out, hence have no need for the entire relation of capital in order to begin it always anew, and secondly, there would then be no fund out of which to pay him what he deserves, since the price of the commodity equals the cost of production. But, if his labor were defined as a particular labor alongside and apart from that of the workers, e.g. that of the labor of superintendents etc. 32 then he would, like them, receive a certain wage, would thus fall into the same category as they, and would by no means relate to labor as a capitalist, and he would never get rich, but receive merely an exchange value which he would have to consume via circulation. The existence of capital vis-a-vis labor requires that capital in its being for itself, the capitalist, should exist and be able to live as not worker. It is equally clear, on the other side, that capital, even as conventionally defined, would not retain its value if it could retain nothing but its value. The risks of production have to be compensated. Capital has to preserve itself through the fluctuations of prices. The constantly ongoing devaluation of capital, resulting from the increase in the force of production, has to be compensated, etc. The economists therefore state flatly that if no gain, no profit were to be made, everyone would eat up his money instead of throwing it into production and employing it as capital. In short, if this not realization nicht verwerten, i.e. the non-multiplication of the value of capital, is presupposed, then what is presupposed is that capital is not a real element of production, that it is not a specific relation of production, then a condition is presupposed in which the production costs do not have the form of capital and where capital is not posited as the condition of production. It is easy to understand how labor can increase use value, the difficulty is, how it can create exchange values greater than those with which it began. Suppose that the exchange value which capital pays the worker were an exact equivalent for the value which labor creates in the production process. In that case, an increase in the exchange value of the product would be impossible. Everything which labor as such had brought into the production process, in addition to the already present value of the raw material and of the instrument of labor, would have been paid to the worker. In so far as the value of the product is a surplus over and above the value of raw material and instrument, that value would go to the worker, except that the capitalist would pay him this value in his wages, and that the worker pays it back to the capitalist in the product. Capital enters the cost of production as capital. Interest-bearing capital. Proudhon. Interest on borrowed capital makes tangible the truth that what is meant by the cost of production, even by economists who make this assertion, is not the sum of values which enter into production. For the industrial capitalist, interest is among his direct expenses, his real costs of production. But interest itself already presupposes that capital emerges from production as surplus value, since interest is itself only one form of the surplus value. Therefore, since, from the standpoint of the borrower, interest already enters into his direct production costs, it is apparent that capital enters as such into the cost of production, but that capital as such is not the mere addition of its value components. As interest, capital itself appears again in the character of a commodity, but a commodity specifically distinct from all other commodities. Capital as such, not as a mere sum of exchange values, enters into circulation and becomes a commodity. Here, the character of the commodity is itself present as an economic, specific determinant, not irrelevant as in simple circulation, nor directly related to labor as its opposite, as its use value, as with industrial capital, but, rather capital as it exists in its further aspects, after emerging from circulation and production. The commodity as capital, or capital as commodity, is therefore not exchanged for an equivalent in circulation. By entering into circulation, it obtains its being for itself, it obtains its original relation to its owner, even when it passes into the possession of another. It is therefore merely loaned. For its owner, its use value as such is its realization Verwertung, money as money, not as medium of circulation, its use value as capital. The demand raised by Mr. Proudhon, that capital should not be loaned out and should bear no interest, but should be sold like a commodity for its equivalent 33 amounts at bottom to no more than the demand that exchange value should never become capital, but always remain simple exchange value, that capital should not exist as capital. This demand, combined with the other, that wage labor should remain the general basis of production, reveals a happy confusion with regard to the simplest economic concepts. Hence the miserable role he plays in the polemic with Bastiat, about which, later, his chatter about considerations of fairness and right only amounts to this, that he wants to use the relation of property or of law corresponding to simple exchange as the measuring rod for the relation of property and law at a higher stage of exchange value. Which is why Bastiat himself, unconsciously, stresses those moments of simple circulation which drive in the direction of capital. Capital itself as commodity is money as capital or capital as money. The third moment to be developed in the formation of the concept of capital is original accumulation ursprüngliche accumulation as against labor, hence the still objectless labor vis-a-vis accumulation. The first moment took its point of departure from value, as it arose out of and presupposed circulation. This was the simple concept of capital, money on the direct path to becoming capital. The second moment proceeded from capital as the presupposition and result of production. The third moment posits capital as a specific unity of circulation and production. Relation between capital and labor, capitalist and worker itself posited as a result of the production process. A distinction is to be drawn between the accumulation of capitals, which presupposes capitals, the relation of capital as present daseend, which also presupposes its relations to labor, prices, fixed capital and circulating capital, interest and profit. 34 But in order to come into being, capital presupposes a certain accumulation, which is already contained in the independent antithesis between objectified and living labor, in the independent survival of this antithesis. This accumulation, necessary for capital to come into being, which is therefore already included in its concept as presupposition, as a moment, is to be distinguished essentially from the accumulation of capital which has already become capital, where there must already be capitals. We have already seen so far that capital presupposes, 1. The production process in general, such as is common to all social conditions, that is, without historic character, human, if you like. 2. Circulation which is already a specific historic product in each of its moments, and even more so in its totality. 3. Capital as a specific unity of the two. Now, the extent to which the production process in general comes to be modified historically as soon as it becomes merely an element of capital has to be found out in the course of developing it, just as the simple conception of the specific characteristics of capital must yield its general historic presuppositions. Everything else is empty chatter. Only at the end, and as a result of the whole development, can it become clear which aspects belong in the first section, production in general, and which into the first section of the second section, exchange value in general. We already saw, for example, that the distinction between use value and exchange value belongs within economics itself, and that use value does not lie dead as a simple presupposition, which is what Ricardo makes it do. 35 The chapter on production objectively ends with the product as result, that on circulation begins with the commodity, which is itself again a use value and an exchange value, hence, also, distinct from both, a value, circulation as the unity of both, which is, however, merely formal and hence collapses into the commodity as mere object of consumption, extra-economic, and exchange value as independent money. Surplus value. Surplus labor time. Bastiat on wages. Value of labor. How determined? Self-realization is self-preservation of capital. Capitalist may not live merely from his labor, etc. Conditions for the self-realization of capital. Surplus labor time, etc. To the extent that capital is productive, as creator of surplus labor, etc., this only historic transitory. The free blacks in Jamaica. Wealth which has gained autonomy requires slave labor or wage labor, forced labor in both cases. The surplus value which capital has at the end of the production process, a surplus value which, as a higher price of the product, is realized only in circulation, but, like all prices, is realized in it by already being ideally presupposed to it, determined before they enter into it, signifies, expressed in accord with the general concept of exchange value, that the labor time objectified in the product, or amount of labor, expressed passively, the magnitude of labor appears as an amount of space, but expressed in motion, it is measurable only in time, is greater than that which was present in the original components of capital. This in turn is possible only if the labor objectified in the price of labor is smaller than the living labor time purchased with it. The labor time objectified in capital appears, as we have seen 36, as a sum consisting of three parts: a. the labor time objectified in the raw material, b. the labor time objectified in the instrument of labor, c. the labor time objectified in the price of labor. Now, parts a and b remain unchanged as components of capital, while they may change their form, their modes of material existence. In the process, they remain unchanged as values. Only in c. does capital exchange one thing for something qualitatively different, a given amount of objectified labor for an amount of living labor. If living labor reproduced only the labor time objectified in the labor price, this also would be merely formal, and, as regards value, the only change which would have taken place would have been that from one mode to another mode of the existence of the same value, just as, in regard to the value of the material of labor and the instrument, only a change of its mode of material existence has taken place. If the capitalist has paid the worker a price equals 1 working day, and the worker's working day adds only 1 working day to the raw material and the instrument, then the capitalist would merely have exchanged exchange value in one form for exchange value in another. He would not have acted as capital. At the same time, the worker would not have remained within the simple exchange process, he would in fact have obtained the product of his labor in payment, except that the capitalist would have done him the favor of paying him the price of the product in advance of its realization. The capitalist would have advanced him credit, and free of charge at that, pour l'eroi de plus. 37 Voilat out. No matter that for the worker the exchange between capital and labor, whose result is the price of labor, is a simple exchange. As far as the capitalist is concerned, it has to be a not exchange. He has to obtain more value than he gives. Looked at from the capitalist's side, the exchange must be only apparent, i.e. must belong to an economic category other than exchange, or capital as capital and labor as labor in opposition to it would be impossible. They would be exchanged for one another only as identical exchange values existing in different material modes. Thus the economists take refuge in this simple process in order to construct a legitimation, an apology for capital, by explaining it with the aid of the very process which makes its existence impossible. In order to demonstrate it, they demonstrate it away. You pay me for my labor, you exchange it for its product and deduct from my pay the value of the raw material and instrument which you have furnished. That means we are partners who bring different elements into the process of production and exchange according to their values. Thus the product is transformed into money, and the money is divided in such a way that you, the capitalist, obtain the price of your raw material and your instrument, while I, the worker, obtain the price which my labor added to them. The benefit for you is that you now possess raw material and instrument in a form in which they are capable of being consumed, circulated. For me, that my labor has realized itself sich verwertet. Of course, you would soon be in the situation of having eaten up all your capital in the form of money, whereas I, as worker, would enter into the possession of both. What the worker exchanges with capital is his labor itself, the capacity of disposing over it, he divests himself of it in tozert sie. What he obtains as price is the value of this divestiture in tozerung. He exchanges value positing activity for a predetermined value, regardless of the result of his activity. Now how is its value determined? By the objectified labor contained in his commodity. This commodity exists in his vitality. In order to maintain this from one day to the next, we are not yet dealing with the working class, i.e. the replacement for wear and tear so that it can maintain itself as a class, since the worker here confronts capital as a worker, i.e. as a presupposed perennial subject, and not yet as a mortal individual of the working species. He has to consume a certain quantity of food, to replace his used-up blood etc. He receives no more than an equivalent. Thus tomorrow, after the completed exchange, and only after he has formally completed the exchange does he execute it in the process of production, his laboring capacity exists in the same mode as before, he has received an exact equivalent, because the price which he has obtained leaves him in possession of the same exchange value he had before. Capital has paid him the amount of objectified labor contained in his vital forces. Capital has consumed it, and because it did not exist as a thing, but as the capacity of a living being, the worker can, owing to the specific nature of his commodity, the specific nature of the life process, resume the exchange anew. Since we are dealing here not with any particularly qualified labor but with labor in general, simple labor, we are here not yet concerned with the fact that there is more labor objectified in his immediate existence than is contained in his mere vitality, i.e. the labor time necessary to pay for the products necessary to maintain his vitality, namely the values he has consumed in order to produce a specific laboring capacity, a special skill, and the value of these shows itself in the costs necessary to produce a similar laboring skill. If 1 day's work were necessary in order to keep one worker alive for 1 day, then capital would not exist, because the working day would then exchange for its own product, so that capital could not realize itself and hence could not maintain itself as capital. The self-preservation of capital is its self-realization. If capital also had to work in order to live, then it would not maintain itself as capital but as labor. Property in raw materials and instruments of labor would be merely nominal, economically they would belong to the worker as much as to the capitalist, since they would create value for the capitalist only in so far as he himself were a worker. He would relate to them therefore not as capital, but as simple material and means of labor, like the worker himself does in the production process. If, however, only half a working day is necessary in order to keep one worker alive 1 whole day, then the surplus value of the product is self-evident, because the capitalist has paid the price of only half a working day but has obtained a whole day objectified in the product, thus has exchanged nothing for the second half of the workday. The only thing which can make him into a capitalist is not exchange, but rather a process through which he obtains objectified labor time, i.e. value, without exchange. Half the working day costs capital nothing, it thus obtains a value for which it has given no equivalent. And the multiplication of values can take place only if a value in excess of the equivalent has been obtained, hence created. Surplus value in general is value in excess of the equivalent. The equivalent, by definition, is only the identity of value with itself. Hence surplus value can never sprout out of the equivalent, nor can it do so originally out of circulation, it has to arise from the production process of capital itself. The matter can also be expressed in this way: if the worker needs only half a working day in order to live a whole day, then, in order to keep alive as a worker, he needs to work only half a day. The second half of the labor day is forced labor, surplus labor. What appears as surplus value on capital's side appears identically on the worker's side as surplus labor in excess of his requirements as worker, hence in excess of his immediate requirements for keeping himself alive. The great historic quality of capital is to create the surplus labor, superfluous labor from the standpoint of mere use value, mere subsistence, and its historic destiny Bestimmung is fulfilled as soon as, on one side, there has been such a development of needs that surplus labor above and beyond necessity has itself become a general need arising out of individual needs themselves, and, on the other side, when the severe discipline of capital, acting on succeeding generations, Geschlechter, has developed general industriousness as the general property of the new species Geschlecht, and, finally, when the development of the productive powers of labor, which capital incessantly whips onward with its unlimited mania for wealth, and of the sole conditions in which this mania can be realized, have flourished to the stage where the possession and preservation of general wealth require a lesser labor time of society as a whole, and where the laboring society relates scientifically to the process of its progressive reproduction in a constantly greater abundance, hence where labor in which a human being does what a thing could do has ceased. Accordingly, capital and labor relate to each other here like money and commodity, the former is the general form of wealth, the other only the substance destined for immediate consumption. Capital's ceaseless striving towards the general form of wealth drives labor beyond the limits of its natural paltriness Nederbedürftigkeit, and thus creates the material elements for the development of the rich individuality which is as all-sided in its production as in its consumption, and whose labor also therefore appears no longer as labor, but as the full development of activity itself, in which natural necessity in its direct form has disappeared, because a historically created need has taken the place of the natural one. This is why capital is productive, i.e. an essential relation for the development of the social productive forces. It ceases to exist as such only where the development of these productive forces themselves encounters its barrier in capital itself. The Times of November 1857 contains an utterly delightful cry of outrage on the part of a West Indian plantation owner. This advocate analyses with great moral indignation, as a plea for the reintroduction of Negro slavery, how the Quassies, the free blacks of Jamaica, content themselves with producing only what is strictly necessary for their own consumption, and, alongside this use value, regard loafing, indulgence and idleness, as the real luxury good, how they do not care a damn for the sugar and the fixed capital invested in the plantations, but rather observe the planters' impending bankruptcy with an ironic grin of malicious pleasure, and even exploit their acquired Christianity as an embellishment for this mood of malicious glee and indolence. 39 They have ceased to be slaves, but not in order to become wage laborers, but, instead, self-sustaining peasants working for their own consumption. As far as they are concerned, capital does not exist as capital, because autonomous wealth as such can exist only either on the basis of direct forced labor, slavery, or indirect forced labor, wage labor. Wealth confronts direct forced labor not as capital, but rather as relation of domination Herrschaftsverhältnis. Thus, the relation of domination is the only thing which is reproduced on this basis, for which wealth itself has value only as gratification, not as wealth itself, and which can therefore never create general industriousness. We shall return to this relation of slavery and wage labor. 40. Surplus value. Ricardo. Physiocrats. A. Smith. Ricardo. The difficulty of grasping the creation of value shows itself, 1. In those modern English economists who accuse Ricardo of not having understood the surplus value, see Malthus on value, who at least tries to proceed scientifically. 41 Whereas, among all the economists, Ricardo alone understood it, as is demonstrated by his polemic against A. Smith's confusion of the determination of value by wages and by the labor time objectified in the commodity. The newcomers are just plain simpletons. However, Ricardo himself often gets into confusion, because, although he well understands that the creation of surplus value is the presupposition of capital, he often goes astray in conceiving the multiplication of values on any basis other than the investment of additional objectified labor time in the same product, in other words, on any basis other than when production becomes more difficult. Hence the absolute antithesis in his thinking between value and wealth. Hence the one-sidedness of his theory of ground rent, his erroneous theory of international trade, which is supposed to produce only use value, which he calls wealth, not exchange value. 42 The only avenue for the increase of values as such, apart from the growing difficulty of production, theory of rent, remains population growth, the natural increase among workers resulting from the growth of capital, although he himself never plainly summarized this relation. The basic mistake, that he never investigates where actually the distinction between the determination of value by wages and that by objectified labor comes from. Money and exchange itself, circulation, therefore appear only as purely formal elements in his economics, and although, according to him, economics is concerned only with exchange value, profit etc. appears there only as a percentage share of the product, which happens just as much on the basis of slavery. He never investigated the form of the mediation. 2. The physiocrats. Here the difficulty of grasping capital, the self-realization of value, hence the surplus value created by capital in the act of production, presents itself in tangible form, and this was necessarily so among the fathers of modern economics, just as was the case with the creation of surplus value in Ricardo, which he conceives in the form of rent, during the final classical conclusion of this economics. It is at bottom the question of the concept of capital and of wage labor, and therefore the fundamental question which presents itself at the threshold of the system of modern society. The monetary system had understood the autonomy of value only in the form in which it arose from simple circulation, money. It therefore made this abstract form of wealth into the exclusive object of nations which were just then entering into the period in which the gaining of wealth as such appeared as the aim of society itself. Then came the mercantile system, an epoch where industrial capital and hence wage labor arose in manufactures, and developed in antithesis to and at the expense of non-industrial wealth, of feudal landed property. The mercantilists already have faint notions of money as capital, but actually again only in the form of money, of the circulation of mercantile capital, of capital which transforms itself into money. Industrial capital has value for them, even the highest value, as a means, not as wealth itself in its productive process, because it creates mercantile capital and the latter, via circulation, becomes money. Labor in manufactures, i.e. at bottom industrial labor, but agricultural labor was and appeared to them, in antithesis, as chiefly productive of use values, raw products, processed, are more valuable, because in a clearer form, likewise more suitable for circulation, commerce, creating more money for the mercantile form. In this regard the historic view of wealth of non-agricultural peoples such as Holland, for example, in antithesis to that of the agricultural, feudal, agriculture did not appear at all in industrial form, but in feudal, hence as source of feudal, not of bourgeois wealth. Thus one form of wage labor, the industrial, and one form of capital, the industrial, were recognized as sources of wealth, but only in so far as they produced money. Exchange value itself therefore not yet conceived in the form of capital. Now the physiocrats. They distinguish between capital and money, and conceive it in its general form as autonomous exchange value which preserves and increases itself in and through production. They also therefore examine the relation for itself, not merely as a moment of simple circulation, but rather as its presupposition which constantly rises out of it to become its presupposition again. They are therefore the fathers of modern economics. They also understand that the creation of surplus value by wage labor is the self-realization Selbstverwertung, i.e. the realization Verwirklichung of capital. But how does labor act as a means to produce a surplus value out of capital, i.e. already present value? Here they let the form drop altogether and only look at the simple production process. Hence only that labor can be productive which takes place in the kind of field where the natural force of the instrument of labor tangibly permits the laborer to produce more value than he consumes. Surplus value therefore does not arise from labor as such, but rather from the natural forces which labor uses and conducts, agriculture. This is therefore the only productive labor, for they have come so far that they consider that only labor which creates surplus value is productive, That surplus value has to express itself in a material product is a crude view which still occurs in A. Smith. 43 Actors are productive workers, not insofar as they produce a play, but insofar as they increase their employer's wealth. But what sort of labor takes place, hence in what form labor materializes itself, is absolutely irrelevant for this relation. It is not irrelevant, again, from later points of view, but this surplus value surreptitiously transforms itself into a quantity of use value coming out of production, larger than that which is consumed in it. This multiplication of use values, the excess of the product above that which has to serve as a means for new production, of which a part can therefore be consumed unproductively, appears tangibly only in the relation between the natural seed and its product. Only a part of the harvest has to be directly returned to the soil as seed. Products found in nature, the elements air, water, earth, light, and added substances such as fertilizer, then recreate the seed again in multiplied quantity as grain, etc. In short, human labor has only to conduct the chemical processes, in agriculture, and in part also to promote them mechanically, or promote the reproduction of life itself, cattle raising, in order to obtain the surplus, i.e. to transform the identical natural substances from a useless into a valuable form. An overabundance of agricultural products, grain, cattle, raw materials, is therefore the true form of general wealth. From the economic viewpoint, therefore, rent is the only form of wealth. Thus it is that the first prophets of capital conceive only the not capitalists, the feudal landed proprietors, as the representatives of bourgeois wealth. The consequence, the levy of all taxes on rent, is then, however, entirely to the advantage of bourgeois capital. The bourgeois glorify feudalism in theory. Many a feudal figure, like the elder Mirabeau 44, has been duped by this, only in order to ruin it in actual practice. All other values merely represent raw material plus labor. Labor itself represents grain or other products of the soil, which labor consumes. Hence the factory worker etc. adds no more to the raw material than he consumes in raw materials. Therefore, his labor as well as his employer create no additional wealth, wealth being the surplus above the commodities consumed in production, but merely give it forms more pleasant and useful for consumption. At that time the utilization of natural energy in industry had not developed, nor the division of labor etc. which increases the natural force of labor itself. This was the case, however, in A. Smith's time. With him, therefore, labor in principle the source of value, likewise of wealth, but actually labor too posits surplus value only in so far as in the division of labor the surplus appears as just as much a gift of nature, a natural force of society, as the soil with the physiocrats. Hence the weight A. Smith lays on the division of labor. Capital, on the other hand, appears to him, because, although he defines labor as productive of value, he conceives it as use value, as productivity for itself für sich sehend, as human natural force in general. This distinguishes him from the physiocrats, but not as wage labor, not in its specific character as form in antithesis to capital, not as that which contains wage labor as its internal contradiction from its origin, but rather in the form in which it emerges from circulation. As money, and is therefore created out of circulation, by saving. Thus capital does not originally realize itself, precisely because the appropriation of alien labor Fremdarbeit is not itself included in its concept. Capital appears only afterwards, after already having been presupposed as capital, a vicious circle, as command over alien labor. Thus, according to A. Smith, labor should actually have its own product for wages, wages should be equals to the product, hence labor should not be wage labor and capital not capital. Therefore, in order to introduce profit and rent as original elements of the cost of production, i.e. in order to get a surplus value out of the capitalist production process, he presupposes them, in the clumsiest fashion. The capitalist does not want to give the use of his capital for nothing. The landowner, similarly, does not want to give land and soil over to production for nothing. They want something in return. This is the way in which they are introduced, with their demands, as historical facts, but not explained. Wages are actually the only economically justifiable, because necessary, element of production costs. Profit and rent are only deductions from wages, arbitrarily wrested by force in the historical process by capital and landed property, and justified by law, not economically. But on the other side, since Adam Smith then confronts labor with the means and materials of production in the form of landed property and capital, as independent entities, he has essentially posited labor as wage labor. Therefore contradictions. Hence his vacillation in the determination of value, the placing of profit and ground rent on the same level, erroneous views about the influence of wages on prices etc. Now Ricardo, c. 1.45 with him, however, wage labor and capital are again conceived as a natural, not as a historically specific social form Gesellschaftsform for the creation of wealth as use value, i.e. their form as such, precisely because it is natural, is irrelevant and is not conceived in its specific relation to the form of wealth, just as wealth itself, in its exchange value form, appears as a merely formal mediation of its material composition, thus the specific character of bourgeois wealth is not grasped, precisely because it appears there as the adequate form of wealth as such, and thus, although exchange value is the point of departure, the specific economic forms of exchange themselves play no role at all in his economics. Instead, he always speaks about distribution of the general product of labor and of the soil among the three classes, as if the form of wealth based on exchange value were concerned only with use value, and as if exchange value were merely a ceremonial form, which vanishes in Ricardo just as money as medium of circulation vanishes in exchange. Therefore, in order to bring out the true laws of economics, he likes to refer to this relation of money as a merely formal one. Hence also his weakness in the doctrine of money proper. The exact development of the concept of capital is necessary, since it is the fundamental concept of modern economics, just as capital itself, whose abstract, reflected image is its concept des in abstractis Gegenbild Begriff, is the foundation of bourgeois society. The sharp formulation of the basic presuppositions of the relation must bring out all the contradictions of bourgeois production, as well as the boundary where it drives beyond itself. It is important to note that wealth as such, i.e. bourgeois wealth, is always expressed to the highest power as exchange value, where it is posited as mediator, as the mediation of the extremes of exchange value and use value themselves. This intermediary situation always appears as the economic relation in its completeness, because it comprises the opposed poles, and ultimately always appears as a one-sidedly higher power vis-a-vis the extremes themselves, because the movement, or the relation, which originally appears as mediatory between the extremes necessarily develops dialectically to where it appears as mediation with itself, as the subject for whom the extremes are merely its moments, whose autonomous presupposition it suspends in order to posit itself, through their suspension, as that which alone is autonomous. Thus, in the religious sphere, Christ, the mediator between God and humanity, a mere instrument of circulation between the two, becomes their unity, God-man, and, as such, becomes more important than God, the saints more important than Christ, the popes more important than the saints. Where it is posited as middle link, exchange value is always the total economic expression, itself one-sided against the extremes, e.g. money in simple circulation, capital itself as mediator between production and circulation. Within capital itself, one form of it in turn takes up the position of use value against the other as exchange value. Thus e.g. does industrial capital appear as producer as against the merchant, who appears as circulation. Thus the former represents the material Stofflich, the latter the formal side, i.e. wealth as wealth. At the same time, mercantile capital is itself in turn the mediator between production, industrial capital, and circulation, the consuming public, or between exchange value and use value, where both sides are posited alternately, production as money and circulation as use value, consuming public, or the former as use value, product, and the latter as exchange value, money. Similarly within commerce itself, the wholesaler as mediator between manufacturer and retailer, or between manufacturer and agriculturalist, or between different manufacturers, he is the same mediator at a higher level. And in turn, in the same way, the commodity brokers as against the wholesalers. Then the banker as against the industrialists and merchants, the joint stock company as against simple production, the financier as mediator between the state and bourgeois society, on the highest level. Wealth as such presents itself more distinctly and broadly the further it is removed from direct production and is itself mediated between poles, each of which, considered for itself, is already posited as economic form. Money becomes an end rather than a means, and the higher form of mediation, as capital, everywhere posits the lower as itself, in turn, labor, as merely a source of surplus value. For example, the bill broker, banker etc. as against the manufacturers and farmers, which are posited in relation to him in the role of labor, of use value, while he posits himself toward them as capital, extraction of surplus value, the wildest form of this, the financier, mediate, and its development consists of positing and suspending itself as this unity, which is posited as a specific and therefore simple relation. The unity at first appears in capital as something simple. Capital is direct unity of product and money or, better, of production and circulation. Thus it itself is again something I'm. Ricardo's reasoning is simply this: products are exchanged for one another, hence capital for capital, according to the amounts of objectified labor contained in them. A day's work is always exchanged for a day's work. This is presupposition. Exchange itself can therefore be entirely left out. The product, capital posited as product, is exchange value in itself, to which exchange merely adds formal form with him. The only question is now in what proportions this product is divided up and distributed. Whether these proportions are regarded as specific quotas of the presupposed exchange value, or of its content, material wealth, is the same thing. Moreover, since exchange as such is merely circulation, money as circulation, it is better to abstract from it altogether, and to examine only the proportions of material wealth which have been distributed within the production process or because of it to the various factors. In the exchange form, all value etc. is merely nominal, it is real only in the form of the proportion. Exchange as a whole, to the extent that it creates no greater material variety, is nominal. Since a full day's work is always exchanged for a full day's work, the sum of values remains the same. The growth in the forces of production affects only the content of wealth, not its form. An increase of values can arise, therefore, only out of an increasing difficulty in production, and this can take place only where the forces of nature no longer afford an equal service to equal quantities of human labor, i.e. where the fertility of the natural elements decreases, in agriculture. The decline of profits is therefore caused by rent. 46. Firstly, the false presupposition that a full day's work is always worked in all social conditions, etc. etc. See above. 47. Surplus value and productive force. Relation when these increase. Result. Productive force of labor is productive force of capital. In proportion as necessary labor is already diminished, the realization of capital becomes more difficult. We have seen, the worker needs to work only e.g. half a working day in order to live a whole one, and hence to be able to begin the same process again the next day. Only half a day's work is objectified in his laboring capacity, to the extent that it exists in him as someone alive, or as a living instrument of labor. The worker's entire living day of life, is the static result, the objectification of half a day's work. By appropriating the entire day's work and then consuming it in the production process with the materials of which his capital consists, but by giving in exchange only the labor objectified in the worker, i.e. half a day's work, the capitalist creates the surplus value of his capital, in this case, half a day of objectified labor. Now suppose that the productive powers of labor double, i.e. that the same labor creates double the use value in the same time. For the moment, use value is defined in the present relation as only that which the worker consumes in order to stay alive as a worker, the quantity of the means of life for which, through the mediation of money, he exchanges the labor objectified in his living laboring capacity. The worker would then have to work only 1/4 day in order to live a full day. The capitalist then needs to give the worker only 1/4 day's objectified labor in exchange, in order to increase his surplus value in the production process from 1/2 to 3/4, so that he would gain 3/4 days objectified labor instead of 1/2. At the end of the production process, the value of the capital would have risen by 3/4 instead of by February 4th. Thus the capitalist would have to make the workers work only 3/4 day, in order to add the same surplus value, that of 1/2 or 2/4 objectified labor, to his capital. However, as representative of the general form of wealth, money, capital is the endless and limitless drive to go beyond its limiting barrier. Every boundary granzes and has to be a barrier shrank for it. 48 else it would cease to be capital, money as self-reproductive. If ever it perceived a certain boundary not as a barrier, but became comfortable within it as a boundary, it would itself have declined from exchange value to use value, from the general form of wealth to a specific, substantial mode of the same. Capital as such creates a specific surplus value because it cannot create an infinite one all at once, but it is the constant movement to create more of the same. The quantitative boundary of the surplus value appears to it as a mere natural barrier, as a necessity which it constantly tries to violate and beyond which it constantly seeks to go. Therefore, quite apart from the factors entering in later, competition, prices etc., the capitalist will make the worker work not only 3/4 day, because the 3/4 day bring him the same surplus value as the whole day did before, but rather he will make him work the full day, and the increase in the productive force which allows the worker to work for 1/4 day and live a whole day now expresses itself simply in that he now has to work 3/4 day for capital, whereas before he worked for it only 2/4 day. The increased productive force of his labor, to the extent that it is a shortening of the time required to replace the labor objectified in him, for use value, subsistence, appears as a lengthening of the time he labors for the realization of capital, for exchange value. From the worker's standpoint, he now has to do a surplus labor of 3/4 day in order to live a full day, while before he only had to do a surplus labor of 2/4 day. The increase, the doubling of the productive force, has increased his surplus labor by 1/4 day. One remark here: the productive force has doubled, the surplus labor the worker has to do has not doubled, but has only grown by 1/4 day, nor has capital's surplus value doubled, but it, too, has grown by only 1/4 day. This shows, then, that surplus labor, from the worker's standpoint, or surplus value, from capital's standpoint, does not grow in the same numerical proportion as the productive force. Why? The doubling in the productive force is the reduction of necessary labor, for the worker, by 1/4 day, hence also the increase of the production of surplus value by 1/4, because the original relation was posited as 1/2. If the worker had to work, originally 2/3 day in order to live one full day, then the surplus value would have been 1/3, and the surplus labor the same. The doubling in the productive force of labor would then have enabled the worker to restrict his necessary labor to half of 2/3 or 1/3 day, and the capitalist would have gained 1/3 day of value. But the total surplus labor would have become day. The doubling of the productive force, which resulted in 1/4 day surplus value and surplus labor in the first example, would now result in 1/3 day surplus value or surplus labor. The multiplier of the productive force, the number by which it is multiplied, is therefore not the multiplier of surplus labor or of surplus value, but rather, if the original relation of the labor objectified in the labor price was 1/2 of the labor objectified in one working day, which always appears as the limit, then the doubling is equal to the division of 1/2 by 2, in the original relation, i.e. 1/4. If the original relation was, then the doubling equals the division of by 2 equals or 1/3. The multiplier of the productive force is thus never the multiplier but always the divisor of the original relation, not the multiplier of its numerator but of its denominator. If it were the former, then the multiplication of the productive force would correspond to the multiplication of the surplus value. Instead, the surplus value is always equal to the division of the original relation by the multiplier of the productive force. If the original relation was, i.e. the worker needs of a working day to live, so that capital gains only in its exchange with living labor, if surplus labor equals, then the worker can now live from half of a working day, i.e. with equals, whether we divide the numerator or multiply the denominator the same thing, and the capitalist, who orders a full day's work, would have a total surplus value of working day, subtracting the original surplus value of from this leaves or 1/3. The doubling of the productive force therefore equals here an increase in surplus value or surplus time by 1/3. This is simply because the surplus value is always equal to the relation between the whole working day and that part of the working day necessary to keep the worker alive. The unit in which surplus value is calculated is always a fraction, i.e. the given part of a day which exactly represents the price of labor. If that is equals 1/2, then the increase in the productive force equals the reduction of necessary labor to 1/4. If it is equals 1/3, then reduction of necessary labor to, hence in the first, the total surplus value equals 3/4, in the second equals, the relative surplus value, i.e. relative to that present before, in the first case equals 1/4, in the second equals or 1/3. Therefore the value of capital does not grow in the same proportion as the productive force increases, but in the proportion in which the increase in the productive force, the multiplier of productive force, divides the fraction of the working day which expresses the part of the day belonging to the worker. The extent to which the productive force of labor increases the value of capital thus depends on the original relation between the portion of labor objectified in the worker and his living labor. This portion is always expressed as a fractional part of the whole working day 1/3, etc. The increase in productive force, i.e. its multiplication by a given amount, is equal to a division of the numerator or the multiplication of the denominator of this fraction by the same amount. Thus the largeness or smallness of the increase of value depends not only on the number which expresses the multiplication of the productive force, but equally on the previously given relation which makes up the part of the workday belonging to the price of labor. If this relation is 1/3, then the doubling of the productive force of the working day equals a reduction of the same to, if it is, then reduction to. The objectified labor contained in the price of labor is always equal to a fractional part of the whole day, always arithmetically expressed as a fraction, always a relation between numbers, never a simple number. If the productive force doubles, multiplies by 2, then the worker has to work only 1/2 of the previous time in order to get the price of labor out of it, but how much labor time he still needs for this purpose depends on the first, given relation, namely on the time which was required before the increase in productive force. The multiplier of the productive force is the divisor of this original fraction. Value or surplus labor therefore does not increase in the same numerical relation as productive force. If the original relation is 1/2 and the productive force is doubled, then the necessary, for the worker, labor time reduces itself to 1/4 and the surplus value grows by only 1/4. If the productive force is quadrupled, then the original relation becomes 1/8 and the value grows by only 1/8. The value can never be equal to the entire working day, i.e. a certain part of the working day must always be exchanged for the labor objectified in the worker. Surplus value in general is only the relation of living labor to that objectified in the worker, one member of the relation must therefore always remain. A certain relation between increase in productive force and increase of value is already given in the fact that the relation is constant as a relation, although its factors vary. We see therefore, on one side, that relative surplus value is exactly equal to relative surplus labor. If the working day was 1/2 and the productive force doubles, then the part belonging to the worker, necessary labor, reduces itself to 1/4 and the new value is also exactly 1/4, but the total value is now 3/4. While surplus value rose by 1/4, i.e. in the relation of 1:4, the total surplus value equals 3/4 equals 3:4. Now if we assume that 1/4 was the original necessary working day, and a doubling in productive force took place, then necessary labor is reduced to 1/8 and surplus labor or surplus value exactly equals 1/8 equals 1:8. The total surplus value by contrast equals 7:8. In the first example the original total surplus value equals 1:2, 1/2, and then rose to 3:4. In the second case the original total surplus value was 3/4 and has now risen to 7:8, 7/8. In the first case it has grown from 1/2 or 2/4 to 3/4, in the second from 3/4 or to 7/8, in the first case by, in the second by 1/8. In the first case it rose twice as much as in the second, but in the first case the total surplus value is only 3/4 or, while it is in the second, i.e. 1/8 more. Let necessary labor be, then total surplus value equals, which was equals in the previous relation, thus the total surplus value presupposed is by higher than in the previous case. 50 Now let the productive force double, then necessary labor equals, which was previously equals, hence surplus time has risen by, surplus value by the same proportion. As regards the total surplus value, which was or, this is now. Compared to the earlier relation, where necessary labor was or, the total surplus value is now, whereas it was only earlier, hence grew by. But regarded relatively, the doubling of production increased it in the first case by or, while it has now increased by only, i.e. by less. If necessary labor had already been reduced to 1/1,000, then the total surplus value would be equals 999/1,000. Now if the productive force increased 1,000-fold, then necessary labor would decline to 1/1,000,000 working day and the total surplus value would amount to 999,999/1,000,000 of a working day, whereas before this increase in productive force it amounted to only 999/1,000 or 999,000/1,000,000. It would thus have grown by 999/1,000,000 equals, with the additio of 51, i.e. the 1,000-fold increase in productive force would have increased the total surplus by not even, i.e. not even by, whereas in the previous case it rose by owing to a mere doubling of the productive force. If necessary labor falls from 1/1,000 to 1/1,000,000, then it falls by exactly 999/1,000,000, for 1/1,000 equals 1,000/1,000,000, i.e. by the surplus value. If we summarize this, we find: firstly, the increase in the productive force of living labor increases the value of capital, or diminishes the value of the worker, not because it increases the quantity of products or use values created by the same labor, the productive force of labor is its natural force, but rather because it diminishes necessary labor, hence, in the same relation as it diminishes the former, it creates surplus labor or, what amounts to the same thing, surplus value, because the surplus value which capital obtains through the production process consists only of the excess of surplus labor over necessary labor. The increase in productive force can increase surplus labor, i.e. the excess of labor objectified in capital as product over the labor objectified in the exchange value of the working day, only to the extent that it diminishes the relation of necessary labor to surplus labor, and only in the proportion in which it diminishes this relation. Surplus value is exactly equal to surplus labor, the increase of the one is exactly measured by the diminution of necessary labor. Secondly, the surplus value of capital does not increase as does the multiplier of the productive force, i.e. the amount to which the productive force, posited as unity, as multiplicand, increases, but by the surplus of the fraction of the living work-day which originally represents necessary labor, in excess over this same fraction divided by the multiplier of the productive force. Thus if necessary labor equals 1/4 of the living workday and the productive force doubles, then the value of capital does not double, but grows by 1/8, which is equal to 1/4 or, the original fraction of the workday which represents necessary labor, 1/4 divided by 2, or equals minus 1/8 equals 1/8. That value doubles itself can also be expressed, it grows 4/2-fold or fold. Its growth would relate to that of the productive force by 1/16. That is it. 52 If the fraction was 1/1,000 and the productive force increases 1,000-fold, then the value of capital does not grow 1,000-fold, but rather by far less than, it grows by 1/1,000, 1/1,000,000, i.e. by 1,000/1,000,000, 1/1,000,000 equals 999/1,000,000. Thus the absolute sum by which capital increases its value through a given increase of the productive force depends on the given fractional part of the working day, on the fractional part of the working day which represents necessary labor, and which therefore expresses the original relation of necessary labor to the living workday. The increase in productive force in a given relation can therefore increase the value of capital differently, e.g. in the different countries. A general increase of productive force in a given relation can increase the value of capital differently in the different branches of industry, and will do so, depending on the different relation of necessary labor to the living workday in these branches. This relation would naturally be the same in all branches of business in a system of free competition, if labor were simple labor everywhere, hence necessary labor the same. If it represented the same amount of objectified labor. Thirdly, the larger the surplus value of capital before the increase of productive force, the larger the amount of presupposed surplus labor or surplus value of capital, or, the smaller the fractional part of the working day which forms the equivalent of the worker, which expresses necessary labor, the smaller is the increase in surplus value which capital obtains from the increase of productive force. Its surplus value rises, but in an ever smaller relation to the development of the productive force. Thus the more developed capital already is, the more surplus labor it has created, the more terribly must it develop the productive force in order to realize itself in only smaller proportion, i.e. to add surplus value, because its barrier always remains the relation between the fractional part of the day which expresses necessary labor, and the entire working day. It can move only within these boundaries. The smaller already the fractional part falling to necessary labor, the greater the surplus labor, the less can any increase in productive force perceptibly diminish necessary labor, since the denominator has grown enormously. The self-realization of capital becomes more difficult to the extent that it has already been realized. The increase of productive force would become irrelevant to capital, realization itself would become irrelevant, because its proportions have become minimal, and it would have ceased to be capital. If necessary labor were 1/1,000 and the productive force tripled, then it would fall to only 1/3,000 or surplus labor would have increased by only 2/3,000. But this happens not because wages have increased or the share of labor in the product, but because it has already fallen so low, regarded in its relation to the product of labor or to the living workday. All these statements correct only in this abstraction for the relation from the present standpoint. Additional relations will enter which modify them significantly. The whole, to the extent that it proceeds entirely in generalities, actually already belongs in the doctrine of profit. So much in general for the time being, the development of the productive force of labor, first the positing of surplus labor, is a necessary condition for the growth of value or the realization of capital. As the infinite urge to wealth, it strives consistently towards infinite increase of the productive forces of labor and calls them into being. But on the other hand, every increase in the productive force of labor, leaving aside the fact that it increases the use values for the capitalist, is an increase in the productive force of capital and, from the present standpoint, is a productive force of labor only in so far as it is a productive force of capital. Concerning increases in the value of capital. This much is already clear, can at least be mentioned in anticipation: the increase in the productive force does not in and by itself increase prices. For example, the bushel of wheat. If a half of a working day objectifies itself in 1 bushel of wheat, and if this is the worker's price, then the surplus labor can only produce 2 bushels of wheat. Thus 2 bushels of wheat is the value of 1 working day, and if that equals 20 SIXS in money, equals 20 SIXS. Each bushel equals 13s. Now if the productive force doubles, then the bushel of wheat no more than equals 1/4 working day, equals 6 1/2 S. With the productive force, the price of this fractional part of the commodity fell. But the total price remained, but now a surplus of 3/4 working day. Every fourth equals 1 bushel wheat equals 6 1/2 S. Thus the total product equals 20 SIXS. Equals 4 bushels. Same as before. The value of the capital increased from 13s to 19 1/2 S. The value of labor diminished from 13s to 6 1/2 S. Material production rose from 2 bushels to 4. Now 19 1/2.53. Now, if the force of production were to double also in gold production, so that, if 13s were the product of half a working day and this half a day were the necessary labor before, now 1/4 working day produces 52s. Or 52 to 13 equals 39s. More. 1 bushel of wheat now equals 13s, the same fractional price afterwards as before, but the total product equals 52s, before only equals 20 SIXS. On the other hand, the 52s would now buy 4 bushels, while the 26, earlier, bought only 2. Well, first of all, it is clear that if capital has already raised surplus labor to the point where the entire living workday is consumed in the production process, and we here assume the working day to be the natural amount of labor time which the worker is able to put at the disposal of capital, this is always only for a specific time, i.e. specific labor time, then an increase in the productive force cannot increase labor time, nor, therefore, objectified labor time. The product objectifies 1 working day, whether the necessary time of labor is represented by 6 or 3 hours, by 1/2 or 1/4 of the working day. The surplus value of capital has grown, i.e. its value relative to the worker, for if it was only equals 2/4 before, it is now equals to 3/4 of objectified labor time, but its value increased not because the absolute but because the relative amount of labor grew, i.e. the total amount of labor did not grow. The working day is as long before as after, hence no absolute increase in surplus time, surplus labor time, rather the amount of necessary labor decreased, and that is how relative surplus labor increased. The worker in fact worked a whole day before, but only half a day of surplus time, afterwards, as before, he works the whole day, but 3/4 of a day of surplus time. To that extent, therefore, the price, presupposing this as its gold and silver value, or the exchange value of capital, has not increased with the doubling of the productive force. This therefore concerns the rate of profit, not the price of the product or the value of the capital, which became a commodity again in the product. But in fact the absolute values also increase in this manner, because that part of wealth which is posited as capital, as self-realizing value, also increases. Accumulation of capitals. Take our earlier example. Let capital equals 100 thalers, and let it decompose in the production process into the following parts: 50 thalers cotton, 40 thalers wages, 10 thalers instrument. Assume at the same time, in order to simplify the arithmetic, that the entire instrument of labor is consumed in one act of production, and this is quite beside the point here, so far, so that its entire value would reappear in the form of the product. Suppose in this case that the 40 thalers which go to labor express a labor time objectified in living laboring capacity of, say, 4 hours, giving capital 8 hours. Presupposing the instrument and the raw material, the total product would amount to 100 thalers, if the worker works only 4 hours, i.e. if the raw material and the instrument were his property and he worked for 4 hours only, he would increase the 60 thalers by 40, which he could consume, since firstly he replaces the 60 thalers in raw material and instrument required for production, and then adds a surplus value of 40 thalers as reproduction of his own living labor capacity or of the time objectified in him. He could repeat the work again and again, since he would have reproduced the value of the raw material and of the instrument as well as of the laboring capacity, the latter by constantly increasing the value of the former by 4 hours of objectified labor. But now let him receive the 40 thalers in wages only by working 8 hours, so that he would add to the material and instrument of labor, which now confront him as capital, a surplus value of 80 thalers, while the former surplus value of 40 thalers, which he added, is only exactly the value of his labor. He would thus add a surplus value exactly equals to the surplus labor or surplus time. The value of capital would thus have increased from 100 thalers to 140. Now, capital regarded as simple exchange value would be absolutely greater, 140 thalers instead of 100, but in fact, a new value would merely have been created, i.e. a value which is not merely necessary to replace the 60 thalers in advances for the materials and the instrument of labor and the 40 thalers for labor, a new value of 40 thalers. The values in circulation would have been increased by 80 thalers, by 40 thalers of additional objectified labor time. Now assume the same presupposition. 100 thalers capital, specifically, 50 for cotton, 40 for labor, 10 for instrument of production, let the surplus labor time remain as before, i.e. 4 hours, and the total labor time 8 hours. Thus in all cases the product only equals 8 hours labor time equals 140 thalers. Now suppose the productive force of labor doubles, i.e. 2 hours would be enough for the worker to realize raw materials and instrument to the extent required to maintain his laboring capacity. If 40 thalers were an objectified labor time of 4 hours, then 20 thalers would be the objectified labor time of 2 hours. These 20 thalers now express the same use value American Samoa the 40 thalers before. The exchange value of laboring capacity has diminished by half, because half of the original labor time creates the same use value, while the exchange value of the use value is measured purely by the labor time objectified in it. But the capitalist makes the workers work 8 hours now as before, and his product therefore represents now as before a labor time of 8 hours equals 80 thalers of labor time, while the value of raw material and material remain the same, namely 60 thalers, altogether, as before, 140 thalers. In order to live, the worker himself would have had to add to the 60 thalers of raw material and instrument a value of no more than 20 thalers, he would thus have created a value of only 80 thalers. The total value of his product would have diminished, by the doubling of production, from 100 to 80, by 20 thalers, i.e. by January 5th of 100 equals 20%. But the surplus time or surplus value for capital is now 6 hours instead of 4, or 60 thalers instead of 40. Its increment is 2 hours, 20 thalers. His accounts would now show the following: for raw material, 50, for labor, 20, for instrument, 10, costs equals 80 thalers. Gain equals 60 thalers. Now as before he would sell the product for 140 thalers, but would show a gain of 60 thalers instead of 40 as before. On one side, therefore, he throws only the same exchange value into circulation as before, 140 thalers. But the surplus value of his capital has grown by 20 thalers. Accordingly, only the share he gets of the 140 thalers is the rate of his profit. The worker in fact worked 2 hours more for him free of charge, i.e. 6 hours instead of 4, and this is the same for him as if he had worked 10 hours instead of 8 in the earlier relation, had increased his absolute labor time. But indeed a new value has arisen also, namely 20 additional thalers are posited as autonomous value, as objectified labor which has become free, unbound from the task of serving only in exchange for earlier labor power Arbeitskraft. This can present itself in two ways. Either the 20 thalers set as much additional labor into motion as becomes capital and creates larger exchange value, make more objectified labor into the point of departure for the new production process, or the capitalist exchanges the 20 thalers as money for commodities other than those which he needs in its production as industrial capital. All commodities other than labor and money themselves thus are exchanged for 20 more thalers, for 2 more hours of objectified labor time. Their exchange value has thus increased by just this liberated sum. In fact, 140 thalers are 140 thalers, as the very perceptive French publisher of the Physiocrats remarks against Bois-Guilbert 55, but it is false that these 140 thalers only represent more use value, they represent a greater amount of independent exchange value, of money, of latent capital, i.e. of wealth posited as wealth. The economists themselves admit this later when they allow the accumulation of capitals to accumulate not only the mass of use values, but that of exchange values too, for, according to Ricardo himself, the element of the accumulation of capitals is posited just as completely with relative surplus labor as with absolute, impossible any other way. 56 On the other side, it is already implicit in the thesis best developed by Ricardo, that these excess 20 thalers, which are created purely by the increase in productive force, can become capital again. Earlier, only 40 of the 140 thalers, leaving capital's consumption aside for now, could become new capital, 100 do not become capital but remain capital, now 60 can, i.e. the present capital is greater by an exchange value of 20 thalers. Thus, exchange value, wealth as such, has increased, although the total sum of the same has not directly increased. Why has it increased? Because that part of the total sum has increased which was not a mere medium of circulation, but money, or which was not merely equivalent, but exchange value for itself für sich sehend. Either the liberated 20 thalers were accumulated as money, i.e. added to the stock of exchange values in general, abstract, exchange value form, or they all circulated, and then the prices of the commodities bought with them rise, they all represent more money, as well as, since the production cost of gold has not fallen, rather, risen relative to the commodity produced by the more productive capital, more objectified labor, because of this, the excess production, which at first only appeared on the side of the one producing capital, now appears on the side of the others, which produce the more expensive commodities, or the 20 thalers are directly used up as capital by the originally circulating capital. Thus a new capital of 20 thalers is posited, a sum of self-preserving and self-realizing wealth. Capital has risen by the exchange value of 20 thalers. Circulation actually does not yet concern us here, since we are here dealing with capital in general, and circulation can only mediate between capital in the form of money and capital in its form as capital. The first capital may realize money as such, i.e. exchange it for commodities, consume more than before, but in the hand of the producer of these commodities this money becomes capital. Thus it becomes capital directly in the hands of the first capital, or, via a detour, in those of another capital. But the other capital is always in turn capital as such, and we are concerned here with capital as such, let us say the capital of the whole society. The differentiation etc. of capitals does not concern us yet. In general, these 20 thalers can appear only in a double form. As money, so that capital again exists in the character of money which has not yet become capital, its point of departure, the abstract autonomous form of exchange value or of general wealth, or itself in turn as capital, as a new domination of objectified labor over living labor. Every increase in the mass of capital employed can increase the productive force not only at an arithmetical but at a geometrical rate, although it can increase profit at the same time, as increase of productive force, only at a much lower rate. The influence of the increase of capital on the increase of productive force is thus infinitely greater than that of the increase of the productive force on the growth of capital. As general wealth, materialized in the form of money, of the thing, in its mere abstractness, or of new living labor. The capitalist consumes, say, 20 of the 140 thalers as use values for himself, through the mediation of money as means of circulation. Thus, in the first presupposition, he could begin the process of self-realization only with a larger capital, a larger use value of 120, as against 100. After the doubling in the productive forces, he can do it with 140 thalers without restricting his consumption. A larger part of the exchange value solidifies as exchange value, instead of vanishing in use value, whether it solidifies as such, through production, directly or indirectly. To create a larger capital means to create a larger exchange value, although exchange value in its direct form as simple exchange value has not been increased by the growth of productivity, it has in its intensified form as capital. This larger capital of 140 thalers represents, absolutely, more objectified labor than the earlier capital of 120 thalers. It therefore also, at least relatively, sets more living labor into motion and therefore also ultimately reproduces more simple exchange value. The capital of 120 thalers at 40% produced a product or simple exchange value of 60 thalers at 40%, the capital of 140 thalers a simple exchange value of 64 thalers. Here, then, the increase in exchange value in the form of capital is still posited directly as an increase in exchange value in its simple form. It is of the highest importance to remember this. It is not enough to say, like Ricardo, that exchange value does not increase, i.e. the abstract form of wealth, but only exchange value as capital. 57 In saying this he is looking only at the original production process. But if relative surplus labor increases, and capital therefore increases absolutely, then there is necessarily also an increase within circulation also of relative exchange value existing as exchange value, money as such, and therefore, through the mediation of the production process, absolute exchange value. In other words, of this same amount of exchange value, or money, and the product of the realization process appears in this simple form, the product is surplus value only relative to capital, to value such as it existed before the production process, for itself, regarded as an independent existence, it is merely quantitatively defined exchange value, a part has become liberated, which does not exist as equivalent for already present exchange values or for already present labor time. If it is exchanged for those already present, it gives them not an equivalent but more than an equivalent, and thus liberates a part of the exchange value on their side. In a static state, this liberated exchange value by which society has become richer can only be money, in which case only the abstract form of wealth has increased, is in motion, it can realize itself only in new living labor, whether labor which had been dormant is set into motion, or new workers are created, population growth is accelerated, or again a new circle of exchange values in circulation, is expanded, which can occur on the production side if the liberated exchange value opens up a new branch of production, i.e. a new object of exchange, objectified labor in the form of a new use value, or the same is achieved when objectified labor is put in the sphere of circulation in a new country, by an expansion of trade. The latter must then be created. The form in which Ricardo attempts to clarify the matter for himself, and he is very unclear in this regard, says at bottom nothing more than that he just introduces a certain relation, instead of saying, simply, that out of the same sum of simple exchange values a smaller part posits itself in the form of simple exchange value, equivalent, and a larger part in the form of money, money as the original, antediluvian form out of which capital always arises anew, money in its character as money, not as coin etc., that therefore the part posited as exchange value for itself, i.e. as value, increases, i.e. wealth in the form of wealth, whereas he comes to just the mistaken conclusion that it increases only in the form of material, physical wealth as use value. The origin of wealth as such, in so far as it arises not from rent, i.e., according to him, not from the increase in productive force, but rather from the decrease of the same, is therefore totally incomprehensible to him, and he entangles himself in the wildest contradictions. Let us take the form of the matter. 58 capital 1000 sets 50 workers into motion, or 50 living work days. Through a doubling of the productive force, it could set 100 working days into motion. But these latter do not exist in the presupposition, and are introduced arbitrarily, because otherwise, unless more real working days are introduced, he does not grasp the increase in exchange value which arises from increased productivity. At the same time, the growth of population is never developed by him as an element in the increase of exchange values, never clearly and definitely stated. Let the presupposition be capital 1000 and workers 50. The correct deduction, which he himself also draws, see notebook, 59, capital 500 with 25 workers can produce the same use value as before, the other 500 with the other 25 workers establish a new business and likewise produce an exchange value of 500. The profit remains the same, since it arises not from the exchange of 500 for 500, but from the proportions in which profit and wages originally divide in the 500, and since exchange deals in equivalents, which can no more increase value than external trade can, which Ricardo explicitly demonstrates. Since the exchange of equivalents just means nothing more than that the value in the hands of A before the exchange with B still exists in his hands after the exchange with B. The total value or wealth has remained the same. Use value, however, or the material of wealth, has doubled. Now, there is absolute